Hello, everybody. Welcome to our Survivor Millennium Park 3 postseason interview series. I am sitting down today with a player who, if you've seen any random episode of Millennium Park, you have a two-thirds chance of seeing this player in action. She lasted 20 episodes consecutively. She holds the series record for individual challenge wins. She played two idols across her two seasons. She made it all the way to the end twice. I am thrilled to speak with the one, the only Sarah. Sarah, how are you?
I'm fantastic, and I'm so happy to be here speaking with you, Dylan.
I'm thrilled that we could do this. We were chatting before we started recording, but there was so much, so much Sarah hype. I knew immediately when we did this, I was like, I've got to make sure that I talk Sarah to doing one of these interviews. So I was thrilled that you agreed before I had to try to convince you at all.
Totally. Yeah, happy to. So happy to. I had such a great time.
Cool. So let's go back to before the beginning. Let's go back to before June of 2024. So I gave you a phone call. I said, "Hey, we're doing this again. I'd love to have you play again. I guess I'd love to hear a little bit of your thoughts around, what were you expecting going into it a second time? Did you have things about your first time that you were like, now that I know this, this is what I need to do this time? I don't know, just like where were you coming into the game this time?"
Well, I was thrilled that you asked me and very excited to do it again. I was more nervous the second going in the second time because I did so well the first time with so little prior survivor knowledge and experience that I thought there's no way it can go that well again. So I just felt more intimidated. I felt like it was going to be harder, maybe. Um, I didn't know what to expect, but I didn't think it was going to go well, as well. So I was nervous, but I was really excited to play. I mean, you make it like we were saying before we started recording. You make it such a fun experience. Everybody is so well cared for, and um, it's all worthwhile because of all the work that you put into it. So thank you.
Appreciate that. And, little did you know going into it that it actually would be as good as the second one in terms of your performance.
So
You win two challenges again. You once again get the idol. You once again make it all the way to the end with a really close ally. Like I don't know. Like we'll get to like the whole. I almost kind of want to start at the end of just like
yeah.
looking back on it. Like what did you think about that to like have such a stellar performance for like the second time in a row?
I mean, I still can't believe it. Of course it was really rewarding and super fun, and I had a great time, and it feels good. It feels so good every time you win a challenge. Just like we said it on the show, like the relief that comes with knowing you're still in. I mean, it's just fun. It's really, really fun. Yeah. I am shocked that I made it as far as I did the second time. Yeah.
So we get to the park June 1st, 2024, bright and early. Everybody's there. And we have you guys on the favorites tribe sort of sequestered from the new players. I'm curious, once you start to see your group come together, does anybody stand out to you initially? I mean, we've got like Karina who you played with. We've got you knew John Ton from before the season. Like anyone immediately stand out as your group is coming together?
Karina for sure because I knew her. We played together. So and then the other person from my season. Tell me who I'm missing. I mean, Dan obviously was from my season, but he and I never had any interactions. We had no conversation because he left before any the merge, right? So really the only person I actually knew and had worked with was Karina. Who else was from my season though? Wasn't there somebody
It
else?
was it was just you, Karina, and Dan.
That's
Kim, John
yeah.
Ton, Emma, and Tony were all season one players.
Right. That's right. That's so I remember feeling like, okay, I get that this is supposed to be like the favorites, but I don't know anybody. And Karina was voted off first.
Did you how do you feel like that affected you fitting in with, like, did you feel a little out of place that like some of these other players like really knew each other going into this? Did like I don't know, how did you feel like you fit
So
into
it more so felt to me like it the fans had a reason to bond together right away because the narrative was the favorites are these experienced people who know each other and are going to stick together, right? They're going to stick together because they're the favorites and they've done this before and they're they all go way back. And for me it was like that isn't the reality. That was just the narrative that it felt like everybody kind of had. I mean, it's kind of nice that for them, I think that they got to bond, from the start because they felt like the newbies. I think that's a good reason for them to be bonded. But I do remember feeling like, oh, I think they think we're all really tight. I don't know any of these people. I know I know um, the the fans, the fans' favorites. I know them just as well as I know everybody else, pretty much. So to me, it more felt I just remember feeling like I'm aware of the reality of this game, and I'm also aware of I think what the narratives are. Some of them you don't know what all the narratives are, but they're happening.
I love that. I think we're gonna get into that like sort of throughout this conversation because you and I have texted a little bit about this, but like the idea of like the reality of the game and like then sort of like the perceptions of the game and the narrative of it.
Yeah, it's wild. It's really wild because I
So
think we're all playing multiple different games at the same time.
yeah, it really is like for 14 players, like it's like 14 totally different perspectives. Like you don't know who's lying, you don't know who's telling the truth, and like you don't know that like you didn't just have an amazing conversation with somebody and then they go into the confessional and they say, haha, like I tricked Sarah, like I got her good. Like you have to worry about that kind of thing.
Totally. Yeah. You have no idea. And then when you watch it back, you're like, oh, so
Mhm.
there are many things I didn't realize. Yeah. But I won't get ahead of any of your questions.
Sure. So I'm gonna jump ahead to the second episode. I don't know if there's anything else from the first one. You guys, you lose the challenge. You crush your portion with balance, by the way, which I thought was a nice.
It's fun.
I know you weren't thrilled with balance on season your first season, but seeing that I was like, Sarah killed it the second time.
I just, maybe I like ate my Wheaties that morning. I don't know. I felt it was feeling good. And I lucked out. I lucked out. But no, nothing from the first episode other than what I already said, which is it was strange feeling like, okay, we're all supposed to be the favorites, but I'm as new to these people as I would be to the other team.
Sure,
There's no existing bonds here.
totally. So we get
So
to the second episode, and you have a great moment where you find to nobody even suspected you find your tribe's idol and you hide it immediately. I guess I'm curious about the decision to keep it totally to yourself, especially, for the people who watch season two, you're going to get some extra lore that, your tribe found the idol together and all of you know about the presence of your idol on your first time. But this time you find it, keep it to yourself. I guess I'd love to hear a little bit about that decision and sort of like how you managed the idol, if that was influenced at all by your first time playing.
well, the first time, I mean, we all made a decision to look for it together and to play it together. We were bonded much more strongly in season two because I was on the tribe that won the first challenge. When you win a first challenge, I mean, you're just riding high. You haven't suffered any of the losses yet. You haven't had to make the hard decisions yet. So we had no reason to um, we didn't feel any of the tragedy yet. But in this season, I found the idol and I felt pretty confident that nobody saw me find it. I hadn't made any alliances or super strong connections yet. There was no reason for me to tell anybody. I mean, I would have had to go out of my way to go back to everybody who I was still getting to know and be like, just so everyone knows, I found the idol. I mean, I could have done that. I mean, I think there's a lot of strong arguments for it, but that just felt like way more work than I needed to do in that moment. And I was like, I found it. I'm going to hold on to it, see what happens. And it was also not hidden super like it wasn't hard to find. And I think you do that on purpose probably so that we're not like traipsing through the brush and getting poison ivy all over us. Like you're not trying to harm anybody in the making of this show, and that's apparent, and I really appreciate that. So like so it was easy. I mean, I feel like it was somebody would have found it right after me.
Totally. I mean, that was 100% from like a game design perspective, like I think it's like it's not great game design. I think if like it's super hard to find and it takes like the entire day for someone to find it. And I've
Yeah.
made that mistake where I hide them too well. So I yeah, definitely didn't want anybody risking life and limb. Thank you for saying I didn't endanger anybody. We're gonna put that into promo for season 4. Did not endanger anybody. Come apply. All right, so you find the idol, your team wins. You guys crush the charades challenge, which I was thrilled, obviously knowing your theater background, that you got to do the charades challenge. The
It
all of your moments, I think, were some of my favorites from that.
was fun. It was fun.
So we get to the swap, which is something brand new compared to your first experience. I guess what were the reactions to that? How do you feel like that changed your trajectory in the game? That there was the first swap, and then later we'll get to the second one.
Okay, the first swap I was cool with. I mean, I was surprised by it, but I was not heartbroken by it. It's a little bit like, oh, you can't find your momentum, you feel like you're working towards something and then that's kind of like dashed. But I was excited to get to know new people. It wasn't too upsetting, like I said, I didn't know people well on the favorites tribe yet. So it definitely caught us off guard though.
So speaking of meeting new people, at the
Mhm.
swap, you get to meet Lizzie. And I'm
Yeah.
just curious, what drew you to them? And I use drew as an intentional verb choice there. What drew you to them once you finally got to be on a tribe with Lizzie?
I just sensed an immediate, like very genuine, like we just shared a genuine look together, and I felt like I felt safe. I was like, Lizzie, and of course you never know for sure. It's not like I mean, everybody's playing to win. Everybody is lying. Everybody is going to stab somebody else in the back, and betray someone. That is the game that is built into the game. But there was something I sensed very genuinely from Lizzie right away, and I just felt safe with them, and I felt like I think I can trust them, and I just latched onto it for better or worse. I didn't let go of that for the whole game. I just felt safe with Lizzie, and that's how I played my game. I had the same feeling with Drew. So mhm. It, that's how I played both times.
So I
Found
guess
somebody and stuck with them. Mhm.
I guess I'm curious because we'll the relationship with Dan, I think, is another important one to your game that we'll talk about throughout. So I guess I'm curious, kind of backpedaling away, like going back to episode 1, Dan makes this pitch to you, and he makes a pitch to Kim as well, not to both of you together, but to each of you individually. It's like I'm with you 100%. So I guess I'm curious, if you don't mind me asking, like, did you not get that? Like, did you not get that feeling from Dan that you got from Lizzie of like, this is a person that is 100% genuine on board with me?
No, I did not. And looking back at it, I was clearly wrong because when watching the episodes, I was like, oh, Dan genuinely did really want to work with me the whole time. Like he really, there was nothing I saw in any of the, cutting of the episodes that indicated otherwise, but there was something. So Dan just, before we had even really met, Dan came straight to me and was like, I'm so glad you're here. I knew from, before we even got here that if you were here, you're going to be my number one. I really want to work with you, and I was like, he came on really strong in that sense where I was like, what's your name again? You know what I mean? It was like, I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah.
vibe. It was to, like he had already been thinking about it, right? And I could tell that, and that's why it didn't feel as organic to me because it wasn't because he had already sort of like decided that he wanted to work with me. So, but my read on it, in effect was wrong because he did genuinely want to work with me. And that would have been interesting to see how it would have played out if I had right away believed him wholeheartedly. I honestly thought he was like stronger with Tony than me. So I didn't trust that I was at the top for him. Um, but I could have, and one might say should have.
Well, yeah, we'll get into the Tony piece of it, but I mean, like that, what you've just described is like, I think that's like the crux of what makes this such an interesting game fundamentally is like Dan can come in like big super fan, like he knows the steps to go through, but like maybe by just giving a little bit too much information to you of like, I knew going into this that I wanted to work with you,
Yeah.
that's like, whoa, like that, like to somebody else, that could be like, thank God, man. Like I'm so glad to hear that. Like I really feel that with you. And then to somebody else, it's like, this is a little intense for our first interactions. I geek out about that. I think that's so
Yeah.
interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I think that's like emblematic of the different ways that people play this game. Like I really was in each moment, just playing it moment to moment, and I wasn't thinking strategically, big long-term picture, the entire time. And a lot of players were. You know, Dan was thinking strategically before he got there. Maybe everybody else was. I was just like, I'm going to show up and take things challenge to challenge, conversation to conversation, and that's not to say I didn't strategize at all.
Yeah.
'Cause I think you, of course, you have to, but just different approaches.
Well, I think that you and I have talked a little bit about this idea, and for like these survivor games, like whatever other game shows people are hosting in local parks, this idea of like playing the game that's actually in front of you versus like I forget if we called it LARPing or if that was a different conversation, but this idea of like we're role playing Survivor. Like I am here to like play the show Survivor versus I'm here to play Survivor Millennium Park. I guess I was gonna get to this later, but I guess I'm curious now, what are your thoughts about that as a concept?
I think I think you're right. I think for me and maybe others, I don't know, I really felt like I was showing up as myself to play a game like I would go over to someone's house to play Monopoly, you know,
Mm,
or Uno. I wouldn't go over to somebody's house and be like, how have all the other games of Monopoly ever been played? And what kind of Monopoly player do I want to be? You know, and I realize the comparison isn't perfect here. The analogy isn't perfect, but like that is how I played Survivor both times. And I did get the sense that for others, and for great reasons, because I can see why people are big fans of this show. And if I had seen more seasons and I were more into, I would have approached it the same way, where I would be like, what kind of Survivor player do I want to be? And do I want to make big moves like so and so made in season 50 billion? Or, you know, I think that's a totally fun way to play it, but it did feel like there were different approaches in the game that made it pretty interesting. Yeah.
I mean, like I love the mix of it, right? Like I love the players that come in like you who just like from everything I've seen across again 20 episodes of watching you play this, who have like a good intuition for it and are just very present in the moment and think about like what's right in front of them. I think there's a moment from like way later in the season where that didn't make the cut where Dan has talked about like Melody won an online game, like she's this big threat, and I'm pretty sure you're the one, and I don't know if you remember this moment. You say to him, "But what about this game? What about what's happening right here in this park? Like, is she this big threat from this?" And he goes kind of like, "You might be right. Like maybe that is a different Melody than what I saw." Do you remember that moment?
I don't, but it does sound exactly like something I was thinking at the time, because it did make it, well, I can't say that it made it harder for me, because I did really well in the game and I'm really proud of that. But it made it more confusing for me. I will say that it was, there were times when the game felt more confusing to me because it felt like people were coming at it from just a totally different lens,
Yeah.
which
And
is
I'm
valid. Yeah.
and I'm sure that there's like a shorthand that starts coming into play that if you don't know like when Melody starts throwing around the term fire making, like that doesn't mean like what that means is a tiebreaker. But if you don't know that, then it's like, what are you referring to? There's things like that like vote splitting and these other things that if you don't watch the show every week for years, it just
Right.
doesn't come secondhand like that.
Exactly. And I think I was able to figure out most of that on the fly, but the fire making one threw me. That I was like, what is that? Why didn't I go to fire? What do you mean why didn't I go to fire? Like why, and I know now exactly what she meant. Um but I didn't realize that. So if, please correct me if I don't have this right, but once you get down under a certain number of players, if there's a tie, then there's some sort of competition between those two people. It's not how it is when there's a larger number of people and there's a tie, when you just revote or
Yeah.
then draw rocks, or you know, if the vote is still split. I didn't know that that was part of the game. I didn't know that was one of the rules,
Right.
so I didn't consider it. And maybe maybe you have questions about that vote we can talk about later because I have some more thoughts about it. But yeah, that was one that I genuinely was like, everything else I think I figured out or understood.
Yeah.
That one I was just like, nope, what is that?
Like, hold on, I don't think we're allowed to set a fire at the park.
Well, and I think the way she said it was, why didn't you go to fire? Like the phrase, why didn't you go to fire? And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm sure it didn't make me look good for all the Survivor fans and the jury. Um, yeah, but yeah, it is, it definitely is uh, clearly advantageous to have a lot of Survivor knowledge.
Mhm.
Um, but I think it's also advantageous to just play the game you're in.
Yeah.
And I think that because I did well both times, I think that is makes a good case for that.
Absolutely. I think it absolutely does. So I know we've kind of jumped around a little bit. I kind of am gonna yada yada the rest of day one. I mean, we've got you guys vote out John Ton, there's a second swap, and you end up back with Dan. Any thoughts about the rest of the first day before we sort of move on from there?
No, no. If I think of anything, I'll let you know.
Okay. Uh, so we get to the park on day two. We're down to 9 players. Like your first time, there's no twist of, oh, somebody's coming back and there's all this craziness. It's a pretty standard, like, all right, day two has begun, your individual players. Now, your original tribe, pretty down in numbers at this point. It's down to you, Tony, and Dan from your original group, but you've started making connections with players from the other team. You've got Lizzie, who you feel really close to, you and Daltrey, that's like the start of that really compelling dynamic, I think, where like it starts out really, really like, I want to work with you, I want to work with you, and then we'll get to soon, but I can't work with you. I don't know, like, how are you feeling coming back to the park on day two about your position in the game?
Um, I think I felt a stronger connection with Lizzie, Daltrey, Caroline, Melody than I did at that point with Dan and Tony because I sensed that they were tight. That was my feeling is that I knew I felt like they would trust each other more than me. Not that they didn't want to work with me, I think they did. But I didn't feel as um, secure with them. But I also knew that I was at a huge disadvantage not having been an original on the fans team because I could tell they had bonded quickly and I could my narrative is that their narrative was that the favorites were all really really tight and were not to be trusted, and I wanted to be like, I don't know these guys. I don't we barely we hung out for like an hour. I don't know them. Like there's nothing there. you know.
It's
So
so
yeah.
fun. So there is this lengthy conversation once you guys do get to camp about, does Sarah have an idol?
Yeah.
Where's Dan doing the friendship bracelet? What, why were you hesitant to let Dan, like once they start asking you directly, do you have the idol? Why were you hesitant to tell them? Is it just back to what we've been talking about of like, I don't know if I really trust you guys.
That's exactly it. It was like I don't know if I really trust them.
Mhm.
They seemed really tight, and I didn't know if I would trust them to um, be fully honest with me and working with them. So I just hadn't decided. That's something I would definitely done differently if I were in the same situation again. I would have had a clearer plan in mind, at least up until it needed to change because everything changes moment to moment. But I would have tried to have a clearer plan in mind for how I wanted to handle having the idol
Mhm.
on day two because I didn't. I mean, and they asked me point blank. I hadn't had a clear plan in mind of what I wanted to say were I to be asked that question. So, but in the end, it worked out better for me for people to know that I had it because like I said, in the filming of it too, I play so much better when I can be honest.
Yeah.
As honest as I can be, when I can be as forthcoming and open as possible. I didn't like having the idol and having it be a secret. I think it's cool that I had it though. It definitely worked out. Um, but I found it. I'm glad I didn't tell anyone on day one because why would I?
Right. Right.
Mhm.
No, I think that your observation that you play better when you can just be more open, I think that shows in the results. I think of like somebody like Melody who on day one was like, I feel like Sarah's hiding something. Like, I don't know if I get a read with her. Like, compared to like the end of day two, when you have this reveal of like, I'm not close with Dan. Like, I'll vote him out. And Melody's like my mind is open. I didn't realize that this was an option. And then she's all on board with like, okay, then we'll do it. Like me, Lizzie, Sarah, like we're a tight three now. We're gonna get Caroline, we're gonna get Dan. So I love that like that's the style of play that works best for you. It's just kind of just like being open and honest with people.
Yeah, it feels better.
Yeah.
And it's much easier for me to play that way. I don't like being deceptive. Um, yeah.
So speaking of having to be deceptive to people, I think we got to talk about the dynamic with Daltrey.
I know.
So from her, and this is I'll be honest with you, Sarah. I don't know that I agree. I don't think I agree with her perspective. She and I have talked about this a couple of times. I don't know that I agree with her telling of it. Sorry, mom, when you're watching this. But it seems to be that there's the she votes like she voted for you. She cast two votes against you. I don't think that even came up, but like all you know is like she has voted at least once for you. And from her perspective, it's that she used the word lie about having the idol. And I don't know if I don't remember if I ever saw like an outright like, no, I do not have it, so much as like could be anywhere. So like I don't know if I don't want to like litigate like was it a lie or like obscuring the truth. But I guess from your perspective, like what was that dynamic like at that point after you had played the idol, she finds out about it and she has voted for you?
Um, so I was surprised she voted for me because I thought we had a tight thing. And I mean, you could certainly call it a lie. It was definitely a lie by omission. She never asked me directly if I had the idol, but there was a clear conversation about the idol. And I was doing the whole like, this is me during that conversation, like, so I mean, you can absolutely call that a lie. It doesn't, however you want to call it, but, uh, what surprised me so much about that was that she felt like I was betraying her by not coming out with it at that point, rather than her being like learning about it and being later and being like, that's awesome that you have the idol. Cool. It totally makes sense that you hadn't told anybody yet because it was too early to tell. I was surprised that she felt betrayed by that or that I had lied to her about that and not like how I might have seen it, which is like, yeah, that makes sense that you didn't tell everybody you had the idol. We had just met. Of course not. Of course you wouldn't. But that's just the game is like everybody's coming from their own POV. So, but I was surprised. It was so funny to me that she felt so betrayed by me or that I hadn't been forthcoming about having the idol, but didn't seem to understand how overtly betraying it is to vote someone out. I was like, Daltrey, like you voted for me twice. Like the trust now is really like if to in my mind, that offense is the more egregious one.
See that to be honest, that's kind of my inclination as well as that to actually put a person's name on parchment. Because as far as she knows, like James is gonna get another idol played on him. He'll get saved, you'll get booted out. So
Yeah. I didn't try to do anything to her. I didn't try to get her out until, after all this and then the Caroline, move. I was, because we bonded. We're like the only moms in,
mhm.
there. We're both social workers. I was like, this is good. Like we can trust each other. So I was like, I was pretty like let down
Mhm.
that Daltrey didn't trust me after that. It's
Yeah,
too bad, but it's okay.
sure. I mean, that was one I thought just like the most fascinating dynamic of the season, or really at least one of them. Like it kind of reminded me a little bit of you and Karina in season two of just like I really like you and I really want to work with you, but we're just not on the same page. And like that doesn't say anything about us as people, but just within the context of this game,
Mhm.
we're just not able to make this work. I thought it was very fascinating. Did that feel similar to you at all, or like am I comparing apples and oranges?
No, I think it's a fair comparison. It definitely felt different to me though. I had more time with Karina. That felt the Karina bond felt stronger because I could sense that also she really trusted me, but the Daltrey bond kind of faltered sooner in
Yeah.
terms is how it felt. But I have all the love for Daltrey. Love her. And I hope that if we ever hang out again in real life, she isn't wary of me or
I have no doubt. I have no doubt. We gotta get you two, like, I'll do like an Amazing Race style show, and we can have you two be a team.
yeah, yeah. We could have gone so far, Daltrey.
Um, all right, so we get through that round. Just a quick one on the Tony boot. I thought it was kind of interesting that this explosion happens at Tribal of like Josh stirring up some drama, going around whispering, and there's this great moment. I love it where you look at Tony and you're like, it's something. I don't get the quote right, but it's something along the lines of like, it's you or Josh. Like you have to do something, and I guess I'm curious from your perspective, like did that feel up in the air in the moment? Was there any feeling of like, well, we went in thinking it's Tony, but maybe we need to switch to Josh? I don't know, like what was that experience like for you being at such a crazy moment in the game?
I'm not sure if I remember exactly, but what I do remember is feeling like in that vote, like I knew I was safe and I knew I was gonna it made the most sense for my game to vote with the majority. And so when I said like it's either you or Josh, it was me just being honest with Tony because we, had started the game on the same tribe and everything. And I was just me. And he knew, I think he knew, but it was me just being like, hey, this is how I know it's gonna go. Either you or either Josh. Um, but no, I never got the sense that Tony really wanted to work with me or trusted me at any point either.
Sure.
And so I didn't feel torn between voting for either of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sad.
So we get through that one. Kind of yada yada through the Josh vote. Because then we get to maybe my favorite like move series of sequences ever, where Caroline comes to you and Dan with a plan. Move
Mm-hmm.
an extra vote. It's the last time you could play it, so it's burning a hole in your pocket. You might as well spend it today. And she says, I want to flip and vote out Daltrey. And I feel like on paper, that's like, okay, that's the end of the episode. Like, okay, so like Daltrey must go. But what I feel like, and there's not, although I think you say it in a voting confessional, but we don't really get into it in the episode, is that there's a huge decision point for you here. Caroline
Yeah.
kind of planted her flag of like, I am voting for Daltrey. And now really you're the swing vote. You're the decision maker between Dan or Daltrey. And I know that that was a difficult decision for you. So I guess I'd love to hear from your perspective what went into that.
Yes, yes. It was a huge decision-making point because I remember it was Caroline's idea. And when I talked about this at the final tribal, I never meant to take credit for something that wasn't mine, right? Because it was Caroline's idea. But it was very clear that that decision then rested with me
Mhm.
because of my extra vote and because I knew how everybody else was voting. So it really became Caroline's idea, fun move, exciting. She deserves all the credit for coming up for taking a big swing like that. Um, uh, but then it did come down to like, wow, okay, I can either vote out Daltrey or Dan, and I just remember it was not easy. It was not easy at all, but it really what swayed me was um how I could tell that I knew Daltrey didn't trust me at that point, and there was something lost between us, and she had tried to vote me out, and I'm like, I don't, and I like genuinely tried to vote me out. Like, um, I don't think she was voting me out to sort of like try to save herself by showing someone that she would vote for me, but really didn't want to vote for me. Well, I don't know if that makes sense, but
No, I see what you mean. Yeah, it was like this vote could lead to Sarah going out, and that's okay. It wasn't like I'm totally throwing something totally random on somebody. I think that's what you mean.
yes, yeah, exactly, exactly. And also I knew it would make for good TV. But I do, but of course it never feels good. It doesn't feel good to vote anybody out. It feels good to not be the one voted out. But so it's like it's very bittersweet every time you survive a vote. But um um yeah, that was wild.
Yeah. No, and I hope that my frame of the question doesn't take any credit away from Caroline. I see this as
Oh
like,
no,
no, yeah, I love, and again, like I wish that like I don't think that we like realize it when we're producing it that like you and Dan are not really as much of a duo as like the story is kind of building you two to be, and that
Mhm.
this is like two keys have to turn here. It's like Caroline has to be willing to flip, and Sarah has to agree with this decision and make that decision to vote out
Mhm.
Daltrey
Mhm.
instead. So I love that sequence. I think it's just like very gripping, and I love your role in it. Like, well, I have to do that. Like, I'm gonna play it. We're gonna
Yeah,
see where it goes.
yeah. And I did, I was sort of like with Dan, I knew there was something there. I
Mhm.
just didn't fully trust that. I just got the sense from him, like, I think at any moment he would turn on me.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
that's kind of true for anybody in the game at any point in time anyway. But there
sure,
was just, in hindsight, I was wrong. I was wrong about that. And I could have, Dan and I maybe could have had a stronger thing.
sure.
But yeah, it was just like I said, it was that first initial approach,
Mhm.
you know, that where I was like, but I don't know you. You know?
So we're down to the final five. It's you, Dan, Lizzie, Caroline, Melody. We haven't talked a ton about your relationships with Caroline and Melody yet. What were your perspectives about them at this point in the game?
I loved both of them, and I wish that they wanted to work with me as much as I wanted to work with them because I could tell they were really tight with Lizzie. I could tell those three were a group, a unit, and I was like, I want to be in there too. Like you guys are cool. You're so smart. You're so good at this game. Um, so yeah, I thought they were awesome. And it was sort of like I want to be friends too. Can I be in the group? Feeling. But I knew, they had bonded before I was even in the mix. So the odds were against me there.
Sure, sure. So you guys end up teaming up with Lizzie and Melody. You get Caroline out. We get to the final four. So we touched on this a little bit earlier when we were talking about fire making, but Dan comes to you after the challenge and says, "Don't tie it up for me. Don't try to save me at all. It's my time."
Hmm.
I'm curious from your perspective. He's the one that first says like, "Don't tie it up for me." He's the one that introduces this concept of like it could end in a tie. When he says don't, is your reaction like, okay, you've made my life easier? I don't know, how did you feel about it at that moment?
I think, and I could be remembering this wrong, but I think I didn't hear him correctly when he said, "Don't tie it up for me." I think he probably said that, and I think I didn't understand what he was saying. I thought he was saying like, don't do this for me or don't like try to save me.
Yeah.
It's my time. So that said, I didn't even consider tying it up because I knew that my alliance was stronger with Lizzie and I wanted to vote with them. That like it didn't make sense for me unless Dan really had really made the case to me. Maybe he would have pulled on my heartstrings a little bit, and I would have been like, well, maybe I will vote for you, and we'll just see what happens. And I would have been thinking more like, okay, and then what would happen if there were a tie, and what. Um, but hearing Dan say like he kind of knew this was the end for him, I was like, great, then I can just keep playing my game, and I can vote with the person I feel the strongest with.
It is kind of like he gave you permission, not that you need
Yeah,
it, but like he really said like, yeah, vote. Like he like, not that he said go ahead and do it, but like he kind of said go ahead and do it.
kind of did. I mean, he's such a sweet guy. I just loved how happy he was that he had made it that far in the game. And I think he knew that we had a really strong bond, me and the other players at that point. I think he knew he wasn't as tight with them
Yeah.
as I was. So I think he just sort of knew that was probably the way it was going to go. And it made it easier for me that he didn't say like, okay, here's what we could do. We'll tie it up and here's what would happen. And then I would have thought about it more, but I didn't even think about, well, what if we tied it up?
Sure. Sure.
I was just like, sorry, Dan.
So Dan goes, it's the final three. We go to
Mhm.
the final immunity challenge, and it is one that you literally won 2 years prior. When you see that it's the exact same challenge that you've already won, like, what's the feeling? Is it like, oh, I've got this. I'm going to the end a second time. Like, how confident did you feel that you could win it a second time?
I didn't know if I could win it a second time. I just remember being like, just kind of like getting my head in the game and being like, okay, I've done this before, just thinking back how I did it before. Like, really, again, just fully in the moment, like, all right, I've done this. I know how it works. Let me just think through the logistics of it and like, let's go. Um, oh, that was so fun. That was a really fun moment. I couldn't believe it. And then I like threw the cups and everything into the air. And I remembered didn't you say something like, don't do that?
Please don't throw the cups. Which you can kind of hear in the episode. Like I tried to like mute it and make it more of like a celebratory moment, but you do look at the camera and you're like, I just did the one thing he said not to do.
So swept up in the moment, and I didn't even do it. I did it huge too. I like launched those things into the air, and then I was like, I'm sorry, Dylan.
It was so good. It was so, and then like you walk over like hug, you're like, sorry about that. Like it was so. I think I like turned the volume down on that, turned it up on the music. I was like, no, this is Sarah's triumphant moment because like from a narrative perspective, like there's something so satisfying about like she won it the first time, but it was like really like you go back and watch it, like nobody could figure it out the first time we did it. Like it took so long, and then you do it this time flawlessly. You didn't drop a single cup this time. You just like breezed through. It's like, Dylan, I'm in. Um, you do have so you have this decision to make between voting out Lizzie or Melody.
Yeah.
My assumption from what I saw is that that was not a hard decision. I mean, it's like hard because it's like voting somebody out, but like the choice between them. Would I be correct to me it was probably an easy pick for you to say I'm going to the end with Lizzie?
I certainly gave it some thought, but I think that was definitely where I was leaning. Because again, I felt the most trust between Lizzie and I. And if I had been thinking more, here's the thing, if I had been thinking more ruthlessly or more cutthroat, I might have thought, like, okay, well, at this point, literally, who do I think I have the best chance of beating? Um, but I could have made the argument either way to myself because I honestly thought, like, Melody is so good at this game. She is cutthroat. She is scary, scary good. That I was like, well, she's either gonna like eviscerate me at the final tribal, or she's gonna go onto the jury and rip me to shreds. Like either way, I don't think I stood a chance.
Mm.
I mean, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know if I had taken Melody with me at the end. I think I don't know. Either way, I think she was gonna do a really good job of ripping me apart.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You have this great moment. I sort of skipped over this, but when the final three of you are at camp before you go to your challenge, you have, I think Sarah, I've been doing this 10 years. I think my favorite confessional ever, where you kind of catch yourself feeling a little emotional about
Yeah.
how well you're doing and like thinking about your kids and your husband. And then I always feel like a dope when like at the next tribal, like you get a little bit teary. And I don't know why I didn't like ask you anything about it. I must have not realized because like as the producer, you say, Sarah, like there's some emotion, like what's going on? But I totally breezed past it. But anyway, it like what was that moment for you, like reflecting on like how your family will feel about, how you've done in this experience?
I mean, it felt really I did feel really emotional about it. I felt like I knew they would be so proud of me and so happy for me and excited for me in watching it back. And it would also make it worth it to be away from them for a weekend, you know, to like it felt because it is a lot when you have little kids to be like, I'm going to be gone for 2 full days. Have fun, But so part of it was like this makes this whole experience feel really good for all of us. And I knew they would be so proud of me. And I knew it would be fun for them to root for me and for them to be able to see me in every episode too. It just really special, really special.
I love that. That's so cool. uh So before we get to Final Tribal, I do want to ask, how does it feel to know that you set the career record for number of individual wins? You did two immunities your first season, two immunities your second season, plus the ball balancing challenge where you won the extra vote. Like you have won 5 individual challenges out of all the ones you played. Like, how does that feel?
That is just wild to me. I'm like, me? I mean, that's really cool. That's really cool. And you're really building me up because a part of me is like, in watching everything back, I didn't even think about that. I didn't even know that really until you shared it with me. I'm like, that is so cool. That is really neat. In watching it back, I remember feeling, I mean, so grateful. I had so much fun. But then to see I mean, maybe we're getting to the final result.
Yeah.
But then to get down to the very end of the game again and be so excited to be in the final, and then to again for the second time in a row get no votes at the end.
Yeah.
It's like a little embarrassing
Sure.
and
Sure.
also a little bit like, oh, maybe it makes you question a
Yeah.
lot a lot of things, and so but whatever. I'm so glad Lizzie won. I'm so glad Drew won. I mean, and it was so much fun, and like to have made it that far twice, and to have won those challenges is like it's really cool. It's so yeah, it's just such a great experience all around.
So the impression that I got, and we have not like talked about the end result really, other than like a few minutes right after it happened. The impression that I got about both of your experiences is that it was not I like if I win, that'd be great. But I don't need to be the winner. I'm sitting next to somebody who I'm delighted to have them be the winner.
Yeah.
But to get some recognition from the jury in the form of a couple of votes, like that was what you would have liked from the outcome to be.
Yeah, and maybe even just one, Dylan, even
Yeah.
just one would have felt a little bit like, wait, am I being punked? Honestly, it feels like to have that result two times in a row to make it to the very end and get no votes is like, is this a prank? Like, what joke are people playing on me? Are they just like, yeah, we'll take Sarah to the end again? Yeah,
No, yeah. No, I totally had that's the thought.
maybe that is what happened.
I mean, it's to be honest with you, because because like that's a phenomenon of like the actual show Survivors. This idea of like I will bring somebody to the end that I can then beat at the end. But
Yeah.
like you can't make the argument that like you won your way to the end both times. You know what I mean? It's like
I was at a disadvantage, especially this most recent season. A lot of the game, I was at a disadvantage. I was like outnumbered. I won a lot of challenges to get myself there. I won that. I found the idol, like all the things. Like you're right. Like it, I did kind of fight my way there again, but also it still did feel like what just happened?
yeah.
Zero people voted for me again. What did I do wrong? Like what did I say?
So I guess I don't know if we want to we don't have to linger on this if we don't want to, but I guess I'm kind of curious like what was that feel? Like 'cause I'm sure there's like mixed emotions of like you're so like this person who you've really got to know and really like has
Yeah.
won. Like that's such a huge achievement for them. But like that, disappointment, embarrassment, like whatever it might be, like what I guess like what was that feeling in that moment? And then like the walk back to the car and all of that. We don't have to like linger on this if you don't want.
No, I'm happy to talk about it. Yeah, because it was such a interesting experience for me. So in season two, when it happened, I didn't think much of it. I was like, oh, I didn't get any votes. I registered it, but it wasn't like strange to me. The
Yeah.
fact that it happened again the second time, and when there were only two of us in the final, um, was a little like jarring. I
Mhm.
was so happy again, like so happy for Lizzie to win, and I definitely a huge factor in like my decision to keep Lizzie at the end with me was like I trust them so much. They're amazing. I would be so happy for them to win. Like that is the primary thing.
Sure.
Um, so I was so happy that they won. But to get no votes again, I felt I mean, I felt rejected, but obviously, I think
Sure.
anybody feels rejected every time they're voted out or every time someone throws a vote at them. I think
Sure.
that feeling just is a part of the game. And but I felt embarrassed, maybe even a little humiliated. Like, wait, what happened that I didn't realize? Was it what happened
Mhm.
that I don't know about that everybody else seems to know about?
Sure.
You know, and
Yeah.
I still don't know.
Yeah. No, the impression that I've kind of pieced together is like I think another piece is that Lizzie had so many former tribe mates on the jury who were really
Yeah,
pulling for them. Um,
totally.
and you've got Tony and Dan, who, like, as we've discussed tonight, like Dan clearly wanted to work with you, but you felt the sort of that it wasn't as reciprocated on your end. So like looking back, I'm like, okay, like I see how this happened, but I mean, for like whatever it's worth, coming from like somebody who had no voting power, like I think you killed it this time. I think like I hope that despite like the numerical outcome, that you feel really proud of like the experience outcome and like how you performed in it.
Yeah. Oh, I feel great about it. I feel great about it. And that makes sense to me. I think Lizzie did have a lot of really strong allies. And again, like I did not know the people on my tribe initially, except for Karina, who got voted out first. So there was no pre-existing relationship. There was no like strong bonding that happened. So I didn't have that from the beginning with anybody. I could have had it with Dan. I just didn't realize that he was being fully honest with me. So yeah, that makes complete sense. Everybody loved Lizzie from the beginning and worked with them. So, and obviously they deserve to win. They played a fantastic game.
Sarah, what has the reaction been from any friends or family of yours who might have tuned into it? Like, what's the reaction been for people in your life who got to watch the season?
It's just fun. It's just so much fun to watch. It's just and it's people are really enjoying it. I think people are enjoying this season, Dylan, and I said it before and I will say it again and again and again because of the work that you put into editing it and the care that you put into producing it and making the experience such a good one for all of us. Don't edit this out. Because you really deserve the praise. Like this is I can tell it as a labor of love, and I can only imagine how many hours you have put into piecing this together. So, I mean, it's entertaining and fun to watch because of the work that you do. And I know you have a lot of people in your life too. I don't want to sideline your friends and loved ones who are support you and like put a lot, of work into it as well. But I know, or at least I think you're the one behind the screen doing all the.
Oh yes, countless hours of Liz and I sitting on opposite couches. I've got my headphones on. She's got something on TV. So,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
well, I really appreciate
it's
that.
a lot. So yeah, thank you, because you make it worthwhile. You make it like so fun to be a part of.
Sarah, is there anything that you want people to check out? Do you have anything that you want to plug?
Nothing to plug. I have nothing to plug. Leave that. Give the airspace for people who are doing things. I'm not doing anything right now. So thank you for the opportunity.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much. This was really fun to catch up and to get your perspective on the experience.
Yeah, thank you, Dylan. Thank you so much. This has been awesome.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Survivor Millennium Park 3 postseason interview. I am joined today by a player. You might think that the devil works hard, but this player always works harder. If you come for her ass, she will come for yours. Caroline took a swing at Daltrey. By doing that, she took a swing at her, so she swung right back. It is the one, the only, the quote machine of season 3, one of the biggest strategic forces that I think any LRG has ever seen. I'll go on the record with that. It's the one, the only Melody. Melody, how are you?
I'm good. Fun fact, Dylan can do that sober or drunk. It doesn't matter. Bar and he was about to leave and you sat it out. And I keep on thinking about that. Like I think about that a lot that someone can remember that many things that I've said. That is very nice. Now I can never play a game again. I think I've understood that by participating in this interview, but it's okay. I'll
Melody,
live.
I got so many messages after that episode specifically about that quote. People who I did not know were watching the season were like, I love Melody. I can't like that was the best. That was the line of the season.
I learned that I'm like really popular with like moms and aunts like after the premiere because like Dan's mom came up to me, John Ton's aunt, and they were like, "You're my favorite." I was like, "Wow, that's actually really nice." Like women supporting women.
You love to
Thanks.
see it. You love to see it. All right. So, Melody, we've got a ton to go through. You made it all the way to third place in the game. You were a major, major part of the season, both during the actual weekend and then in the episode. So, we've got a million things to jump into. So, I want to start with before we even get to the park and hear a little bit about your pregame thoughts, strategies going into it. And, you talked a lot in your opening about I'm the most prepared. Nobody wants this more than me. What made you feel so prepared coming into this?
I mean, I didn't watch an episode of Millennium Park. I made my roommate do it and report back. Prepared is because I've been playing org since 2019. So I guess 5 years at that point. I had already played a live game. I played College Survivor Northeastern that was like 3 months long. And like, I don't know, like Survivor's in my blood. You can tell me I'm in a game in like the next hour and I will have like 8 strategies lined out. I always feel like I'm someone who like thinks everything through. Like literally for my outfit, we my roommate and I were like, so like what color nails should I have? Because I didn't want them to be pink because that would suggest I'm like too feminine and like I
Mm.
didn't want to appear weak because they like to vote out people who are bad at challenges. And if I flop at a challenge, if my nails look really good, everyone's gonna be like, oh my God. So then we settled on a nice light blue, and then I blinked and my nails were like bright metallic pink. So that's part of like how much thought do you put into it?
Hmm. Hmm.
Other things going in my mind before the season started were like, I guess I can talk about my history of Millennium Park because I actually have a pretty long
Yeah. Oh,
history.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, let's get into that.
Yeah, so Dylan is friends with someone named Hannah, who I knew from live game or from an online game, because Hannah knew I lived in Boston for season one. She reached out asking if I would play. I didn't have a car in Boston. I don't even know if I was in Boston during time, so I said no. But I sent the app to Tony, and thus started Northeastern people playing Millennium Park.
That's
So
right.
Tony, Colin would not have happened if it weren't for me. And then when I was gonna play this season, because I was trying to play in 2022, but you weren't doing a season then,
Yeah,
or
yeah, we took a year
2023.
off.
Yeah, I wanted to play then. I remember I DM'd you and you were like, well, like, check back in. I was like, okay.
And I'm sure, surely we circled back with you, right? Right?
I think you did. And I was like, there's no way Dylan wouldn't circle back with like a woman wanting to play.
I'll circle back with anybody wanting to play, but
Okay,
yes, it
just
does,
so
it
you know
does.
for the future. Um, and yeah, I literally was going to text Tony that I was like so full circle, and then I was like, wait, it could be returnees. So I was like, let me not. Well,
Of
because I was like, if it's gonna be your final season, but I was like, no, like, what are they gonna do? Bring back 5 people and be like, new track?
of course, you're the only one that figured out, or I guess I'll find out if anybody else suspected returning players. That's so funny. Of
I
course,
mean, I
I'll
didn't
find great.
suspect a day of. Like when we were separated, like I had no idea that was happening, but I was like, they could, they probably won't, but they could.
Sure.
So, and also it would have been awful if I texted Tony. Like you would not have gotten that reaction from me.
That was a pretty good reaction. So tell me about, you mentioned just now, and I remember in your first confessional, like the outfit you chose was very intentional. Why the wolf shirt?
This is like my confidence shirt. Like whenever I'm like scared of something, I will always wear a shirt. I wore it like my first day of Survivor Northeastern. I don't know. It just gives me big wolf energy. BWE is like what I call it. It's a hand-me-down from my older sister. It's also in an episode of The Office.
Oh
But it's
yeah.
just my favorite shirt. I feel like it's a thought start. It's like a thought starter. Someone can always be like, "Oh my God, I like your shirt," and it's like, "Okay, thanks," and then we can be friends.
Mhm.
Um, so it's
Except,
cool. It doesn't make me feel intimidating, I think, because I'm like I don't know. I feel like if I was like buff, people would be like, but like it contrasts with my like
sure.
the way you look is so important in Survivor. Sorry, like you
Yeah.
have to put thought into your beginning outfit. If you wear something sporty, people will think you're sporty. So it's very important to me.
So the wolf shirt is a good conversation starter unless somebody starts with woman in the wolf shirt. So I
Well,
want to
in that sense, it like started notoriety. Like people thought I was funny. It was disarming, and that's not a bad thing.
So I do want to ask about that because I feel like I've pieced together what it is, but we've never talked about like why the reaction. Because I know you're
It's
not a
so
survivor,
simple.
like you don't watch Survivor to my knowledge. So like I don't think you picked up on like, or maybe you didn't know about like that I'm doing this like bit from the show. I didn't know if that was it or if like woman felt very formal for me to address. Like what was the reaction to that?
So I've watched Survivor since I was like a little kid. Like I think my first season that I watched
Oh,
like Philippines. Like I was a huge Survivor fan. I have so many buffs. I've like been to a bunch of watch parties. Like I don't know how to explain it. I've read pretty much every AMA on r/Survivor. Like that was my thing in high school. I was really into it. And then I did college Survivor and then I stopped watching once I started actually playing Survivor for some reason, like lost all interest. So yes, the answer is I did not know what Matt Talk was. Technically I should know. Like I've been at enough premieres, I've watched enough like beginning episodes, but I just didn't know what it was. Which is why I was so appalled. And also like a huge thing about me is like you will always get like my genuine reaction, which does help in being disarming because I don't think people would like, oh man, she's like a huge Survivor fan. No, she's not because she didn't even know what Matt Talk was.
okay. I'm glad you clarified that because I was always, I know that you don't currently watch the show. I guess at some point I thought that maybe you just hadn't watched it, but like were so in, and I was like trying to piece that together. How is she this into it but doesn't watch
I've been like literally my earliest memory was this is like such a weird story, but my sister was older than me, was supposed to go to bed with me one night. And she was like, okay, like I'll sleep in your bed, we'll go to bed together, whatever. And she didn't. And so I was on my little iTouch and I watched every episode of Survivor All Stars on my little iTouch as like a 10-year-old probably, waiting for her to go to bed with me. And it was Survivor All Stars. I didn't understand any of it. Like I think all of it went over my head, but this was when like Survivor was on YouTube, like Quirky Dude 7 and watched Big Brother. And that kind of started like my whole like journey of like watching reality TV. But I've always been like a really big Big Brother, Amazing Race, etc.
Got,
fan.
got.
So,
All
but
right.
Survivor,
So that brings us to we're now at the park. It's June 1st, 2024. I'd love to hear any initial strong impressions about the rest of the members of the fans tribe. I know you guys had a lot of time together before the favorites showed up, and then we have this first opening challenge. And I do have some questions about once you get back to camp, of course. But before that, like did anybody stand out to you in any strong way?
I feel like Lizzie and I probably connected pretty soon because I feel like we have a lot, we're similar age, we had a lot of things in common. I'm trying to think. As soon as I learned Daltrey was your mom, I was like, this is fucking insane. But it like worked out. Like I think I connected with Lizzie and Daltrey probably first, and I think I had a sense that Brian was a gamer. But other than that, there really wasn't a lot to go off on. I also like felt like my like I don't know like what like Survivor antennas like part. I was like Caroline. Like there is something about Caroline, and I did learn probably through not the most legitimate means that Caroline and Tony had met, and that was like a lot. So that was like a lot of what I was processing because I was like, oh my God, like I'm gonna go home because people knew each other before the season. But we can get to that later.
Yeah, I'm excited to get into that with Caroline and Tony's that they didn't fully know, but they met each other. So I'm
But it
excited to
wasn't enough to make a point on this season, but I made it a point on this season. Like I took it personally more than they did. So
exactly. So you guys end up winning that first challenge, huge come from behind, and then you go to camp and you're all looking for the idol. Everybody's, doing their best. And this sweet, innocent man named Brian finds it,
poor
fla-
Brian.
flashes a thumbs up to the camera. And in what is like the best shot that any amateur survivor game has ever gone, he walks right past you and the camera just stops on you and you just give it that face. I just want to talk about, that moment for you and the Brian dynamic, because there's so much to it that actually didn't make the episodes, that Brian considered you a good ally. And if I remember correctly, I think he ended up telling you about the idol. So I just love to hear a little bit more about how you handled the Brian
Oh
situation.
my God. I mean, okay, before the first challenge, Brian, Daltrey, Carolyn, and I went to go pee together. And that was like kind of what started Brian, I guess, like playing really hard because he tried to form an alliance with us. And then he formed an alliance with like me, Lizzie, James, and him, or like whoever was sitting there at the time. And that was kind of when like I started being a little bit more questioning. But also, as I said in the episode, like it's not bad when someone's overplaying because at least you can kind of expect where they're coming from. In terms of seeing him do it, I think I've learned that I'm pretty perceptive in these games. Like you have to always keep your eyes out. You cannot like be distracted by, I don't know, like the water in front of you. Like I noticed people stuffing idol clues in their socks. I've noticed stuff like that. And it's important to trust your gut. I didn't realize how much of a blabbermouth I was until I watched the episode. Like I didn't realize like I told everyone. Like I just told the people I trusted, but then it turns out I told the whole tribe. But it's not bad because at that point it's conjecture. Like if it gets bad, like it wasn't a bad thing to tell people, regardless of if it was true, because it just pushed the needle on him, I guess.
Sure. So walk me through from your perspective, what were the dynamics on the early fans tribe? Because I feel like there's like Brian thinks there's the four of like you, him, Josh, and Lizzie. You've kind of got like the non-men of Daltrey, Caroline, Lizzie all together. Where are you sort of seeing like the real alliances coming? Like I don't know where like James is floating out in space at this point. Like where are you sort of seeing the group coming together?
I feel like I do remember being like the non-men were the closest, and like if we had to keep on voting people, I think we voted out Josh and James next. I want to say it would have been James and then probably Josh, but I do remember Daltrey and Josh were close. And
Mm,
Josh was kind of hard because I felt like, oh my God, he was like an onion. Like throughout the day, you saw different parts of him. Like at the very beginning, he had a very different persona from how he did at the end of the day, where like he was off his rocker. So like it just kind of changed. But I remember at the beginning, I did think of him as someone who was like pretty solid. But I guess in every Survivor game, everyone has some kind of like underlying thing, like why they're there, why they want to win, and you kind of have to figure that out to figure out who you actually want to be aligned with. Like Daltrey's was she wanted to play because of you, and that to me is a great thing. But if it's like Josh, where like he wants to make a mark on the season, like that's a little dangerous. Like you don't really want to be near that because you might be collateral.
I love that. That is exactly my approach to like not that I've played, but like when I'm casting people, I try to get to the heart of like why are they here? Are they here to win? Are they here to have fun? Are they here to make like what is it that
Like
they want?
Brian was there to win, and that became so obvious. But it was hard because we had so much downtime and talked so much personal stuff. So
How seriously did you consider saving Brian at the second tribal council?
if if it's already just like I don't like how do I'm not that I don't care about like people. It's like if it's already decided and it's as long as it's on me in the first few stages, I don't really care.
Okay,
As long as I'm like it's for me the early stages are more about like staying safe than caring about who goes home
sure.
because at that point it's kind of like who is the most social, who is the best at the challenges, whatever, kind of deciding it. So like it does not matter to me. I'm not going to try to save anyone,
Well,
especially if you have
well, I thought it was really interesting because I'm editing these episodes in like sequential order, and from my perspective, it's like Melody's driving this, Melody's running this, and then towards the end of I think it's the end of day one, or maybe even the start of day two, you're like, I didn't drive anything, like that's not me. I'm just here to be the passenger princess. So like, is that a dichotomy in your mind that you're both like extremely good strategically, and like you kind of got the ball rolling against Brian from what I saw, but at the same time you don't feel like you drove it. Like I don't know how does that
I
sit with
don't have a I don't have a filter. That's probably it. Like there is a very much a difference between who I think I am and how I'm playing versus like me in a conversation. Can I actually hold back? Can I not say what's on my mind? There are a few points where I do feel like I encourage Lizzie to take the lead or Caroline take the lead, but at the end of the day, unfortunately, I'm a talkative and persuasive bitch, and a lot of people notice that like when I have an argument, like I will make it, and I will use my voice and I will use my hands, and I think I try to tone it down, but then I just stopped caring because I was like, no one's even targeting me. Like, who gives a fuck? I was like, I'm gonna tell Lizzie that we need to send Caroline home, and I'm gonna tell Caroline that like I think the moment I think of the most, and I think of me as a player, is me telling Caroline during the Tony vote. I'm like, we will vote out Tony, and then we will get Josh next. Like that is kind of when I see myself as an aggressive player. Like that's like I guess our Boston Rob,
yeah.
me.
Oh, totally. I
Like
mean, that
that's what.
we'll get into that
Yeah,
moment. Like if I remember, like you had your fist going at that moment. Like we will vote him out next. Like again,
yeah.
I've watched the moments. I've clearly watched too many of the moments of you, like just because it's just so good. It's so. Anything else from that before we get to like the swap? Anything else from that initial iteration of the fans tribe?
Don't know. I don't think so. I just remember there were like a lot of good vibes and like if someone found the idol, we were gonna tell everyone and then it didn't happen, but it felt like if that was like I don't know how to explain it. You might have to cut this.
No, no, no.
But there was definitely some kind of like not anti yeah, no, there was so much like anti-alumni kind of vibe and very
Mm,
much like a pro-loyalty vibe. And that kind of I think drove the merge where you saw a group stay together. And it didn't matter that it was like Josh and James got out early. Like I really do think it was me, Caroline, Daltrey, and Lizzie that you had to consider like the people who wouldn't turn on each other until obviously happened. But
until until a little bit later. Okay. So we do get to the swap. At the swap, you have this, you described this strategy of lose pre-swap to sort of like establish trust with that initial group, win post-swap so you can build more relationships. I guess I'm just curious, where does that strategy come from? Like, do you feel like that played out for you in this game? I realize that, you do end up losing. You lose John Ton and M. So it's like on the post-swap tribe, you have John
yeah.
Ton, Emma, and Sarah with you. I'm just curious from your perspective, how did that swap impact your game?
That like theory of mine honestly comes from experience because I really do feel like swap is when you're the most precarious. You can go home at any time. So it's really nice to not have to test those bonds. And then once you get to merge, like the people from the other tribe that you were on in swap don't know anyone else. They only know you and their original tribe mates. So it gives you kind of the automatic swing position.
Mhm.
Obviously, it's not something you control. You can't control challenges, but it is a nice thing to consider of like what relationships are being tested. Because if you get to the swap and like you had to vote out three people, like everyone knows kind of where your allegiances were. At least at the beginning, you'd be like, they were bad at challenges or they said something crazy, etc. Like, I feel like in the swap, your options are a little bit more apparent or your moves are more apparent. I didn't answer your question.
No, that my question was kind of vague. This, I mean, this couple of episodes is a little bit less action from, the Pink Tribe just doesn't have a ton going on for. Well, you guys lose. John Ton comes to you with this
Oh,
plan.
wait.
Oh, go.
Sorry. I guess I say before, because this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
a moment that wasn't captured or shown. But when we were picking tribes at the very end, Tony was picking between me and James.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
If
yeah.
he caught me, I go, like, I literally go, do not pick me, because I did not want to be on that tribe. We're so lucky, because if I was on that tribe, I think this season would have been very different
Yeah. If
if
you
I
like,
was on that
instead
instead of,
of James being on that group, it would have been you.
yeah, that absolutely not. So glad.
I know that would really change. I feel like that swap worked out perfectly for you because you end up with you, Lizzie, and Daltrey, who are your two, from what I saw, your two closest allies from the fans
Yeah.
tribe, plus Daltrey's extra vote. So numerically, you guys are fine.
That was my goal. If as long as you're with extra vote, you're fine. No, yeah.
And you have the most fractured combination of the favorites, like Sarah, Em, and Jonathan not working together. So
So confused. I was like, why are they all trying to vote each other out? Like, don't they understand that, like, if they vote one of them out the first round, they essentially vote the other one out the next? Like, I was really confused.
so Melody, talk to me about Jonathan.
Love of my life. No. Um, Honestly, one of my favorite people, and I was so sad I had to vote him out. It's really funny because all of my friends who watch him, like, you have to guess, like, who is the one person you think I still talk to after the season?
Right.
No one ever guesses John Town. It's always Lizzie, it's always Caroline, it's always like Tony because we were friends before. John Town is like the only person I like text. I texted somewhat consistently after the season. And I don't know if they were ever shown on camera, but he had these socks that said like best boyfriend ever or whatever. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, I can trust you. It was like very hard to get a read on him game wise. And as soon as like Lizzie and Daltrey wanted to vote him, I didn't really feel like I had the leverage to push back, especially because like why would I do that when he didn't feel like overly loyal to me? Would I have loved to work with him for him to be my number one ally? Absolutely. If we ever play another game, gun to his head, like he knows if he betrays me, he's out. But I would work with him in a heartbeat. So
That's the
anyway,
alliance I'm looking forward to in Millennium Park 4 All Stars. Is because
in
John.
Millennium Park All Stars, when I'm first boot and Kim and I walk out together, like that.
Well, I know Jonathan always keeps me posted when he's in touch with you, and every time he invites me over to his place, he's like, "Should I invite Melody?" And usually my answer is,
So should I invite Dylan?
"He's a little faker. He's a fake friend, Melody. It's time."
No, he's not. He's a good friend.
Oh my God, this is just another level of our rivalry. Is the different
And
perspectives
wait,
on Jonathan.
he got me this wolf, and it sits on my
Oh,
little clock under my bookshelf. Yeah,
that's so sweet.
I know he's the best.
No, for anyone watching, Jonathan is actually like a wildly sweet person. I think that comes through.
He's like very considerate and a very good texter. So,
He is a good texter. Yesterday, he told me that he really is enjoying Man Child by Sabrina Carpenter.
well, aren't you like the premier Sabrina Carpenter stan?
I like six of her songs. It just so happens that I love those six songs so much that they were my top song. All six, all of my top Apple Music songs last year were her. But I think Man
But
Child's
you listen to like
fine.
10 songs a day. I feel like your overall minutes would be like 5,000 minutes for like the entire year.
Yeah, really. Melody, anything else from that iteration of the Swap Tribes? I don't know. Any thoughts on? Was that like a big time for you and Lizzie and Daltrey bonding together? Did you feel?
I don't remember. It
Yeah,
was probably important because of Lizzie and Sarah, and it was probably important because we realized Sarah had the idol, and also kind of getting a sense of like Emma was, I think, a little bit more closed off. It might just be her personality, but I think that also led to like the second swap happening the way it did. It's
yeah.
I didn't feel like I got close to her, which obviously that's just the way it is. Like she felt closer to Lizzie, but yeah.
Exactly. So, well, let's talk about Sarah and the Idol real quick because I was floored at the end of day. And actually, I
How
kind
I guess that? I don't know.
yeah, like how did you like your logic makes perfect sense. I'm like, yes, that of course, Sarah. But like, how did you figure that out?
Was my logic just that no one else could have had it?
That
I
was it.
think
It's like once you walk through, you're like, Kim would have played it, John Tom would have played it, Emma would have played it. Clearly, Dan and Tony don't have it. Like it must be Sarah.
yeah, I don't know how I figured it out, but I was just like, wow, I'm smart.
So we get to the second swap. Everybody's gobsmacked that I would have the audacity. And you're reunited
It
with
was so late in the day too. I think what people don't understand is like when you're playing this game, you do have your phone. So you're like, okay, it's like 5 p.m. Dylan said we'd be out by 7. Okay, we have time for another tribal, but we don't have time for another challenge and another tribal. So like no one was expecting it from like a time and planning like purpose point of view.
so you're reunited. One, I guess there's the piece that like now you and Tony are united in the game. You two know each other going into this, and now you have to play together. But you're also reunited with Caroline, who comes to you with this story that she flipped on Josh and James at her swap. Does that like raise alarms for you? Like, what was your reaction to
Yes,
that?
of course. If you're the one who flips, like it made sense. Like she seemed like a very like good game player or someone who is really willing to play the game. So if you're willing to flip, like obviously it made sense for you to, but even for me to know that her and Tony had a pregame relationship and she flipped, I'm immediately like, okay, so she flipped because of him. And like massive alarms are sounding. Obviously that wasn't the case and I was like wrong, but that was kind of why I was so taken aback. Because I'm like, you can't just be like, I like flip, like sorry. Like you literally try to vote out someone that you said you wouldn't vote out. It's not like lying to me, but it kind I don't know. It's just weird. But also like if I was in her situation, I probably also would have done the same thing to avoid
Yeah.
going her off. So
Was there any thought of bringing in Lizzie and Tony and voting out Caroline that round for having flipped?
no,
No.
no. Because at that point you have more trust built up. And also it's like we knew James and Josh were at the bottom of Mira. So it wasn't like a thing where like if she flipped on Daltrey, I think that would have been like the bigger issue. But also like why would you be retaliatory at swap when mergers around the corner?
Sure.
Um, and then yeah, with Tony, you really do like see kind of our relationship. Like it's not shown, but when I'm like, Tony, like you can trust me, like you don't have to like pretend or lie to me. We like have no I don't know if we ever really worked in a game together. I honestly thought he wouldn't want to work with me, but apparently he did, so I kind of feel bad. But
I, I'm realizing that some of our viewers might not be aware of the context of you two knowing. Do you want to
we went to
explain that?
college together. I was the one who signed the Millennium Park application. I think we were like friendly because we're in the same club. We have similar friends, but we've never like spent time one on one or like played a game together.
So
I've
you two
never
didn't
really,
play a season together?
no, we didn't. But one day I found the idol and I didn't know if it was real. And then the next day he saw me, he goes, "Good job." And I was like, he's gonna forget that this ever happened, but it's really funny to me.
That's so funny. I feel like we kind of breezed through day one, but I mean, there's so much to get to day two. Anything else from day one that you want to talk about?
No, but I have something that like overlaps into day two.
Oh,
So
yes, please.
day two, like we're all driving into the parking lot, and you kind of are trying to figure out who went home from the Emma tribal.
Mhm.
And apparently, someone rolls down, like windows down, espresso turned all the way up, and everyone thinks, "Oh my God, it's Melody." Someone's like, "Oh my God, like Tony went home." Alas, it's Tony rolling into the parking lot, like espresso. And he wants me to say that he did a backflip, so it's a more interesting story. I don't know. And then I roll in playing Look What You Made Me Do by Taylor Swift, because that was like right before I roll up every single day, last 3 minutes of the drive, Look What You Made Me Do. Had to get like in the game mode.
That's your pump up song.
That's my pump up song. And the other, like, I was like going into day two, I had went to a party the night before and I made everyone I knew there who had done well in Survivor bless me. It was like, can you bless me for day two? And I know like a lot of people like went home and like relaxed and like reflected on the day and figure out what they want to do. I try not to think about it. I was like, who cares? Like I'll figure it out the next day.
Yeah, well, that was gonna be my next question was about your strategy going into day two. Like what, like was it really just I'm gonna see the lay of the land when I get there and we'll decide what's happening once I'm there?
I mean, I think I knew who I felt closest to, and I think it was kind of a situation where I feel like I probably knew that Dan, Tony, or Sarah would be a target,
Mhm.
but it's kind of hard to know. Um, but yeah, and I was tired because I was running on like 6 hours of sleep.
Of course, of
It was like
course.
nothing. Yeah.
And just to confirm, going into it at that point, the people you feel closest to would be like Lizzie and Daltrey, then Caroline, and that's sort of the group that you're rolling with at that point.
I think so, based off like I don't remember, but based off the show, which is like like a historic thing. Like, yeah, probably. But at that point, it's also well, like you can say like, oh, like I'll play flexibly, but I didn't have a relationship with Dan at all. I had not met him.
Yeah,
So it was like kind of a thing where like probably not. Even if
sure.
you want to be flexible, like you like if Dan was in my position, he never would have worked with me because he didn't know me if he was in a position of power. So I guess that's more of a debate into the merge, but
Sure. So we do get to the merge, walk me through a little bit of the dynamic between once we get back to camp and you, Lizzie, Daltrey, and Caroline have some like group huddles where it really feels like that becomes the center of power of the tribe pretty much immediately. You guys are the decision makers for this vote. I guess I'd just be curious from your perspective at that point, who's like the leader of that group? How do you plug into that group? How did you feel about that?
I felt good in that group because I felt like I was closer to Daltrey and Lizzie than they were to Caroline because of the time we spent together. I think I always viewed kind of Lizzie as the strategy and kind of Daltrey as a leader because Daltrey has that more like an old school survivor vibe of like, I'm not betraying us. This is what we're going to do. Like, this is my group. This is my people. So that is at least how I interpret the dynamic. And it was never a thing where like Caroline and I identified each other as people we should get closer to. And I think because I felt like neither of us ever reached out to each other, maybe that started kind of like us not being as close as me to the other two. Versus like I had a moment with Lizzie where we were like, we feel closest to each other.
Sure.
I'm trying to think of like anything else. Yeah, it was really funny because I remember you were handing out the friendship bracelet to Dan, and I was sitting there like cross-legged, and I was like, James is going.
Yeah, so how did it become James? Like, I guess I would have assumed like Josh might be a target at that point if it's between the two of them, just because he has this
Mm.
big move. He has sort of like the picture of like, oh, like that's the challenge threat guy. Not that James didn't do great on day one in challenges, but you might think that Josh is the obvious target. Like, why James at that point?
I think Daltrey had her relationship with Josh, and we wanted to preserve that
Mm,
because that's important, right? If Josh had another idol or were on a challenge run, at least you have a connection, and no one really felt connected to James. And it's also kind of like like the peace treaty between you and the other side is like, let's compromise, we'll get rid of James, and then maybe we can like pretend to like care about each other and work together in the next vote when we're literally going to vote out a favorite as soon as you're not immune.
right.
Sorry, like it's true. Um, but yeah, I'm trying to think if I had like any other. I feel like I had another thought related to that. Um, but yeah, and also like I feel like it wasn't until James went home that Josh, to me at least, became someone that I didn't know that was like a little bit harder to work with. Like, honestly, I had no problems with him up until that point, but I feel like he got so paranoid from James going home. And Doctor did tell him that James was the vote, which I think is why he ended up voting James. And I know that confused a lot of viewers. At least that's what I remember it as. But yeah, I feel like after that is when I started, like, people started being like, I don't want to play with him right now.
Yeah, my understanding of that is also that Daltrey clued Josh in, but Josh thought it was Daltrey and that this James vote was not actually happening. So that's why I mean, I'll get into this with Josh in his interview, but I think that's what it was. It was that he was like, I'll throw a vote on James as like a what? Like me and Daltrey were blindsided, but I wasn't really blindsided because I figured it out. So I think that's what he was
I
going
think that's like when the paranoia started kicking in, which is totally fair because all these conversations are happening around you. Like, I think another part that's really hard to capture with the phone is like when you see other people talking, it causes so much paranoia, especially when it's like a very identifiable group, like when it's all the favorites talking.
Of course, of course. At this point, we have Dan's immune, Tony or Sarah getting the bracelet. Like any thoughts on conversations with Dan, Tony, or Sarah? I think I'd be especially curious about Sarah because she does start to, from what I saw, integrate into your group at that point. Like, what was your read on Sarah at this point?
Right, but it wasn't with me. Like I think
Yeah,
I approached my relationship with Sarah kind of as like there are other people who are closer to her. I'll let them bring her in, not me, because I didn't have a relationship with her. Lizzie did. And honestly, that probably was to my detriment at the end of the day. But I was like, you know what? I have a relationship with Tony. I don't want to like hook too many I don't want I'm just gonna go so far. I don't want to hook too many ropes onto the favorites and then when eventually shit goes down, I'm pinned as like the fan that like was closest to them. Like you don't want to have too many things tying to you. Like I did have conscious space between Dan and I like pretended that we wanted to work together, but we knew we wouldn't because like it's safer to have someone that you can just vote without having a relationship with, knowing that they're gonna be on the jury.
sure. So we get to this next round, and this is like a big round for you. It's like one, you and Lizzie make your final two deal. You find the idol. You push that Tony's going to be the boot, and Josh throws you under the bus at tribal. Like I don't even know where to start with
I
this.
call this like my crash out episode, and then I guess the next episode is crash out part two.
So I guess let's start with like how did the you and Lizzie as a final two come together? Did you feel like they were like did you feel like that's somebody that I could beat? Did you like they could beat me and I'd be okay with it? Was it I trust them more than I trust Daltrey as far as navigating to the end? I don't know. How did you end up that Lizzie was your person to go to the end with?
I think I came in really wanting to play loyal, like when I could, because I said this, like, it's so lame to be like, you have to vote at your final two to win. Like, what if you didn't? Like, what if you were just having fun? I don't know. And I was just like, it doesn't make you feel good, and it doesn't make you feel like, imagine having your vote at your final two and then go to the jury and be like, I deserve to win. Like, that kind of emotional turmoil didn't feel worth it. And I wanted to feel good enough about my game where I could just do it. And also, Lizzie and I, we just connected and they felt like honest and genuine. Caroline probably felt a little bit more shifty, and Daltrey kind of had that edge of like having other connections.
Sure.
I don't think Daltrey ever formally like formed a final two with me or suggested. And also, like, sorry, like Daltrey has like the Nepo baby sheen. Like, if you make it to the end, like it's true.
I think it's a Nepo parent, right?
Wait, the Nepo parent sheen, like it's a thing where like I do think if Daltrey made it to the end, a bullet point would be like I was a high profile player. Everyone knew me as Dylan's mom. Like I use that to my advantage as like both a power play and like whatever. So I
Sure.
think that's kind of how it happened. But I was honestly fine at the end of the day, probably going to end with Daltrey or Lizzie. Also, it's not a bad idea to have multiple final ones because at the end of the day, I've kind of realized this someone's probably going to go home in a freak accident. Like it always happens, whether or not it's you or someone you're really close to, you're probably going to lose someone because of a power play or someone flipping. So losing Daughtry was like not the end of the world because it meant that I still had number one in.
Of course. You end up finding the idol. Josh sees you find the idol,
Ugh,
which
I
is
know.
it's such good for viewers who might not know this. You find your idol in the same spot that you were standing when you saw Brian find his idol. So it does feel a little bit like Brian's revenge that you
I know karma's a bitch, and honestly, it should have got like at the end of the day, I'm glad I burned it because I didn't like want it. But also part of me wishes I kept it so I could have saved Dolce Final Six because I definitely think I would have played it on her if I made it to that point.
Mhm.
But yeah, and my
Did you
sister talked about wait,
were
what were
you
you
able
saying?
to see from like the bench where the amount of dirt that everybody's sitting on, were you able to see Caroline mouthing to you at tribal like don't play it, don't play it? Could you see her doing that?
Tony definitely told me not to. I don't remember I probably remember Carol, but I know Tony was like,
Mm,
they were too nice to me, but like I have gone out at Final Nine and Final Eight before, both in both of like my main games that I guess left the most trauma on me. And I knew that like if they were smart, Josh, Sarah, Dan, and Tony should have voted together with Sarah's extra vote to take out one of me, Daughtry, or Caroline, or
sure.
Lizzie. I knew they probably I didn't know if they would, but I was like, if that happens and I'm not protecting myself, like what is happening?
Right.
So yeah, that I kind of viewed as like the optimal move for them. So you get to prepare against that.
Totally, totally.
And I
Now
pulled
this
the
is
idol out of my bra. I'm so glad you cut that out.
oh, of
But yeah,
course, of
you
course.
did a good job. But yeah, when I went into the voting booth, I like pulled it out of my sports bra.
Yeah, I think the actual clip I have like because for people who don't know, I'm the one that films the voting confessionals. I do have like just like there's a shot of like dirt and like I wait for you to be like okay I'm good and then it's like okay she's decent again. We try to preserve everybody's modesty on the show.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I also there was a beat before I told Daughtry. Like there was a second where I was like, do I tell her? And then I was just like, at that point, I don't know why I did. Loyalty.
So this is the round we touched on a little bit earlier where it's between Tony and Josh. It seems pretty. I think the episode I tried to make it a little bit more up in the air than I think it actually was. Your group lands on Tony, but Caroline's really hoping we could flip it to Josh at Tribal Council. Like, why? Like, I guess why stick with Tony, especially when Josh is causing all this chaos and throwing you under the bus? Was there any feeling of like, well, maybe we do switch it to Josh if this is how he's going to play? Maybe we do switch it to him. How did you feel about that?
I did not want to switch it to Josh because I never feel like those reactionary moves are actually beneficial. Like
Hmm.
I feel like it doesn't make sense because then people are like confused and some people are like, well, I didn't want that, and it just creates more turmoil within your group.
Sure.
I wanted to be Tony because I didn't want Tony, Dan, and Sarah to make it to the final eight. Like that is way too risky, especially when Sarah has an extra vote. Like why? Like
Hmm.
absolutely not. And obviously Tony did trust me. I know you didn't edit it this way, but apparently I was his number one by default, but I was still his number one somehow. I don't know. I told him I don't know, and he goes, I don't know either. It was literally just because there was no one else. But so in that sense, like, should I have voted him out? Maybe not, because he did trust me, but it was kind of a thing where like you also run the risk of like people getting credit for things. If
Sure.
people in the game knew that I knew Tony before, I was like very open about it, and he was not. But like literally the first time I talked to Brian Daltrey and Caroline, I told them because I was like, I'm not dealing with like the repercussions of a hidden relationship.
Mhm.
But like if you go to the end with someone that you knew before the game and they're already like the player of the season of season one, etc., like perceptions are a bitch. And unfortunately, I will always succumb to them, even though Tony had really good intentions. But yeah, that was why I like needed him out. And also, like, as soon as Caroline pushed back, I was like, absolutely not. Like, you're saving him for selfish reasons, and I am not letting you do that.
And I think I remember in a confessional you also explained that because of the relationship with Tony, you liked the idea of putting him on the jury early, thinking that he could be an advocate for you. Was that part of it as well?
I mean, if I said it, it was. And I think it was true. Like, he was one of the only people on the jury, and we'll talk about this later, but like, perception was of me was not that high, but he was one of the only people that like knew I was good at the game.
Mhm.
And I did. And he is someone that is pretty like open and like will talk a lot in jury. So it's not a bad thing.
Now, was that the fact that we'll get to the jury a little bit later, but like with this perception forming that you're not the out and out leader of things. I actually, from what I remember, watching some of like the crew clips of them behind the scenes, like I don't know that a ton of crew members thought, oh, like Melody's running things. I know that the ones who filmed your confessionals had a really high opinion of your strategy, but I think the ones that were just at camp, they might have also been getting that perception, like Melody's kind of low key, she's letting the other players kind of run this. Was that was kind of intentional on your part though to create this perception so that you could have that reveal later? Was that it?
I don't think it's intentional. I think it's just how in every game I play, I'm never perceived. Like one
Mm,
time I played this like online game where every round was a different round. There was like Big Brother and like constantly like six people were up for elimination, and I was never a name through like 15 rounds of the game. Like there's just something about me that can like slide under the radar. Sometimes, not all the time. Sure, the next game I play after someone who's seen this number one target. But I think people just don't notice me, and I think I do use things like humor to deflect. Like
mhm,
if I'm just like, I don't shut up. I'm sure you learned this when you were editing. I do not shut up. I talk. I'm always commentating in a challenge. I'm always talking out of trouble. I'm a yapper. And that I've always thought that it's people are more scared of people who are quiet than people who are outspoken. Because at
mhm.
least with outspoken people, you have all these things to be like, I think they're X, Y, and Z. But quiet people, you're kind of just guessing what they're thinking. But with me, they're like, yeah, like Melody's really hot and tired and sweating and has bug bites everywhere. Like that is a whole part of it. So I don't know if that's actually why, but I do feel like I might be wrong, but I feel like I wasn't really perceived that much in the game, at
Hmm.
least not until the end.
Yeah.
And even then, like I was never a target, but people weren't really that at me, and that's fine. That's not a bad thing.
Right. Right.
You just have to be able to articulate it and be confident in yourself. So,
Yeah. I think you explained that too, that it's like you know that you can go to the end and explain your game. And like there will and I have no doubt from having seen your unedited confessionals, like the way that you break things down, I have no doubt that you get to final tribal. And regardless of the perception going in, did you just
sorry, I'm just fumbling with my light so I can like, okay, there you go.
are you
I'm good. Just keep talking. It's all good.
Melody just disappeared into the oblivion mid-interview.
Oh my God, it's funny.
Um
I look creep. I look like I'm an unfriended.
anything from anything to talk? I know that the Josh boot gets a little bit shuffled into the Daltrey boot. Obviously, there's some great moments at that tribal council of like Josh, jealousy is a disease, and I really hope you get better soon. I know he apologizes to you after throwing you under the bus. I kind of got the impression like the damage is done. There's nothing he can do at that point. Anything that you want to share from that round?
At that point, honestly, maybe we should have considered keeping him in. I just don't think I would have been able to convince people. I
Sure.
think it would have made sense to take out Dan or Sarah at that point, but yeah, I guess when you have that public of an outburst, it's kind of hard to change perceptions. Like if Daltrey was willing to let him go, he had to go. But also, like, don't unfortunately, like I if you ever come for me, I will be a bitch. You make me, and then it's like I can say things like that, and I guess it didn't like people didn't think of me like as like more aggressive or scarier after that, which is interesting. But I guess I'm not intimidated. If a 5'2" girl is like jealousy is a disease. I also
It
think from this point, like all my voting booth confessions will show
they are.
went on a tear.
It's kind of funny you say that because historically, I don't show some of the more like boom kind of voting confessionals, but like there's something like your delivery is very disarming in a way that like I think some other people might have said like if somebody else said jealousy is a disease and I hope you get better, I might not have shown it, but there's something about the way that you say it that's like just like charming. It's like, oh,
Thank you.
Mel Melody's allowed to say that. Like that's okay.
And the thing is like these weren't like they were planned like maybe in like the moments of silence before run. Like I'm not like the okay, the men belong in the jury thing that had been bubbling up for a while and that needed to be said. But other
Yeah,
than that,
that was a great line. That was a fantastic line. So Josh goes next immunity challenge. You win the balancing challenge.
insane. Like insanity. Like you saw my face when I was picked for balance day one. Also, like I literally think this inspired me to pick up yoga, which I did a class tonight. I realized I can balance, so thank you, Millennium Park. Um,
Amazing.
and then the bug crawling up my leg, fucking nasty. My friends couldn't stop laughing.
I was really worried we were gonna distract you during that because I was trying to get like Eric to get like this and he once he noticed he got the gray shot, but I was like, how do I point out the bug crawling all the way up her leg without distracting her? So I
Thank you,
love
Guilty as Sin by Taylor Swift. I was like, what if he's and also like Lizzie should have won that. If I didn't have that advantage and I just bid for Lizzie would have won. A story I didn't tell earlier, but I wanted to tell was part of me like trying to cultivate this persona of like not a threat was Daltrey, Tony, Sarah, and I were going to the bathroom and I picked up a book from the little free library because I was like, I can read this in jury. Like that is like such a small detail, and no one would actually like do that to appear less threatening. I kind of wanted to read this book. I think I had it on my phone at one point, but I was like, you know what? Like, number one, if I make it a jury, it'll be nice to have a book to read, so I don't have to talk to people. But also, it'll make people think that I'm expecting myself to go to jury. Did it work? I don't know, but it like added to the tapestry of people's perceptions of me. And now
that's
I can never play a game again. It's never happening.
I did not hear that you did. Have you read that book since Millennium Park?
No, but I've kept it out of like love
I,
and
I
mentality. Maybe I'll read it. Maybe I'll donate it again. We'll see.
we'll see. So we get to the Daltrey boot, and I guess but before we even get to like the events of that round, I'm curious if you're picking up on Caroline wanting to flip again. In my mind, like my head canon, this is not true, but like my version of it is like, well, Josh ruined her first flip and now Josh is gone. So like now she can get away with it. Like that's not the
Your
reality. But
fanfic,
like
your Survivor Millennium Park fanfic,
that's my
and your
millennium.
fanfic.
That's my fanfic of the thing that I make. But I am curious if you're picking. I mean, she has that confessional after the auction about like, you know, I could have won that challenge, but I let it slip right through my fingers, and I just feel like that's going to happen to me. Like, were you picking up on that energy from her?
I don't think so, not at all. I think it wasn't until she was like, I might flip. And I was like, oh, literally like, don't do it. Like it wasn't shown because we were kind of talking when we weren't supposed to, but like towards the end, Caroline was doing, and I was like pleading with her. I was like, if you do this, you are ruining everyone's game. And
Mhm.
I wasn't like trying to say this to her, but I was essentially like, if you do this, like you will go home next. Like this is not a thing where like I don't know, like it wasn't a thing where like I was gonna vote her out because she did it, but it literally put her in the most vulnerable and strongest spot. The more I thought about it, I was like, it makes sense and it puts her in such a strong position, and I hate her so much for it. Like in the game. I love
Oh, yeah.
Caroline as a person, she knows that, but like I whenever people make a move on me and it's good for them, it pisses me off.
So walk me through this round because for people watching, I think that this is mostly just people that were playing, but for anybody who's watching that actually watched the season but wasn't there at the park,
Hi
what
Jacob.
happened? Hey, shout out to Jacob
Favorite
K21,
favorite commenter, Jacob K.
favorite commenter. Um, During that round, what we don't see is that Sarah tells the plan, the Daltrey boot plan, to Lizzie, who I believe tells you. So you two do find out about the plan. I'm curious if you remember that, or is your memory that Caroline tells you, I'm gonna do something? What's your memory of that round?
If I had to guess, Caroline told me, Sarah told Lizzie, and then we told each other.
Okay.
Like that, maybe. But I do remember Caroline told me, and I was literally like, we were walking, and I was like whisper yelling. I was like, don't do
Mhm.
it. I was crashing out.
Did you consider, not that there's really much you can do at that point, just where the numbers are, but like, did you consider giving Daltrey a heads up?
I tried to, and she thought I was voting her out. Okay, you knew that, and you were trying to get me to tell the story. Yeah, because I felt so fucking awful, and no one deserves to get blindsided like that. And so I was trying to like whisper to her, but apparently I was giving puppy dog eyes, and it made her think I was voting her out.
I think what she said was you two pass each. I think it's like you two are passing each other to vote, and that you mouth "I'm sorry." So she goes to
Yeah.
jury, and you have a confession about this that you're like, I don't think made the air. That was like, I hope Daltrey doesn't think that was me.
And then she did, but it was fine because then Caroline went to jury and cleared it up, and Daltrey was on my side again.
I think that there's some lost clip of Daltrey being like, I knew Melody wouldn't have done it. Like I knew it. I knew it. Um,
No, seriously.
so Daltrey ends up going. What is I mean, like I know what the feeling was. It's all over your face. It's all over the next confessionals at that final five.
Being red.
Like
I'm
what
like
is
pretty sure that there was like a clip of me saying to Lizzie, like, I'm so fucking pissed right now. She didn't make the error because, like, I think I was angrier than what you showed.
Yeah. Well, talk to me a little bit about that. Like, what's the feeling at that point? Are you dead set at that point? It's got to be Caroline next. Like, is Caroline is hoping that she can bring the band back together and you guys can work together again. What's your sense going into that final five round?
I think at that point in the season, I had had so much control in the game. And unfortunately, I am a control freak and survivor. I really don't like not having power. And unfortunately, for some reason in games, I usually play from the top like the top dominant alliance. I don't know why. I would love to play from the bottom, but I've never had to really. So I think when someone takes that control away from you and you feel like you don't have
Mhm.
power over your game anymore, that was why my reaction was so strong because I realized very like easily like she is in such a good position. Like of course I'm not going to work with Dan and Sarah. She can choose what she wants to do and if I go to the end with her, she's going to beat me easily because she's the mirror that made the move and I'm the mirror who sat there on my ass.
Mhm.
So I think that is probably what caused me to want to vote her. I think I was also at the point where like I mean, it's not that I didn't care about winning, but I knew that if it's a final two, it's such a toss up about the final three and what the challenge is and who wins. I'm like, you know what? I would rather like be fine with the final four and have it be two duos
Mhm.
versus risking letting someone who took this power away from me win in the context of the game, not in the context of personal relationships.
So that does bring us to the finale. Anything else from, I know we sort of breezed through day two. Anything else from James Boot, Tony Boot, Josh, Daltrey, Caroline?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. So we go into the final four.
Oh, I was jealous of Ice Cream. I think you included it, but I was just so mad. Even though
Oh,
JP was kind of bad, sorry.
when that's a hot take.
Really?
Well, I think in this region of the state, that's kind of a hot take. People love
Oh,
Felix.
he better. Apparently, Massachusetts is like one of the only states that has like the most local ice cream shops per capita. Like every neighborhood has its own like local shop.
Oh my God. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, the jury going to get their J. Felix is a time-honored Millennium Park tradition that is designed to make the final five feel jealous. That's the punishment for being good at the game.
Ah,
So we get to the final four. Lizzie ends up winning that challenge. Was there any consideration to voting Sarah out at the final four instead of Dan?
no, because I knew that I would at least have a shot at Sarah in the final two, but I didn't think I'd have a shot with Dan. And like I was right, that jury, Tony was foaming at the mouth, ready to vote for Dan to win. Like he wanted it so bad. Like he wanted it just as bad as Dan wanted to win. Dan really wanted to win. So absolutely not. And also like we kind of formed a thing between Sarah, Lizzie, and I, because if she was willing to not go to rocks, like that's all I or to fire, that's all I need. And I think that was a huge part of contention of like Sarah not knowing what fire was kind of made the final four different because I think if she did, I can't imagine her not putting me and Dan to fire if she actually knew that she could have done it.
Yeah. No, I haven't done my interview with her yet, but I do want to sort of walk through, was there consideration? I mean, Dan does say straight up, like, don't tie it up, like, don't pull anything. And Sarah, this whole time is, I mean, I'm getting like Sarah's postseason interview, but like, I'm excited to sort of dive into it with her about what was the process there. So
What was fire making? Because I remember you told me.
yeah, there's, if you, in season,
Fire.
yeah, the fire puzzle from season one, which
Mhm.
thank God we didn't do because that takes so long to do. I
We were
literally
fighting.
I have like a black and white photo of it that I would show the players. They'd be like, this is the shape you're going for. Like it's that hard of a puzzle that I think that if I just said, here's the pieces, go for it. Like nobody would ever get it. So I have like a black and white photo ready to go to be like,
Wow.
here's the shape you need to make. Like try for that.
Wow. So I've definitely seen that before. We've done something similar at Survivor Northeastern, but I don't think I would have won. For the viewers back home, if it was Dan and I don't know if I would have won. If it was a slide puzzle or a word puzzle or trivia about the season, I think I would have won, but
So we get to the final three. Sarah wins. I mean, like, are you you seem to know immediately that she's gonna take Lizzie to the end over you.
man, yeah, my friend was saying that my face fell, and I was like, wow, that's so like astute. Yeah, that challenge was fucked. Sorry. I also just like misunderstood how to do it correctly. Like if you see I was like making it so much harder on myself because I didn't really like know the right way to do it because didn't see it before. So obviously that's on me. At that point, like it is what it is. Like I put myself in that situation. I had better odds than Sarah did, and it didn't work out, but like it is what it is. And honestly, like, yeah, it was funny because when I was sitting there, me, Sarah, and Lizzie, Tony actually mouths to me, own your game. Because he thinks I'm gonna make it to the end, and I guess the jury like did not believe that like I was owning my game or like
Mm.
would own up to my moves, which is a very like in my opinion like antiquated survivor thing that mostly applies to women, whether or not you want to believe it or not. But like it is what it is. The confessional showed that I owned and was very aware of my game, so it is what it is. But that would have been something that I would have taken to if I had made the final two. But also I guess going into the final two, I'm assuming that your question is like, what would my argument have been or something like that?
Sure.
I don't know, but there is a good chance I could have over argued my way.
Mm.
I think the way Sarah and Lizzie did their speeches is like they were very well matched in terms of their intensity and how they describe their games. There's a chance I could have alienated people, or I could have really connected to people like Dan and Caroline, who are
Mhm.
very game oriented. So I don't know, but I know I would have fought and I would have put a lot of like passion into my voice. Um, Also, I don't know if this has been brought up, but like Dan knew who I was before the season.
We didn't really get into that. I
Yeah, and I
talked to
didn't
Dan
know
about
that.
this in his interview.
Yeah, you would probably be able to explain more, but I didn't know that he was like talking about me to people and like saying I was a threat. It's like, is that true?
So he saw he's friends with he's friends with
Yeah.
the guy that hosted the online game that you won during the pandemic. So he was aware that Melody won an online game and is generally very strategically competent and savvy. So he was telling people that. I actually think I might have to find this clip. You might get I feel like there's a clip where he says that to Sarah and Sarah says, "But that was a different game." That's I think Sarah is
I
the one
never,
I think in my memory Sarah it points out like but that's not the perception of Melody here. Like you're the only one that thinks that Melody is this like strategic like massive strategic threat that we need to watch out for. I think that that's what happens.
it's really funny because I like thought like he could have gotten the tides turning on me.
Mhm.
Also, like Tony, he could have gotten Tony to do that, but Tony didn't care because Tony's a really nice person. I don't know. But I just don't trust anyone. So
I don't have a question about this. I just love the moment when Sarah goes up to vote you out and you and Lizzie hold hands and like say that you would have been each other, like you were each other's true number ones. Like I just there's very few moments I think that like these things escalate beyond like this is just like a silly game that we're playing and show like these are two people that like have like found like what I think is a real connection with each other. Like that was just a very special moment. I don't know if you have anything to say about it, but I just love that as a viewer.
no, like Lizzie is a soul friend. Like the when the souls like find each other and also like it's literally only 2 days. You only probably spend it like 10, 12 hours together. But to have I think also like we were really worn out. And so to have like that true moment, like emotional vulnerability was like really nice. And I think it kind of felt like it was all worth it in the end if like you're able to feel that way about another person. And also like proof that like, that's what Survivor is about. It's about connecting with people and meeting new people. And I got all that I could have really asked for. Yeah.
I want to sort of double click into that because I love your quote in your final words about like I've never found such joy from playing Survivor and meeting people. Like what did the experience mean to you?
My God, I used to like cry and sweat like my entire ass out before starting the game. Sorry, that was really vulgar. But like I used to feel so much anxiety and I've never like been able to like enjoy myself and understand why other people do it. But like a year out, like I have absolutely zero regrets. I don't feel any kind of turmoil or like I wish I had done this. And that is the nicest thing you could ever ask for. Like it was truly the best experience ever. And I know I've always said that, but Yeah, and also like knowing my history of like I started out doing production for a Survivor game and being part of a game that had such a strong production like team, that was also really cool to see. Like I know when a tight ship is being run, and Liz runs that shit like the Navy. If she ran the TSA, people will be in and out in 5 minutes. Like it's crazy. You'll like walk one step wrong, she's like back there. You need to do it again. Oh my God, I would trust her with my life.
I'll let her know. That's very funny.
Thank you.
Um, any thoughts from Final Tribal Council? My assumption is you were probably locked in voting for Lizzie, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Yeah, for the most part, but I like was really curious about Sarah's answers about like fire and stuff like that. And then as soon as I realized she didn't know, like I didn't want to like drag it out and make it a whole thing. I
Yeah,
was a little sassy and I do feel bad about that. I think it was the heat of the moment because I
yeah,
don't remember feeling that way now. And then I was really surprised by the jury. You can probably ask all of us this. I don't think we thought it'd be unanimous vote.
yeah, yeah.
Like I don't think I really did not know if Lizzie would win. Like I thought it would be close or a landslide in the other direction. Like I didn't know it would end up the way it was. I don't think anyone did.
I know. I'm excited to kind of find that out during this, and like I think that everybody, no, nobody said something anything particularly revealing in their voting confessionals. So this is helpful to find out. Like what was the actual perception?
I'm sure Dan, I'm sure his vote has been talked ad nauseum because he was like the one pe person people thought would vote for Sarah.
Yeah,
But I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah. Like I was open to voting for Sarah, but I think Lizzie's tribal council was stronger to me for what I was looking for. So, and also personal bonds.
I think one thing I skipped that maybe to go back to anything fun or reaction once you got to the jury, before we get to Final Tribal, but just
No
Melody's.
one gave a shit about me. Like I don't like I really don't even know if I had a shot. Like I think against Sarah, I would have had a decent shot, but there were people in the jury who I don't think would have wanted to vote me. Lizzie, I think I would have had to fight my way because Lizzie was just more liked and perceived as more social, I think. But no one really, everyone was just like, good game. And I was like, would you have voted for me? And they're like, and I was like, okay. Like I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like there wasn't really like an opinion on me. But I think I would have gotten so. I think I would have gotten Daltrey, Tony, Caroline, and Dan
Mhm.
against Sarah. And then I think I would have gotten Lizzie. I think those are my votes to win.
Yeah,
And then I maybe get James if I'm like, if I don't know, resonate with him.
yeah,
But I think it's harder with Lizzie.
yeah. I'll have to ask some of the jurors because I don't think we got any footage of like before you were out asking them like, okay, of these three, who are you? All I have is that the crew throughout the day were like our favorites favorites, but like from what we're seeing, we think it's going to be Lizzie, Sarah, or Daltrey that wins.
Yeah.
But like, but then I watched the episode, I'm like, how are Melody and Caroline not in the conversation to be potential winners? So I'm curious to kind of find out through this process, like what the perceptions were.
I know. I mean, everyone saw me as a threat in the YouTube comments. They were like,
Right.
Melody can make it to the end.
Melody, do you have time for some questions from some of our viewers?
People ask questions.
Well, most of them were from other players, but we do have a couple of.
Okay.
It was the same for dance. These things are always just the other players. So, Lizzie asks, "How does it feel being so iconic?"
Not as iconic as Lizzie is, honestly. It's funny because I'm really like, this is how I am as a person, and I in games it usually only comes out in confessionals. It doesn't really come out with how I play. So it was really cool to like play a game fully as myself.
I would be
Mm.
so bummed if you played a game like any of those games that don't do confessionals, because I feel like that was such a big piece of what you brought to it. Not that you weren't amazing at camp too, with like all of the little moments, but like the confessionals were so good. They were so
I think I've
good.
learned though, because like I think I told you this. I felt like I was like a cobra in like a tank full of caterpillars, like this game. Like I would have felt awful if I won because truly, like someone who doesn't play Survivor deserved to win the game, not me. Someone who has played too many games and should probably stop playing soon.
See, I don't disagree with you because there is something nice about like the player with like the most resume coming into it like gets very far and has a great experience, but in the day like somebody else gets to be the winner. I agree with you. That's kind there's something
I
kind of
don't
nice
want to
about
make, yeah, and like people have a lot of feelings about people with experience playing games and not a lot of other people have other experience. I never want to make it unfair for other people.
it.
So like I would have felt bad if I won solely from that point because it's like not fair when I'm familiar with like what a swap is and how all these things work and also confessionals like I have seen so many confessionals, I've recorded so many with my hands like this, like maybe that is why I was able to give better one-liners.
I have another question from Lizzie. Uh, Is there anything about your game that you would have changed?
Um, I think it's probably like trying to speak up less when it comes to like strategy and pushing my like agenda. Like
Mhm.
I feel like I did probably push my agenda a lot through merge, but also like I don't really know what I could have done to change the way it ended other than like hoping Lizzie or hoping you change a final challenge, quite frankly. Like,
Uh, Daltrey submitted a question on behalf of her friend Molly. So this is a legitimate viewer. Molly, thanks for submitting a question.
thank you,
How,
Molly.
how does Melody keep the soundbite factory in constant production?
This is the way my brain works. It's a terrifying place. I probably have ADHD. I definitely have mental health issues. It is just how I talk. Like if you are like are my roommate, shout out Margaret, like this is just the way I
It's just the way she is, people.
am. Yeah.
Um, and well, I guess we already covered this. John Ton submitted, what is your message for Johnny Tawny? Do you have a message for Johnny Tawny?
I hope you have a great day and I hope you don't have to do anything boring related to real estate today.
I'll make sure he gets that message.
Thank you.
Melody, anything else that you want to talk about?
I do not. This was really great though. Thank you. I feel
Do you have anything you want to plug? Tell people to check out.
no, follow me on Instagram if you want, melodylee.24. I don't oh, I have a Goodreads. Um, I think it's just Mel. I don't know. If you find me on Instagram and follow me, I'll give you my Goodreads. I read so many books, it's like actually insane. I've read 76 books this year.
Oh my God. I am 3 chapters into a book that I started reading a week ago. I'm a slow reader, but
What
now
book?
it's this is really nerdy. It's called Cue the Sun. It's about the history of reality TV.
Oh my God. Okay, I just read a book that was like Love Island X Big Brother. And it like in a dystopian world, very fun. If you like reading fictional books about reality TV shows, it's called The Compound by Isling Rowe. But
Called The Compound. All right, we'll have to check that one out. Well, Melody, thank you so much for joining me tonight. And I think people are going to really enjoy this one. So looking forward
I
to
hope so. It'll be a good podcast to play on two times speed.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Thanks so much, Melody.
Yeah, of course.
Welcome, everybody, to our Survivor Millennium Park 3 postseason interview series. I am thrilled to be joined today by a man who went from fourth out his first time he played to fourth place his second time, 2 immunity wins. I want to get into this. I think underrated strategic force in the game. You know, what you saw on the show focused a lot more on the social game. Really strong strategically as well. I'm thrilled to be joined by Dan. Dan, how are you?
Great, Dylan. I'm doing awesome. Enjoying my summer vacation. So every day is Saturday over here.
I love it. I love it. Well, we could jump right into it because I've got enough with the small talk. Dan and I talked before we started recording. I've got a million things to ask you about, and I want to dive right into it. So, starting with even before we got into the game. So we're recording this July of 2025. The game happened June 2024. And in the months before that, I reached out to you and said, Dan, we might be doing a season with returning players. I'd love to get you in the mix for it. I'd love to hear, what was your reaction to being part of, the returning player mix? What were you expecting from that? Was there any hesitation of, I don't know, Dylan, I don't know if I want to do this again. I just love to hear sort of like what was your mindset going into it like that?
No, once I was walking around Boston that night, I was at doing an escape room actually with friends. And I got that message and I think I messaged you immediately and I was just like, "Yep, nope, I'm in. Yep, let's do it." I was super excited to play again. I wanted to play the year previous because we took, a year off. I was just stoked. Yeah, so pumped to hear that you were doing another season and that I could be involved in it.
Absolutely. Now I know that you put a lot of thought into the pregame and like you had some predictions for who the other returning players might be. I'd love to get into a little bit of that because I thought that was super interesting when you walked me through what you were expecting going into it this time.
Yeah, so if people don't know me well enough, I'm like such a weirdo. And I think a lot. And this is something that I really want to do well at, and I really I was just gonna prepare for it. I wasn't gonna go in completely cold turkey. So I had a good amount of information going in. Like I feel a little bit bad for the fans who didn't even know it was fans versus favorites. I kind of knew the theme. I knew that there were going to be 7 returners coming. So I made a list of the people from the two previous seasons I thought were most likely to come in. And I also ranked that list in terms of people that I wanted to work with in a tier system. So I got pretty lucky, and I basically went 7 for 7 in terms of the returners coming in. I think the only miss I had was I put in Julia into Kim's spot because I didn't think that Kim would play. So, like, in my mind, Kim was part of my, and I'll talk about this, Kim was part of my plans to play. I just thought that she wouldn't. And I think, Dylan, you may have said, like, when I talked to you afterwards, you were like, oh yeah, I mean, Julia was like ready to play. She was the alternate. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm awesome. And like, I predicted everything perfectly. So I was the first favorite to get there, in the morning in the parking lot. I saw Zach immediately and started talking to him. And then boom, there's John Ton coming up, and oh, here's Kim, and oh, there's Tony, and I was just like, hell yeah, like I, I knew the cast, so yeah, that was pretty great. And then I don't know if you, Dylan, I don't know if you want me to talk about the order.
I'd
I
love I'd love to get into, at the very least, I'd love to get into, I don't know if we need to get into like who you didn't want to work with, but
Yeah, 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 totally,
at the
totally.
very least, I'd love to, because I know that you've already told me this, so I kind of want you to just tell the audience, like, I know who your top picks were to work with and why. I'd love for you to explain that process, because I thought that was so cool how you thought through it and then how it played out.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I mention the people like on my bottom, it's not because it's like, oh, they're terrible people. Like it's all about strategic relationships and like kind of how I would work with a person. So like, yeah, in terms of my top, it was Kim and it was Sarah, and it was 1A, 1B for me. And I wanted to like place myself when I play games, I love placing myself between like two strong women. Like I like working with women in games. I'm an elementary special ed teacher. I am used to working with women. And it's just kind of how I gravitate towards, like in life and in games. So I really like the idea of working with Kim, and working with Sarah for like different reasons. But particularly, I kind of wanted to be Justin for Kim, and I wanted to be Drew for Sarah. And I thought that I could kind of thread that needle and be that person of having the two winners of Millennium Park. They were each other, they were their number ones, and I wanted to be their number ones in that game. Um, yeah, so I knew right off the bat, I'm like, I gotta get to Sarah first, and I gotta, get some trust in there with Kim. And then right after that, I really wanted to work with Tony. I thought Tony was someone that I could get along with, and strategically, like we could be on the same page. And he's someone that I kind of needed. I thought in the merge game as well of being kind of like that shield. I didn't think that people would really clock me right away as someone that was threatening, but I think towards the middle to end game, like I was gonna need a Tony to be kind of in front of me, and he was someone I thought that I could work well with. So I definitely wanted to work with those three players in particular, um, you know, very far into the game.
I think my last question around sort of the pre-game, getting ready for this was there anything you specifically had in mind reflecting on the season two experience that you were like, these are the specific changes I want to make for this time?
Yeah, and I think I mentioned this on camera, and it's in the episodes of just like I just needed to calm down. Like, yes, I'm gonna do some preparation for this. Yes, I'm gonna be freaking out internally a little bit because I just wanted to do well. I just wanted, to not make a stupid mistake. I didn't want to overthink things. And I have that ability. Like I can calm down. I can be just a simple nice person, and just kind of like really take it down a notch. So really it was about that. It was simplifying things. It was getting to know people and just progressing in my game and making kind of my end product, like making me proud of that. Like it was just all about me being satisfied. With it didn't mean like, oh, I have to win or anything. Like I know that I want to win, but I wanted to check off, like I said, those boxes of like a certain point in the game I wanted to make, a couple of things I wanted to do. Winning an immunity challenge was great, maybe finding an idol. But like I just wanted to feel good.
All right. So we get there. It's a beautiful Saturday morning at Millennium Park. I'd love to sort of walk through those dynamics of like the early rounds of the favorites tribe. You guys have I'll kind of give you like a few of the events and like whatever we want to talk about, we can get into. Like, you guys pick a captain and it's Kim. She does these placements. You guys lose the first challenge. You crush your portion of the first challenge. You get back to camp. You start wheeling and dealing. I guess any part of this we want to get into. I'm curious about sort of like those early dynamics and the start of the game for you once you're actually at the park.
Yeah, so the first round, even like losing, I think happened kind of perfectly in terms of what I needed to happen the
Mhm.
first day. I think I accomplished what I needed to happen on the first day in the first round. So like I said before, I really needed to get to Sarah fast because I know about Sarah. Like, if you get close to Sarah, I saw in my season, you're watching the episodes, then she's going to be loyal to you. Like, that was really important for me to step aside to get to her to be like, hey, I really truly think that we could work well together. I think we're like really nice people, and like let's just lock in. That was important to me. And then in terms of Kim, like Kim and I have like a mutual friend in Justin, but I don't think Kim really knows me that well. So I just needed like something in the game to like get Kim close to me. So that in where Karina told me like, hey, I think Kim's trying to gun for me. Like, I think that Kim made me do the puzzle. That was exactly what I needed. So I went right to Kim and told her that for Kim to be like, hey, you can trust Dan. Um, so like, and also I love Karina, and I said this on camera, like I couldn't play very much with Karina. She is so smart. She's strategically great, and I think that she likes to live in chaos a bit. She said that in season two, and that's a player I can't really work with that much because I want to be able to predict you a little bit, and you just can't be leagues smarter than me. Like I can totally work with someone who is smarter than me. I'm not like full of myself, but I just thought like, man, that's a combination for me that's gonna be tough for me to kind of trust and to feel good about. So I'm like, all right, so I got Karina out, and I think Kim trusts me a little bit more, and I got to talk to Sarah and kind of lock something in. So by like 10:30 in the morning, I'm like, all right, so my Saturday to-do list is basically done.
I love that. And then so we get to this first tribal council. It seemed like what we saw in the episode was pretty cut and dry for you guys. Like Karina was going to be the boo. Was there any? I know John Tom throws out this last second, like maybe it's Emma, but that's just a smoke. It's like a smoke screen. Was there anything that is there anything you feel like we didn't see from that round that made it sort of interesting, or was it really just cut and dry? It's Karina. We know it's Karina.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure at least the conversations that I had and what I wanted,
Yeah,
and the work that I did, like it was just all Karina.
sure.
Um, I went to Kim, I spilt that. I made sure that like Sarah knew that it was looks like it's Karina. And then I let kind of Kim, take that information and do what she would. And I think it was pretty cut and dry. I can't speak to lots of things that like John Ton or Emma. I wasn't really talking to them that much in that round.
Sure.
I think there is that scene. I think Emma is in it, where John Ton says, "Hey, I think it's gonna be. I don't even know what the name that he said, but where I say like, oh, I have no qualms with that." And that's just me being like, yeah, sure, that sounds good. He may have actually said Emma in that
I think
situation.
that's yeah. That was when him and Karina interrupt you and Sarah to be like,
Yeah.
It's Emma," and you're like,
And like, I got no qualms. And then Sarah's like, yeah, why? Like it's like the perfect like how can you react in a game? Here are a couple of different ways.
right. It's a really good dichotomy for you and Sarah. It's like for my perspective was Dan kind of knows how Survivor games are played, and like a good response to be like, I'm open to anything, sure. And Sarah's reaction is sort of like that initial gut reaction of like, what are you talking about? Like, why would we do that? And then John like doesn't have a good. It's I love that little moment. You and I texted about that. That's a
It was
fun
great.
little
It's so funny.
character development moment. Um, this is something I heard about during filming, but I didn't ever catch anything about it on camera. I heard that after the Karina boot, there was a concern somewhere on the favorites tribe that it was going to be season one versus season two, and that the four from season one were tight, and they were just going to pick off you and Sarah. Was that your perception that that was a risk?
So I didn't hear anything about it. I think I heard after the game that that was a thing.
Mhm.
And I got kind of mad about it because I was like, man, like I feel like I made some good connections and like if it was just gonna become that, and if we went back to tribal one more time, like if you didn't do the crazy thing of doing so many swaps, like, was I really gonna be second voted out? Like, that would have really not felt
Yeah,
good. I
sure,
have no idea. Like, maybe like Tony might know. Like, I
sure.
don't know. I didn't, and I also didn't like talk to him about it. That would have sucked. Like, that would have made me feel really bad.
Yeah,
I hope it wasn't that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see anything in the footage that led me to think that was a thing. All I could imagine was John Ton is under the impression he's close to Kim. Emma, Kim, and Tony have a little bit of a thing. Like that's the best I could figure out. I didn't see anything like that in the footage, so I was kind of curious from the like boots on the ground perspective if
Yeah,
that was.
I didn't hear about anything. I didn't feel that way, and luckily with the swaps, like we didn't have to think about it. I just hope that I did enough work solidifying trust with Kim very early on that that wouldn't have happened. And if it did, like, all right, I'm in my car by 11 a.m. and I'm gonna get like diner food or something, like, and I'm just gonna be really depressed and take a nap or something. And it would have stunk, but it didn't happen, so it's great.
Anything else from that initial iteration of the favorites tribe? 'Cause next, my next questions are about sort of like the swap rounds. Anything else from those early rounds? We have like you guys hunted for the idol together. We did the charades challenge. Anything else you can think of?
Yeah, I didn't really want to find the idol. So like I looked, but I was just like more focused on doing my confessional and like having conversations with people. I wanted to know like where the idols were. Like I didn't having the idol really terrifies me. I'll say that. Like I've never had an idol in a game. I don't really need to have an idol. Um yeah, because it just like makes me really nervous of when to play it and such. So like it's great that Sarah found it. She obviously didn't tell me. I didn't know when it happened. Um, wasn't really something I was thinking about. The Rubik's Cube, that was um,
Oh my God, how could I skip the Rubik's Cube? I know.
yeah, I'm sorry, John Todd. I love you so much. You're such a great guy. I did my best acting in those 20 minutes trying to look enthralled. Um, I was just like, I'm glad that he picked Tony to do this. With my visual spatial learning disability, like you're gonna have a very long hey, let's have Dan try to solve a Rubik's Cube. But yeah, I was just like, this is great. All
Yeah.
right, cool.
No, I loved everybody. Like I again, such like a good like old school survivor kind of character. Like you got Tony who's like, "Oh, that's kind of Kim's like, "Oh yeah, so there's like a trick to it." Okay. And you're like, "Ah, John Ton, you Renaissance man, you." Like it's there's just a lot of little nuggets there.
Good times.
So moving on to, I mean, the swap, that's my personal favorite episode ever. We get to the swap. You This didn't make it in the episode, but I want the record to show you did expect a swap, isn't that right?
Yeah, we had lunch, I believe, and then I remember walking down to with Kim, and I whispered to her. I said, "Hey, I think we're gonna swap right now."
Mhm.
And she was like, "No, that's crazy. We're not gonna swap." I'm like, "No, like yeah, the numbers and like just after lunch and the picking a captain, like I think this is a swap." And then we literally got there 5 seconds later, like, "Hey, it's a swap." And Kim leans over to me and she was like, "You were right." I'm like, "Oh."
Well, I did want you had a very funny. I'll try to find the footage for you sometime because you had a very funny like I saw this coming. You said, "What up, Dylan?"
Love
It was very funny. I tried to make it a moment of like, what if Melody was the I was it was for Melody's edit that I left it out, but it was such a good moment. I'll find the clip for you because it's a very funny Dan one-liner.
my personality on the cutting room floor, Dylan.
It's because I was like, Dan's the heart of the season. He's like everything Dan says has to be heroic and uplifting.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
So at the swap, I was curious. I don't know that I got any footage of this afterwards. Did you have a reaction to not getting picked during the schoolyard pick?
I'm used to it. Like imagine me when I was 9 years old, like the 9-year-old Daniel. I'm used to being picked last,
Sure.
in gym class. Um, I wasn't like heartbroken, but I was a little like, oh man, I thought, come on, like that hurts a little bit. but it's fine. It didn't mean anything, and I was happy with the swap tribe that I was put on. So it's all good.
Yeah, talk to me about that swap tribe you got put on, because like from what I remember, like that's like the perfect setup for you. It's like you have Kim and Tony from your original group. Like, how could that be better? Was that your feeling going into that tribe?
Yeah, I mean, sure, I would have loved to have Sarah too, but I mean, I loved that it was specifically Kim and Tony because um, I could have more opportunities to gain trust with those two players. I felt like I had it with Sarah first off, and then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be in war with these two. This is great. Like, and we're on also a um we're on a majority alliance situation as well. Well, no, it was 6-6. I'm sorry, it was yeah, it was 3-3. Okay, so it wasn't. But I had in my head that it was 5. But just in general, like I felt really good about those two that I could get more time with them, spend a few hours with them. And then also I got good vibes from specifically the fans that were over there, that pretty quickly got to know. I'm like, oh, I can vibe with these people. Like this is a pretty good group. I felt really good with them.
Walk me through. So you guys lose that challenge. You go back to camp. Why me? I think that's such an interesting round. Like, I think that's like the best round of any of these seasons is what you guys do at that camp. I guess I'd love to hear a little bit about, did you think about flipping to save yourself if there was a tie? Did you think about who can we pull in? And then I'd love to get into the decision to tell Josh towards basically the last second of the round that James is the target. I'd just love to hear a little bit about your process through that round.
Sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure what happened was Kim, Tony, and I just met really quickly and we're like, all right, we're not flipping. Who can we flip? And I think immediately the name was Caroline. I feel like maybe Kim already had the little conversation with Caroline, being like, "Hey, I think Caroline likes me. I think Caroline could be that person." So it was really like, let's try for Caroline. Um, to have her flip and we'll kind of meet back and see what happened. And I don't remember if we really met back and it was more of like yeah, I really don't remember. I don't think that we did. I don't think we were able to come back and be like, it's Caroline, like we're good, it's 4-2, like we're solid. So I think that's where kind of the problem happened, where like we didn't know, like Tony and I didn't know if we had Caroline. And like I was getting a really good vibe with Josh.
Mhm.
And I didn't want to leave Josh out of the vote. I was getting a really good vibe with him, honestly. And Josh did gangbusters in terms of socially really early on. He's really good at that. Like I felt really connected with Josh. I felt close to Josh. Like he was a guy for the next couple hours that like I could just like give him a hug or put my arm around him or like, like he was just a good dude. So like that's where my weak spot in my game I feel like a little bit is of like I should have just lied, but obviously Josh is gonna know that in terms of kind of player he was. So I'm kind of okay with what I did, especially knowing that Tony did the same thing. So I thought after that vote that it was all my fault. I thought Kim went home because of me.
Mhm.
It's like, oh, it happened again. Like, or like I just like Kim meant so much to me in the game, and she's such a great person, and I thought that she deserved a deep run in this.
Mhm.
And I'm like, great, I got Kim out, awesome. But knowing that Tony did the same thing, I'm like, we're good, it's good, awesome. Josh is gonna know either way. But yeah, I just don't think that we like circle back around and we're like, it's 4-2, lock it down, like we're good. I think we walked to tribal and kind of figured it out and like whispered. We broke your production rules. We did all the time
I know
to
everybody did.
do
Everyone
it
did.
again.
I do think it's worth like the edited story makes it look like Dan spilled the beans, but in reality, like yes, as you said, Tony also said it, and then I haven't interviewed Josh yet, but I've got to get into it with him of like it seems like he like showed his work and he didn't do the math right, but he landed on the right solution that it was James, but he thought it was him. So I don't think there's anything you needed to change that route, you know?
It is what it is. It happened. We didn't think in a million years that he had the idol. We didn't know the idol was used. We didn't know that it was back at that camp. Only they knew that. Like it was a situation I just never thought about. Like that there could be an idol. Uh,
Totally.
hey, it makes it fun. It was a great episode.
Yeah, I love that one. That was a lot of fun. Anything else from that iteration of the Mira tribe. I know you guys go on to win the ladder ball challenge. I mean, there's this, maybe I'm skipping over that there's this, you could call it fallout from Josh playing the idol. You guys all get back to camp. Anything from that round?
I mean, I felt fine after the fact when Kim left. Like, I didn't think, because I told Josh the plan, right? And I'm like, I'm not going to be the next name in Josh's mind in this situation. So like, I felt fine. I wasn't mad at Josh. Josh knows that. I was like, hey, there was a great play. Like, let's hug it out. Let's figure it out. Like, we'll talk about it. Yeah, I mean, that was it. Like, I was starting to feel really about Caroline, and I like James too. Like, there's nothing wrong. James is a sweet guy. It was just, that was the name that we landed on. So, like, these were people I could work with. Everyone in that tribe were people I could work with. It stunk that Kim was gone. I remember when Josh turned, you could see it in the cut. He turned to play the idol, and then I touched Kim's leg, and I was like, I'm sorry. But she was like, it's fine. Like, she's a gamer. She knew. I'm sure she wasn't hurt. Like, after 10 minutes, she probably got in her car and like went on with her life. She was like, it's fine. So it's all good. And that swap tribe, like, definitely a special place in my heart. Like, because I really liked a lot of those players. Yeah, everyone was great.
That was a good group. That's one where I look back on. I think like I don't know if we should have done the second swap because that was such a cool group of five. I would have loved to get to spend a little bit more time with them, but we do actually swap a second time, much to your chagrin. Your reaction was so funny. So I know you saw the first swap coming. What did you think when I announced the second swap at the final 10 after bringing you guys back into tribal council under mysterious circumstances?
Yeah, clearly I wasn't thinking it. I was just hoping that we were getting an early merge, and when we didn't, because yeah, I was feeling good about that group. Like, I was good to have another vote or two, another challenger two with that group. So yeah, I was just like, damn, Dylan, like, just throwing everything at the wall with this one. Awesome. Can't wait to get swap screwed. Like, it's exactly what I need. Yeah, I definitely didn't predict it. So good job.
So let's talk about that iteration of the swap tribe because I do think if you're tribal lost, like that could have been a swap screwed situation, is that you've got Daltrey, Josh, and James from the fans, and then it's you and Sarah from the favorite. So I'd love to hear about your impressions of that iteration of the Mira tribe.
Yeah, I was terrified of that tribe. Did not like that composition at all. So yeah, like, I just thought, I mean, Daltrey is great, and we got lunch, I think, or we had like a break. I remember talking in that group maybe right after we swapped. Maybe we had like a little bit of a break. And I remember talking to Daltrey a ton. We're like, hey, we're both kind of like in the caretaker educator field. Like, hey, like, I know Dylan, like, outside the game, like, we've been buds for a couple years. Like, like, I feel like I did a lot of work, and I just didn't get anything from Daltrey strategically when we got back into the woods. So I kind of knew, like, okay, it's more of like an old school vibe of like, I didn't start out, in the fans tribe. I'm not gonna probably get what's Daltrey's thinking about. So I'm like, okay, there's Daltrey there. Unfortunately, probably not gonna be okay with me being a name. I felt good about Josh, but also, like, it's 3-2, and I'm thinking it's 3-2. You got Sarah, who's amazing socially, and was just with Daltrey, in the first swap tribe. So like, I just thought that they'd be really close, and I'm like, if we go to tribal, it's me, right? Like, it's gotta be me. Um, so that really, I'm like, we gotta win this challenge. We gotta win this challenge. Um, I just assumed I was going to be the name. According to Josh, he was like, "Oh, you weren't going." I'm like, "Well, then tell me how else this was going to go." I was talking to him after the game. Like, would you really be able to? And then what happens? It's Sarah. Like, so we've gotten to merge. My two ride or dies are done. Like, I'm hooked. So like, either way, if we lost, it wasn't going to be good for me.
I know that's a round I'm kind of happy the way that it worked out. I think that Emma was like a great like end of debut. I think that it was we landed on the right group.
Mhm.
Man, I'd be so curious because like you said, Daltrey and Sarah are, at least from Daltrey's perspective, so tight. And that Daltrey's like, I'm ride or die with my original team. I don't know if Josh and James feel that way. Like I feel like they kind of just hit it off with you, even though you didn't vote with them, but like there was still like a clear come. I don't know, man. I'd be so curious to have seen that round play out.
I'm okay with it not happening. But yeah.
It's fun to have as a hypothetical. All right. Anything else from the first day of the game? Because you guys leave like you don't see that Emma's the boot. Like you guys, I think that you guys had all left by the point that that tribal council actually happened. So, any final thoughts from day one?
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about that specifically. The timeline's like a little muddy, but I remember doing our final confessions, right, for the day and then being released. And I remember walking down the path. We are about to get to the tribal path, and I thought I saw Tony over the bridge, and just kind of like hanging out alone. So in my mind, I'm like, oh no, Tony's voted out. I was
Oh.
convinced going home that Tony was out and that I was screwed. So me, Sarah, Daltrey, and Josh all walked out to our cars together. And we were like, "Hey, the old people are walking together. This is the old people in the game." And I'm like, "I'm 38. At that point, I'm 37. I'm not that old, but to these people, I'm old." So that was cool. And then Daltrey was like, "Hey, Josh, you want to ride to your hotel?" And Josh was like, "Yeah, sounds great." And they go off, and I like grabbed Sarah, and I'm like, "Sarah, like they're about to like go talk like in the car, and like this is terrible." And Sarah's like, what? Like, gonna like talk?" And I'm like, "No, that's not good." Like,
That's so funny.
so there's my thing about like, Dan, calm
Mhm.
down, buddy. And I love that I think made it into like the episode of like Sarah telling people like Dan's nervous about those people.
Yes, okay. That's cool. I
I was
didn't.
freaking out in the
Yeah.
parking lot. Um,
That's so. I never got the context for that moment. Oh, that's so funny.
yeah,
Yeah,
so that happened. Um, yeah, so this isn't gonna surprise you at all, but I got like 2 hours of sleep that night. Um, I didn't know that we were merging. I assumed but didn't know, and you've already had two swaps, so Dylan's going crazy. And so I was having nightmares. And I remember waking up at like 3 in the morning and 4 in the morning and thinking, if I go back to tribal with this group, how do I make it out? And at that point, Sarah had gotten the extra vote, right? And so I thought to myself, like, I was thinking about like forcing a tie
Mm,
with Sarah's extra vote, having us three, them three, and knowing that like Josh wasn't gonna go to rocks,
yeah.
um, and forcing Josh to flip. So I had that plan going into merge, hardly sleeping. I get to the site, I see Eric Eldridge,
Yeah.
and I'm just freaking out. And I think that I'm just in a terrible spot. And I'm like, Eric, like I'm just nervous. Like I think I'm in a terrible spot here. And he looks at me and he's not gonna give me anything. He's on production, but he's like, "You're fine, dude. You're fine. Like just take a breath. You got this." And then we step onto the field and merge episode.
I don't know if you remember this because I feel like it's like you can't even hear it in the episode, but you have some funny line when I'm like I have like the challenge pieces behind me and it's like intentionally like the pink and blue paddles because I kind of want people to think like, is this another tribal challenge? You have I don't know if you remember this. You say something like, that's not a real challenge. Like you say something funny like, that's not the challenge. And then it not only is the challenge, but you win the challenge. But I guess before we get into, I love unpacking that. What was the feeling for you if there was like a particularly big feeling that you made the merge? Because I know that didn't happen for you the first time. I have to imagine that there was a certain amount of, you've talked about checking the boxes, that there was at least a little bit of, oh, thank God, at least I made it to this time. How was that for you?
Yeah, I mean, once you announced that it was the merge, such a sense of relief. And the fact that I got three buffs now. I got all three. I forgot to tell you, when I got swapped onto the Mira tribe, I was so excited to be on that tribe, and I said right away, I'm like, I get two buffs. Like I didn't want to just be Gradio the whole time. I'm like, this is great. Now I get all the buffs. I'm such a loser.
I
Yeah,
could
I was
I would do the same thing. I would do the same thing.
getting my fee, like really worth it.
Gotta
Like
get your money's
oh,
worth.
oh, money's worth. So yeah, when you announced that it was the merge, I was just relieved. I'm like, okay, awesome. This means I'm probably on the jury too. Like, I'm truly at the threshold of like, basically anything can happen. Like, I'd like to go deeper. I'm gonna try to go as deep as I can and really put my stamp on the season, which is like what we talked about, like in my interview before. Like, that's truly what I want. I want to put my mark on the season. I want the people I'm close with to go like really far into the game. Um, I'll give an ode to a friend of mine, Andy, who was in Outlast, which I'm on production for, and he said that in his interview as a player, like that's what he wanted to do. And I just that really stuck with me. I'm like, that's kind of what I want. So in terms of making merge, I'm like, we're getting really close to that area of like, okay, I'm at the place that I want to be.
Sure.
And it's almost at the point where it's just kind of all gravy. But yeah, really relieved.
I love that. And not only do you make the merge, you win the first challenge. And this is a challenge. I loved in particular the way that you won it. Because when I ran like simulations for this one, because I'm like, this could be one that somebody doesn't play at all and then just wins at the end. Like that could have been the outcome. There could have been somebody that played every round and won. And you played pretty much every round and then won the whole thing. I know that you felt particularly well suited for that challenge. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about why you felt so good about that challenge in particular.
Sure. So I've wanted to play that challenge for a few years, probably ever since I saw season one, and I've seen it in other games as well. And I always thought that it was a game that one looked fun, but two, I had certain born with skills that I was gonna do well in this. So I have a 6 foot wingspan, but I am 5'7".
Mm,
Um, and that is because when I was 13, I had spinal fusion surgery. I had scoliosis, a very large case of it. And in that procedure, they had to take out my growth plates.
mm.
So my chest is the same size as it's been when I was 13, but my limbs are the size that I should have been, which is about 5'10" to 6 feet. So I have a very large wingspan. I'm like this like weird monkey man. And I'm like, this is kind of my challenge. Like apart from friggin' Tony over here, who I did not want to go head to head with. And that's why I put him and Josh up together. I'm like, man, if Josh can take Tony out and have it be a miracle, like, let's go. I probably have this in the bag. Um, I freaked out when I was put against Tony. I'm like, well, this is it. That was
Yeah.
a good run. Um, yeah, I was super pumped to play that challenge. I knew it was gonna be fun, and I knew I could do decently well.
I loved the shots of you that like we got in that challenge. Like, shout out to Eric on the crew. He did an amazing job. Some of those like you like looking out there like it was a lot of swag, Dan. It was a lot of swag.
My friend texted me, and she was like, "Okay, so if this like if you're not dating someone and they don't see this in the like first couple of dates, like this episode, you're doing something wrong. Like you need to show every woman that you you are dating this episode. You look good, Dan." And I'm like, "Thanks,
It's some
thanks."
cool shots. He's like, yeah. When you win, you just like toast the bottle. Like it's so good.
Such a ham.
It's so good. So you win. And I think maybe to your chagrin, I hand you the immunity friendship bracelet. And I feel like we kind of cover like in the episode like why that isn't beneficial to you in your current position. Anything in additional thoughts about having that with you and sort of like how that affected your gameplay or other general thoughts about that round? Because that was there was a lot of moving parts that round, and obviously a ton that didn't make the cut. If there's anything you remember that you want to talk about.
I think right off the bat, my first reaction was like, cool. Like I got some power and it's everyone knows about it, which is good. Like in terms of like it's not something I'm gonna freak out about because it's not like a hidden immunity idol and I have to play it this round. Like I like those
Mhm.
parts of it. And then I realized I think probably as I'm like walking back to the woods or maybe having my first conversation of like, no one's gonna tell me the actual plan here. I'm in the minority and they know that I have this. But what I was really truly focused on was just covering our flank. I was like traumatized from season two of just like getting massacred, just like our tribe just getting down. And even after I was voted out, continuing that and throughout the end game of that season, like I just don't want us to go again. Like we have three out of the what nine, right? But we have the pieces once we found out that Sarah had the idol, like guaranteed we're staying. And that's all I was really focused on. And I think we've talked about this. There are things that could have been done, in this round particularly. We can talk about that if you want, to maybe really turn the game on its head a bit. But for me, in the what, 15 minutes that we have, including a confessional, I was just like, look, does Sarah have the idol? That takes a little bit to get out. Okay, I'm doing it this way. The three of us are making it forward. That's all I can really handle at this point in these 15 minutes. The rounds are so fast. And that's gonna be my answer for a lot of the rounds in the merge. Like, why did you do this, Dan? And it's like, well, I had 9 minutes. I don't know.
But it's kind of it's funny you say that, and I'll probably cut this moment, but I very few of my questions are like, why did you do? Because I agree with you. Like, there's actually a lot of like, because I just had to. Like, I just so I guess let's get into it with the merge because this is a much talked about round. I understand how it played out this way, but I guess for you, I'd love to hear from you. Like, how did it land that the three of you, Tony, and Sarah, end up casting your votes with the majority of the fans and vote for James? How did that sort of come into play?
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't think of many other ways. Like, I knew I wasn't going to get information.
Mhm.
So I couldn't really believe much of what I'm getting from anyone other than Tony and Sarah. So for me, I needed Tony and Sarah to go get that information and to kind of do that work. And Tony went to Melody, went to Lizzie, and did that. And obviously, kind of the easy vote was James. I think Josh needed to come to us. Josh and James needed to come to us and be like, look, we have the numbers here. Let's go take a shot, at Melody. I believe that would have been the name. I think, and you can talk about this with Josh. We've talked about it. I believe Josh would have said Melody or Caroline. I would have said no to Caroline. I would have said, no, that's not the name I want. And then he would have said Melody, and I would have been like, cool. Um, so yeah, like that had to happen. It didn't. It's all good. I didn't think to myself, I need to go talk to everyone because I didn't think I was gonna get the truthful responses, and there was nothing wrong with that. And I said that, in tribal, like I wasn't mad at anyone. I know I'm not gonna get the straight answer. I got this bracelet, this jumble of beads that broke. I love that it's caught on camera that the second it broke, and you can get. I we're trying to get Sarah to tell us that she has the idol, and I just go, oh, oh, okay, and no, mm-hmm. Just,
You
put that in my pocket.
you can always tell which props I made and which props Will the props guy made.
Yeah.
Like mine just shatter immediately. Um, but no, I think that's such an interesting round, and like I know that there's like a well, like but if the favorites put their votes on someone else and Sarah played her extra vote, then it would. I'm like, guys, like there's they had 40 minutes to talk, plus they're
Yeah.
doing confession. Like, there's what are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah,
Like,
and then we're getting out kind of Sarah of like, do you have the idol? Is it okay to play your idol in this situation? Also, we're going to need your extra vote too for this crazy idol.
oh my
Like that's a
God.
lot of massaging, um, and that wasn't gonna work.
Yeah.
I don't think that was gonna happen.
That's a good point. Were you getting any impression? Because I want to, this is when you and Sarah do reconnect strategically, because obviously you're together at the first round, you reconnect at the swap, but like there's not really anything for you to do with that second swap. And she has this moment where she then goes to Caroline, Lizzie, and Melody and says, like, I believe, referring to you and Tony, I don't trust those guys.
Mhm.
Were you getting in the moment that Sarah was, tell me if I'm putting words in your mouth. The Sarah was not as on board with you as you were with her. Were you picking up on that at all?
No, and I never really did.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking to Sarah a massive amount in the merge game. We always talked like either right at the beginning of a round or right at the end of a round. And that's
Mm,
just me being like, I know we're good,
sure.
and I took that for granted, I guess, because she didn't trust me for some reason. But like we've talked about that afterwards, and it's all good. But I never got that sense that I was losing her.
Mhm.
Um, and the end product really doesn't say that I lost her fully. I made it to fourth, and I needed her
Mhm.
to make it that far. And I hope she trusted me in a way to keep me that long,
Yeah.
kind of to protect me from me not to be the name in other situations from like Lizzie and Melody's group. But no, I mean, good job on Sarah. Like I didn't get that in our conversations. I still thought that we could really talk openly.
So we get through the James vote, and at this next round, we've got the trivia challenge. We've got, you've been talking for a couple of rounds at this point about I really like working with Tony, but he is a shield. There's a built-in eject button in this alliance where there will come a point, hopefully in a little while, that I have to say, okay, fine, it's Tony. At what point during that round did it become apparent to you that the Tony alliance was unsalvageable? Because it does kind of look for a while like this could go that Josh is going, and then the favorites can make something work. So I'd be curious from your perspective, when did it become clear? Sorry, Tony, this ain't happening.
Obviously, like the timeline's really blurred, and like I definitely can't like piece out the 10-minute strategy session of like what happened. But like, yeah, just like you said, I really liked Tony. I wanted to keep Tony for like one or two more votes. It was just really apparent that he was the name, and there was nothing that there were no people that there's not enough people that want to protect Tony. So it was just a cut and dry thing. And like for me, like I wanted to keep Josh and Tony kind of in the same way, you know. I wanted to keep both of them one or two more rounds than they went. I didn't really care which one went first, because they were kind of giving me the same protection. Josh more in like a more chaotic way, you know, like I knew that people would always want to take Josh out before me because he just is breeding chaos at this point. And they would want to take out Tony before me because he just looks physically more like he's going to win challenges, even though, you know, I won the first one. But like, you could just say that was fluke, right? And I didn't win trivia, thankfully. That is a challenge I probably should have won, and I go to trivia all the time. But if I won trivia and then I win auction, I'm hooked. I'm done at six. The Caroline blind side, like that doesn't happen. Like the Daltrey blind side doesn't happen. But anyway, um, I just thought that it was like the clean vote.
Mhm.
People probably went to me towards the end. It was like it's Tony, and I was like, cool.
Yeah.
There was just nothing I could do.
The chaos at that live tribal, at any point did it feel like maybe something's happening, or did that feel like this is just chaos? I feel like you say to a couple other people, this is just chaos. Is that really how you felt in the moment?
Yeah, I think so. I know that like we didn't get talked too much in it. Like I wasn't having
Yeah.
much conversations with people. I wasn't being pulled aside. Like Sarah and I were just kind of sitting there chilling, which tells you kind of like, you know, my value strategically in the game right
Mhm.
now is kind of tenable, right? Like people aren't coming to me being like, "We need your vote," or like, "What are you thinking?" It was more like, "Who's it gonna be?" So I just kind of sat back and yeah, I'm just like, I'm pretty sure this is just Josh like sowing chaos. You know, maybe he thinks he's in trouble or he's trying to get it off of Tony. Like I don't really know, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be me, so I'm just gonna sit back and let you guys hash this out.
Sure. Fair enough. So I'm going to kind of yada yada a little bit here. I'd love to hear a little bit about I find that you had very unique approaches with Caroline, Lizzie, and Melody throughout the day. Really distinct relationships that I don't think we fully captured in the episodes. Like we didn't get into any of like how you actually recognized Melody into the game. I think that the you and Caroline dynamic was really kind of built specifically for the eventual Daltrey blind side. And then Lizzie, I think you have this really cool dynamic where you kind of acknowledge like there's not a lot for us to work on together, but we like each other. So I guess I'd love to hear, maybe we go through like one at a time, like kind of your approach to each of them. Maybe we start with Caroline.
Sure. Yeah, and please like feel free to add on kind of what your perspective
Sure.
of like the relationship. But like Caroline, I just feel really good with. Like I feel like if Caroline and I start in the same tribe, um, she absolutely would be someone that I would clock of like, that's it. I want to go really far with her. That's that strong woman that I try to find and work with and kind of be those ride or dies. Not necessarily like literally to the very end, but like really, really far in the game. She was someone I could talk to strategically on like the same level or close to. She's probably a little better strategically than me because she's a really smart person and knows Survivor like backwards and forwards. Um, but yeah, I really respected her. I really enjoyed being around her. Um, she was someone I was really happy that I got swapped on with
Mhm.
because like there are people that I did not get swapped on with of Melody and Lizzie, and I had to kind of figure out those relationships really late,
Mhm.
and where like Lizzie was the last person that I talked to, in the game. I think even like the first round or two, I didn't really talk to them. And at that point, like we were just like, it just didn't feel like we could
Yeah.
be open and honest, which sucks, but like that's what happens, and especially in a short game. But you're right, I did respect Lizzie a lot, and definitely tried to, tell them some things, towards the end of the game of like keep this in your mind. Like I get that I'm not probably part of your end game, but like it's all good. Just like keep these things in mind if you want to get to the end. Yeah, I really enjoyed being around Lizzie. And then Melody. So when we got um, revealed as fans and favorites, I walked down and I saw Melody immediately, and my reaction was, "Oh shit!" Um, so I know Melody like in passing. So my first org was an org that you've played as well. The winner of season one, Justin, made it during the pandemic, and it was my first like this is what this community is. I had no idea you guys existed. I had no idea that there were LRGs, that there were orgs, and Melody won one of those games. I didn't play with her. I didn't know many people that played with her. I just know that she won, and maybe an inkling of like, yeah, she's really good, and like, maybe a little not villainous, but like strategically, like she'll cut you. Um, and that I knew a little bit of that, so I'm like, oh man, okay. So I know Melody a little bit,
Mhm.
um, and I thought I was gonna keep that to myself, and I just can't help myself. And I think like. I think it was like the merge, like right when we met. It's like, hey, just so you know, I know who you are, and like, just so stupid. Um, I think I wanted like her to maybe trust me a little bit, but obviously like that's a stupid thing. Like, hey, I know you won a game. Like, trust me. That's not gonna happen. It's dumb. Yeah, I was just like org starstruck. But yeah, so I was like, because that was my one thing. I was like, oh man, I know her, but she doesn't know me. Like, this is valuable, and I just screwed that. But in terms of our relationship in the merge to kind of end game-ish, like I think we had a lot of respect for each other. We talked a good amount. I think she wanted to know where my head was, obviously, strategically. Like she wanted to know where that other side was, and I wanted her to know a little bit. Like I wanted her to know that you could talk to me, and I'm gonna give you some stuff, and like hopefully that buys me some grace with you, and like I think that did help me get to how far I got. Like, and if you want to vote for someone, like vote. If you need a vote, come to me. Like I'm might be down, and it happened. I voted with Melody a lot, even though we were kind of like diametrically opposed, like in the game. Um, I think I played that well. Of like, you can come to me. Like, if it works for me, I'll vote with you. Sounds good.
So we get to the next round and it's the auction episode. Josh goes. We've got the Bo Diddley challenge and then Daltrey goes. I don't mean to yada yada those because those are big rounds, but I was curious.
First, I still have. It was in my pocket. I think it went through the washer as well. I've got this. Do you remember that challenge round? So thank you.
How is that for you winning that one?
That was cool. I didn't expect to. It's something that, like, when I was like, oh, I think I said on camera, and I also told my mom when we were watching the episode, I'm like, yeah, I didn't think that I was really set up to win that. And she's like, what are you talking about? Like that's totally something that you'd be good at. You're just. And I told her like, yeah, I calculated what like the market value of one of the cubes was after the first two or three, and she was like, yeah, like of course you won that. Like that's your brain. So it was really cool that I was able to do that. It felt good. It felt really good that I got that it wasn't a fluke, that winning the merge wasn't a fluke. I'm now maybe like a challenge beast. What? What? Me? So that was super cool to know like I got two out of three and I was pretty close to trivia and like maybe I'm a beast. Like dance towards beast. So it felt good.
I love that. I'll be honest with you. I don't even get how that challenge worked. Like I knew it was like fun, but like I think I said to you guys afterwards, like, did you guys like that? Like, was that a fun game to play? And everybody's like, yeah, that was like fun. I couldn't tell you what the strategy is to win that. So the fact that you figured out market, that's incredible to me. That's so cool.
I know from like fantasy football auctions that like you should always bid on one of the first few players because people are scared to bid in general in an auction right off the bat. So that's
Mm,
why I bid and got the second one. And then yeah, the market value thing. So I think that helped. Um, yeah, it was good times.
that's so funny. So next up, we've got the Daltrey boot, which is obviously like a huge moment in the season. Uh, I don't know that I have like a ton of specific questions because I feel like your path through that episode feels fairly clear. It seems like it's going to be you. An opportunity is presented, and you take the opportunity. I don't know. I don't mean to like downplay it, but I'm just curious if there's anything you want to add about that round.
There is. So
Yeah.
this is tough because like I know this conversation happened and I texted you about it, but I don't think it was caught on camera. And then
Mhm.
when I talked to Caroline at the premiere, she didn't remember the conversation. But so it's just like, am I crazy? Or like I'm 99% sure this conversation I'm about to tell you happened of I went to Caroline at 6 before she told us about the adultery idea. And I said, like, look, why don't you and I just go to the end together? Like, just let's have like let's give this season like a really solid like final two of like here's a fan, here's a favorite. They both played like decent games. And you know what? I don't know who's winning. Let's just flip a coin. Like I'm 37. Like I don't care. I'm playing reckless here. Like, let's just do it. Let's do it. And she looked at me and she said, I can't beat you. She said she said I can't do that. You would win. And I said, I don't know if that's true, honestly. And I knew at that point, like, all right, well, that stinks. That I know that Caroline won't want to bring me super far. At this point, we're at 6. So when Caroline came back to us probably like 10 minutes later, because it was really close at the end of that round, and said that idea, in my head, I'm like, is this real? Because the conversation that we just had, allegedly, because it only exists in my brain now, apparently, um, uh, is this just a ruse? But quickly I was like, you're about to flush Sarah's extra vote. You're using Sarah in this situation. Like you would lose Sarah forever if this was just a ruse to get me out, which is would already be happening. Like, why would you make up this story just to make me feel comfortable? I already know I'm out. If this isn't the real plan. So in my mind, I'm like, this is the plan that's happening.
Mhm.
Um, it was just kind of for the end game. It painted my picture of like, okay, like I shouldn't be planning on working with Caroline forever. Um, but man, that was an olive branch that Caroline gave me. Um, I thought I was cooked. I was ready. That was the point where it's like I won 2 immunity challenges.
I
I
thought you were cooked.
everyone did. Until I did a little bit face, I said, "Hey, how do you spell your mom's name?" Um, you know, at the voting confessional. No, everyone did, and they should. Yeah, I mean, Caroline had an idea at the 11th hour, and obviously I'm going to say yes. That sounds like a great idea for me. And thank goodness for Sarah, for wanting to give up that extra vote and for helping me out. That's why it's like she had to trust me in some way. She had to keep me around in some way. I had to do something right, from 9 to 6, where she wanted to help me out and vote Daltrey out. Um, but yeah, I was sick. That was great to watch. That was a hell of a lot of fun. And I say to Caroline, I owe her 2 drinks for the 2 rounds that she that she saved me from 6 and 5. And Tony owes me a drink for the friendship bracelet. So at some point, I'll go out and
We're all gonna buy each other drinks. Perfect. Um, so Daltrey goes out. We get to a certain challenge, Dan, the Wordle
Yep.
challenge.
Oh yeah.
And I just want to know, do you stand by it? Do you stand by your actions that
You know what, Dylan? Guess what? The word I said is a word. You're the one with the dirty mind. My mom, after she saw that episode, brought out the biggest dictionary she could find in the house and looked for that word. Confirm. Dad went on his phone and looked up probably on Webster Dictionary. I have pictures of this. Embarrassed. So embarrassed. I think you're the dirty-minded person, You're the guy that took it that way. Okay?
What was the reaction to that? I know that you had a lot of friends and family who checked this out for you.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
was the reaction to that moment?
That was a really funny Sunday morning of getting a lot of texts from friends and family, like my cousin, like my ride back from another org from a few years ago, like just the different reactions. Um, I went on a date recently, and before the first date, this person found Millennium Park and clicked on a random episode. And guess which one she clicked
No,
on?
no, 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 no.
Yeah, so that didn't work out. So after the first date, it didn't work
You're like,
out.
wait, go back to episode six. Go back to episode
That's
six.
what I was like, we gotta watch the whole thing, or at least episode six. But she chose to watch that one. Yeah, it was really fun and really fun to like watch my parents live watch that and like yeah, it was and then Justin like right after he was the camera guy, like a good friend of mine and just went up to me because it was just us three. And I think another camera person, right?
Yes. Yep.
And he was like, Dan, that is the most I have laughed in playing a game around a game ever. Like that was awesome.
It
So
was,
we're just having fun at MP3, you know?
I know that was a really really special I think that was the first clip I sent to you cast members that I posted in like the private group. Is I was like, they've got to see this moment at least.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And the reason why, honestly, all that happened and why my guesses weren't that great, it's because it was timed. I mean, like that really messed with me. That I went into like a trauma response of like oh shoot, and I just blacked out. I could not think of the right words. And I've said this to you privately. I'll say it to everyone. I now can't really play Wordle all that much because I start to get really nervous that I needed to answer it super quickly. Like, and I play Wordle a lot, but I'm at work and I'm just like, oh, I got, what's this word? What's this word? What's this word? Like, Dan, it's been 10 seconds.
Oh, no. Did you do today's Wordle?
No, I usually do it at work at summer vacation. I'm probably not gonna do Wordle for 2 months, but
I Daltrey texted me and was like, she's like, you have to do Wordle today. And I did guess pussy as one of my guesses. And it was a good guess for today. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll
oh,
say.
okay.
It was a good
I'll
guess.
do it after this. I'm gonna do that. All right.
It's a good guess for today. So onto the more serious part of the final five round. I thought you crushed that round. I thought what really impressed me in particular was that opening scene of the episode where Caroline is going between Melody and Lizzie, you and Sarah, and Melody and Lizzie make no secret that they are not pleased with Caroline. And I thought that and it's a longer scene in the unedited version, but I thought from you, it was such a master class in how to bring this person in and make her feel good about it. But then she votes for you. She's like, no, I actually am going to go back to Lizzie and Melody. So I guess from your perspective, what was that final five round like? Like, did you think you had Caroline? Like, at what point did it become clear? What do you mean we don't have Caroline? But obviously we should have Caroline. Like, what was your thought process there?
Yeah, again, like, unfortunately, you probably know more than me at this point. Like, I don't remember a ton of details
Mhm.
about that round, just because, like, in my mind afterwards, I'm like, okay, so the pendulum just swung back,
Mm.
after the Caroline move and plop went to Caroline. I kind of attributed kind of what happened with like it in what I said about like the me and Melody relationship, the me and Lizzie relationship of like you can come to me and if like you need the vote, like I am a person that we can work together to kind of be beneficial to us. So I just figured like that's what happened. Like they were just mad at her,
Mhm.
okay, like let's go. And they didn't need to tell me, right? Like they could have left me out if they wanted to, right? Like yeah, but like they still did. Like hey, let's take Caroline out. Oh no, yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
so yeah, I just kind of attributed it to that of like I think I did a good job socially kind of from all emerge of like they can come to me and be like, "Hey, can we get this person out?" Like Caroline kind of burned us and I was fine because it wasn't me. Any name but me, right? At that point because I know I'm the other name. And I know that I really wanted to work with Caroline but knew that she wasn't going to bring me to the end and it would buy me one more round. So it was a really easy decision for me. But so in terms of what you saw, do you remember like different conversations, like in terms of you saying like I crushed it? For me, in my mind, I'm like it was kind of like the name that was said, and it made sense for me, so it brought me another round, so I kind of did it. But clearly, I did better stuff.
No, I guess yeah, just to be more specific, I think that that immediate conversation following Tribal, I thought that that was just, I should probably just find the full clip and send it to you because I really think it's like the way that you like support her of like, that was an amazing move. That's
Yeah,
your move. No one can take that away from you. Like everything about that, I'm like watching, and like obviously I know the outcome of the episode is everybody votes for Caroline, but like watching that moment, I'm like, how the hell do we end up the Caroline's the boot? Like it like Lizzie or Melody should go here. Like Caroline should be with Dan and Sarah now. Like I that moment in particular, that whole conversation, I thought you did a fantastic job. And then I don't think this is in the episode, but I feel like then she leaves at one point and like you and Sarah kind of like get your little like like we might make it out of this alive moment, which was very sweet. I thought I should find that one. I think you might like that clip.
I definitely remember that conversation, and I did like watching that back. But I think that's just like me. Like that's like knowing like she's also a Survivor fan. This is a huge move that she could say that she did. Watch it back and be like, like you did that shit. Like you did that. Um, and obviously like it looks really good with me saying that, like because I'm being supportive, but it's true. It's honest. Yeah, and obviously we could have done 3-2. It could have been Melody or Lizzie gone, but like I don't know if Sarah would have done that. Like you can ask those questions, in Sarah's and Melody, Lizzie, what they heard, but like this point, like Sarah was in with Lizzie. I didn't really clock that much. It makes complete and utter sense that I wanted to be the Drew to Sarah, but Sarah found Drew's best friend, basically, right? One of his best friends. It's like, yeah, obviously, like pick Lizzie. Like
The true Drew.
what? Like I was just trying to fabricate this. Like, we actually have one of Drew's best friends here who's like really cool, and you found each other. That's great. But anyway, that's here and there.
Yeah. So we get to the final four. And I know that that challenge was you were really disappointed in the outcome from that challenge. Can you talk to me a little bit about sort of like why did that one hit you so much more than some of the other ones might have?
I mean, first off, I knew I needed it.
Mhm.
I knew I needed to win out. Which in terms of me, I mean, I didn't know I needed to win out in that moment. I'll say that. I knew I needed to win that challenge. Um, and it was also a challenge I thought I could win, honestly. Like there were a lot of pieces to that, where I looked, I'm like, okay, like I think I'm gonna be the first person done with the sprint. I think if I don't mess up, like balance isn't my thing,
Sure.
but I could be the first person at the balls. And then balls throwing, like I'm gonna crush that, obviously. And then my weakness is the puzzles, but
Mhm.
it's a word puzzle. It's not a jigsaw, it's not a slide. So like it's actually a puzzle I could basically do an average time. Like I could be the first person at the puzzle table and have a head start. I could win this. Um, and of course, the part of the challenge that gave me the most challenge was my strength. And I sunk those two balls pretty quickly, and then I just freaked out. And I was just, it felt like 5 minutes. And obviously, the second that I take a deep breath and I close my eyes for a second and I threw that third ball in, it went. Like obviously, it's like my dad in the back of my head, like just breathe. Like if I did that, if I did like an average time for me of throwing those balls, if I have like a 90-second head start on the puzzle before Lizzie gets there, I think I could
Yeah.
have done it. I remember I didn't even read the clues like that you gave. I was thinking of words that could be in the phrase, and I had immunity immediately. So then it was down to like the other words. I will say, there were two Z's for puzzle. In my brain, very well knowing me, I could have been convinced that they were N's,
Yeah.
and that could have tripped me up. So like you never know. But like that really, so yeah, that challenge, it really hurt to lose. And you could see in the field, when I was doing my confessional, like I was really deflated. Uh I kind of knew the writing was on the wall. I didn't really have like future plans, like think moves that I can make. And there were moves that I could make. Like there was an opening there and there were situations that we can get into, but I was just really sad and disappointed in myself. And if I mean, the thing is though, like I was at peace in terms of a lot of things I did in the game already. So
Mhm.
like it wasn't like, oh man, like this is a failure, like Millennium Park 3, I failed it, like this is awful. I could have gotten a little farther if everything went right, but I'm hard on myself and it felt bad. Yeah.
Did that lead into, because I think that the final four or so that I get some questions about, like, why did Dan go to Sarah and explicitly say, do not tie it from me? Was that just part of that mindset you were in of like, it's over? Like, why overcomplicate it? Like, why go out trying to like do all these things? Like, I could just accept it and like be at peace. Like, what was the reasoning behind that move?
I think that's something that I need to get better at in playing a game because like me personally, I never want to do anything to someone that isn't their own, like what they want to do. Like I don't like taking agency away from people. I don't like taking the last of something. I don't like being kind of not aggressive, but like standing up for what I want.
Sure.
And I've done that in games before where I'm just like, if you want to play it for me, or if you want to tie it up,
Yeah.
that will do better for your game, is how I say.
Mhm.
Um, by all means. But like, I wasn't gonna force Sarah into that idea. And also, Sarah didn't really know what fire making was, so that was something I would have to understand in the moment that I didn't have much time about. I would need to like explain it.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean, I did lead off saying that, and that's not good. Like in terms of gameplay, like I need to be better at that with other games that I play. Um, and just be like, look, I think it's better for you, for me to be in this game instead of Melody or whatever. Um, and I just didn't do that. I was defeated.
Mhm.
Um, but it's also that part of like I just need to be better at that and take that part of my life psyche away in a game. You
Sure.
know, I need to try to get to the end as much as I can. I can't have it be like what the other person wants all the time. I gotta think about me.
I love that. I think that's a really good like game and life lesson to take away from it. So, you do get to tribal, you are voted out, you make it all the way, fourth place, sixth member of the jury. What was the feeling walking away from the game this time?
Um, yeah, so it was, I felt full. I mean, that's what it was, right? I felt really good, um, confident that I would feel good about watching the episodes back and, be proud of what happened. Yeah, so like I truly was at peace. I was ready to go at six. I made it two more. I made it to finale. Like I was the last, male identifying player. Yeah, I just I felt full.
Yeah. Dan, I think the thing that a lot of people were curious about walking away from the finale episode was your vote at Final Tribal Council. Doesn't change the end result. Lizzie still wins, but I think a lot of people were surprised that you didn't vote for Sarah to win. And I'm just curious, what was it that made you ultimately decide to vote for Lizzie to be the sole survivor?
Yeah, it was a really tough decision. I did not decide until the very end. I had respect for, both games. For me, first off, I was kind of feeling that Lizzie was getting the votes.
Mhm.
And I think in my heart, I thought I thought they had all of them. And I'm like, do I really cast against them? And I'm like, it's just a perfect game. If I vote for Lizzie, it's a perfect game. Um, I don't want to take that away from them, but also that's not a reason to vote for a winner. My real reason was Lizzie had agency throughout this whole game, right? Once I heard from Melody when Melody was voted out, that Lizzie was the number two, the number cruncher. Like it was them two, they were co's. Um, that's really all I needed to hear. I'm not gonna vote for someone who I'm closest to in a game. I'm gonna vote for the person that truly deserves to win on the day. And Lizzie did a great job socially, keeping their names out of their mouths and like also just driving the vote all the time,
Mhm.
right? Only time Lizzie was left out was the Daltrey vote. Everyone was left out there, like Melody too. Um, I just have respect for that kind of game. And yes, like they were the majority alliance. Yes, I guess it's easier to be in that position, but they had to do work to get there, and they kept their flank and they continued. Once I kind of realized that, and once Melody said, like, yeah, like Lizzie helped me a ton. Like Lizzie was the number cruncher of this group.
Mhm.
Um, and I guess you have to take what Melody says with a grain of salt in that situation. Like Melody wants Lizzie to win,
Sure.
but I was like, yeah, that's obviously what happened. Like Lizzie was an important cog
Mhm.
in that majority alliance. So that's why I did it, and I felt really bad because Sarah, I think, was a little hurt,
Mhm.
and I had to explain kind of that on the way up to the parking lot with Justin. Justin was there, and that was great. Justin could also kind of back up of like where my head was at, because I think that was tough to hear. Of like, yes, you were my number one, but I'm not just gonna vote for that. I will say about Sarah, um, watching back this, like every one of my friends thought Sarah was winning. you know, Everyone that I talked to was like, why didn't you vote for Sarah? What's going on? Like, I made a big mistake. I'm like, look, they both play great games. And it's what we saw, what we experienced on that day is who should win. Um, but yeah, kudos to Sarah socially making it to the end 2 times in a row. That takes true talent. I feel bad that it was the same result. She
Mhm.
didn't deserve that. She really did a great job and she really did improve her style. Yeah, I'm really proud of her.
Awesome. Dan, I've got a couple of viewer questions if you have a couple more minutes for these.
Oh.
And spoiler alert, all of all of our viewers are just other players in the game, but that made these
Is it
questions.
like Johnson? Okay, great, great.
So, from a young man named Tony, a young man named Tony asked us, if you had to compare your Survivor Millennium Park career to a former or current Red Sox player, who would it be and why?
What? Oh, Tony.
I
What a
should have sent this one to you in advance.
Yeah, you should have, Dylan. This would have been really fun to think about. Like, I would have thought about this all day. I would have been on Baseball Reference looking at stuff because the situation is like, who is a player that like maybe played for the Red Sox, and then got traded and came back, that was like
Ooh.
not great, and then really like built and like did a great job his last like 2 years or whatever, or like maybe like a um a cold couple of first years and then like boom gangbusters, and obviously like a really nice guy. um Man, Tony, fantastic question. I needed a little bit of time to think about it. It was just so good, and I wanted to really, really dive deep into this. And one name kept popping up, and I think it's perfect. This man who is short of stature is a stud, and of course, that's me. This person is Dustin Pedroia. If you remember, the good fans do, that Pedroia was actually quite bad the first couple of months of his career. And Terry Francona, the manager, refused to send him down and made him work it out, and he won Rookie of the Year. Next year after that, he won MVP, and he became one of the best players of all time for the Red Sox. And I think this is true for me in my story of Millennium Park. Millennium Park Season 2, I flamed out. Dylan, the Terry Francona in this situation, believed it, and he said, I want to see you play again. And I think playing season 3, I did a pretty good job. Very proud of how I did. Similar to a Dustin Pedroia career, but something happened to Pedroia in his career. He got cut short. Manny Machado hurt his ankle, Pedroia's ankle, and it ruined his career. And so, very similar to Pedroia, I just couldn't get to the promised land. Couldn't win that game. Pedroia couldn't finish his career out in the way that he wanted to. So I think that's your answer, Tony. I am the Dustin Pedroia of Millennium. Go Sox.
All right, next question. Lizzie asked, what moment felt like a significant shift in the game for you?
Kim being voted out? Probably. Because I mean, that was the moment in terms of the favorites possibly coming out of the pre-merge with a majority alliance. If we flip Caroline, and we still have Kim, James is gone. Um, the other tribe's gonna do what they're gonna do and mess up, and John, Ton, and Emma are gone, and we lose those numbers. But like, we would come into the merge a little closer. Maybe Caroline's still with us a bit. Maybe we can make a move with Josh. Maybe like our minds are a little uh, thinking a little more clearly.
Mhm.
And I feel like we could run that game. I do feel like I'm still probably fourth place-ish. There's a chance that I get to the end, but like probably a similar end result for me. But I think that truly was the moment where things changed, and I had to go from, okay, you're not going to be in the majority alliance for the rest of the way. You gotta scratch and claw from the bottom for the rest of this day and a half. I think that was it. Thanks, Lizzie.
Josh wants to know, how did Dan get so good looking?
Thank you, Joshua. Thanks, Josh. Joshy T. Great question. Uh, I look like my dad. Dad looked like Dennis Eckersley in his 30s. If anyone, he had the hair and the mustache, like good looking dudes right there. Um, I've got a great smile, just born with that. I don't know what to say, Josh. Thanks, bud. Uh, I think this is gonna age well. What can I say?
I love it. I love it. Dan, anything else from your experience during the game, watching it play out on YouTube, over a year later? Anything else you want to share?
I'm just really thankful, honestly. Like, you put out such a good product, and that was clear for the first two seasons. And that's honestly why I wanted to do well in this one, because I wanted it there as like archive footage of things, something I could go back to and watch. And to have my friends and family watching every Sunday and getting those texts and watching with my parents, most Sundays, and just like seeing them being proud of me, and like it just, and it's a silly thing. Like, this is a silly thing.
Yes, it cannot be
Very,
overstated how silly this is.
very silly. And I needed people to know that, like, yes, like this means a lot to me. I want you to watch, but like this is dumb. Like, this is just like a bunch of like, oh, you're on Survivor? Like, oh, like how many people see this? I'm like, a good amount, 1,000, like proud of that in this world. But like, it's just a silly thing that we do in the woods for 2 days. Like, we're just a bunch of, nerds that just like doing this. It's
We're just
great.
LARPing Survivor.
Fucking Survivor. But this game in particular, I'm okay flaming out in a couple of games. This is one I really wanted to nail, because of how much work you put into these episodes, how good they look. Just like I wanted to give a good product for this. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing it again. Yeah, and I'm just really proud of the people I met, and how I did. But yeah.
Awesome. Dan, anything that you want to plug or anything you want to give a shout, anyone you want to give a shout out to, anything you want to mention before we wrap it up here?
Yeah, so I think I mentioned in one of my answers, that I'm on production for Outlast, which is the other LRG in Massachusetts, and it's a 4-day game in the woods in New Braintree, Massachusetts, which is a place that doesn't get much cell reception. It's pretty legit. We don't really give you food. Challenges are great. I'm the head videographer with my friend Josh, and we just get after it. What's funny is Josh from Millennium Park 3 played Outlast a month after Millennium Park, and he told me when we were in the woods, he was like, trying out this like crazy stuff for this game because I'm playing a bigger game in Massachusetts in a month. I'm like, oh really? What are you playing? Knowing what game it was, the only other game that fits. And I'm like, yeah, I'll see you there in a month. I'll be filming you. It's just a good time. So we are filming, and you're gonna help us out with them. I'm so excited. It's gonna be so fun being in the woods with you. Um, Filming at the end of July, and then we'll have new applications beginning of the year for next year. Check them out on YouTube, Outlast. It's a good time, and apply for next season. I'm excited for that. Apart from that, ladies, slide in the DMs. I'm single here, and If you like what you saw in Millennium Park, why not?
Go rewatch episode 6. If you're not sure, go rewatch
The
episode
six
6.
on loop. Just do that. If you like it, find me on Instagram. I don't know what the kids do. Yeah.
That's such a good plug. All right, Dan, thank you so much. It was really great catching up with you, and thank you for taking the time to chat with me about this silly game that we got to do together.
Thanks again, Dylan. Appreciate it.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for tuning in for another Survivor Millennium Park 3 postseason interview. I'm joined today by a player. You know, in Survivor, everybody knows Jeff's famous line, "She voted out her mom." But this player voted out my mom. This player came into the game. She took big swings. She went for the fences. She left it all out there. It didn't end up working out for her in the end for a win, but it did work out with an incredible game. And we're going to get into this, hopefully an amazing experience. I'm joined by the one, the only Caroline. Caroline, how are you?
So sweet, Dylan. Thank you. I'm great. Doing great. Ready to get into it.
Let's jump into it because like I told you before we start recording, I have a ton to talk to you about. So we're gonna skip the pleasantries. We're gonna get down
Let's
to
do it.
business. So walk me through your pre-game experience and preparation for this. How were you preparing? What did you expect going into it? Any of that?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so I know you remember this, Dylan, but for those at home who don't know, I discovered Millennium Park through like Instagram suggestion reels on the Explore page, and I followed the account. And then I was at a watch party in like fall of 23, probably, and I ran into you there, and I was like, "Oh my God, are you the guy from Millennium Park?" And you said that you were probably doing another season. I was like, "All right, I'm following you guys on Instagram. I'll find it there." So I had watched when I like initially discovered it. I had watched season 2 because that was more recent, and then when I found out you were doing applications and decided to apply, I was like, I should probably do a little bit more research, and I went back and watched season 1 and just to like figure out what kind of challenges what was going to be there, which turned out to be incredibly helpful because there were some players there from season 1. And so yeah, a little bit of that. I had watched some of the like post-game interviews from some people just to get a sense of like how quick things moved and all of that. But that was pretty much the extent of the prep, as well as searching the Wikipedia page for the state of Massachusetts in anticipation for Massachusetts trivia. But yeah, that about concludes that.
Now, Caroline, you told me that you ran in to one of your future competitors before
Yes.
the season. Do you want to tell us about that?
Yes, it always goes down at the watch party still, and this is a great
This is the
great
plug for if
promo.
you're in the Boston area, come to the watch parties. That's where it all goes down.
It can get crazy. So I found out that I was on season 3, and this is honestly faux pas on my part that I probably wasn't supposed to tell people, and I didn't really know that I wasn't supposed to tell people. But I was at the watch party, and I was in the middle of my like season 1. It's a couple weeks before the game, and it was one of Charlie Davis's watch parties, and I see Tony there. This is during season 46 of Survivor. He's wearing a Q skirt, and I was like staring at him. I was like, I think that's the guy. It has to be. I need to go talk to him. So I go up and I think I complimented his cute skirt first and was like, did you do Survivor Millennium Park? And he was like, yeah. And the conversation could not have been more awkward. I was like, oh, I'm doing season 3. Like, did you have fun? Any advice? He was like, yeah, it was cool. Like, it was just like, he was giving me nothing. And I was like, I don't know why that was so awkward. And it wasn't until we were in the park on the first day and he walked in, I was like, oh my God, that guy. He's back again.
So what was the reaction when you saw Tony at the park that day?
It made everything make a lot more sense, and I was like, oh, he couldn't tell me right in the moment, and I was honestly excited because I liked Tony in season 1 and was like, okay, if we ever end up on the same tribe, we'll have a funny first conversation to have. Maybe he'll feel bad that he couldn't say anything, and go from there.
Did I tell you that I've told you he texted me the next day?
Yes,
Was
and
like,
Dylan, I'm so sorry.
I met one of your season 3 players. Like, I didn't say anything, and like, I don't want to get them in trouble. Like, I don't want to say who it was. I was like, Tony, like, they won't get in trouble. Like, that's hysterical. And I also, in my heart, I was like, all right, who do I know in this cast would approach somebody at a bar and say, "Are you from Millennium Park?"
There's some history there, yeah.
There's some history there. Which, for the record, for any viewers that know that we were for a long time not doing a season 3, you coming up to me at that bar was like one of the factors of me deciding to do a season 3. I was like, what a cool person, like what an extrovert to like just approach somebody at a bar about a Survivor LRG. I like looked at Zach, who's with me. I was like, dude, we've got to do a season three. Like that's the energy we need at the park. That's what we need. And then 8 months later, you crushed my mom's dreams. But we'll get to,
The
we'll,
rest is history.
we'll get to that. So once you're at the park, we bring the fans tribe together. You guys don't know that you're the fans. You just know, like, oh, we're the green team. I guess we'll find out what's happening. Who's during that first round, who's standing out to you among the fans?
Before we started the game,
We could go, let's go from like start of the game through like getting to camp and like through the first challenge and all of that.
yeah, definitely. I think like I know myself, and I think I said this in my first interview that I know I'm a yapper, I'm a talker, and that could, I don't know, be a little intimidating. And my plan going in was to never be the loudest person and never put any sort of target on that. So I wanted to find people who were similarly yappers and have people to grab onto like that. So Melody, that was an instant connection from the jump. We were both like, young, goofy, yapping ladies. And so that was an instant connection there. And then I also clocked Brian as being someone who was like not afraid to like take the lead and be that type of person. So I initially was like, this seems like a great bunch. Daltrey was the first person that I met also, and it was just like immediately warm vibes, super like, okay, I love this woman. And Lizzie as well, of them just being like a little bit more subdued, but that connection was pretty there instantly. I would say those four people we immediately connected with. And I don't know if you've heard the lore about the Bathroom Alliance, right?
Yes, but if you want to, if
Yes.
you want to explain it from your perspective.
Right after we had like done the intro, we were walking up to do the first challenge, and I have a small bladder. I always have to pee, and so the four of us, it was me, Daltrey, Brian, and Melody, all walked over to the bathrooms, and Brian immediately pulls us in and was like, "Hey, this group, I love the group. This group, the four of us, is going to be great." And I was like, "Awesome!" Like vibes are vibing. This is it. But I was also like, okay, kind of crazy. We've had one conversation that he's locking it in very quickly. So that I think informs some of what happens in the second round when Brian eventually gets voted out, but that was kind of what kicked it off our immediate first impressions.
And once you're at camp and there's a lot of obviously because you guys scatter looking for the idol, but there's a lot of, these one-on-one interactions, and then we have this great scene that I call like the tattletale scene of like you and Melody go to Daltrey, you're like, Brian found the idol and he's not telling anybody. Like, could you feel that like that was the center of power forming on the tribe was you, Daltrey, Melody, Lizzie? Could you feel that from early on?
Yeah, I think it was just sort of a natural connection. It wasn't anything of like, we don't want to work with the men or that sort of vibe off jump. It definitely evolved into that. But it was just sort of a natural, like we all seemed to click and get along there. And then we had that conversation with Brian. So when we had clocked that he had found the idol, my perspective was like, if he tells me, awesome. He's in my good graces. I want to give him an opportunity to tell me and see where that goes. And he did not. So that's kind of where that went.
So once we get to the Brian boot, I'm curious, what we see in the episode really is the tribe rallying around, we've got to get him out. I guess two questions are like, were there other considerations? And this isn't in the episode, but in addition to James and Brian and Daltrey, your name gets floated at some point. I don't even remember. I think Brian might have said it. I don't remember. Like, how did that factor in for you that you were also mentioned at least?
Right. Yeah. I mean, everything happened really quickly during that first round. And I remember the overarching name that we had discussed between me, Melody, Lizzie, Daltrey was Brian. And I think there's a conversation shown of me and James talking about it. And I think that evolved into like, this guy's doing too much. We should get him out here. But I think Brian maybe made the mistake of giving different names to different groups of people. And I think his intended target was James, but based on who he was talking to, he was rotating through a slew of names. So it had gotten back to me that my name was in the mix there amongst many, which was obviously very nerve-wracking. And before you ever do any sort, you have no basis on if people are, so I was pooping my pants as
I know.
yeah.
I did you like that we don't hear the poop in the pants because that doesn't like we don't know that you were getting targeted. So I was like, oh, we're just gonna throw that in the swap. We're just gonna say
Right.
this was freaked out about the swap.
Oh, was that then? It was from earlier?
Oh yeah. So that was just I just like made that up. I was like, Caroline wasn't worried about the swap.
That's so funny. Yeah, so I think it was just definitely a lot of chaos. Something that was I was really trying to figure out was I felt like, with all due respect to the players of season one and season two, people were very, I don't know, there wasn't a lot of like cutthroat vibes
Yeah.
in initially from jump, especially on day one. Like people were pretty like open about what they were doing. So I was really just trying to figure out who I was dealing with and if I could give myself permission to also play hard. Like you kind of have to vibe out the group. And I think that vote definitely allowed me to be like, okay, the six group of people successfully were able to convince someone who had an idol in the first round not to play it. People know what they're doing, and we're here to mix things up a bit.
Totally. I think that's such like an under like as big of a moment that is that you guys successfully get Brian out with the idol in his pocket. I do feel like it's like underreported what a feat that is for six people to pull that off. Like this was not like we have precisely enough. This was the entire group rallied to get it done.
Yeah, totally.
Caroline, I'm going kind of quickly to get to a huge episode in episode three, but I guess any other thoughts, reflections from those first two rounds on the original fans tribe?
I'm trying to think. I don't think so. I think that covered it. Oh, the thing I will say is that never trust these editors. AI is getting too good out here these days. I did not fall during that challenge.
I was.
It may look like I fell twice. It's all it's
Do you remember that in the first version of it, I did include all
yes.
three angles of you falling, and like apparently I shouldn't even have included the two. Like I thought it was apparent that it was like, oh, this is just the same fall from two angles. But like so many people watched, like she fell twice. I was like, no, no, it's just like it's supposed to be funny. Like it's like the instant. But so no,
Right,
the
right.
record show, Caroline fell
And I
one time, said, "Oh God."
and I love watching like throughout day one and then into day two, I could see the bruises on my knees like evolving.
I've
Like
never noticed that.
battle
That's so
scars.
funny.
The battle scars from Millennium Park. It's crazy out here.
I feel like that fall could be in one of those like Survivor fall compilations from like the two players from Fiji, the one who like fell off the structure, and when Lizzie like face plants, like that could just be the third edition of it.
Love it. I love it.
All right, so talk to me about the swap round. There's so much to this episode. Like this is in my mind, I was like, oh, this is when Caroline becomes the main character of the season, and there's no turning back people until the very end. So we've got, you know, when did you know? I'm just gonna throw all of this out at you, and we'll sort of work through it. But like, when did you know that you wanted to work with the favorites that were on your group? You know, did you consider looping Josh in? That like, here's the plan that's forming. You know, what did you see as sort of like the path within this group? And we'll get to a little bit later of like, and then afterwards, like, what do you do after? But like going into it, where are you at with this?
I have to be so honest, like from the second that we drafted tribes, it was Flip City. Like it was like I mean I ended it up with a group of the like exact favorites I would have wanted to work with in that situation. And then the two fans that I was not working with in like a larger sense that I was like, okay, I think this is my path here. Like this, we drafted tribes, we sat down to lunch, and I was like, oh, I'm flipping. I'm like, and honestly, like Kim was someone that I like going into it was obviously very like scared of. If I had it my way, she would not have been on the season. But knowing that she was, I was like, she is. I have a lot of respect for her because she's such like a Boston Rob type of person. Like it's like a you're with me or you're against me, and I would rather be with her. When we were drafting tribes, she was picked me for the tribe, and I was giving her like the kind of smile. I was like, just get me on this girl's tribe, get me on her good side. Like, though that's if that's how it's gonna be. Obviously, I was not expecting a second swap and anything that played out further from there, but that was my thought process going into that. I also felt like I knew that James was definitely going to be a loyal type of person, just the way that he moved. But I didn't really have a good read on Josh, and so I think I talk about that. I'm like, I gotta do this before somebody else does. Feeling like I could tell Josh was vibing with Dan, he was vibing with Tony, like getting in there. That I was like, I need to be the first one to move my camp over here before Josh can do it. And obviously that didn't work out the way that I thought it did, but that was my thought process really going into it, was that it was like none of them are flipping. I think I had a conversation with Tony to like suss the vibes if that was ever an option. I'm like, this is never happening. I would like to be on the right side of this boat and
Mhm.
prove the trust here. I think about sometimes like what I would have done had I known about the idol.
Yeah, what do you think?
I think like in that I would just have to, right? You want to be on the right side of things. Like
Mhm.
Josh says he's playing this, this is what's going on. I would have voted with them, but I think it did at the end of the day turn out for the best for me because I was able to prove some trust to Dan and Tony who ended up staying, which ended up being great in the for me in the following rounds. I didn't get voted out and Josh burned an idol, so
It is kind of funny, like for something like that could have been catastrophic, like a failed flip, it kind of works out the best case scenario for you.
yeah, and I was so nervous though after that, that if that group went back to tribal council, all of a sudden Caroline's the flipper, we can't trust her. Look at all the stuff that she said, she did all of that. I was really, and also like being the only woman left there, I was worried they were gonna like bro down a little bit, and I was after that happened, I was really shook up. But you know, things worked out the way they were supposed to, I guess.
Well, I guess, but before we even get, because I want to dig into that a little bit, like what could have happened on that tribe. The moment that Josh stands up and he does that great, like it's a line pulled out of classic Survivor, like James, who'd you vote for? Like, what was the feeling watching that go down?
It just was shocking, obviously, but also very silly because had I even voted with them, would that make a difference? Like it's we they were basically the plan that they were selling to me was like we're going to rocks, me, Josh, and James, and I'm like we're not going to rocks. Like it's like what's going on here? So that was like that was supposed to be the winning strategy for them in there. But in any case, it's still 3-3. So if he's playing an idol or he's not playing an idol, it doesn't like my vote doesn't really change the way that things end up here, you know?
Was it uniquely uncomfortable that James was seated directly next to you as the
Yes.
votes were being read?
I was like, sorry, or, sorry, James, because he's also just the sweetest. And in those conversations that we were having, I would have preferred the vote to have been Josh at the time, but I didn't feel like I had the social capital to try and push it that way. And James was just a little quieter, like when it came to, I don't think he didn't do anything to like make people distrust him. He was just less like open and chatting with people. So I think that's why the favorites went with that target there. But if I felt like I could have any say, I would have preferred to target Josh in that situation. But yeah.
Sure. And we already kind of touched on this idea of like, what if that tribe goes back again? Like, do you think that there's a path of, hey, Tony, Dan, like, let's just vote James again. Let's just keep this, it almost worked. Let's try it again. Like, do you feel like that would have been the path you try to go down? Or is there maybe like a look at what Josh just pulled? Like, we have to go after him. We can't let him get momentum. I don't know. What did you think at the time?
Right. Yeah. It's hard to think. I think I would have probably tried to target James in that situation. I felt like very weary after that because even like it came back, Josh was apologizing to me, and James seemed not at all mad in the slightest that I had just voted for him. And I was like, I don't know if they're being, it felt very genuine. And I was like, I don't know if they're like gaslighting themselves or I don't, or they're lying to me. I didn't know what was going on, but I just never got over the fact that I'm like, they're never going to trust me again. So I gotta get them out as soon as I can.
Anything else from those two rounds when you're on that version of the tribe?
Um, No, I don't think so. And yeah, we won the next challenge, and so that was like a good way for people to just kind of like solidify and reconnect after that and have like a chance to let the dust settle before anything crazy happened.
Sure. And like you said, absolutely. And like you were saying before, I think that like those iterations of relationships, like you and Dan becomes really important later. You and
Yeah,
Tony becomes really important later. Like I'm sure that having that downtime was key for all of you.
yeah, yeah, definitely.
All right. So you guys get brought to tribal council under mysterious circumstances, and it's a second swap. Nobody saw, some people expected the first one. No one expected that one. You end up on the Gradio tribe with Lizzie, Melody, Tony, and Emma. I'm curious, reuniting with Melody and Lizzie, and you give the two of them your recap of what happened. And that's all the people talk about. Nobody talks about like, and what happened to John Ton. Everyone's just talking about what happened to Kim. Uh, could you sense like a vibe shifting from Melody as you were explaining what happened and your role in it?
Yeah, a little bit. And it was hard because I felt obviously like, oh God, I'm gonna have to do some damage control from this. But I also felt in that situation that I anticipated that they wouldn't be too skeptical of me because I felt as though both Melody and Lizzie would have done the same thing. I don't know if they would have, but it was kind of like they were not in the created alliance that we had, so that I wasn't like I voted out Daltrey,
Could you even imagine?
couldn't even picture that. But yeah, I definitely felt the vibes that it was like, oh, well, like I was being babysat, not babysat, but we'll talk about that going forward, that I was on thin ice.
So would you say that going into that round, then you're playing a little bit on the back foot of like, all right, whatever Melody and Lizzie decide, like I'm going with that. Like, or is there any feeling of like I want to steer this one way or the other between Tony and Emma? I don't know. How are you feeling at that point?
Yeah, I think coming into this, I knew Emma would probably come for me and I would probably come for Emma, just given the sense that like we had not been on an original tribe or a swap tribe together. There was no existing relationship. And it was at the end of day one, like there wasn't a ton of time and there wasn't a time to really build like any sort of social connection there. So it was sort of like, if I had it my way, we wouldn't have gone to tribal council and we could have had Emma and been able to work with her there. But it was just kind of the way it shook out. Like I know this is probably what the situation is going to be. But I also had this vision of like a Northeastern alliance.
Okay.
And so I knew Tony and Melody knew each other from the Survivor Northeastern world. And that was something I like clocked being like, okay, I need to pay attention to this because in some like previous online games, I had been burned by people, specifically Survivor Northeastern, people who were closer than I anticipated. And so I was like, oh, they are best friends. Like, I just need to operate under the concept that these two are great personal friends. And let's see what we can do about that. I also like work there. And so this is a great way for like the three of us to try and, bring something together there. So that was sort of my vision, was to pull in Tony and have that as sort of a side thing of like me, Melody, Tony, and sort of formulate that from that group. So I think I was trying to like push that narrative to Melody, and in that being like, we should vote Emma.
Yeah.
And
Totally.
there wasn't a lot of pushback, Matt. It was kind of like, what do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do? Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
definitely. All right. So that gets us to, I'm just checking. All right. So that gets us to the end of day one. Any other thoughts from day one before we start to talk about your thought process going into day two?
Um, I'm trying to think. Um, I also like I remember like watching this back. I can't believe how drained I was by the time we got to this boat. Like you can literally see the stress and exhaustion in my face. By the end of the first day, I was like just ready to be done. I felt like I didn't go to every single tribal council, but it felt like it had been so many, and I was just exhausted by the end of the day there. But
You
yeah, I
went to
think
3 out of 5.
yeah, true. It was more than I wanted to.
Yeah.
Also, just that I guess this is maybe a little bit obvious, but Lizzie threw a vote on Tony during that in case there was an
Yes.
accident, anything there. Um, and Tony has since said then, being like, "Yeah, I pretended I didn't notice that. I knew what was going on."
That's so funny. I mean, that's
Yeah,
like
what are you gonna
Tony.
do?
Tony, I mean, that happened in season one to Tony. Like, he picks up like a couple of votes during the first day. And he's like cool about it. He's like, whatever, whatever. Like, not worried, not worried. So that's pretty funny. That
Mhm.
yeah, I hadn't paid attention to that, but that's a good point that that happens to him there. So we get to day two. You wake up, I'm sure, very refreshed, plenty of sleep the night before. Like, where's your head at going into day two? The fans are up in numbers, but as history has indicated, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna go with the fans. Like, if there's opportunities, like I don't know, like where are you at going into the second day?
I felt really good going the second day. Just the way that the numbers had shook out from the original groupings, that we were up like 6 fans, 3 favorites there. Like it was looking really good. And then within that, having a larger alliance of like bringing me, Lizzie, Melody, and Daltrey back together. I felt that was really good. I felt good about my relationship with Tony and Dan as like a an off ramp if needed. But I think that was my mindset, was like feeling good, feeling up,
Sure.
and yeah, I'm trying to think if there was anything else there. We knew what the outcome of the vote was, but there were like everybody on the other tribe was like waiting to see who would show up, and so I guess it was going to go to the last tribal council and get like have that info.
That's right. Yeah. If any, I don't know if I don't know if viewers know this, but we let the teal team leave when the pink team was voting on Emma, so with the idea being that the five of them have to come back with a little bit of like, who will be there when we get back. So hoping that Dan talks about that a little bit in his interview. If that's posted by the time I post this, go check it out. So I'm glad that that played a factor for people. Are you thinking so at this point, even though you're aware that there is this sort of like inner alliance of you, Daltrey, Lizzie, Melody, are you thinking about at this point, but like what's even deeper for me in there? Because I know that later you talk about like I don't have a final two, which is coincidentally around the time that Melody and Lizzie are talking about we're going to the end together, and Daltrey's number three. Like, are you picking up on that? Are you or too soon to be thinking about that?
Yeah, I definitely was thinking about that. Like I said, I think also going into day two, I felt like I still had to do a little bit of damage control. And
Hmm.
like when we're reconnecting with Daltrey, like she, missed out on a lot of those conversations. And I'm sure she got the story from like Josh and James. So I wanted to make sure that we were mending that, when they were on another tribe together when I wasn't there. But I was just very apprehensive to try and do too much, which is something I regret looking back on it that I probably should have like locked in a little bit more final two, final three situation stuff. But I was just worried that I was gonna like, I don't know, get caught doing too much when I felt like I had been already. And I was trying to like sit a little bit, just like loyal, dormant,
Sure.
and not do too much because I felt like there were some eyes on me within the alliance.
Definitely. If you could go back and propose a final two or final three, is there anybody that jumps out to you as like what who would have been the optimal person for you to go to?
It's hard when you think about the timing of it. Also, I
Yeah.
think honestly, Daltrey would have been a great person in that. Like, I knew that Lizzie and Melody were closer than I was to them in the game, and they had spent the entire day together, right? And
Right.
um, I feel like Daltrey would have been a better person for me to lock in there and be like, okay, they're closer. We need to get something going here.
Sure.
Um, but hindsight's 2020.
Of course. Um, anything else from that initial merge round? You guys end up voting James out. The favorites get looped in on that. Anything else from your perspective to share from that round?
Yeah, I mean, something that was worrisome to me in this was that, obviously it was like we have the numbers, but it's gonna be we have to turn out a fan situation based on the way that it worked out with the bracelet and the immunity, all of that kind of stuff. So it was a concern of mine because I don't feel like we were super like subtle or like about the alliance that was formed. Like it was just kind of like this was where the power was, and we weren't being too discreet about it. And I was concerned that people like Dan or Tony would recognize that and then go and pull in Josh and James and try to do something else there. So I was like really trying to keep Tony close also for that in like, hey, you're with us, we're doing this thing. So it wasn't so much like all of a sudden Josh and James hop over to the favorites and then it's a totally different game.
Definitely.
Um, yeah, so I felt like that would. I also felt like we had room to play ball a little bit and lose someone there based on the numbers. So R.I.P. James,
All right, James.
sweet sweet James. Um,
He lived by the idol. He almost died by the idol, but he
yeah,
actually just died by a majority of the
yeah.
votes. Um,
I guess. Sorry, I was just gonna say another thing on that round was that I the only person I hadn't met before the merge was Sarah, and
yeah.
there was just like an immediate off vibe when it came to the game between us. I think there was like a moment I had a conversation with Tony about like where the vote was gonna go, and he. I don't know. He was completely honest. He didn't say anything shady. And I walk out of the conversation, and Sarah was sitting there and was like accusing Tony of throwing her under the bus. And I was like, no, we were just talking about whatever. And she, in front of this large group of people, was like, I don't believe that. And
I have
so
no memory of seeing that. Oh my God.
that's like an immediate, like I was like accused of lying pretty quick in the merge in that. And we hadn't had any experience playing together. So I think that was also hard for me as we got into the later end of the game that I just never had that like connection with Sarah to be able to build on something. There
Sure,
was just kind of like a little bit of distrust there. Yeah.
sure, totally. So we get through that. Oh, I was going to ask you, how did you get so good at Massachusetts trivia? But you hinted at this earlier. So what was the how did you prepare for that challenge? I think this will be a helpful tip if you're watching this, applying for the definitely happening season 4. Here's Caroline's going to tell you how to win the final 8 challenge. Go ahead, Caroline.
look up the Massachusetts wiki and read about it. And remember the state fruit, the state donut, all of that like elementary school trivia is surely to come up. And I also had, this is so random. I think the one question was about the big dig.
Yes.
And my roommate at the time, we would watch video essays all the time. And we watched one about like transit in Boston like a week before. And it was like all about the Big Dig project. And I remember it was in 2000 and Millennium Park and all that. I was like, that's what secured it. Yeah. And be a Boston sports fan. So you remember when they won the
So
won the
funny.
championships.
And for everybody that
But
doesn't know,
I was so glad that that paid off.
I know, so funny. I mean, and like, of course, I'll talk to Josh about his performance in that challenge when I do my interview with Josh. But like very impressive. Like you crushed that one. And for anybody who doesn't know, you're kind of a trivia person in general. You hosted for anybody that doesn't know, you hosted an amazing Survivor trivia night a couple of months ago, or I guess almost a year ago at this point. Are you going to do another one?
Yes, yeah. I think we'll probably do another one in a couple months. It's just been like busy times. But yeah, if anybody lives in the Boston area, I'll be posting it out in the Facebook group. So we love Survivor trivia. I go to a lot of trivia, yeah. And then after that challenge, I remember Sarah and Dan being like, "Oh, Caroline, you're so smart." Like Sarah was like, "Have you ever applied for Jeopardy?" And I was like, "Don't be thinking I'm smart." Like I looked up the Wikipedia page. I'm not going on Jeopardy.
It's so funny.
Let's be chill.
So I see this is like another huge round for your game where it's like this debate of like, do we vote out Tony or do we vote out Josh? And it seems like you really want to save Tony, but Melody puts her foot down, which becomes like this like I love from my perspective, like the Caroline Melody Cold War of the season. I'm like, this is like Jeff Probst wishes he had a season with that kind of plot and that kind of like rivalry. So Melody puts her foot down. It's like it has to be Tony. At what point, you know, before tribal, during tribal, whatever it might have been, at what point did you realize this is a lost cause? I can't put myself out there and like try to save him anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it was confusing for me because I felt that Melody really wanted to work with him, and I felt from Tony
Mhm.
that he was genuine about the fact that he wanted to work with us. So I was like really just trying to push like Melody, he's not coming for you. Like this is good for us individually from that. And I think a lot of what it came down to was just like a misread on my part of Melody and her position. Like when I
Mhm.
think about it from her perspective, she's in a great spot within our alliance. And I whatever her relationship is with Tony, like it doesn't make a lot of sense from her to like divert from the plan in that. And I sort of read her as being like, oh, she'll want to eventually jump ship and we can do this together. And that, I had it just a different understanding of like what would be good for her and then what actually was good for her. So looking back on that, that's I think where like my misread of that came in. But yeah, I felt like I had immunity, so I wanted to use that power in some way to try and do whatever I could with with the votes. And I think watching it back, I can't remember. I think this was the round that I think there's a confessional from Lizzie where they say like that they would prefer it to be Josh.
Yes,
And
yes.
watching that, I'm like, I wish I knew that because when it was happening, it sort of felt like people were kind of like, whatever about it, or that they were going Tony.
Mhm.
And so I was like, man, like we should have had a conversation and rallied that energy together. Because honestly, I think that is probably when I lost, like when I lost that
Really?
option and he went out and like Tony was saying it to me, he was definitely trying to sell me a bill of goods, like this isn't good for you if I go. But he was right, honestly, like I don't think it was. And so yeah, but going into that tribal council, I think I was voting for Josh. I don't
Mhm.
remember specifically what plan we had cooked up. It definitely
Yeah.
involved Dan and Sarah and Tony, but I don't remember who else I thought was in on that. But I remember going into tribal council being like, I'm voting for Josh. And then when it went live and things happened, there was like a moment where I mean Josh starts jumping around and saying stuff where like Tony said to me, like, Josh is trying to vote Melody. And in that moment I didn't believe him. I was like, why is Josh trying to vote Melody right now? Like this doesn't make it, it's between the two of them. What is he doing? Like, and I thought he was just like trying
Mm.
to sow some distrust there between Josh and like push it on there. So that in that moment, I was kind of like, oh, don't lie to me. He wasn't lying, so Josh was just doing his thing. But yeah, and I think it showed it pretty well. Like Melody stands her ground really hard and is like, we can do it next. We're getting Tony now, and I'm like, I'm not gonna. This is it's where the numbers are going. I'm I've put myself in timeout. I can't be
Well, I mean,
relegated further.
I mean, I think that to go to your point about like, what you could have done with Tony after that round is I do think there's something interesting to like if Josh ends up getting voted out because of that live tribal, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that Tony has to go the next round the way that it is a foregone conclusion. And what actually happened that, okay, it has to be Josh this time. Like it was already going to be him, but now with what just happened, it really has to be him. So I wonder if in that world, that's when the Daltrey vote happens. And like maybe, if you're not feeling particularly close with Sarah at that point, like maybe Sarah's not even a part of that. It could be you, Tony, and Dan. I don't know. Maybe the numbers aren't right there, but like I feel like there's
Yeah.
something there maybe.
Yeah, I think that definitely was like a game-changing vote in the way that things ended up playing out after that, where I felt like the next round could have been maybe different, and maybe I don't know, Tony wins immunity or something happens there in any regard. But yeah, I felt like losing that option in the way that things started to shake out, I started to feel like I was losing ground, and
Sure.
that it was looking like it was going to be a hard to get to the end after that.
So I love that note to sort of move on to the next round where we have the auction and you have this I rewatched it today because I just love it. I love this confessional from you talking about like the moment of hesitation at the auction and how like you saw it and we literally see it on the footage that you're counting what's in front of you and like if you had bid like you could have outbid Dan, he ends up winning, you could have won that one. So I guess I'm curious for you, is it like I guess like what is it just like good storytelling? Because if it is like fair enough, but is it really in your head like I just lost one of my options in Tony. I could have won the auction. I didn't. Like, are you starting to like get this feeling in your head of like I've got to do something. I'm not making the most of this. I'm not like I don't know. Like what were you thinking at that point?
Yeah, definitely. And I think it was less so about winning immunity because it was like I think the goal going into it was just make sure Josh doesn't win. And it was honestly a good challenge for that in the way that you could kind of suss out the numbers and figure out like who had points there and stuff. So it wasn't so much, and I didn't think I was getting voted out that round. It wasn't so much about winning immunity as it was like um yeah, like you said, not seizing the opportunity and being able to like take things into my own hands. And also screw you for no advantage in the rice bag. I gotta say that. I was like, eating good. Like we're nobody's gonna know. Like, where's my Rachel Lamont auction item? Come on, my idol clue.
I loved when you called out afterwards that like as part like just in my banter. I think I don't remember if like you like started to put it back on the table, but I say something like, "No, you can really keep it," and that I think you told me that was like a a cue to you of like, "Is there something in here? Like, should I really be looking?" But it really was just a bag of rice.
So unfortunate. And like, if there's gonna be a time that there's gonna be an advantage in the challenge, this is it, right? You take the mystery bag. Um, yeah.
I was really proud of that one. Not nice for you, but I was really proud of it.
Yeah.
So we get through the Josh boot. You get through the challenge that Melody wins. You get back to camp, and this is the round that you finally pull off what you tried to do rounds ago of having your big move, the big moment to pull something off. I guess like well, this is like one I really want to drill into because this is like I love this episode. I can't watch it without crying, but I do love it. To quote Tim Robinson, I cannot watch it without crying. I cannot think about it without crying. So what what made it so clear to you that Daltrey had to be the target at that point?
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple different things. I think it was I just generally felt like I was going to get fourth place. Like I was like, however this shakes out, and if I continue down this path, I'm getting fourth place. I sort of felt like our alliance of the four of us was less so pairs and more so like a group of four and then two groups of three, where it was kind of like Melody, Lizzie, Daltrey, and then me, Melody, Lizzie. And that's on me. Like I think I should have recognized that in the moment and done more effort to pull Daltrey in closer to myself. Um, so it wasn't necessarily that it had to be Daltrey in that moment. I in that challenge, I don't remember how long they went holding the stuff up, but I was out in like 45 seconds. Like it was not enough. So I had some time to think. Like I was sitting there. It wasn't until like I had gotten out of the challenge. I'm sitting there thinking, okay, what's the next vote going to look like? How is this going to shake out? And I just kind of started running the numbers. And as they're in the middle of the challenge, I thought I could get Melody here. Like that could be a good option. And Dan had been talking for quite some time, like, Melody's a dangerous player. We got to get Melody out. And like, he was always just like, he had that in the back of my head. I'm like, I know Dan's on board for that. And if Dan's on board for that, Sarah's probably on board for that. And okay, like started running the numbers. Sarah has an extra vote. This is the last time she can use it. Like thinking through all of those things. There was also a concern, and I think it looked normal in the episode, but and maybe I was just tripping when it happened, but
I know what this is.
at the merge, you read how many? You read 9 votes.
So
Read 8 votes.
the mistake, yeah, the mistake at the merge, and if people go back and watch, they'll hear how badly edited this was. I've read 3 votes for Sarah and I've read 3 votes for James. There are 4 votes left, but I say 3 votes left.
That's what it was.
And nobody ever tells me like, hey, the players are counting vote. Can you clarify? Like, I have no idea that I've made this mistake until I watch it back and I see that like every round afterwards, this comes up that Daltrey has promised to all of you, I played my extra vote. And everybody's like, then why did Dylan say there were only? So yes, that was entirely my mistake.
That was definitely in the back of my head that there was a possibility that she said she played her extra vote and she did not. And so there was definitely like some nerves there. Not that it would have been a threat moving forward because the last time you could use it was 6, but definitely like something that I wanted to tread carefully with if that were the case. And you know how you get an idea in your head about something and then you look for all of the reasons to be like, this is why it's true. I was like, okay, Melody wins the challenge. All right, that's not an option there. And my next option would be Daltrey. And then I start thinking like I remember the vote before that was when Josh went out, and there was not a whole lot of like pretense as like any chance that he was staying, right? And he was like, pulled out his he told everybody he had an idol and was like, you better come up with a backup plan. It could be you. It could be you. He's like, I'm like, oh my God. But there wasn't a whole lot of like, nobody was selling him any kind of story. But I remember Daltrey telling us all the things that she was saying to him to like keep him comfortable in that. And I was like, low key, who doesn't like her? Like everybody likes her. And that also, given the fact that she is your mom, she has some plot armor. She's got like not even plot armor, but like people don't have the stomach to be like, I'm gonna vote out Dylan's mom and Dylan's gonna be so mad at me. And so there was just a lot of like, okay, she's playing like everybody loves her. She's playing a great social game. She's like low-key sneaky about being, keeping Josh safe. Like she had been talking a little bit about here's what I did here, and I was like, all of a sudden. And so all of these things started to kind of piece together in my head, like, generally pretty quickly, that it was like, okay, that feels like the right move to make here. And I have to say, like, for me, it was never like, I think it comes across when I'm talking about like, I'm gonna make a big move and I'm gonna be so crazy. Like that was never so important to me. I think it's always been about like positioning a little bit. And
Yeah.
I was kind of like, okay, I think I move up a place if this happens. And then we'll be in a situation where we're at the final 5 with like 2 duos and then me. Certainly Melody and Lizzie won't want to go to Final 4 with Dan and Sarah. They will be stuck keeping me around. Like, not like the best logic, but that was kind of like, how can I, like, I'll help myself out in terms of positioning, and then I'll be able to slide through in that way. Again, the repercussions were not thought out as much as the merits of the move when it happens. But I just kind of felt like she was occupying my spot.
Mhm.
And
Sure.
that I was like, okay, she's a big threat. Nobody's gonna want to vote her out. If she makes it to the final 2, like I'm voting for her. And also she's in the position I want to be in. I gotta do it. And it was hard. It was really,
Totally.
it was
Well,
stressful.
And I know that it's something that I think comes across in the episode is like you take no glee in it. Like this isn't like this is something we try to weed out for a cast. Like nobody comes into this like I'm gonna make someone look stupid. I'm gonna like ruin someone's like you legitimately like liked her a lot, but just understood this has to happen in order for me to advance. So I guess I'm drilling into that. I love the moment when you're talking to Dan and Sarah and Daltrey looks at Lizzie, he's like, do you see what's happening? Like Caroline's up to something. And then Daltrey says to you, it just makes me a little bit nervous that you're talking to them. Like, what was that moment like for you?
I mean, it was scary. I think like I am someone generally who like in a type of game like this, I don't think anybody likes to lie, and not for like moral reasons, like oh, I want to play an honest and a game of integrity. You know, some people, but but generally people don't like to lie, and so a lot of times you can figure out people are doing something against you by the way that they're avoiding you in
Mm,
that way. And I tried to play very like I think I talked early on like radical honesty, but more so like radical vulnerability and just like spilling everything in a way where like when I'm lying, it's a little less. I don't know. It's harder to parts out there in that like I'm just a person who puts it all out there. And so I think this was like with the exception of I mean, James and Josh, there was less like direct lying. It was a little bit more like, yeah, we're going this plan, totally. Rather than like, why are you talking to them? I think is the first time that I had to like straight up lie. And I think it just like doesn't come naturally to me in that way. So it was definitely scary. And also I'm thinking she has her extra vote. And I'm like, don't worry, it's okay. Nothing's happening. But yeah, it was. I mean, obviously, like it didn't feel good, because she's a nice lady. So that what's her
oh, those. Oh,
pepper.
hasn't anyone ever met a neat lady before?
A neat lady. She's a neat lady, and that's hard to do. But yeah, had to be done. Love you, Queen. Sorry,
So we get
I got my karma.
well, we get through that tribal council and like emotions are high. Like Melody and Lizzie are fired up. You are, little did I know, I'm not the only one crying at that point. You get into your confession, you're tearing up. Like what like I guess like maybe we've already kind of covered this, but like what was it about that that was like so hard afterwards or like that really like affected you afterwards?
Yeah, I think it's like a lot of it. I had been like building up a lot of emotions. Like I was like frustrated when Tony got voted out and frustrated by the way that things were going and just like had a lot of like I felt tense for like 2 hours that I was like I need to do something and all of that and it was finally like a release of that and like okay, I did the thing now shit like people are gonna be mad at me and like generally like you said like everybody is a good sport and people don't take things too personally and like everybody's here to have a fun time and all of that but like everyone was really sad like that even we joke about me voting Daltrey out but Sarah and Dan voted her out too okay we can't forget that and that I think it was just like genuinely everyone felt it in a way that was like a oh god that was tough whether you were on the right side of the vote or not it just was like it had been a lot of intensity and probably the first time in the merge where there was a lot of like I don't know hard gameplay going on in that way that like we had just sort of shifted gears in a way that required an emotional release. And I'm a crier, I was like, Dylan, don't edit me in crying. But you know what? Screw it. I'm a crybaby. It's gonna happen.
It's such a good moment. It's such a good moment with you.
I have to say, like, I hate that. Like, I hate when I watch reality TV or anything and people like do something villainous and then cry about it because it's like you did the thing. Like, don't stand on business, right? And so I'm saying to myself, like, I can't be that person. Like, you have to stand on business, Caroline.
So once we get through that, and just to say, like, of course, I'm not making it better. Like, I don't know how tense everyone is, and I show up to camp for the Wordle challenge. Like, all right, you jerks. Like, I have no idea, like, how. Like, it's such an inappropriate challenge to do that episode. So not to, just to say that, but I find it really fascinating the scene afterwards, like right after Tribal, we didn't even bring you guys back to, I don't remember why, but we didn't bring you guys back to camp even. You guys are like just outside on the path, and it's like first you, Lizzie, and Melody, and then you go over and talk with Dan and Sarah. And like from what I saw with Melody and Lizzie, it's just walls. Like they're just putting up walls to you of like, why'd you do it? Why'd you do it? And then you go back to Dan and Sarah, and I thought watching it, Dan in particular did a really good job of like you have nothing to be sorry for. That's your move. If anyone's mad, that's their problem. And like kind of watching it, I'm like, so why does she go with Lizzie and Melody again? So like I guess from your perspective, why? Like why try to go back to them?
Yeah, I think it's hard because like I think uh, I had spent my betrayal, I think, in a bit. Like I was like, I got one betrayal in me a day. Like I like it's I think that that was part of it, it from just like an emotional perspective. And I like in the plans as I was thinking about what happens after that, I had always still pictured Melody and Lizzie there. Like I at the end of the day, like I wanted a fan to win. I didn't want to go on this path where I go with Dan and Sarah and like think that Dan would be a hard person to beat in the end, and then also feel like there was, I don't know, a little bit of like a mission amongst the fans that was like, it's one of us is going to win, and it's going to happen, and we're going to get there. And also, like, I agree. Like, I didn't want Amanda to win this season, and there was like, I think a bit of my like heart in the fact that I'm like, I can do these things to better my game, but at the end of the day, I want this side to take the win, right? And so maybe I, make it to the final three if I end up going with Dan and Sarah in that regard, or whatever happens. But I think just in that moment, it wasn't anything that felt right. And I also felt like obviously there was some anxiety, but I was like, naturally, they're gonna take me back. It's like, come on, guys, let's get the band back together. Yeah. I also have to say, I meant to say this when we talked about last round stuff. I have to give so much credit to Lizzie because it never once in any of that did I ever consider voting them out. Like it was like, okay, Melody won the challenge, can't be Melody. It's gotta be Daltrey. Like I just think there was such like a like such a security and like trustworthiness there that it was never in the cards as like fickle I could be to ever vote against Lizzie.
Totally. Caroline, anything else from this round? This is obviously your boot round, but I don't have any other specific questions. I feel like we've kind of covered, like this is what you thought the path was. The rest of them clearly perceive that Caroline is simply too much of a threat to allow any further. So I don't know, any other thoughts from that round or like reaction to being voted out?
Yeah, I think, and I don't know how much this would have helped me, but I went last during Wordle, and
Mm-hmm.
I was like itching to do damage control, like further than what I did,
Sure.
and I was just like sitting there anxiously waiting to get to the other side where everybody was like, you know, talking game over there, and that it was like
Mm-hmm.
I, and production had told us like, no talking here. We were sitting there with our little pens and papers writing our Wordle words, like five, 5 letter words. And but then people could talk on the other side, and I was going last. That's why I was like, oh my God, Dylan is like real life mad at me because he was like, here's the Wordle order. Caroline, you're last. No talking, it's just like,
Oh my God.
oh no, I've made a grave mistake. And um, so I think that like I don't know, I got pretty antsy. I knew I was on borrowed time
Sure.
going into that. And there was kind of, I don't know if I mentioned this already, but Dan also had an additional conversation with me that round. I think I leveled with him and was like, Dan, I'm voting for you. And he was like, okay, but just so you know, Melody's a really big threat. And, this is a possibility. This is what's happening. And so I think there was a little bit of like a
Mhm.
plan from him to maybe we could do that. But yeah, I felt a glimmer of hope. I don't really remember why.
Yeah.
Felt like, okay, I could be good here. If I could sneak through this, I could be good. Like for some reason I really felt that it was going to be Dan, and I don't remember exactly why, but I
Yeah.
I felt comfortable enough to be like, ah, dang
Well,
it.
I do know that like Dan from my memory of the unedited footage, like Dan does think that like it could be like it's between him and like Melody's in the mix. I think it's Sarah that goes up to him like closely as like, no, it's not Melody. Like we're all voting Caroline. Like and he was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, great. Like in my memory, like it was sort of like it trickled down from like Lizzie and Melody to Sarah to Dan, and then it was like, all right, we're all on board with Caroline.
Yeah, yeah.
So your incredible run in Millennium Park ends fifth place, an incredible exit, 9 episodes out of the season. What was your experience like on the jury?
Yeah, it was really fun. I was very scared pulling up to the jury because I didn't know what people knew. And I'll never forget like when I showed up and Daltrey walked in, or I walked in, I don't know where we were, but we were like they had gone off to do the last challenge and I walked in and I immediately was like, Daltrey, I'm sorry. And she was like, what? You voted for me? Like she thought it was Melody. And I think in the chaos of all of that happening, the plan had leaked. You see me go to Sarah, and I'm like, what did I'm pitching the plan. We should use the extra vote, all of this, and then Sarah's like, have you told the others? So I'm like, no, the point is that we're not telling them, and but Sarah did. I think Sarah told Lizzie, or maybe it got to Melody somehow. But there was like some people knew that it was happening. Daltrey did not know, but Melody gave her like a I'm sorry kind of look, which I think to her was like, you know,
Yes,
very
when Daltrey talks about like somebody gave me puppy dog eyes, she means Melody. Yeah,
Melody.
right.
Yeah,
So Sarah tells Lizzie, Lizzie tells Melody, Melody confronts you on the walk to tribal. I don't know if I guess we kind of breeze past it. I don't know if there's anything to share about that because we see in the episode we don't hear it, but like over the confessional of like I'm just hitting full send is what you say. Is like we have you and Melody talking while walking. Like
yeah.
what was that like for you?
It was like a lot of her just being like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, and me being like, because at this point the damage is done, right? Because whether I do it or I don't, that's like, it's not looking good for me moving forward, right? And if I come up with this plan and I don't follow through, what does that say? And so by the time we got there, I was standing my ground, but she made it very hard. She drives a hard bargain, and I was like, and I was like, but yeah, so she was tipped off, and that's what led Daltrey to think that it was Melody. But yeah, she was like, "Oh my God, what? I'm sorry."
I think I have a memory, but I have no footage of this, so I don't know if this is true. But I have a memory of Daltrey saying to you, almost with like the intonation of Q from Survivor saying "big mistake." In my memory, she looks at you and says, "You shouldn't have done that." Like, did that? Like, do you have any memory of that, or did I just dream that?
So that rings a bell. It definitely rings a bell, and I'm like, "You're right," because I'm here. So that's where that got me.
So you're on the jury. Anything before we get to final tribal council? I don't know if anything else fun happened on the jury.
No, I don't really think so. I missed ice cream. I was big bummed about that. I missed ice cream by one round.
You did ice cream.
And so jealous of that. But other than that, nothing too crazy. It was just a lot of, killing some time in the last couple hours.
So we get into final tribal council. I guess I'm curious, going into it, where were you leaning going into it? And then what ultimately made you decide to vote for Lizzie to win?
Yeah, I think I wanted to just like generally keep an open mind. I was open to anybody like really impressing me with anything or like losing my vote in any way. I was definitely going into it, voting towards Lizzie.
Mhm.
But I think a lot of for how it shook out to me was like the fact that Sarah spilled the plan when,
Sure.
but with the extra vote and the Daltrey vote, all of that, that I was like, I don't know, felt less confident about her game from there. And I obviously had a closer relationship with Lizzie. So I was just curious to see, like, I was open-minded, but my heart was leaning that way
Sure.
when it came down to it. Yeah.
Caroline, what's the reaction been like from any friends or family that were watching the season?
That's a good question. I don't know, honestly. Um, my parents hate Survivor, and they watched all of Survivor Millennium Park, except for my dad, who's like weirdly vindictive about it. And I remember he called me like after episode 4, and he was like, "Emma's dead to me," and I was like, "Emma? Like what did Emma do? Or episode 5, whenever it was, whenever the Emma
Oh,
vote.
when Emma votes
Yeah.
for you, yeah.
And he's like, she voted for you. And I was like, yeah, like I voted for her. Like that's how this works. Like I had no feelings that she wasn't gonna. He was like, I'm like, Dad. He thinks Survivor's too mean. He doesn't watch it. But and then once I was actually home, um, at my parents' house when my boot episode came out. So they were like, oh, we got to watch an episode. I'm like, great one to watch with the family. And we watched it. And my mom was like, oh, like, how many are there left? I said, oh, there's one episode left. And my dad's like, all right, I'm done. I'm not watching it. And I was like, you don't want to, there's one episode, you're not invested enough at this point to figure out who wins. And he said, nope. I said, do you want me to tell you? Nope. Nope. He was like, he was just like solely a Caroline fan, which we love. We love the support.
There's a lot of Caroline fans. There's a lot of
My
Caroline.
mom became a Millennium Park fan, and she finished out the season and was excited about it there. But yeah, honestly, a lot of my friends were excited about it and watching along. So yeah, it was fun.
I have a viewer question, or at least an Instagram. I guess not a viewer because this is from Lizzie. So I should stop saying viewer questions. These are really just questions from the other cast members. But Lizzie wants to know, when are you applying for CBS Survivor?
Thank you, Lizzie. Great question. Nice to meet you. Love my fans. No, I have. Yeah, I have. For like 3 years now, they've never emailed me back or called me. So, we'll send it back again this time. And
Missed opportunity there on their part. They're really missing out here.
thanks, Dylan.
You'd be very good on the show. I very fully believe that.
Yeah.
And then think about what that'll do for the Millennium Park viewership if you end up on the show.
Right. Oh my God. Yeah, because Eric, who from season 2, but was also on production, played a game with Teeny, and
Right, that's right.
got me to watch that during 47. Not it wasn't for Eric. But I'm dying. I'm thinking about the tweet that was like you sending your audition tape.
When I got cyberbullied by Jeff Probst.
You'd had a hard time fitting in, but you're fascinating.
You're fascinating.
I could hear him saying it.
You know what? The commentary on that episode of RHAP, this is totally I there's no way I can include this. This is so in the weeds for everybody else watching, but like their commentary was so much like funnier than even like anything I had imagined. Like that they're like, who is this freak that Jeff can't even imagine fitting in with any group of people? I was like, damn, like that is even worse.
And Brandon's like, he's got glasses.
I know.
He's on the new era. Yeah.
Brandon saying that I'm new era coded so much meaner than Jeff Probst saying that I would have trouble fitting in. That's like the meanest thing anyone's ever said about me.
Aren't we all new era coded?
That's what I did DM Mike Bloom afterwards because he like very vaguely knows me, and I was like, I loved this. Like, by the way, that was me. He was like, that was you. Like, that's so funny. I was like, thank you, Mike Bloom from Survivor Historians and our HAP. This is not a question, but Will, the props guy, props to Will for making the props. He said, no question, just know you are an incredible player and made this season, all caps, pop.
Oh, that is really sweet. Thank you, Will. He's actually friends with my cousin.
Oh, that's too funny.
And I think I looked, you were posting the props that was like, oh, does anybody want these things? And I clicked on his Facebook account. We had mutual friends. And then I texted my cousin and she's like, oh yeah, that's our guy.
So cool.
Yeah. Shout out.
Caroline, I'm curious, have you kept in touch with anybody from the show?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I have.
Would you like to give an example?
I got friends on the cast. I am dating someone from the cast. You're acting so shocked. Yeah, Tony, we're dating.
Tony from Gradio Drive?
Yeah. Yes, and for my birthday, he made me these stickers.
Caroline from Mirror Trip. That is so funny.
So I found love in this game, and that to me is worth the $250.
For $250. Oh my God. Well, shout out to Tony. So happy for the two of you, and I think it adds a whole layer to like the dynamic on the show of like you want to work together, but like there's this force keeping you apart. I don't know. I love it. So
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, I mean, obviously, we owe it to Millennium Park, by how we met, but we didn't start dating until much later, when like things started to air, and we kind of like reconnected back like this spring, this winter. So, shout out to Survivor Millennium Park.
you never know where you might meet somebody special in your life. So I
Exactly.
love that. How shoehorned in was that? Was that sufficient?
Beautiful. That was beautiful.
I'll ask it to him the exact same way. Don't give him any heads up. We'll see. Um, Caroline, I guess just my last question, like any any overall takeaways from the experience? Anything, I don't want to say like, did you learn anything about yourself? Like that feels cheesy for like a 2 day thing, but like I don't know, like did you have any takeaways from the experience or like watching it back?
Yeah, I think something that I wish like came across a little bit more watching it back, and then it made me think was that my experience? Was that I felt like I was having so much fun. Like I'm such a goofy person. I'm like I don't know, I'm like usually keeping it pretty light. And I felt while I was out there like I was having an absolute blast. And then watching it back, especially on day two, I'm like, girl, smile, like laugh a little. Like I seemed so serious. And in especially in like confessionals and things like that, that I was just like, I don't recall feelings like I feel like I come across as much more serious than I really am, and that I just am like a person who likes to laugh and giggle. So I don't know if that like if I learned anything about that, but I yeah, I wish that I was like I don't know, a little bit chiller, I guess you could say. And honestly, like just in general, it was so much fun. I was fully ready, like going into it. Like you could be the first person voted out, and like I tell no one about this in my life, right? Like,
Right. Yeah,
and,
this could just be something that like totally moves up. I found out the other day that the first player vote out for Millennium Park 1 is in a play right now with one of my college professors. I have to reach out to her and be like, oh my God, I'm so jealous. So like, yes, this could just be like a thing that you do for like a day. You could be there for 2 hours and then that's it. You're
right,
not
right,
about it
yeah.
again.
And I was fully prepared for that to just be the case. And like, okay, this is like a silly side quest. But honestly, like I made so many friends and like so many awesome people from the cast and so many people on the crew and all of your friends. We call them like Dylan's cult. Because
Oh
who
my
else? Honestly,
God.
who else in life can get like 15 of their friends to come film fake survivor in a park, like, and they said we're here and they did it willingly. But they're like just like so many awesome people on the crew and on the cast. Like it was such a worthwhile experience for like I said, like I'm here to make friends. Like I did, like I really did.
I love that. I think that, I mean, that's what is the point of playing these games if we don't walk away
Right,
with like at
yeah,
least a couple of friends
yeah.
afterwards? Anything that you want to plug or like have people check out?
um oh god, I didn't come prepared. I don't
Caroline,
know.
what's a nonprofit that you volunteer with?
Do you remember when I was on the I was on Twitch and
Yes.
I was like, I have to plug Millennium Park. I almost just plugged Millennium Park. That's if you're here, you've watched it. You've likely
If you if,
seen the program.
if you're this far into Caroline's postseason interview and you haven't watched the season, go back and watch it. Even knowing the outcome, it's really good.
Um yeah, I mean I guess you could follow me on Instagram. I don't know. What do people plug here, Dylan?
I don't know. I think Dan plugged Outlast. I think Melody plugged her own Instagram. So like
Okay,
you can
fun.
see.
Yeah. You can follow
So,
me on Instagram, Caroline Seeley. Um Sometimes I post funny survivor things on my story. I recently got Parvati Shallow. I'm gonna plug Parvati Shallow's new book. Nice
love
Girls
that.
Don't Win. I started reading it yesterday actually, and it's so good. It's really good. There's like so many things that she off rip talks about that I was like, oh, like I see you. I see you. It's very good. And I got a signed copy. No big deal.
That
Did you meet her? Did I see a picture of you with her?
Oh yes, I went to the book sign. I happened to be in New York that day, so like on my lunch break, I like went out and like went to the book signing, like got a photo with her, and I was like so awkward. It was like so like I like what I've never been starstruck like that.
Oh, like
Meeting
I would be. I'd be gagged. Like what did you even say? What do you say to her?
I I I think I said something like literally what I just said, like, oh, I came from Boston this morning, like I snuck out of work to be here. She's like, oh, that's cool. Like, what do you do? And I was like, oh, I kind of do this. And she's like, okay, like great. Well, now you have something to read at work. We like took a photo, and then I like walked away like shaking. I opened the book and she signed it, Dylan. What a man. Heart Parvati. I turned beet red. I was like, oh my God, like this is everything you could have hoped for from a Parvati interaction.
I like when the pre-orders went on sale, it was like if you order from this bookstore, you'll get a signed copy. So I'm like, great. I ordered the thing and it says like put in the notes what you want it to say. And I sat there for like an hour, like, what message do I want? I landed on to Caroline.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I'm like, take what we could get.
All right, so we'll plug Parvati's book. I haven't started reading it yet, but I'm finishing up another reality TV show book, and then I'm gonna get to Parvati's book. So
What are you
definitely,
reading?
I'll be excited to hear what you think about it once you finish reading.
Yeah. Wait, what's the other reality TV book you're reading?
Oh, this is the one that that Rob Sesternino plugged a couple months ago. Cue the Sun about like the
I've
history
been
of reality TV.
I've been wanting to read that. Is it good?
It is so good. I haven't even got to like the Survivor stuff yet, which that is like a significant chunk of the book, but like just so fascinating. Like I've been jotting down like quotes and it's definitely like as I think about like why we do Millennium Park and like this thing of like just going back to like the 40s, like call-in radio shows leading to reality TV, leading to the election of Donald Trump. It's like these things that like the direct path of these things is like, oh my God, this is insane. So I would definitely recommend when you get a chance to read that.
It feels like everything that I try to preach to everyone in my life about reality TV and being like, here's the evidence, you know. Yeah,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, all
that's
right, Caroline, I think that covers everything for this interview. So thank you so much for joining me.
you.
Thank you to the viewers for tuning in, and we'll see you on the next one. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Survivor Millennium Park 3 postseason interview. Today, I am joined by, in Survivor, there is the archetype of the fallen angel, the person who gets this close to the end of the game, gives it everything they have, but they just come up just short. To quote a certain somebody, all Swedish, no Finnish. But there comes a time where they get a second chance, an opportunity to rewrite history and try it again. I'm thrilled to be joined today by a player who came into it second try with a huge target on his back, but still gave it everything he could, and we're going to get into all of it. I'm joined by Tony. Tony, how are you?
Going on, Dylan? I thought you were talking about Dan for the first half there until you said second chance. But hey, I'll take all the nice words you have to say about me.
I appreciate it. Well, we're going to jump right into it because there's so much to get to, Tony. I've got a million questions for you. Starting with, we're actually going to go back to before the game. We did our whole like returning player casting process. You knew that it was going to be a mix of new players, returning players, but you didn't know who else was going to be there, how many returning players were going to be. So I'd love to hear, what were you thinking about going into the game? What were you expecting? How were you preparing yourself? Anything from before the game started?
Yeah, so you reached out to me pretty early. I want to say like February of 24, and you're kind of like, we don't know the format yet, but just if you want a spot, you got it. It's on your birthday, so I'm getting on the calendar early here. Just it sounds good. And I think for a while I had thought it was captains. And I think I thought it was captains up until like the day before you had sent out a message that used the way you had worded it, the other players, I think, plural. I was like, oh, I think it must be fans versus favorites now. I just think there was enough people to do all stars, but I was pretty confident it was captains actually. I also didn't really know if like there was gonna be enough interest to do even a fans versus favorites, or even if you had enough people that you were interested in going down their stories. But yeah, I thought it was going to be me and Julia were going to be captains. Was what I thought for a while.
I have heard that. Why did you think that Julia was going to be the other captain?
I know you like your storyline, Dylan, and you want like a lead in, and you kind of the fallen angel like you did here. I felt like we kind of were that person on our respective seasons, and I think that's kind of oftentimes you watch Survivor and you're like, wow, that's the person I want to have a second chance at. And I think I was surprised she wasn't back for fans or favorites, but we'll get into that, I'm sure. But I know you like your little lead-ins, Dylan. That's why I thought that.
It's a good guess. Once I heard that, I was like, oh, that would have been a good setup to do Tony and Julia as the captains.
Yep.
But it would have felt very like South Pacific, I think.
Yeah.
Um, what was your impression going into the game? So this doesn't ever make it to the show, but you do know two of the fans. Like Melody, you went to school with Melody, and you have met Caroline. And
three, because I had met Lizzie as well filming
that's
season
right.
2.
That's right. Because
Yeah.
they were on the crew for season 3. Yes, for season 2. That's right. Yeah. So what was your, I guess, given that you had a little bit more dynamic with Melody from having gone to school together, I'm mostly curious, what was your impression playing with Melody going into it?
So we go into day one, right? And just to add a little more pregame here is my dad actually ends up applying for the season as well. And he's asking me for tips on his application. And for some reason, I'm really scared of you, Dylan, like getting mad at me because you said, don't tell anyone you're playing. Like, I probably could have told my own dad to save the trouble of filming a 10-minute audition video. But stupidly, I would, didn't want to ruin your game. I'm very anti, like, go against it's what the host says is what you do, right? So they're the one putting the time and effort in. You just show up. So yeah, I kind of alerted you of that. You said, don't worry, like nobody will be playing. I was like, oh, perfect. Like nice fresh start. I mean, as much as you can get, right? My season's kind of up there, but no one's like really seen me. It was pretty, surface level. And I actually, four people, I kind of recognized Daltrey. I'm not sure how, but I just kind of knew that she was involved. Like, I didn't know that she was your mom for sure, but I think I would have like picked something up if nothing had been said. But immediately seeing Melody, and I have made fun of her for this because you can see her reaction. She is not happy to see me, and which, fine. Not a great person, I think, for me to see out of all the rookies and people. I didn't want any pregame ties beyond like the favorites tribe, right? You're gonna have some. I didn't want to deal with that. I didn't know how I was going to be able to talk to Melody and say, hey, let's downplay it, or hey, let's say this. And B, as you kind of mentioned, I'm going in this game with a huge threat. I don't threat level. I don't think Melody is going into it. So if we kind of end up clashing, I think she's going to have the upper hand. I know she's a really, really good player, and she's going to tend to get underestimated a lot. Like I've seen her play probably as much as she's seen me play, and fantastic Survivor player. And I was definitely like friends with her in college, but I didn't think it was going to be like a Drew Julia situation where we're going to have this unspoken trust. I did feel like she was going to gun for me, and she knows I'm, good and self-interested and at Survivor. So, and it's kind of what played out, which I'm sure we'll get into. So not a great draw, like the combination of very good at Survivor plus like not my best friend in the entire world. Sorry, Melody, to have that unspoken Drew Julia bond with. Didn't feel like that boded well for my chances.
Sure. And then we can tell Caroline has told this in her interview as well, but that you did meet Caroline before the season. Do you want to tell that from your perspective?
I did meet Caroline, and this comes back to me being very scared of you, Dylan, for some odd reason. I don't know why. I feel like I had known you for a good bit at this point. Like why I was so nervous about this, I'm not sure. Like I feel like you knew I wasn't trying to cheat, but it was at Charlie Davis's watch party. I think it was the final 6 where Q gets voted out. I was because I was wearing a Q skirt at this, which really good first impression to make on a girl. Everyone, you should go try that at your local watering hole if you feel so inclined. But she was like talking with some of my friends who were there because they kind of like one of my friends had played like an org with her a while ago or something. They kind of I don't really remember exactly what they were talking about, but she'd come up to me and say, oh my God, did you play Survivor Millennium Park? I'm like, oh yeah, I did. She said, oh, I'm playing season 3. Like, what's your advice for me? And immediately I panic because I can't tell her I'm playing, right? Like, what advice do I say? Like, I should have, like, I guess I could have given her real advice. Not like my advice is so valuable that, oh my God, I have the secret of Survivor. If I tell her she's going to win. But I kind of just like short circuited my brain. I was like, I don't want to like really make this a pregame like alliance here. I should have just said something like, oh, yeah, you should really hide behind the physical threats as long as you can or something like that. That would have been probably the best thing to say for advice. Or like work with anyone whose name starts with a T or something like that, I think would have probably been ideal. But no, I just ended up handling it as you would expect for someone wearing a Q skirt very awkwardly and didn't probably leave a great impression, to be honest. But hey, and then I immediately texted Dylan, oh, my God, I'm going to get this poor girl kicked off the season, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, Dylan did not care as he is not a cruel leader of this show. But yeah, very funny to see her. I kind of like felt like it was an awkward interaction, but I knew it was kind of going to be explained when she saw me there. Like, it kind of made So me, at least, it made sense why I was awkward. I don't know what she said, but
No, yeah, similarly, she enjoyed getting to meet you, and it did crack me up when you texted me afterwards because you were I don't want to say who it was, I don't want to get them in trouble, and I was like, Tony, like they're not gonna be in trouble. I think this is so funny that this happened. Like I've got to know.
yeah. I think I
So
said, "Oh, I think her name is Caroline." Like I knew her name was Caroline. Like I was just saying that to like downplay. Not that it was a 90-second interaction, but I wanted you to think it was even less than that. So
exactly. All right, so I think I appreciate sort of walking through pregame. We get to the game. I'm gonna yada yada a little bit. You know, you guys pick a captain. You pick Kim. John Ton's doing his thing. You guys end up really close in that first challenge, but doesn't work out. Can you walk me through a little bit of the dynamics on that first iteration of the favorites tribe? Because it seemed like you're plugged into a ton of the other players. So I'm just curious from your perspective, what were those early dynamics?
yeah, to me, so kind of my strategy going in is I want to find other big threats to hide myself, Jeremy Collins in Cambodia, because I think you know I don't know if you want to say big names. It's like a YouTube Survivor series, but I think like the four biggest characters of the first two seasons are. I'm putting myself in there. Yes, I'm so egotistical. Me, Kim, Eric, and Julia. I think would personally be I think the four like most recognizable people from the first two seasons, and only two of them are there. So immediately I'd say I got to bury the hatchet with Kim, and I got to work with Kim. I think she is a smart player. She knows she has a similar assessment of where everyone's threat level is going to be. We know we need each other at least for now. So I went to Kim. Felt like we buried the hatchet. Had a good conversation. Emma, felt like I had a good conversation there. I felt like those three were going to want to work together. Karina was someone I didn't immediately want to target. I actually feel like, from my perspective, as as like this challenge guy, it kind of gives me some liberty pre-merge to. It's harder to vote out the big challenge like on the first tribal council. That's kind of the benefit you get, right? Like no one wants to vote out the guys they think is going to help in challenges in the first tribal council. So I thought maybe trying to save Karina would be a good idea here. That was my kind of immediate thought. The second she wanted to go for Kim, that wasn't worth it to me at that point. But I thought that was at least an option to kind of, try to grab Karina and I be the one to like really directly have saved her. Dan and Sarah, I always felt like we're going to be close. Just kind of, I think played the same season. I feel like they're, two of the sorry, Dan, older members of the tribe who are kind of, at a similar stage of life versus everybody else. Thought they were going to get along, which I think was a pretty accurate assessment there. And then John Ton's this ever-present wild card who I kind of felt like was never really going to, get his claws in with anybody. He's kind of seen as too much of a loose cannon for anyone really to be like, hey, this is my number one, John Ton, because I just didn't think you could ever go to him and say, hey, here's the plan. Don't tell anybody and feel confident that he's not going to go tell anybody, aka Tom.
Right. Got it. Did you find this is something that I heard about after the fact, but I never saw any footage that led me to believe it. Uh, I heard from production that there was a little bit of like a season one versus season two feeling after Karina got voted out. Did you find that to be the case? Or maybe that's just coincidental of like Dan and Sarah are pairing off and that you've got Kim, Emma, a little bit John Ton. I don't know. What do you think? Do you feel like that was part of it for you guys?
It kind of. My thought, I think I say in a confessional, I felt we had the next couple votes lined up,
Mhm.
and I felt like the core was in. And I don't know if I was right on this because you see Kim kind of doubt Emma. Maybe that was just kind of an editing trick that you did to just add something to it. But I feel like me, Kim, and Emma were a solid three,
Mhm.
and I felt, Dan, I was fine being a four. I felt like John Ton or Sarah was kind of the obvious next vote, but I felt like that three was solid. I didn't really see it as a four with John Ton at the time because I just didn't think that Kim was going to want to work with John Ton, right? That didn't seem like it didn't seem like a cohesive four, but I felt like it was a very cohesive three in my opinion.
Fair enough. Yeah, just for whatever it's worth for you, Kim act that confession was pretty unedited. Kim was, according to that moment, willing to vote for Emma next. So
Yeah,
that's one of the things that I think we lost in the swap is I'd be so curious to see that version of I could have watched that favorite tribe go to tribal every round, just to see the dynamics play out because I just think it was such a cool group.
because I think at that point in the game I would have stuck my neck out a bit more for Emma on that original tribe for sure. So it would have been interesting, like you said.
Uh, I was about to sort of yada yada to the first swap, but one of our we got an Instagram question. Melody asked, "What was your favorite Jaunton moment besides the Rubik's Cube?"
Besides, I mean, Rubik's Cube's got to be up there. But I think the moment I'm going to say encapsulates. I like to, describe when you're describing someone to somebody else, you can kind of come up with an anecdote that describes that person very well. And I think this anecdote describes Jonathan to a T. When he pulls out The Art of War and quotes it on camera, but says, "I'm not actually going to do that bit." It's the classic Jonathan middle of the line. I'm not doing this bit as he's doing the bit. Like he is a constant enigma of who is Jonathan? Is he doing a bit or is he Jonathan? And that just sums it up right there.
Did you get the
I
impression?
wasn't going to say it though.
No, of course not. Of course not. Did you get the impression while you were at that camp that John did feel that loyalty towards you? Because I get like obviously I'm seeing the confessionals. And I see that John is all in on you and Kim. Did you feel that from him?
No, not at all. I got nothing. I don't even remember talking to Jonathan that much one on one. Like looking back now, like we're good friends now. I definitely feel like he is loyal to me more so in real life than Survivor. I feel like he's very loyal. Like if someone looked at me funny on the street, Jonathan would go yell at the guy, pointing in his face like he did for you in the hate thing where he's pointing at you in the charades. But I just didn't feel. I don't know. I didn't like feel like he was super locked in the game. I felt like he's there to, I don't know, do a Rubik's Cube and bring 1,000 luxury items and mess around and do all that. And I didn't really get the sense of him coming to me, "Hey, I really want to work with you and lock this down." Like I kind of just felt like he was going to go wherever the wind blows.
Sure. Fair. John, that's feedback for you for when you come back for All Stars. You got to work on that, bud. Tony, you were outspoken after season one about the experience of being in that very small camp, objectively the worst of the two camps. And of course, I put you back there because I thought it'd be funny.
Yeah.
First I thought it was funny to make your cousin play in that camp, and then I thought it'd be funny to put you back in it. I'm curious what the experience was, just like at the literal like physical campsite this time compared to the first time, if you found that there was a difference.
It was definitely better just because it was people who knew what was going on. I think part of the problem, you either need a camp that's big enough or you need people that understand that we're supposed to be pulling each other's side. It's not crazy overplaying to go talk to someone after you lose. We just didn't have that. The Tortuga tribe was not wired like that for, we could, for whatever reason. But I think it was mostly fine. My biggest frustration about it is it's just really hard to look for an idol without somebody seeing you. And I just didn't even bother looking. I didn't want to be seen looking for it. I think I maybe like reached my hand under the tarp at one point because I was pretty convinced it was under there for some reason, but I don't think it was. And that was my only frustration with it. It was kind of annoying to like have to walk by people when you were switching, but
Yeah.
it was more so the, oh my God, I'm back at this stupid camp again than it actually was an issue logistics wise.
Fair enough. Anything else from that first version of the favorites tribe before we move on to the swap?
Let me think for a second. The votes. I thought we lost charades, actually. I thought it was really easy, and I thought the one word was going to kill us. They did pretty bad at charades. Honestly, pretty underwhelming performance from the fans. I hate to say that, but another great Johnson moment where Kim takes the tribe idol after that. Or Johnson takes the tribe idol after we win that challenge and tries to give it to Kim. She goes, you can hold it, Johnson. Yeah, I'm not sure. That would have been a very interesting dynamic to see in Merge. Johnson's like atoning for his sin. I don't know if he took it hard or felt like he owed Kim. I don't know. He's like falling on the sword for it or something. She didn't really care. I don't understand that.
Again, such like a lost storyline because of the swap is the John Kim dynamic, which then she goes out and all she says is, "I'm rooting for Dan and Tony." No mention for John.
So good. If he saw that real time, he might have just quit the game.
You might have. So we get to the swap. I just feel like, I mean, how can I not ask you just all of the John questions? You let John be the team captain. And anything to say about that?
That was hilarious. Oh my God. That was so funny. Because I knew, oh man, I didn't want to be captain because I feel like it was going to be like some blindfold thing where I was going to have to call. I'm like, just put me on the physical part of the challenge. So I don't think it's a good spot for me to be because we saw the captain the first time, right? Didn't do anything in the challenge, but you could tell at that camp, oh my God, everyone was thinking the exact same thing of, holy fuck, I don't want John to be the captain, but I also don't want to be the captain. And someone's like, well, you just coached up Tony to do the Rubik's Cube, so that would be good for you to be captain. Like, no, everyone's like panicked deep down. And I just thought it was hilarious. Like I thought it was fine if we went to travel again, but just more so for the moment of it. I knew when we told you he was the captain, you were gonna be like on the floor. Just awesome. Love it. If if we had a real challenge and he won as the captain, like led us to victory, oh, I would have been all time. Play the hero music, just end the season there. Oh my God. Been awesome.
He's gonna love this. Because he still quotes the season one interviews to us. He's gonna eat this up. So, John, when you're watching, I hope that you're enjoying the attention.
Oh, man.
Uh, walk me through anything from the schoolyard pick. I know that you end up having a decision to make between James and Melody, and anything to say about that moment.
Yeah, well, also another Jonathan moment. He doesn't do rock, paper, scissors, which was hysterical as well. Just gold after gold from John. I think Jonathan, like pound for pound, episode for episode, I think that is the best single run of anyone on the first 3 seasons. If he's in like three episodes?
He's in four episodes. Yeah, he goes out after the next one.
He has like 10 funny moments. Like his funny moments per episode rate is unreal. Sorry, I'll stop ranting about that. But just what a like one of those characters, like if he makes it far, it almost hurts him because then he's like, we gotta start asking him about the game and stuff, and like no one wants to hear Jonathan strategize. He's want to hear him mess around. Like it's freaking hilarious. I don't know. It's like the perfect pre-merge character.
I'm with you. Jonathan had the perfect amount of time on the season, and then like I think even he was like, I'm just like I've done my like I'm ready to keep going.
He's like, I'm out of items in my bag. I don't really have anything else to say in the around camp anymore.
Right.
But anyway, going to pick between Melody and James. So actually, I look at Melody. I don't know if she wants me to pick her. I don't know what the dynamics are. At this point, I've told everyone I don't. It kind of got mentioned. Hey, do people know anyone in their tribe? I didn't say I didn't know anyone, but I didn't mention I knew her. Didn't see the benefit in it. I don't know. Like I didn't think people were going to put together the Northeastern thing. She thought they would, so she told everybody. I don't actually believe that she thought they would. I think she just wanted to get ahead of it, which fair game to her. But I kind of look at her and like, do you want me to pick you? And she starts shaking her head violently. I don't even know how no one noticed. She shook her or didn't make the camera. Shook her head violently. All right, I'm not going to take you then, and took James. So, yeah. I would, if she had nodded, I would have taken her. Yeah.
Talk to me about that round from your perspective. So you guys ultimately lose the challenge. You go back to camp. Just like what was that from your perspective? How confident were you that Caroline was going to flip to your side? How did you feel about Josh during that round? What was that round for you?
Yeah. So that round, I felt okay because we have one of the best general corporals in the land in Kim, who I knew rules with an iron fist and people are scared to go against her. So I said, if Kim tells them we're saying 3 strong, they are going to shake in their boots and think that we are going 3 strong, and I will let her go have that conversation with them. And that's kind of what happened. I feel like she kind of presented it well for us. I mean, she is good when it comes to that style of gameplay. And that's another reason you want Kim on her side, because she will round up the numbers. And if you go against me, you will go home. And I think it's kind of her mantra, and it's scary. I've been on the other end of that. It is scary. So I don't blame, Caroline, especially she doesn't feel super close to James and Josh. That's probably a good move. You can't imagine we're going to too many tribal councils there, right? At least one more she's good for. If we lose twice at that point, you're in trouble either way. So I think it was a smart move, actually. We were pretty, for her to flip, I thought we were a pretty tight 3. I didn't know if she was going to flip going into it. My kind of general thought was just get the vote off me on either side. No one's going to go to rocks at this point. I just didn't think that was going to happen with us. Like, we're just going to present very unified. I'll make it seem like Dan and Kim are close, even though I think me and Kim are really the closest connection on this tribe, but I'll tell everyone that it's Dan and Kim. And go to Josh and try to build a physical threat thing with him and get him not to write my name down, which is I mean, more or less, he played the idol, which I wasn't expecting, but more or less what happened. I didn't want, felt like I had the strong Kim and get my votes. Don't have my name written down the other side, which I was fine with. I thought I was fine with whatever outcome. We'll get into
Sure.
why that was not a good outcome for me, but
Well, yeah, we'll talk me through it. Let's get right into that. Why was this not a good outcome for you?
immediately I thought it wasn't terrible, right? Where, I buried the hatchet with Kim, but I mean, she really didn't have a great, taste in her mouth for me from season one. I didn't feel like, she liked me very much on that season.
Mm.
She's a good player. How much is she telling me the truth versus how much is she just blowing smoke of let's keep the big threats together because this idiot 24-year-old dude who won ring toss thinks he's a big threat now. Like, right? Like, I don't know. So that was immediately I was like, okay, she's a really good player and a tough person to get out of the game. And, it puts me in a spot where I'm a big threat, right? But I didn't get my way, and that kind of makes me look a little weaker. And now I'm, an option is cut off, and I'm an easier pickup for people, kind of akin to season one, right, where I go in the merge and I kind of have nobody, and they kind of let me skate for a few rounds. So that's not the worst thing in the world. But as we went into the game, the only real shot I think the favorites had of building any sort of coalition resistance was with Kim at the head. I think that was the only person who was connected with enough people and has the social sway to build a real counter.
Mhm.
Like you see Dan and Sarah make it far. I kind of don't think that I wouldn't really call that a counter alliance. They kind of just slipped through the cracks more so, which is good gameplay on their end. But if we really were going to go take it toe to toe with them, I think that was the only way to do it. Of you get Kim and like a group of other, maybe John Tonner and Emma stays in the game too, and we really have a solid group there.
It is kind of incredible thinking about like Kim gets idled out in the third episode and like the domino effect that leads to. Because I agree with you, looking at the skill set of the favorites remaining, like the group needed a Kim to really have a counter attack against the fan. So I agree with you. It's really kind of a stroke of genius by Josh and James. Like they chose like the exact right favorite to go after. Um, I know that when we sort of talked about the favorites dynamics early on, you mentioned that Dan and Sarah were a pair, but at this point, this is from what I saw, this is really where the alliance between you and Dan starts to solidify. Could you talk to me a little bit about the dynamic with him?
Yeah, I mean, Dan's a great guy. I thought we got along well, and immediately after that happens, right? I know Caroline has flipped. I said, Dan, we got to go grab. She just burned these two people. We're. I mean, that sucks. We're also probably fine. Another reason I thought it wasn't a terrible outcome is it wasn't a 3-3 with an idol, right? It was a 4-2 with an idol.
Mhm.
So all of a sudden now, theoretically, Caroline should want to work with me and Dan because she just burned Josh and James. So at least we might be okay for theoretically two tribals here. But I feel like Dan was someone who at least, you know, he's a level-headed guy. I feel like he's a good player. He saw the value, and I mean, he does say to some extent of keeping in a shield for himself. He's never going to be seen as the biggest challenge threat in the game as long as I'm there, and I think that he had some incentive to keep me in. And just a good dude, like someone I connected with as much as you can, right? Playing a game of this speed, and I felt like was pretty genuine and actually did want to work with me, which is true-ish. I think it was less true than I thought it was at the time. But yeah, I also kind of an alliance of necessity, right? Of where else do I go at this point? Yeah, trying to build something with Caroline and Dan at that point was the main idea going forward, and with Josh as well. That was actually a relationship I thought was going to be really key for me, where Josh, kind of came up to me very starry-eyed, which I think was, I don't know how much of it was an act, but considering this is a funny little tidbit for you, Dylan, of on his cast bio when it came out. It's like favorite moment from the first two seasons. And it was like when Justin throws a hinky vote and pins it on the other guy, being me. And then I talked to him. He's like, oh my God, like I was rooting for you so much. Season one, blah, blah, blah. Like, I really want to, like, we got to keep the big threats together, all this stuff, yada, yada. Like, oh my God, like I was really like pulling for you. I see myself in your game, et cetera, et cetera. All right, Josh, sure. We'll play a game. But yeah, I thought he was going to be someone who wanted to keep me in as well. So that was a relationship I was really trying to build more of a non-aggression pact than a real alliance there. But I felt like it was going well
Sure.
at that point too.
If you guys end up losing the next challenge after Kim goes, what do you think? Do you think it's you, Danny, Caroline taking another shot at Josh or James?
I think that's what I think would have happened. It really would have come down to Caroline. I think me and Dan would have been pretty solid, and I think Josh and James would have obviously been very solid. I think Caroline sides with us. I think me and Dan would have both been more partial to a James vote at that point than a Josh vote, because I think Josh did a little bit was a little more proactive at that point of working with the favorites than James was. But ultimately, Caroline was the swing there. So I think if she really comes in pushing for a Josh vote, I don't think we were really in the position to say no.
So we get through that round. You guys don't know what's happening, but you get brought to tribal right after Jonton goes out. So you show up, and the pink team has voted out Jonton. How crushed were you to see that he was gone?
Oh, just like brutal. It was more so, I mean, obviously he's not in the game anymore. I just wanted to see the guy. Like, it's just sad to not have him around. It's quiet. Ugh. It's like, yeah, gross. Didn't like it. Didn't like it one bit. Really frustrating to watch that episode too. That was the most frustrating of Jonton. Just say something else. I don't know. Play an idol. Find an idol, Jonton. I didn't want to happen in real time.
After the swap, you get put in a really tough position on that second swap tribe, I think, where you're outnumbered 3-2 by the fans. It's you and Emma, like somebody who you want to work with, who like there's a lot of trust there. What did you do that round to save yourself from your perspective and shift the target to Emma?
Yeah. Oh, good Lord. I mean, that's about as bad as a 5 as it gets for me, without it being a completely like where I still have a chance. If there's, obviously if it's replace Emma with Daltrey, I'm just going home. There's nothing to do, but that's as bad of a 5 as it could be without a 4-1, right? If it's a 3-2, pick your people. That's pretty rough for me. That was a tough. We lost that challenge. It was so freaking bad. I thought we were gonna win that challenge too because Emma was good at it. I think it was a little different rule where it was like fingertips versus
It was, yeah.
whatever. I don't know, but just horrific performance for me. I was just like not feeling good after that going back. And I kind of knew, and this was the tough part about it. I also think to preface this, right? I think this has kind of gotten lost to, stories being told about it. If you look at season 1, everyone says I betrayed Emma. I really don't think that is true. I will firmly push against that. At the merge vote, she doesn't listen to me when I say we need to, be pulling them aside to give us all a chance. Completely disregards everything I say the day before. Immediately throws my name out, right? And I vote her out, which I felt like was very much in retaliation. Okay, whatever. I go to her, try to mend the bridge. She is not interested. We go to final 6, right? We kind of, we're getting the band back together, right? We're going to, say we're going to put them to rocks. They're not going to go to rocks. No, she flips on Andrew immediately. If she would have flipped on me if I didn't win the immunity, I think it would have been me voted out at final 6 there. She would have flipped on me there. At final 5, I still go to her and say, hey, I want to keep you. Despite all of this, I go, hey, let me try to keep you in the game. I have this fake idol, and we're going to pull it off, and we're going to do it. And she essentially, this is less malicious than, naive of I don't understand what you're trying to do, but doesn't, for better or worse, doesn't go along with the acting thing and kind of just, lets it happen. So I didn't feel like everyone is like, oh my God, how could you turn against her? Like, I think she did it to me 5 times. And although you see in the confessional that she's genuine, right? Like, I think she's a very self-interested player, which is a good thing to be on Survivor. But I feel like the second, right, she wants to be on the favorites tribe because I have the numbers and I'm going to be in the power structure of the tribe. But the second I'm not, I have no faith that she's really going to go to bat for me, which was, again, has been the vein of my existence in Survivor Millennium Park, a bad read. And this time she is actually on my side. Like, I can't figure it out. But all that being said, I still did, want to keep her in the game and trusted her quite a bit at that point. I'm not sure where she would have ranked in my ally list, but she had a real argument for number 1 at that point. I didn't feel super strong with anybody, but she definitely would have an argument for number 1. And going into that tribe, I kind of see immediately, I just know that Melody and Caroline are going to be close. Caroline has come to me immediately on the swap tribe and said, hey, Melody from college, right? Let's get the band. Like, that's someone I'm working with. Let's get the 3 of us together. Sure. Knew the 2 of them were tight. And just figured, knowing Lizzie, that the 3 of them we're going to get along. And that was going to be a group on that fans tribe, especially like knowing Josh and James are close. Everyone else has to go somewhere. That's kind of where I felt this week go. I just felt like those 3 were safe. And immediately it kind of clicks in my head that it's going to be me or Emma. And I think the unfortunate reality of it is that kind of thought process did not happen for Emma. And really, like, if that episode that happens on Real Survivor, right, you kind of see the two people go to each other, and me and Emma shake hands and say, hey, we're obviously we don't want to do this, but one of us is going to go. Sucks, but this is just the way it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And she really was trying to, push a Melody vote that I thought was just never going to happen. Just really never thought it even had a chance of landing with anybody. Which you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that is a correct read there.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
It never had a chance. So basically, she comes to me and says, "Hey, let's vote Melody." I say, "All right, well, it's going to be me or Emma, and I want to work with Caroline or Melody. This seems like my path forward. We're going to merge after this vote. This seems like the group that's going to, like, Caroline's got a stake in me at this point. Melody has, like, I've known her. I didn't pick her when she told me to not pick her in the swap. I don't know that much that matters, but basically went to them and said, look, like, I understand I'm down in numbers here. I'll show you guys trust. I'll vote for Emma. I'm assuming, like, we kind of went into that conversation, the three of us, of they were like assuming that I was going to push for Lizzie and they were going to push for Emma, and we were going to land on Emma because it's 2 against 1. I kind of said, let's just cut the shit. We know where this is going to land. I'll just vote Emma because I want to work with you guys, and it sucks. I don't want to do it. I want to work with her, but you guys are who I want to ride along this game with. I think we think about the game the similar way. I really feel good going deep with you guys. So that was kind of the thought process there. Also, was very transparent of here's what Emma is telling me, exactly said it word for word, just so there was no misconstrued. And then obviously, they split the vote on me. Emma does go home pretty frustrated with me, which, I do feel bad about, especially, I would feel less bad if I made it far and kind of did that was a good move. And it,
Sure.
Bought me 1 round, which kind of feels shitty, but I don't know. The only other thing to do there, right? And I don't know if this would have worked. Like, knowing what I know now, I would have tried this, but I don't think this is a crazy thing to do at the time. I would go to Caroline and Melody and say, hey, look, like, you guys control the vote. Emma's my tight ally. I don't turn on my allies. I wouldn't turn on you guys. I'm going to vote Lizzie. You guys control it. Do whatever you want, but I just can't in good conscience vote Emma. That would have been the only other thing to do, which, would have been a good gesture. If I had felt stronger about Emma, I would have done that, I think. Right. But like I said, season 1, I just didn't buy it. I really didn't believe it.
Right. I think everything you say makes sense. I think that it is kind of funny that, like, you walk her from season 1 viewing, it's like, oh, Tony and Emma, like, what a great duo. But, like, yeah, you kind of, like, watch the beats of the story. It's like, well, actually, most of day 2, they were not working together.
Yeah.
So, like, from your perspective, like, of course it makes perfect sense that, like, going into this, you have no way of knowing that, like, Emma is in the confessionals, like, I trust Tony with my life, and of course, just to, like, make it worse for you, I include every time she says I trust Tony so much, he would never steer me. Like, I'm pulling quotes from, like, the beginning of day 1 just to, like, make that episode so
like, I cannot stress enough how awful I've played a handful of games of Survivor, not a million, but like a handful of, some of them long ones too. I think that's the worst I've ever felt about voting someone. Like, I felt so, especially having to go vote her out as Liz, her older sister, is shooting daggers at me. Oh my God. I would have been dead if looks could kill casting that vote. But I just felt so bad. Like, I knew it was almost like I don't want to say mercy kill because that feels bad, but like, I knew what was going to happen. I knew she was going to go home, and I knew she had no idea that her name was even out there. I just felt so shitty about it. Like, it was just a blindside for no reason, but I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do anything about it. I don't know.
Right. I will say, for whatever it's worth, I don't know if I've told you this before, it ultimately does work out because Emma was so sick on Sunday. There's no way she could have come back to the park. So, like, actually, like, for the production's sake, kind of, like, worked out that it happened that way. So we get through the Emma vote. You feel terrible, but then there is a light at the end of the tunnel at the end of day 1 when you reveal that it is your birthday. Everybody, the crew and production celebrate. So, Tony, I want to know, how did day 1 of Survivor Millennium Park rank for you on all of the birthdays you've had?
Oh, the birthdays. Not getting voted out was good. It's probably it's. I'll put in like the.
I won't be offended if it's not like top 5.
No, it's up there. I'll give you the story of why it's not as high as it should be, but it's probably like, it's pretty high. I'll give it like 80th percentile. Just it's also a Saturday too. I'd say it's up there. Probably top 3, but probably not top 2 birthday. Maybe so 3rd would be the answer of that. I don't have the top 2 off the top of my head, but I just feel like 3rd is a good spot for it. But after my birthday, right, I go after that. I got roped into this. I really did not want to go do this, but I go to a concert with my parents. Good time, like fun concert. Just like so dead. I just wanted to get the heck out. Oh my God, I want to get out of there so bad. Go, we gotta like take you out to eat after. It's like I really want to go to bed. No, we gotta get something to eat. And we go to this bar like down the street from in Natick, and to go eat. And it's like punk rock night, and there's like four people in the bar, and it's skull-numbingly loud screamo music. And Dylan, I have never wanted to be anywhere less. I had like 2 bites of my food. I'm packing this up. Like I cannot. It was so loud. It was so loud. I was like freaking out. Whereas I can't be here. And just like got home, like could not sleep that whole night with punk rock music blasting in my head. It's like, oh, that was not a good call by me to go do that. But what are you gonna do? Fun concert though.
There you go.
Not the punk
I'm
rock
not surprised.
one, the one
Your
before.
dad's got good taste in punk rock music, you know?
Yeah.
Where was your head at going into day two? Because we can get into this as much as you do or don't want to. Like, I got the impression watching some of the footage by the end of day one, like you were kind of beating yourself up a little bit from what I saw of like, everyone thinks I'm a threat, but like I'm not actually doing that well. Like I'm on the bottom. I feel like I don't have like any close allies. So like, where were you at going into day two then?
Yeah, it was frustrating where I just kind of, was pretty bad in pre-merge challenges, to be completely honest. I just wasn't, doing great. Like ladder ball. I mean, it's freaking ladder ball, but I wasn't, doing all that in the balancing I couldn't do. It was like, oh, it's like frustrating. I have all this, those attention on me, those threat level, and I'm not actually getting any of the benefits of it. I'm only getting the drawbacks, which is annoying. Then, Kim, Johnson, Emma all go out in a row. It's just like, I didn't really feel like there was anything I could do about any of them. Like Kim, I think Dan kind of leaked the vote to Josh and James. There was nothing I could do about that. Obviously, Johnson wasn't on the tribe, and then Emma, like I said, I just thought it was me or her. It's an unfortunate string there,
Yeah.
and I was just like, I was frustrated. I felt like I was playing bad, but I couldn't figure out why, other than just like not getting it done in the challenges, and my allies kept going home, and it was frustrating. Like I felt like trying to grab water in your hands and just going through the hand. It was very frustrating. I was not in a good mindset going back for day two, to be completely honest. Did not think I was a good spot. I think there was a confessional where it's like at the final 9 where I'm saying like I like playing from the bottom, blah blah blah, all this stuff. Like watching that, it sounds like me trying to convince myself is what it is. Like I just kind of was like giving myself a pep talk of like, really the only thing keeping me even alive was like, well, I was in the same exact spot season 1 where this exact thing was happening, 3 in a row right before. I'll go home and then I find a way. Maybe I'll find a way again. I just didn't feel I just felt like the competition was better, and it was just like there was just no shot. I remember I looked back at my text for you that day. It was like, I'm in a terrible spot, but that's where I'd like to be. And I obviously don't like to be in a terrible spot, but I was just trying to convince myself that I had some sort of shot. I just felt like it was not looking good. I didn't feel close with anyone. Who's my number one ally coming back? You could make arguments for 4 people and they're all crappy arguments. I don't even know who it would be at that point. So it was just like frustrating that I was not waiting for that, but I was really excited to come back after 3 years. I just felt like I sucked. I was going to go home early merge, which I did, and it was going to be disappointing. So it was a frustrating feeling coming back.
Well, let's talk about those early merge rounds that you were a part of. So we get to the merge. It's 9 of you. Dan wins immunity. He's got this friendship bracelet. I guess I'm curious. There's like a few dynamics I'm curious about at this round, specifically like you and Melody, you and Caroline, and then you, Dan, and Sarah. Like maybe we take sort of each of those of like what's your approach with each of those.
And also what frustrated me too. I mean, that challenge, I have no balance. I knew I was going to struggle with that challenge because like I just had no balance. And everyone's telling me after I get out, oh, I thought you were going to win that one. Like, hey, thanks, guys. I really wanted to hear that. Like after I lose,
right in the heart.
Thank you for saying that. I'm like, all right, at least it worked out. Dan ends up giving me the friendship bracelet, but yeah. So going, what was the order again?
We start with Melody.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna reverse it because I think it makes more sense if that's all right with you, benevolent host Dylan.
By all means.
But yeah, so meet Dan and Sarah. I felt like, well, Dan had the friendship bracelet, so I kind of was, I felt like he was in a similar-ish spot to me where there was a chance he was going to give it to me. at least a chance. And immediately, right, you see 6 fans, you see 3 favorites. That's a pretty obvious move for them to make, especially, the history of Survivor fans versus favorites seasons. The favorites returning players usually do pretty well. So if you had a shot to, cut one of them off there, you probably try to do it. So I felt like Sarah had the idol at that point. I know Melody was like passing around, but I just kind of felt like that's who had to have it as well. Similar logic trained to her, especially with the additional information, knowing that I did not have it, because I'm another feasible person where I would not have played it day one. So I think that brought me, clue style, another X on the box, even closer to who might have it. So I kind of go to Dan and Sarah like, hey, there's a way for all 3 of us to be safe here, right? Like pretty intuitive of Sarah plays the idol, an idol and a friendship bracelet and immunity, 3, and we're good. And they kind of have to show their cards a little bit and pick among their own. Dan was very quickly on board and got what I was doing with that. We were on the same page. He had those thoughts independently, I'm sure. Sarah did not really want to share she had the idol, and also either was pretending or actually didn't understand that all 3 of us could be safe with an idol. Mm-hmm. And I spent a lot of that round, a frustratingly long amount of that round, and I think this was really you can talk about nails in the coffin from day one, but I think this is really the nail in the coffin for the game, I spent a lot of time that round trying to convince her that all 3 of us could be safe, that she had to play the idol, and me and Dan talking to her a lot of time on that, and didn't have time to really set that vote up to be more than just me making it to the next round.
Sure.
And it became kind of an easy fans pick off of James, when in reality, if we kind of had kept that under wraps more and make them pick and like split our votes in different directions and kind of just completely bust the game open, I think that would have been a lot better of a result for us. But you obviously can't do that, right, if all 3 of you aren't on the same page. Yeah. So it's kind of up to Sarah there, and then we just kind of needed a name at that point. Melody and Caroline, to get to them, were 2 people I trusted. I didn't want to vote either of them out. Lizzie was an extension of them, so that kind of left the other 3. James was a name they were saying. I said, all right, like, I'm fine with that. It's not someone I voted for him. Like, doesn't seem like a terrible outcome for me. Sure. Everyone else besides Daltrey in the game, I have some sort of working relationship with at this point. At least like feel comfortable talking to them strategy wise. I've shared my thoughts with them. So it didn't seem like an awful outcome at the time, but really that should have been a bigger shot, and we should have, had the time to assess. Here's the power structure of the favorites. Maybe grab Josh and James, at least Josh, and try to do something different there.
Yeah. There's certainly a version of that round where, I don't know if it's you guys pulling Josh and James, you go against the 4 others on the fans tribe, or if there's, instead of the 3 of you voting for James, maybe it's the 3 of you plus Sarah's extra vote, throw it onto somebody else, and then there's a tie dynamic. I don't know, like there's a lot to it, but like, I mean, it does get tricky when you think about like it's not just numbers. We're dealing with like Sarah is very skeptical of Tony and Dan. Like Dan, you'll see in Sarah's interview, she sort of explains like why she didn't really trust Dan the entire game, which is kind of funny because like that's not Dan's perspective. Like he's all in on Sarah. Like, it does. Looking at, I'm like, this is like the worst combination, like not character wise or people wise, but like for the 3 favorites to be left, like this is the least cohesive group of 3 favorites to have left.
No, it was tough, and that's what makes Survivor fun. Is it's not just like, all right, this robotic game move of okay, we do this and this, and we split the votes this way because we got the optimal thread out. It's like actual, people play differently. That's what makes the good players good, is they can, play around that.
Absolutely. Anything else from that round before we get to the next one?
Sure. I just thought of something and I just lost it, but let me think about it for a second. Something
about Josh, James.
Yeah, maybe. God, I just thinking of this. Oh, yes. I was also that round. My strategy was before it even happened. I was just kind of telling people, yeah, I think I'm getting the friendship bracelet. Fully not thinking I was going to get the friendship bracelet at the beginning because I just didn't want my name to get any sort of traction out there. I thought Dan was going to like give it to Sarah or something. I don't really remember what I thought, but I just said, yeah, I think I'm getting it. Don't think about voting me, basically, because I'm going to be good. So, and at least like, especially with so quick, right? It's hard to have if what's being said is Tony's getting it, like it's hard to have, okay, if he doesn't get it, then we'll vote him. Like that's a hard plan to set up in that little time. So I thought that would be a helpful kind of tool for me to kind of take myself off the table in that round, regardless of what Dan's going to do.
Sure. So next we go into episode 7, which is sadly for me and for many viewers, the end of the road for you in Millennium Park. During that round, it does it seems to come down to you or Josh, and it seems like some people are saying, well, it's got to be Tony. Some people are saying like, well, it's going to be Tony, but I'd prefer it's Josh. Walk me through that round from your perspective. What were you trying to make happen during that round?
Yeah, I came close in the challenge again there. I think I lose by 1. Just
That's right.
frustrating. There was a couple questions there. I'm like, I should have just gotten that right. But what are you gonna do? And going into that round, this dynamic is just not good for me right now. Like everyone's pretty grouped up, and I don't feel great. I kind of just need to survive a couple votes and hope that like this power structure crumbles upon itself was kind of the thought of. I don't even have the ammo to make a real move against any of the big time players in this game. I just need to wait till they want to go against each other and someone scoops me up. I'm hoping Melody, that's what's hoping, because Melody's going to want to make a move, and she knows that I have nothing, and she knows that I'm going to want to make it with her. That's kind of what I was banking on, that train of logic, which this is, I mean, you say I kind of mentioned, I had a bad read on Emma both seasons. My bad read on Emma season 1 is what was the nail in the coffin. My bad read on Melody in season 3 is what was the nail in the coffin for me. I thought she would be interested in working with me at least short term and knock me out at like a 6 or a 5 or a 4, even assuming it's a final 2. She had no incentive, right, to do so. Not no incentive. She had no desire to do so. I thought she did have incentive, and I still do think she has incentive, but I mean, she made it 3rd, so she could have won though. So the only person you can really say didn't make a mistake was Lizzie, but with that, I'm not cutting her floor down. But no, yeah. Also thinking back, right, I had played one. This kind of some preface here. I'd played one like real-ish game of Survivor in between these two, and Melody had watched me play. It was a college Survivor org called Survivor Odyssey, right? So these are the 2 most recent games of Survivor she's seen me play. Survivor Millennium Park Season 1. I'm at Final 6, dead to rights, win 3 challenges in a row, almost win the game. Survivor Odyssey, dead to rights at Final 6, win 3 challenges in a row, win the game. So it's kind of, right, a tough person to be like, oh, we can get him out whenever. Like, it's an easier sell season 1 when no one thinks, I'm a good player or I'm capable of winning challenges. Oh, yeah, we get rid of him, whatever. It's harder to do that, right? That's when the reputation kind of comes in of we've seen him do this before. We can't let him, start gaining traction because he's capable. He's not going to roll over and die at Final 5 like, someone else might. He's going to try, he's going to scrap and maybe throw Melody's name out, right? If it benefits him at that point. So no shade. Like that's like, right. You always think when you get better, oh, these people should have kept me in because it would have been better for them. But like, it's the class. Every single person who gets voted out is going to say that. So it's right at the end of the day, if you think you're a good player, how bad of a move is it really to get you out? So I have no begrudgments over the move for anybody. But back to the round is right. I kind of think Josh's name is out there. He's kind of lost his real person who's going to go bat for him. And James, I don't feel like I have anyone who's going to go to bat for me. So like that, these are the 2 names that are probably going to be out there. I know I learned very quickly. And my thought was, all right, I just have to go to if it's me or Josh, I have to go to individual people and just who are the people that would have a better relationship with me than they do with Josh. And so there are 6 other people in the game where I felt like Melody was going to have a better relationship with me than Josh. I didn't feel like she had any relationship with Josh really at that point. She had just voted out James, pushed that vote of didn't think they were super close. Caroline, I felt close with. She had just turned against Josh, right? Dan and Sarah, I had just voted with, showed my loyalty to them on that vote. So I mean, that's 4. That's the 5 of us. We vote Josh. Like, why are any of those people going to want to get me out? I didn't really understand why they would want to do that. So I thought, maybe I have a chance here. I mean, as the round progressed, I thought I had less and less of a chance. Going into tribal, I really felt like I was screwed and had maybe a 5% chance of staying. And Josh, right, was trying to pull together a group of him and me and Dan and Sarah. And I just knew in that conversation that Dan and Sarah were not feeling it, not having it. It was going to be me or him. It just became obvious, like the Emma thing. It became obvious to me very quickly. It just became life preserver mode, and I had a glimmer of hope that tribal completely blows up. I mean, this is my only chance. I had seen people like talk about this on Real Survivor. This is kind of a strategy I was gonna do when there's all the chaos of that, right? I'm gonna be the one that's solid. Like I have the solid plan of Josh is doing this and this and this, and I go to everyone. I'm voting Josh. I've told you the whole round I'm voting Josh. That's what I'm doing. I've said that for the last half hour.
Yep.
You have no reason to not believe me. And Josh is going crazy. If you want to avoid the chaos, go with me and vote with the solid plan that's out there. Obviously, it didn't happen, but that was my only thought of that might help me because at least I've been consistent with what I'm saying. And, Josh had tried to vote Melody, and I go tell Melody and Caroline, and they don't believe me, which is like really brutal. I hadn't lied to them the whole game. It's like at that point, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say to them to get me to believe. Like they just didn't believe Josh was that much of a loose cannon, I guess, which I don't know. Maybe that's a bad read on me for them or a bad read on Josh, or it didn't matter either way. They didn't care. We're going to vote me out anyway, which I don't know. But that was what I was trying to do. Just be like very transparent, especially to Melody and Caroline. Like you guys are who I want to work with, especially Caroline of like, hey, there's going to be a point where you're going to want to make a move and you're going to want to shield, and I'm not going to be there if I go home, and you're going to regret it. That's kind of the pitch I was making to mostly her, but also Melody as well. Of there's going to come a time, and you can argue whether they're did or not. I think there's a fair point to be made either way, but it just didn't end up working out. Obviously, I really did hustle and try there, and was I knew it was looking pretty bleak. Josh gave me a glimmer of hope. I think I say you weren't quite annoying enough at Tribal to let me stay in here, which I think is true. I think if he goes a little more off the rails, maybe I have a chance. But you see in the clip, Melody is really, really locked in on getting me out. And I wonder exactly why, how much of it had to play into the pregame, kind of knowing see me play a lot versus if she had just met me that day for the first time, whether that would be true. But it'll be impossible to know, obviously.
Right. So that does lead us to the end of your time in the game. You joined the jury. Anything fun happen while you were on the jury over the course of the day?
It was a lot of so Josh ends up coming out next on the jury, and like every time someone gets voted out after that. So from my perspective, and tell me if I'm incorrect, I was gone the whole time at Final Eight. Is that true?
Yeah, my understanding was there were individuals who were saying I would prefer to vote Josh, but they never like the wrong people didn't talk to each other, or the right people didn't talk to each other rather. Like enough people felt and expressed that sentiment that it could have happened, but like none of them connected the dots to make it happen. That was my perspective of it.
Right. That's kind of what I thought as well. In Josh's mind, is he coming on for an interview?
He is going to be doing one. I think I'm recording with him next week.
All right, I'll submit this. This will be my question I'll submit for him, and we'll see what he says. But every time someone else is getting voted out, coming to the jury, right, he's asking him, about that round where I go home, and he's like cherry picking little things of what they say and going, see, Tony, I saved myself with that live travel. If you like that live travel, he kept bringing up the live travel. I'm like, Josh, dude, I was going home, man. Like the whole time. He's like, no, I saved myself. And then every time someone get voted out, he's like, I trusted you so much. I wanted to be final two with you. And he would say it to everybody. I'm like, Josh, you can't want to be final two with everybody. Like the third person, he starts like saying that to Caroline after saying that to Daltrey and James. Like me doesn't say that to, but everyone else he's saying that to. And I'm just like, Josh, you can't say that to the third person in a row here. This is a little, come on. Like you're the only girl I'm seeing right now. Like that's what you're saying to people.
Well, he's just getting ready for the Edge of Extinction twist when he goes back into the game. No, I'm excited.
He was still playing. He was still playing at the end there, yeah. Which I respect that. That guy, that's a guy with a high motor. I'll tell you that much.
Anything else from the jury before we get to the final tribal council?
I don't think so. I mean, I was just like voted out. I said I'll vote for her as the most fun. I was just like frustrated with the power structure of it. I just definitely as I've alluded to, like honestly, the 5 votes in a row there just felt like super helpless. It was just frustrating. It is true, right? Like I think I'll get into this in final tribal, but for me as a juror, I always want to vote for. It comes down. I don't really care if you had the most control of the game. It doesn't matter to me. I just vote for whoever I had the most fun playing with, and that's really. I think a lot of people do that and just give themselves the excuse in their mind, like of, oh, I voted for this reason. But it's always just like who you like more, who you more fun with, right? Like you play these games to have fun. I guess not CBS Survivor, play for the money, but I play these games to have fun and meet people and whoever I had the you were if you never heard me out, right, and never wanted to talk strategy with me, why the heck would I ever? I don't care that you found 5 idols. You never want to talk to me. Why should me as a juror vote for you? It's not, sabermetric Survivor where it's calculated, put in the numbers and output who played the best game. It is people at the end of the day. So that's really like I know it kind of sounds like a salty final words, which it was, but there was a lot of truth behind that and like kind of how I see the game.
So walk me through from your perspective, final tribal council, like what were you looking for between Lizzie and Sarah and what ultimately swayed you to vote for Lizzie to be the winner?
I think I have my list here actually of right after I got voted out, like who I had my jury ranking. I can pull that
Oh
up
my
for you
God.
right
Oh, that's
now.
too cool. I didn't know you had that.
Yeah, June 2nd at 4:11. So this was at the final five, but I
Mhm.
think I might have done this at final six. I had three tiers of the final five. I had Dan alone in tier one. I had tier two of Caroline, Lizzie, Melody in that order, and then I had Sarah alone in tier three. Sorry, Sarah. But that was my assessment. I think I probably would have had Daltrey and Josh both in tier three as well, to be honest with you at that point. Yeah, right when I got voted. I think that would have been the rough order of it. I think I say I'm rooting for one and a half of you. That gets cut out, and it was a full one for Josh because he didn't vote for me, and a half for Dan because he gave me the friendship bracelet. I mean, it was purely a selfish rooting for one and a half of you. I don't know, like I was rooting for Josh at that point just because he didn't vote for me, and he was honest with me, and no one else was. But I don't know at the end of the day, especially with his antics, if I would have ended up voting for him to win. To be determined. Obviously, it's a very different world where that happens, so it's tough to say.
Uh, Tony, what was the reaction like? Or I guess before I get to like postseason stuff, like any other thoughts from the game itself?
Yeah, I mean, Lizzie, I think, was a great winner. I was happy to vote for them. Sarah, I think, played a great game as well. It just kind of came down to, I think what really frustrated me was that round where I wanted to make a bigger move with Sarah at Final Nine, and she didn't really. Whether it was me or Dan, you kind of say it was more Dan. Maybe we'll have to watch her interview and see, but didn't feel like she was really wanting to play ball there, and votes me out immediately after Lizzie. I felt like had less of a reason to want to work with me, so I kind of understood that more. Had a great time meeting both of them, but especially Lizzie, I feel like is very personable and fun to be around, and makes a genuine effort to get to know you. Where, I mean, maybe I'm still getting misted, but I feel like it's beyond just I want to win this game, so I'm gonna get to know these people. Like I actually, they play this game trying to meet people, which I think is really admirable and cool, and you know, someone I consider a friend now. So very happy they won. Great winner, great representation for the season. Thumbs up all around. Happy to cast my vote and revenge for Colin on the final vote.
That's
So
right.
don't put out my cousin. You'll get what's coming to you eventually. Maybe not in the game, but you'll get it eventually.
I know that your family has always been very great supporters of the Millennium Park series. They've always left very nice comments and everything. What was the reaction like from your family and friends on this one?
Yeah, they promoted it similarly personally, but I mean, I think less people probably watched it.
Sure.
And part of that was I think I was very annoying season one of like, I do cool stuff. Like, you gotta watch this. And this one's like, I mean, like not that I like was ashamed of it, but it was just like, I
Yeah.
mean, I kind of flop on this season, and it's like not super fun to like. There's no moment of like, oh my god, Tony, you just did this cool thing. Like I don't ever have that moment, so
Sure.
it's like less of an incentive to send it to people. But I think people like generally like that's more so in your own head of like, oh my god, I want to be the hero of this, blah blah blah, and doing all this crazy stuff. But people just like seeing you screw around on YouTube. I think the people who watch it is like, oh, it's pretty funny watching you do whatever and mess around with John Ton, especially, and do all this stuff and be this silly underdog again. So I think everyone enjoyed it. My parents were sending me. I was making them send me like their winter predictions and all that stuff the whole season. So it's pretty fun. I do enjoy. I love when people like live text me watching. I think it's super funny to get the fans' perspective versus what actually happened, knowing you were there. So
Tony, do you have some time for some viewer questions? These were submitted on Instagram.
Make
Uh,
some time. You can make some time.
uh, Emma wrote in, and all she wrote was,
Oh god.
all she wrote was, first of all, how dare you, quoting Kelly Kapoor from The Office. So that one, I should that cracked me up when I saw that last night.
You started saying the F sound for the first word there, and I thought it was going somewhere else. So a little more PC than I thought she was going to write in with, which we'll take that as a win.
Exactly. Tony, I have a couple questions that feel connected. Um, Starts with Lizzie wrote in, who from the cast do you have a crush on? Josh said, tell us about the showmance. And Caroline wrote in, what's it like being the heartthrob of Millennium Park? So I'm just curious if you want to, if you have any thoughts about any of these questions.
Yeah, which order would you like me to answer those in, Dylan?
Let's start with Lizzie. Who do you have a crush on from this cast?
Oh man, so many people. I mean, namely John Ton, I think is kind of the man crush of the season.
Perfect.
No,
All
but
right, we can move on then. Anyway, next question. No.
no, but thank you for the question, Lizzie. Yes. So I don't know what order you're releasing these in, but yes, Carolina is my lovely girlfriend now from this season, which I don't know, Dylan, how you feel about it, but if I were you, I would be eating that up and telling everyone I know that I run a Survivor game and I produce a successful relationship from it. That would be like on my resume, like at the bottom, like interests, like matchmaking or something like that. But yeah, no, it was yeah, very fun, like working with, meeting her throughout the season. Definitely I say it in the confessional, like she's someone I thought was gonna win the game. She's like very likable, personable, like I don't know, it doesn't take her no one who plays this takes themselves too seriously, right? Except for a few people who I'm not gonna name who've played this game, but she definitely like was like I felt like took the game at like a similar intensity level to me of like I really want to win, but it's not like life and death here. Definitely felt like we clicked early. It was funny the confessional that Melody has of like Caroline clearly feels so close to Tony, which I honestly like in the game probably because the pre connection like thought Melody was like the person who was gonna potentially save me when really it was Caroline the whole time, which was good. Like I think we, not to get too deep into this, but I think we like worked together on a similar level in the game and saw things the same way, and maybe we see things in life the same way similarly. I don't know. I think there's something to be said for that. I won't break down the dynamics of relationship for all to see on YouTube right now, but yeah, going well for sure.
It's very responsible of you. And yes, I absolutely I tell everybody I can that two people met playing although you did meet before, but that you got to become friends via my silly little game show. So yeah, I take full credit for this.
And definitely have a crush on her. I realize I dodged the question a little bit. Definitely have a crush on her because I will get a hard time if I don't say that outright. I do have a crush on Caroline, yes. And
Okay.
John Ton, not in that way. I have a friend crush on John Ton.
Perfect.
And other people, many friend crushes.
I actually skipped. Caroline submitted the question. Do you want to hang out after your interview tonight? Which I realized she submitted yesterday before we recorded this. So I hope that by not passing this along, I hope you didn't accidentally stand up Caroline. If so, I'll send you this recording. You can verify that it's actually my fault.
So this is the beauty of it, Dylan. And let me tell you this: of like Caroline votes me out, right? That kind of gives me a get out of jail free. Like if I ever like, oh fuck, I forgot to make reservations for Valentine's Day. Hey, remember that time you voted me out of this game? It's kind of easy. I haven't, really had to. Hopefully, I don't have to use that, right? Hopefully, like I remember to make the reservation stuff. But it's kind of nice to have in the back pocket. Like, better than the other way around because I would feel very very guilty about it the other way around. I think.
It's like a relationship immunity idol, right? Like,
yes.
It's like this is what will save me.
I have the screenshot of her holding my vote up that I have in case ever needed.
On her interview, she showed the sticker that you made, Caroline from Mirror Tribe.
That's a good sticker. Come on, Dylan, give some credit on that one. I almost photoshopped your face on the Jeff Probst, but I was like, that's just I'd have to like ask Dylan for permission. That just feels like a weird conversation. And B, like also, you put Jeff Probst on your laptop or your water bottle. Like, who is this guy that's like shittily photoshopped onto Jeff Probst? Like, who is like? So more of an explanation. Who is this man? Like, that's not your boyfriend. Who is that? Like, oh yeah, that's Dylan. Like, it seems like
Because I guess you could have used my face from like when Dan made his Wordle guess of like maybe maybe that'll be what I put together for like the thumbnail to like promote these interviews. Holland wrote in, what was your favorite moment of the season?
Besides beating Caroline, wink, wink, everybody. Points, points.
Good answer. Good answer.
Good answer, Steve. Good answer. Um, I was most excited to watch the Rubik's Cube back, but I don't think that was my favorite moment. I think like right after getting the immunity, friendship immunity from Dan and walking to the vote, I was all of a sudden I had a little bit of renewed life of I just felt at season one at a point I just felt unkillable. Like I just felt like I had plot armor season one of like they can't get rid of this guy. Why have they not got rid of me yet? Like it just felt impossible. And I kind of started to feel that again of like, of course the twist happens where it's a extra immunity and I get it. Like I don't have to win these challenges anymore. People just hand me this. I kind of felt like, all right, I'm getting my mojo back a little bit. That like walk there felt like, all right, I'm kind of back here. I might have a chance, and then quickly faded. But I had a little bit of confidence there for like 35 seconds, which was nice to feel.
This next question comes from Beth, who is a friend of Daltrey's. I think that this question was inspired by your Sesame Street shirt. It actually took me a minute to figure out why Beth was asking you this. Which Muppet would play you in the Muppet remake of Survivor Millennium
Oh
Park?
wow, wow, it's an unbelievable question. I wish it was Bert, but it's not, is the thing. Because I love Bert and Ernie are my favorites. Those two are just great. I went as Elmo for Halloween one year too. But maybe I think Elmo would play me in season one, but in season three, ooh, I think I'm like a Grover type. I think I'm Grover
Okay.
because oh no, is that a Muppet? That's a Sesame Street character. I'm so sorry.
No, I mean
That's completely
The Sesame Street characters are Muppets. It's all the same company.
are
It's all Jim
they?
Henson.
Oh, okay. I'll say Grover if I have to pick a Muppet. No, I'll say Grover because I feel like he's always, flying high, and then he has those crazy crashes into the trash cans and stuff. Like I kind of felt like, I came in as this like, oh, high flying character, just immediately like crashed into a trash can and tried to have my big moments. It didn't work. But a Muppet, maybe Beaker is a similar Muppet where it always blows up on him and stuff. But or Animal, I just like Animal or Fozzie Bear. I have so no John Ton's Fozzie Bear. Sorry, I could if we had more time, I'd break down everybody for you. But John Ton Fozzie Bear, I'll give that one's for free. The rest of them get a cameo from me, and I'll do it for you.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, Beth. You got to do that. Actually, I think that was Beth's other question is like, and do the whole cast. So that'll be like our paid content.
See if I have any I can rattle off in 1 second for you. Dan is Kermit for sure. Miss Piggy is Sarah. Yep, that's good. Um, no, it makes sense. Don't think about it. Jonathan Fozzie Bear. Who are other big Muppet characters?
There's
The sweet
Sam the Eagle.
Sam the Eagle. Oh, that might be no. Dan is still Kermit. Sam the Eagle is Melody. Is Sam the Eagle? Um,
Okay.
I'll give Lizzie Animal. I'll give Caroline whatever the
Yes.
cutest Muppet is. I can't think of the top of my head what the cute Muppet is. I gotta give her a good one though, or she'll get mad at me. Um, Caroline's Walter from the Muppet movie. Love that guy, Walter.
That's
That's
such
a deep cut. That's a deep
that
cut for
is
the
such a
fans.
good pick. Lizzie, who from the cast surprised you the most?
Surprised me the most. I will say. It's kind of an easy answer, but I will say Daltrey. I think she was even still when people talk about her. I think she's much more of a gamer than people think of. Kind of like, oh, like you're never gonna like not vote for her at the end, right? She never like hurt anybody or like backstab anybody. She was in it to play. Like I knew from the beginning. I felt like she was there. You don't show up to like if you're Daltrey, you don't show up to this thing to screw around. I feel like.
I'm with you. I was very surprised by what I had no idea that she was so good. Uh, uh, Caroline asks, how drunk was Dylan at the Bryson Wen event?
Oh man, that should have made the episode. That was drunk Dylan at his finest. Like if you were that drunk season three, like you were so such a fan of mine, I think you would have rigged the game just to let me win. I should have like probably tried to get you drunk season three because you were just like, oh my god, I'm so glad you played, blah blah blah. Maybe you say it to everybody, but I don't know.
John, my final question for you. John Ton asks, what is your message for John Ton?
My message for John Ton is, oh man, what a pleasure. And I wanna get a buddy cop, a spin-off show with John Ton. Like, like didn't Wendell do like a home improvement show or something in Boston? Rob and Amber had some show or something like that. I think me and Jonathan should just like do a podcast, but like don't actually release it. We just like watch it ourselves and send it to like Dylan and Zach and just vote it, the four of us. I think that would be fun.
I'd listen
That's
to
my
that.
message to him.
Tony, I really appreciate you sitting down with me tonight. Anything you want to plug? Anything that you want people to go check out?
I'm not going to call this a plug, but here's my I don't know if it's even a call to action, but this is my like kind of pitch. And interesting little tidbit I didn't mention is Melody had introduced me to Survivor Millennium Park, which is cool. She was the one who initially said it to me. And I was very much like, especially at that point in college, I had just kind of gotten to this point of like, anything I'm available to do, I will say yes. I will never say no to anything. I'm going to try anything once and like, right, super random thing to do. Season 1 was mostly your friends, right? Or even people who weren't your friends, like Justin and Tom had played orgs before. I'd played college Survivor, but I was kind of like, I'd only played with, kids my age and met them, right? It was a completely random thing to do. And I was kind of like, oh, screw it, I'll go do it. And like, right, like look back, what a great decision that was. And like, it would take at least 2 hands, probably more, to count the amount of like genuine friends I have gotten just from that one snap decision. Melody texted me like, screw it, I'll go try and do this. Like, why not? Right. And like, now I have my girlfriend I met from this, and like, you I consider a close friend, Dylan. I hope you consider the same, but
Likewise. Absolutely.
Not to put you on the spot. Let's put the spot. But
we're
like
in a
many other
group
people,
Zach and Jonathan that text almost every day. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. like the list goes on, right? Like, Zach, Jonathan, Melody, Lizzie, Dan, all people I could keep going. Like all people I regularly keep in touch with. And I had a birthday party and I invited everyone from Millennium Park, and a bunch of people came, and like even people that didn't come texted me happy birthday. Like, it's really cool. Like this was a really cool thing. And if it wasn't something I was immediately like, oh my God, I'm so excited to go play Survivor in the Woods. There's a bunch of like people in their 30s as a 21-year-old kid, but I kind of was like, screw it. Like, what's the worst thing that can happen? I have what am I going to do this weekend if not that? Probably go play basketball at the gym like I do every single other weekend, and lift weights like I do every single other weekend. Like, that sounds, that's fun, obviously, but this could be, right? This is the rewards you potentially reap from it. And what a cool experience. That's my plug, is I'm plugging the say yes to anything once theory will be my plug. And Melody's Instagram. Go follow Melody. I don't even know what it is off the top of my head, to be honest, but you can find her. Go to Millennium Park and following and type in Melody and go follow her.
Wow. Yeah, really, everybody who plugs like their own Instagram now is gonna look like a real jerk after you just like the concept of like putting yourself out there and trying. I'm so glad that, like you said, you were one of the very few people going into season 1. We did not know each other. We just jumped on a Zoom call, and I had this feeling of like, I really hope this guy's normal, because we really need a 14th person.
We need somebody.
And it was clearly just a perfect fit, and so glad that you're part of the Millennium Park community.
Hey, I'm glad as well, right? Like, bunch of friends, lovely girlfriend, cannot complain. As I said, what a blessing it has been, and I was very honored that you asked me back to come play. That felt cool and meant a lot. And shout out the fans, shout out Jacob in the comments, root for me, and the other. Shout out my friends and family who watched. I appreciate the support from you guys. It was cool. I don't know, just what a fun little thing to do, right?
Absolutely. Well, all right.
Who's got it better than us, Dylan?
Okay, absolutely.
Doesn't get better than this, kid. This is the peak.
Tony, thank you so much for your time, man. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Dylan. Appreciate it as always.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Survivor Millennium Park 3 postseason interview. I am joined today by a guy I've really been looking forward to speak with. His time in the game may have been short, but his impact was massive. Everybody was talking about the start of the season. There's one name on everybody's lips. Brian. He finds first, before he even finds the idol, crushes the opening challenge, which we're going to get into, finds an idol, and then things just go crazy from there. Truly a massive character. Somebody who made me reverse my whole editing style because of how much he brought to the table. We're going to talk a little bit about that. Please welcome to the interviews, Brian. Brian, how are you?
I'm great, Don. Thank you so much for having me. I know, as you mentioned, my time in the game was pretty short, but I'm excited to get into it and talk about what I was thinking, because I'm sure a lot of people when they were watching were wondering, what the heck is Brian thinking? So I can add some context here.
Totally. No, I really appreciate getting to chat with you. Like I said, like when I say like that I actually changed the editing style because of you, that's not an exaggeration. I think you and I have talked about this a little bit that like historically when it comes to earlier boots, my philosophy is like, I don't need to like I want to like sort of establish the characters they're going to be there a while. Like I also feel like for some people it's like if they didn't have a good time, like I don't want to like linger on like, oh, like look what happened to this person. Like I don't think that's like a nice way to like present it, but you are just so good on camera and you bring out like the best in everyone around you with like the shenanigans, the antics. Like I don't know, you like weren't afraid to stir the pot and like you weren't afraid to play big. Uh and I just loved it. And like I've said to you, like I truly believe anybody casting an LRG or any other reality show maybe who finds out about you should want you because I think that you're so naturally compelling to watch. So with all of that, I guess all of that being said, I'd love to start with, what what drew you to apply to Millennium Park in the first place? Like what made you decide that you wanted to be a part of this crazy little project?
Well, I first have to thank you for all of that very nice stuff that you just said about me. That's very, very nice to hear. Um, and what drew me to Millennium Park was I saw in a Survivor Fans of Boston group page you had posted about Survivor Millennium Park, and I like didn't really know that people did this. Like they put on Survivor games, and got together and played Survivor. I had done this for my friends. We go to a New Year's house every year, and I had hosted a game for my friends. And I kind of thought that like that wasn't really a thing that happened outside of friend groups. So when I saw that, I was intrigued. When I saw it was in Boston, I was more intrigued since I live right down the road, and I just wanted the opportunity to go out and play Survivor because I've been applying for many years to the show, and it's my dream to get on Survivor, and I thought I would go try it out and to kind of see what a dry run would be for when I get out on the island.
I love that. That's so cool. So, walk me through a little bit of your maybe pre-game strategy or expectations. Like
Yeah.
like before we get to the park on June 1st, 2024, like where's your head at? Like what are you thinking? How are you preparing yourself? Like what are you doing
Mhm.
at that point?
Um, that's a good question. I probably should have been thinking more about how the game actually plays out like in practice on Survivor. I think I was very rigid going in about what I wanted my strategy to be, and I think you see it when I get out there that the reason my game went so wrong so quickly, and it would have gone wrong eventually, but the reason it went so wrong so quickly is because I was really unwilling to reconsider the strategy that I came in with. So I had thought, like Malcolm and Denise sort of situation. It would be great to have one ride or die ally that we were kind of secretly working in lockstep. And then I wanted to have I wanted to have that alliance member be a part of a bigger alliance enough to have the majority on our tribe, but we were kind of on opposite sides, not very like overtly connected, just kind of happening to end up in the same alliance. And so I get to the filming location. I get to the park, and I see a couple of potential options for the under the radar pair. I was hoping to pair up with a woman. I am not a fan of when Survivor's just like a bunch of guys sticking together. I think that gets really boring. And I thought that it would be kind of an under the radar thing if I partnered up with one of the women and had sort of a secret under the radar alliance. So that was my plan going in. I wanted to get one of them into an alliance and then get a really tight alliance, then get a bigger alliance kind of surrounding that.
Sure. So I guess getting into that a little bit, once we get there, the fans are sort of sequestered from the returning players. Looking at your initial group, who stood out to you immediately? Either as a potential ally or maybe as ooh, that's somebody I got to keep an eye out for. What were some of those first impressions you had of people?
Immediately, Melody was somebody that I wanted to work with. I felt like, again, she would be one of the under the radar people that nobody would really expect, but I thought that she would have a good sense of the game. I mean,
Hmm.
she had the wolf shirt on, which gave me great vibes. And I just felt like if we got together, she would be able to keep our relationship kind of under the radar, we could be kind of work in lockstep, like I was talking about. So she stood out to me as somebody I really wanted to be paired with. Immediately, James stood out to me as somebody that I wanted to get rid of. And the reason being is he was very out there as a big Survivor fan. And when I got to the camp for the first time, I kind of thought that he would be somebody that I could push under the bus and kind of say that guy's the biggest Survivor fan. I don't know what I was thinking with that because we're all playing a game of Survivor in the park on a weekend. So I mean, I guess we all are really big Survivor fans, but I kind of thought I could push him under the bus and he would take the mantle of like the biggest Survivor fan and we could get him out because he was so like strategic and sneaky. That was my plan.
Got it. Got it. Brian, I've got to ask you about something that I've heard a lot about over the last year. What was the
Yeah.
bathroom alliance?
Oh my goodness. It was so bad. I went in to the game as I mentioned with this plan. And I was so excited to get playing and get implementing that plan that like the moment I saw an opportunity to go and have some alone time with some members of the tribe, I was like, I got to do that. And I also didn't want to be the only one or one of a few left behind if a big group was going to the alliance or the bathroom. So somebody said, hey, I have to go to the bathroom. And then a couple other people said, yeah, I have to too. And I said, okay, yeah, I have to go too. And I didn't really have to go to the bathroom, but I wanted to take the walk with the other people so we could talk a little bit of strategy. And on that walk was Melody, Caroline, and Daltrey. And as we were like getting to the bathroom, it's a pretty far walk. I just threw out, who are you getting good vibes from? And Daltrey and Caroline like immediately were like, "Well, that's weird that you're asking that." Like right away, and I got the vibe that they were already out on me right there. And then Melody seemed like she was interested in having that conversation, which like is another reason why when we got to camp, I was like, "Okay, Melody has to be my person." And this was a big issue for me in the game because I think it is 100% true that I actually burned Caroline and Daltrey as potential allies in that one moment by trying to be way too strategic, way too fast. I might have even asked like, who would you want to like throw under the bus? Because I was trying to get, the conversation started about James because I didn't want any of them at that moment to be the first boot. So it was all me playing way too hard, way too fast. And Melody, I think, might have just been better at pretending like she wasn't totally put off by that, like overly strategic, sort of too excited strategizing. But I knew Daltrey and Caroline were like
Sure.
done with me right there. So that's why I kind of you see the group that I end up trying to pair with later on. That's mostly out of necessity with Josh and Lizzie and Melody because I kind of thought I had already burned Daltrey and Caroline, and I was trying to target James. So I was really that was the group I felt like I was kind of forced to go with, and it was not good, not good.
That's so I had never like kind of pieced together like that group of four and we're gonna talk about that group because I've always wondered like how did that sort of come together. So that makes
Yeah,
perfect sense. And I mean to your point about Melody seeming a little bit more receptive. We see in the episode she says, maybe getting rid of Brian is not the obvious choice because it's kind of nice having somebody here who will throw out a name. Like how do we approach this if he's not here doing that? So
yeah,
that's so interesting. I've always wanted to get your perspective on that because it's been so
yeah.
fabled and there's no footage of it.
Yeah.
Um,
And then and I do owe you an apology for talking about something in a situation where nobody could be filming because I know that's like the worst thing for an LRG producer who's trying to put together a coherent narrative. You didn't have a piece of it.
Right, we missed we missed so many bigger moments, and the fact that like honestly, the fact that it's like this legend now honestly makes it even better. We had that
Yeah.
season. See, it was kind of funny. Season one had like the opposite happen, where like a smaller group went to the bathroom, and the bigger group we got like again we kind of missed it and made them recreate it, where they're just like we should be an alliance, and it was like okay, well that's the end of the scene. So you guys get back from the bathroom, and you mentioned in I'm trying to make I don't remember if it makes it into the episode, but I have this great quote from you, I think, in your Meet the Cats video of like, you're going to be sneaky good at the challenges. And then in the first challenge you do, you crushed it. It was unreal how good you were at throwing the ball into the bucket. Like, Do you remember what that feeling was like when like your team is so far behind and then you're the one that like finally gets them back into the running so that Lizzie can do what they do so fantastically of solving the puzzle? Like,
Yeah.
what was that moment like for you?
Well, before I had a lot of my tribe mates who did a great job of helping get there. Josh specifically, I mean, I can't believe he carried both those boxes of water. And then Lizzie, yeah, they saved me from being the first boot, so I really appreciated their effort there. Yeah, I say sneaky good at the challenges because whenever I see the Survivor challenges on in Fiji, where they're shooting baskets or like throwing a beanbag into something or like tossing a rope and then pulling something, I'm like, I would be so good at those things because I'm really good at things like cornhole, can jam, spike ball, like those games. I don't have a lot of athleticism per se. That's not really my strong suit. So I didn't think I would look particularly imposing as far as being a challenge competitor. But when it came to those things that involve like touch and like tossing things and stuff, I knew I'd be good at. And so when Daltrey was asking what our skills were, I was like, I'm kind of good at carnival game stuff. If you have anything like that, please put me in that. And thankfully, there was like a tossing or an aim challenge or part of the challenge that she was able to put me in. And it felt pretty good. I mean, you actually edited it to make me look better because I think I did miss one, but you edited it so it looked like I didn't miss any. So it looked really good on YouTube, and it felt great. It saved me from being the first boot.
Gotcha. I will say, I think you missed one, but you really did get the last two back to back. And I don't know if you remember that, like one of them, like the bucket tipped over, but with your next,
Yeah.
before I can even go fix it, your next throw put it back upright. Like it was very like, oh, like the fans are back in it now. So you guys win the challenge. It's such a sweet moment. I don't know about you, like I cannot help but smile whenever I see the moment of like you all winning and you run over and you're all cheering for each other. It's so sweet. And you get back to camp, and this is where the drama starts, or maybe the drama started on the way to the bathroom. Walk me through the idol hunt. I guess things that I'm curious about, take this however you want to, is like, how did you all decide to start looking at the same time? What was the moment like when you found it?
Yeah.
And why did you give a thumbs up to the camera?
Yeah. So a couple of things. Um, on the idol hunt starting, I knew that I either wanted the idol myself or I wanted to know where it was. And I was worried that if we didn't all kind of look together, wouldn't necessarily have that information. So when we got there, because the camp was so small, I looked around and I was like, if I find this, it's going to be tough to hide it. And if somebody else finds it, thankfully, like everybody will be able to probably see them. So I suggested did a group idol hunt. And in doing that, I said, let's all tell everybody if we find it. And that was a big mistake because then when I found it and didn't tell everybody, it looked like I was being really shady. But of course, the goal was, yeah, in case we didn't see it, even though I thought it'd be hard to find something there without everybody seeing, in case we didn't see it, I thought that, then everyone would bring it back to the group. But then that was another thing after the bathroom alliance that had kind of buried me when I didn't tell everybody, and then everybody found out that I had it.
Right, right. So, but something that doesn't make it into the final cut of the episode, I'm curious how much of this you remember. You actually do tell a couple of people about the idol, and
Yeah.
it sort of worked out that like one, from an editing perspective, it's kind of more interesting that like
Yeah.
Melody sees a thumbs up and like that it becomes like a rumor instead of like a confirmed thing. But also we ended up like weirdly like just none of the footage of like you telling people. It was like I think you tell Josh and then he kind of jumps into, and I found something in the granola bar box. So like you two don't talk about the idol more than that. But I'm just
Yep.
curious from what you remember, who did you end up telling about the idol, and why did you
Mhm.
decide to tell certain people?
Yeah. So I need to go back actually and talk about when I gave the thumbs up.
Oh, yes, yes, the
Well,
thumbs
first
up.
of all, when I gave the thumbs up, I had already told Melody, or I was going to tell Melody, or maybe that was me telling Melody, like, I got it, don't, something like that. For that particular thumbs up, I was trying to communicate. I knew Melody either knew or was just about to know. So it wasn't like if Caroline had seen, I would have felt like that was a much bigger strategic error. But like I was going to loop Melody in or had already looped Melody in right away. So that's why she caught that particular thumbs up. she caught. There were a couple other times where I winked at the camera and like gave big smiles to the camera that nobody saw. I think the camera saw it, but nobody else saw it. But I was being very cocky for the purpose of creating good YouTube, and I thought that I could actually do that and have a good game, and that obviously those two things weren't working well together. Now on to who I told.
Yes.
So I told Melody right away, and I knew that I wanted to be lockstep with her, as I said. So I wanted her to know that I had the idol so we could use it together. I thought that would make her trust me more. And then I, again, was kind of feeling like I was a little bit backed into a corner with who I could work with, given that like, through my own mistake, I backed myself into a corner with the Bathroom Alliance kind of cutting off about half the tribe for me being able to work with. So I knew I needed to get Josh and Lizzie in, and I had some good conversations with Josh. He seemed to have a good head on his shoulders, and so I said, "Hey, Josh, I found the idol." And then, yeah, you're right. He immediately jumps into the granola bar of it all, so we didn't talk that much more about it. And then because Lizzie was going to be the fourth in our group, Josh said that he wanted to bring them in to be the fourth in our group. I then later told Lizzie about the idol. And Josh has told me since that he was really taken aback by, because I told Lizzie when me and Josh were having a conversation with them together, and I told Lizzie, "Hey, I have the idol," in front of Josh. And so Josh had to put on like a shocked reaction. And he said that like took him aback a little bit, that he had to kind of like act and lie to Lizzie right there as if he didn't know for the first time. As if like that wasn't him finding out for the first time.
Oh,
so yeah, so I told those four, and I kind of figured that I could just pull this group together and we would be able to work together, using the idol as kind of like a bonding sort of moment to keep us together, and at the end of the day, it seemed like the like Lizzie, Caroline, Daltrey, and Melody were kind of already kind of locked in together, so it didn't seem like an option. I don't think, to get the four of us together.
Sure. Brian, I have to tell you, you've blown my mind by revealing that the thumbs up was supposed to be to Melody. Like that's
that. Well, it might have been after Melody knew. I don't know for sure if the thumbs up was to
Sure.
Melody, but I said to Melody, I was like, I got it, and I can't remember if I gave a thumbs up right there. But then there were other thumbs up to cameras that I did give for sure, and winks that I gave to camera, for sure. But again, I was sure she knew I had it at that point.
I mean, there's the great shot of you say something off camera, like again, like you kind of make a joke, like, who knows where it is? The camera whips around to you, and you just go. It's so good. And like I love like there's
That's what I was going for.
Like I there's like a little musical cue, like ding, like it's so good. So at that point, are you picking up on like, so then from that moment, pretty much until after you guys lose the second challenge. Melody is going around telling everybody, "Oh, Brian found it." Like I'm sure he found it. Interestingly, is not mentioning he told me he found it, but it's just I saw the thumbs up. I saw the thumbs up. Are you noticing any of this? Like, are you feeling a vibe shift at all at this point before we get to the second challenge loss?
No, and I think that this goes to my rigid thinking going into the game. I was so fixated on making sure that my plan that I wanted to carry out was carried out, that it was like every minute felt like I needed to be having a different conversation to make sure that we were shoring up all of the various plans that we had, and like what were we telling this person, what were we telling that person, and because I couldn't take a step back and be like, wait a minute, is everyone lying to me? Because I felt like I needed to use every minute. I didn't really even contemplate, which is crazy because we were playing Survivor. But like when I was in the moment and just trying to like execute the plan, I was like, there's no way that anybody's lying to me right now. Josh, Lizzie, Melody, they all seem so trustworthy. There's no way that they're lying to me. So I honestly just didn't even really take a step back and contemplate that anybody could be lying. And I think that what I learned from that is that Survivor, like less is more. And I think doing a lot less talking, a lot more observing, and a lot more trusting that the people you've had conversations with are going to have your back goes a long way.
Mm.
Because if I had been trusting that, like, Josh, because Josh, I think, really did have my back. And if I had trusted that Josh would have gone and, done work for me to keep me in the game, instead of like doing all these things that then made Josh feel wary of me and made the other people on the tribe feel wary of me. Like I might have had a chance to be safe because Josh might have saved me, or again, I might have noticed that something was amiss and I could have played my idol.
Sure. Was there anything that you felt like the other players did specifically that made you feel comfortable, or was it really just that matter of like you were very focused on what you were trying to get done that you might have just missed a couple of cues? Like
Yeah.
where do you think it falls?
Well, so Melody, actually, to be honest, even though on the bathroom walk, she was doing a pretty good job of kind of acting like she wasn't, put off by the sort of strategic talk right away. Um, when we were actually at camp, she was barely talking to me. And in my head, I was like, because of my rigid mindset about it, I was like, perfect. Like, this is great. Like, nobody's going to see us as a pair. And that's exactly what I wanted. I was like, she's playing this perfectly. And I think it turned out that she was actually just talking to everybody else and planning my demise. I was kind of trying to keep a healthy distance, and that wasn't what she was. That wasn't what she was doing. Well, she was trying to keep her distance from me, but I think that there was reason because she was trying to get me out, not because she was trying to work with me. And then, I think uh, like James and Caroline were not, and Daltrey were not willing to throw out names to me at all. Um, like so that kind of should have put up alarm bells for me. And then when I went to other people and said, "Is anybody saying my name?" The fact that those people weren't giving me a name should have told me that I was the name. And so if somebody's saying like, "Hey, nobody's saying your name," but other people aren't even willing to tell you who they're voting for, like it's probably you. So there was a lot of stuff that I should have picked up on, and in hindsight, I should have picked up on it. Like everything was there for me to see that it was me. But I will say that the two people that I think did a really good job of snowing me were Lizzie and Josh.
Mm.
Lizzie did a great job when we were having conversations with me, them, and Josh of pushing back on the names that I was giving, and I thought that that was a nice touch because if you're just trying to fool me, I'm kind of thinking like, okay, you'll just agree to whatever I say and kind of placate me. But Lizzie was like, should we do James? Should we do Caroline? And we were going back and forth. And so I felt like Lizzie was really invested in the outcome of our conversation and like who we landed on. So that was really good by Lizzie. And then Josh, again, I felt really genuine from him throughout the day. And I think part of that is because at one point he was really on my side. But then when we were going to tribal, he pulled me aside and it's like, dude, I can't believe we're going to pull this off. This is going to be incredible. And he like when we were in line, he was right in front of me. I was in the back of the line, and he gave me like one of these. He was like, "Oh, you can't even see it," but he was like, "Give me one of those." Like, he gave me a little like just to reaffirm that we were going to pull off this sick move. And I should have known right there that like the move we were going to pull off, just voting somebody out, wasn't that sick. Like it was, we were going to blindside James, but it wasn't that great of a move. I mean, it felt like the entire tribe was against him. So I should have seen that Josh was, kind of trying to snow me and trying to make me think we were doing this big thing. But at the time, I was like, yeah, we are going to pull off this big move. It's going to be awesome. And then,
I love the way that you're shining a spotlight on the work that the other players did because and it's something that in the final episode when I show like the recap of the season, I kind of spend a little bit more time on this vote than you might expect for like, okay, it was the second tribal council, like why are we really emphasizing this? And it's your final words around like they are so good at this game is like to really establish, this is not like Survivor fans versus favorites where it's like, oh, the new players are here to be cannon fodder. It's like we have a group of, and I include you in this, Brian, of like seven really legit players who are gonna play hard. Like even if even if you're the first one out of this group, like I think any other season I put you on, you're like top four, top five, like easy, easy. So like to I really loved that, now and even in the moment, like you gave people their flowers about like what a good job they did. Which
Yeah,
I
the group was incredible. The group was really great. And I think that everything was clearly very strategic in the way that they were working with me.
Mhm.
And I was very impressed, kind of reflecting after the game on all of these little moments that again should have tipped me off, but it didn't. Partially for my own fault, but also because they were doing great work and they were really intentional, clearly across the board about what they were doing.
What was the feeling like when you got voted out, knowing that you had the idol in your pocket?
Yeah,
Like from the moment
yeah.
like your name is coming up on the parchment, like what was that like for you?
Well, so the moment that I saw James, like my James vote get read first, I was like, damn it. Like, of course. Like, cause like the way it was gonna, I knew this. It's like, if it's a, one to whatever number vote, it's like you read that one person's vote first, and then it's just a stack, against that person. And then of course, once I saw my name for the first time, when everybody was like, no, your name's not coming up at all, I was like, yep, this is gonna be 6-1. And I was definitely totally blindsided. I was gobsmacked. I think you kind of see that in the episode. I'm just like, oh my God. Like, I really didn't contemplate that this could have been me. What's crazy is what was going through my mind when we were about to vote is I was like, I know it's James, but I know James is going to vote for Caroline, and I really want it to be Caroline. Should I play my idol on James? Like, and I wasn't actually going to do that, but like that was what was going through my head because I was so sure it wasn't me that like, I just had this idol that I could do whatever with. And I was like, no, I don't want to mess up my alliance too much. So then I, just stayed there and didn't play it. It was definitely tough. For a little bit, I was like, wow, am I just terrible at Survivor? And I think that there are a lot of things to take away from this game that will help me get better at Survivor for when I'm out in Fiji. Going to manifest that. And it was it took me a couple months to get over like the sting of wow, I really got totally fooled in this game that like I hope to be able to play in Fiji one day. But eventually I kind of took it, especially as the episodes started coming out, I was able to take it as some really great learning opportunities to see some of the things that are kind of glaring weaknesses in my game that if I were out on the island in Fiji, probably would have led to me being the first or second boot there. That now I have the opportunity to kind of reflect on.
I think that's so cool, and I always appreciated that. You had a good attitude about it at the time, and all I've ever seen from you is like a good attitude about it. That again, like you gave people credit for like this is a game, and you guys outfoxed me in this game. Uh, and I don't know. I think it always like speaks volumes to me about a person like how they leave and like I honestly, Brian, I think that you'd have more right than most players to like be like, okay, screw you guys, like I'm done with this. Like Dylan, thanks for nothing, like whatever. You've been such like a good sport about it, and like such a, I hope that you feel that like you are part of the Millennium Park family. Like I love running into it, like
Of
the watch
course.
parties, and so I hope that I do hope that it has overall been like you said, sort of a very positive experience.
Incredibly positive. Yeah, couldn't have done it without you, Dylan. So thank you so much for having me. Yeah, no, I'm super happy to be part of the Millennium Park family. And yeah, it was great to be on. For the couple hours I was there.
I could really see it, Brian, where like you got it out of your system like Tony Vlachos and Game Changers, and now you're gonna come back and just like, oh my God, he did it. Like that, like what an incredible run. I had a question submitted by Dan from this season on Instagram.
Okay.
He wrote in and said, why did you have to play so damn hard right away? Don't you think we would have worked so well together? So
Yeah.
I want you to,
Well, yeah, I can get into that a little bit. So Dan's a lefty, right?
yes, Dan is
Yeah,
a
that shirt.
lefty.
Yeah, I'm a lefty too, and I know that Dan's a big baseball fan. I've seen that. It's a shame that we didn't get to work together. I think we would have bonded over that. Yeah, I really wish that I didn't play so hard because a lot of the favorites I would have loved to play with. I watched the previous seasons and I was very excited to potentially get to play with Tony or John or Dan. It didn't end up working out, but Sarah, I would have had a great Emma. I would have had a great time working with any of the favorites. So Yeah, bummer. Dan, I hope we get to play together in Millennium Park for Barbados.
There we go. There we go. Brian, anything else you want to say, reflecting on the experience from the game or from the episodes? Anything else on your mind?
Yeah, so right after the game, I had kind of felt like I was drawing dead before I even started the game because the non-men alliance formed with Lizzie, Daltrey, Melody, and Caroline. And I think reflecting on it, that isn't the case at all. I think I kind of played myself into that situation where Melody, for example, it kind of felt like her only option was to go that route because I think Melody was not having a good rapport with Josh from what I've heard. So I think that um, there were a lot of things that I could have done in terms of playing it cool to not be the first one voted out. I think knowing Josh now, and I love Josh, but knowing Josh now, he might have done something to make himself stick out as somebody that could be voted out first. And then there's a tribe swap, and then any number of things could have happened. James, I know that they had talked about really wanting to make sure that James made it to lunch, but James also could have, if I had just played it cool, could have done something to play himself out right there. And again, I think that my playing so hard is kind of what forced the non-men alliance, is part of it at least, part of what forced that non-men alliance to just say, yeah, let's just link up. And Brian's a good one to start with, but then let's get the men out. So I think that any situation that you get into on Survivor, like you have a chance to figure it out and to play your way out of it. And I just did just about everything I could to play my way out of this one. So I think reflecting on it, there's always a way out until the torch is snuffed. And going forward, I'm going to look at my Survivor games that way. That there really is an opportunity no matter what. You just have to make sure that, especially early on, you're not the one that plays yourself out of the game.
Brian, I love that observation. I think that's such a good perspective to have, and it's such a good attitude to go to it. Like there is like you have, what's the word for it? Like what's the word for like when you have like you control things and like things are not predetermined. Do you know what's the word for it? You have
I think I
free
know what you're
will.
going
You have
for.
you have free will.
I have free will. Yeah, I'm an adult with free will.
I'm gonna keep in that thought process. Brian, is there anything that you want to like give a shout out to or tell people to go check out?
Yeah. So my wife wrote a cookbook, and it's called "Don't Think About Dinner." So her name on Instagram is Jen Eats Good, and she makes meal prep and recipe videos and a lot of good stuff. So I'd highly recommend going and check her out on Instagram and maybe pre-ordering her book, "Don't Think About Dinner" at
I love
don'tthinkaboutdinner.com.
That's awesome. We'll put the link to that in the description below. What do you think? So also, I'll flag like I had no idea until like weeks after the show that your wife runs this food channel and that she's like a food influencer. Like, so what do you say? Could we get you and Jen on Millennium Park for Blood versus Water?
I love that. I love that idea. I'm going to pitch it to her. I need to wait for the right moment, but yeah, as long as it's in Barbados, I think she'll be in.
I think we have to, dude. I think like what I was like, wait a second, what? I was like, that's so cool. I just think that's like profoundly cool, and I really loved getting to meet her at the watch party. Like she couldn't have been nicer. And yeah, everybody should go check out the cookbook. I made one of her recipes that I saw on TikTok, and it was really good. So you got to check out the cookbook, everybody.
So happy to hear that. Yeah, my wife's incredible.
That's what we're gonna put in the promo for this. Just my wife's incredible. Well, all right,
That's all you
Brian.
really need to know.
That's all you. Well said. All right, Brian. Thank you so much, man. It was really a pleasure to get to chat with you about everything, and see you at a watch party soon. All right, man.
Yeah, see you soon. Thanks, Dylan.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Survivor Millennium Park 3 postseason interview. This is one I've been looking forward to for a while. I'm sitting down today with somebody who has been a part of the Millennium Park community long before he ever appeared on the show. Back when we were posting our first episodes in our first season, this person was reaching out with the nicest, most thoughtful comments and feedback, was always such a big supporter that when I knew that we were doing our final season, I had to get this guy involved. I had to do whatever I could. So I reached out directly, and luckily for me, he was willing to be a part of this adventure, and I'm so glad he was. He brought so much this season, so much comedy that we're gonna get into, so many good one-liners, and really fun dynamics. I am thrilled today to welcome James. James, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thank you so much for having me, Dylan. I am super excited to be doing one of these.
I know this is so cool for me, James. I mean, like everything I said in the intro is true. You really have been a part of this experience. Before any of the players ever met you, there was a known entity out there because I would like send little screenshots, like little quotes of like, there's somebody on the LRG Discord server who just leaves the nicest feedback for us, and everybody knew that there was somebody out there who was a big supporter of what we were doing. So I'm so glad that we finally met in person in the
I
form of
know.
having you
It was so
play.
nice. And
So
speaking of that, I do want to say, like, I remember, I think we were just walking at one point, and Tony was like, What do you think that guy who like watches every episode is gonna comment on this season?" I was like, "That's me."
I do remember that. I was like, I can't like blow up James's spot that he's the guy, but I hoped that that was validation for you that
Yeah.
was I wasn't just like making it up to be nice. Like people loved that I would like pass along like, oh, like this guy's rooting for these people. He had this to say. Uh, so I guess to start it off, what I guess I'm just curious, and I hope I'm not just like stroking my own ego here, but I'm curious, like, what caught your attention about Millennium Park? Like, why? Like, was there something about it that resonated with you? Like, what's? I know that there is sort of a connection for you geographically, if you want to get into that.
Yeah. So I was on the Survivor Reddit, Discord, and online of FanMade. I don't know what even drew my attention to that channel, but I clicked it. I saw Survivor Millennium Park. Obviously, a park like that is close to me. Thank God I'm not from Chicago, and this is like an awkward like mix up. But it actually was. I was like, wait, this looks way too familiar. And it was the local park that I go to almost like every week. Um, so I was like, I'm gonna watch this, and honestly, like what drew me in was like the editing, like it was like such a good story, like the confessionals, because like I could see it like being local to me, and then I watch it and it's like, oh, this isn't really getting my attention. Like I'm not really into this, but like I'm glad that's close by. But like no, I was there. I want to see every moment. I want to give my thoughts. Like it was just so good, and it was so fun to watch.
I appreciate that. James, I don't know if I ever told you this, that there was one point during season two's airing that there was like a couple week gap where I think that you mentioned afterwards that you were busy. And I remember being so I like missed you. I was
Oh
like, oh,
no.
like I really like the rest of the people on this server are nice. And I don't know if any of them will watch this, but I was like really missing James's input. Like he
Yeah.
got it.
Oh.
He got it.
Yeah,
So
I remember that. I felt bad because there was a few episodes like stacking up and I haven't done the like lying thing. It's just like usually when I do that, it like takes like a bit longer to do it because like I'm also like writing all my thoughts, so it's like an added like 30 minutes while watching. So and then I felt bad. I was like, oh no, he's probably like, where's so
well,
sorry for that delay. I'm glad I caught up and gave good notes on everything eventually.
it's kind of like it is kind of like a nice reminder that like these online interactions, like that there are real people on the other side of
Yeah.
the keyboard, and that like leaving a nice comment like does brighten the day of the person receiving it. So I knew immediately like we had to have you involved in this. So I'd love for you to walk me through a little bit of before the game. Once you've gotten the call, like James, you're on the cast. What were some of your like pregame like expectations? Like, were you doing anything to prepare yourself? Did you have a
Yeah.
strategy going into it? Just walk me through that.
Okay, I have a bit to say on this front. I guess I'll just get strategy out of the way. I didn't have like a in-depth strategy because like I know I overthink and I kind of wanted to just go in like whatever happens, happens. I knew if I thought about it too much, I would just end up stressing myself out and probably do even worse. Um, so for preparation, I think I watched every episode of season one and two for the challenges mainly
Mhm.
to see like how I would perform in said challenge. I think I did skip a few. I was like, there's no way they're gonna do Wordle again, so I have to watch this one. Um, uh, honestly like most of the ones I watch, I was like, I don't know how I'll be able to set this up in practice for it, so I'm just gonna like keep it in mind if it happens. I think like for practice, I had a tennis racket and like had a ball on it and I was like practicing balance
Oh, that's
and that.
awesome.
My dad suggested I untie knots, but I was like I was like there was no untying knots challenge. This isn't Survivor. This isn't CBS Survivor. I'm not gonna have to do that. Please just let me handle this. And
That's
yeah,
so
so we'll get
funny.
into that on episode 1.
Oh my
Karma
God.
got to me very quickly, and I thought it was like the universe sending me a message. But
That's
um,
so funny.
yeah, was there? Oh, I think I was since you said it was the final season, I assumed there had to be an alumni portion. You also said it was your biggest season ever, so I was
Mhm.
thinking the cast would be like 16 or more.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah.
but I did think it was most likely going to be fans versus favorites.
Oh, okay. Did you have any? I don't want to put you on the spot. I'm curious. Was there anybody like knowing that it was or assuming that it'd be fans versus favorites? Was there anybody who you were expecting you might see there?
Yeah, so I think I made like a doc, like Google Doc. I think
That's
I showed to Zach there where it was like who I expect to come back. But it was really like lazy of me because I was like, okay, this person made merge, likely to come back. This person made merge, like they come back. Just anyone who made merge. I was like, they qualify for the favorites.
that's all it takes. That's
Yeah,
all it takes. So when we get to the park, I think I've told you like my big regret from that opening sequence is that I didn't ask you a question. Like during the cold open, I go to like everybody else and I'm like, what do you think of this? What do you think of this? And like the one guy who like okay, a few of them have like watched the other seasons, but like the one guy who might have an opinion about some of these people
yeah.
specifically, I did not ask you, which was such an oversight on my part. I'm curious if there, once you saw the favorites group come out, was there anybody who like stood out to you as like, oh, like I really remember them, like I have a strong
Yeah.
impression of them, good or bad?
I think like obviously I recognized everyone to a certain extent, but like I think the ones that stood out the most to me were definitely Kim.
Mhm.
Like Kim has such a presence whenever she's there. Tony, obviously challenge beast from season 1, and Karina. I loved watching Karina, so I loved seeing her there. But everyone I was excited to see back. I was like, oh, this is a stacked group of people.
Now, once you're getting to know the fans tribe, you guys have a lot of time before we kick things off. We're just chatting with each other. Who stood out to you from the group initially?
Um, Honestly, I would probably say Daltrey stood out the most. She was very sweet. Um, I think it was like tough to like fully stand out because we were all just doing the general like group conversations. I know Brian stood out because he dropped his water like bottle and it smashed everywhere. So I remember that vividly. Um,
The glass water bottle that was not
yeah,
not gonna
it did
last
not
long.
make it into the show at all. Died before it even happened. Um, but it was like a very cool group of people. It was a bit like ominous, just having like 7 people there talking for a while. Like at that point, I knew I thought it was fans were saying, but I was like, what if Dylan got like a tribe of like CBS reality TV people? Like that's just like where your mind goes when you're waiting. Like so I was like preparing for that. I was like, oh my God, he said it was biggest season ever. Like what if?
Now that would have been a pretty wild like fans versus favorites, where it's like fans of Survivor up against real Survivor
Yeah.
favorites.
And you had a real survivor last season, so I
True,
was thinking
true.
anything is possible.
So you mentioned it before, sort of that first challenge with knot tying, which I will tell you, your intuition that there would not be knots, kind of spot on because not that you would know this, I've never wanted to do knots in a challenge because I'm like, there's no way to replicate it. Like, there's no way to like guarantee that they're like evenly done. And like a
That's
couple
true,
weeks
yeah.
before the game, my wife was like, I'm good at tying knots. Like, I could just do it. And I was like, oh, okay. And we like tested a bunch of times and I'm like going through like, oh, like this is like you've done this totally consistently and this is very challenging. This might be the hardest part of this challenge.
Well, that makes me feel better.
Oh yeah. Oh, it really was. I was like, ooh, this is brutal. So I guess from your perspective, how are you feeling in that moment when you're doing that? So for in your defense, I think I don't know if this comes clear in the edit. It does take you a couple minutes longer,
Yeah.
but it's not it's not like an insurmountable, I mean, clearly it was not an insurmountable lead. So just in
Yeah.
your defense to anybody watching, it was only like a couple of minutes. So what was going
Yeah,
through
yeah.
your head during that?
So let me just say stress level was at probably max there. I really tried to like focus because I knew if I was like, oh my God, I'm like falling behind. I'm like if I like thought like that, I knew I would not get it done at all. So I kind of like just had to clear my head and just focus on like getting the knots done one at a time. Um, but like I was definitely thinking like, oh my God, the one thing I expected not to happen is going to result in me getting first boot of this season. Because like I remember w when everyone was there, I told someone on production, I was like, I really hope this isn't a season two situation where we do a challenge right away and go to tribal. I want to have like camp time to meet with people because I feel like that is my like best chance of surviving because I could lose a challenge early like and not have time to meet people. And then they already are thinking about you out. What can you do in that situation? So I was like, oh my God, all my worst case cards are in place right now. So I'm like, well, what a story. What a story I had already.
That's too funny. And I don't know if I've told you this, like all of us in production that were like involved with casting, like during that, we were like, not James. Like James cannot be the first boot. Like we cannot do a fans versus favorite season.
Uh,
And like the kindest, most supportive person to ever watch is the first one out. Like that, we can't allow
that
that.
was
But
my big fear too.
so, I mean, what's the moment for you then when you hear that Lizzie has solved the puzzle?
Oh my God, that moment, you like that, the joy that we felt as the fans tribe, it cannot be like explained. Like you see it in the episode with us jumping, but like the feeling we have, it cannot be replicated. Like just we were so overjoyed. Obviously I was thinking a bit about like the actual Survivor fans versus favorites where the fans do win the first challenge and then they get kind of decimated after. But who cares? In the moment we won, I am not the first boot of this thing. I've never been a first boot in like any Survivor game I played, so I was so happy. I got to keep that going, and it was like a miracle. I was like already signing my like death like certificate at that point. So I was just so overjoyed. Probably the best feeling I had in the 2 days.
Oh, I mean, I like to this day, like I can't watch that scene without being like so hyped up because it's and like your
Yeah.
reactions are so good. You mentioned the on. I feel like I glazed over this in some of the pregame stuff, but do you want to share a little bit? I know that during the season you mentioned, you've been playing online Survivor for a long time.
Yeah.
I guess I'd love to hear a little bit like what was that experience like for you, and like how did you feel like that was going to inform your performance during the weekend?
Yeah, so I've been playing online Survivor for quite a while, like just I mean, on Discord, I've been playing it since 2018. And I still consistently play it, like not as consistently, but I still play it every once in a while. But like I have played so many in so many different formats. I just love the game. So like I have like a general strategy. Like I don't have foolproof strategy or whatever that like some pros do or whatever. But I just know like how to, I mean, I don't want to say I know how to socialize with people because I don't think I fully do, especially in LRG versus org. So, but my main strategy that I was going into the game with that was inspired from orgs was to find a ride or die ally.
Mm,
Uh, I feel like just having someone you could fully trust really opens a door for you and allows you to just ground yourself
sure.
as well. So that was my strategy going in. That was like the only plan I had going into the season.
Fair enough. All right, so you guys win the challenge. You go back to camp. What were the relationships that were forming on that first iteration of the fans tribe, and where did you find you were plugging into it?
Yeah, so the original like fan tribe, like the gap between us winning immunity and like episode 2 tribal, spoiler alert, sorry. It was like very group fun activity. We were just vibing the whole time. I don't think that entire time we broke up until I recommended we search for the idol.
Mhm.
Um so it was like it was hard to like gauge people as individuals because it was just like we were having fun together. And I also know from orgs that like you don't want to like rush into game talk or anything. Because if you
Mm.
do, you will be looked at as the gamer of the tribe. So I didn't like want to initiate any of that or like try to be like alliance, like we need an alliance. So yeah, I was just enjoying playing Mad Libs, talking about like the items we got. It was fun. It was like a nice relaxing start,
Yeah.
but it was also like kind of unnerving because like you're like, if we do lose, what happens? How do we start those conversations? And I was like, I don't know. I'm just gonna see where this goes.
And then, of course, you guys ultimately do lose, and you drop the first great James line of the season.
Oh no.
Somebody's not getting lunch. Just
Yeah.
so funny. Uh, Walk me through that round from your perspective. So you guys lose. There's a lot of names going around. I know in the edited show we see like Brian's name, your name. What you don't see in the show is that Caroline's name gets thrown out at one point. We see Daltrey's name is thrown out at some point. Like from your perspective, what was going on, and like were you worried once your name was floated, or maybe you were even worried before your name got floated
Yeah.
because of those first two challenges?
Yeah, so I was worried immediately because if we remember in charades, I got 6 out of 10 correct, when most of the tribe got better than that. And obviously, if you're going like looking at challenges strictly from a factual basis, I did the worst in the two challenges. Like I'm not putting myself down. That's just the facts of the game. So I was like, and in early Survivor, people like the easy boots. It allows you to, build those bonds of trust with people while moving one step further in the game. So I was like, okay, if they're playing like the safe, like maximum strategy game, they'll probably just vote me out. So I was very nervous. That round was chaotic though, which was good. Obviously there were a lot of names heard. From my perspective, I think the first name I heard was trying to think. Oh God, the memory. It's just starting to go. It's been a year. I'm not
Been
sure if I
over.
heard Brian's name first or if Brian pitched to me and Josh first. I don't know, but either way, he pitched to me and Josh. I think like a guys alliance basically, since
Mm,
we were outnumbered. And I think he was pitching to vote Daltrey, and he also said that in front of Melody, I think.
mm,
And I knew like immediately Melody was not into that, so I was like, I'm not into that either because I wanna bond with Melody here. And at that point, I was like, okay, Brian might be the best choice. And then I think it was Josh who told me that Brian was saying my name. And I think I told Melody and Lizzie that he was, and then their like faces were like, I was like, oh my God, I am giving them such good information right now. Like at that point, I was like, okay, maybe I could work with these two. And I think that like factors into my decisions later in the game too. That like just from these conversations here, I felt good with people, especially looking at the vote, how the vote
mm.
went. Uh, because I was told that he was pushing my name, but at Tribal, I like obviously there's a layer of nervousness, but like I was as calm as I could be,
Sure.
which is saying a lot, especially for my first IRL Tribal. But that round was so much fun. Like I cannot
How
express.
did you find out about Brian's idol? Because I feel like from what it shows in the episode and from what I thought it was that it kind of looked like it gets casually brought up afterwards, and that you're like, oh, that, and he had the idol. Like, were you aware of that beforehand?
I honestly think I wasn't aware of the idol thing. I think I was left out of the loop there, which probably was a bad sign. Like I feel like a lot of my game in Millennium Park is like people just like giving me like bad signs for my game, and I'm just like, oh, okay, that's that's great. And I like not like picking the pieces together. Um, yeah, it's not great that I was the alternate target, but like I was like, I am being spared here. I messed up in these challenges. Them voting out Brian is amazing for me. So I was like, my only chance of survival was for Brian to go there.
Yeah.
I couldn't, even if I knew about the idol, there was nothing I could have done. I couldn't be like, Brian, you have to vote like this way. It wouldn't have worked out. Brian would immediately share that information with everyone. So I honestly think it's better that I didn't know, so I was less paranoid.
Mhm.
But I mean, what an iconic first rival. Like the guy
Oh,
with the idol
absolutely.
goes out.
And
Just amazing.
of course, we skipped the second iconic James line.
Oh no.
I'm clocking
No.
his key. I'm exposing it to other people. That got, do you remember what a big reaction that got at the watch
Yes.
party?
Yes. I was like, I don't think I remembered that line until I saw it in the preview in the theater when we finished episode one, and I was like, oh my God, I said that. I was like, oh no, no. I was cringing. I was like, it's a
Do not
funny
cringe.
line, but like also I I think I watched that episode with my parents and they were like, what does that mean? I was like, oh my God. Can I
I will
just
admit,
go?
I've heard of like spilling tea. I never
Yeah.
heard of clocking tea.
Oh
So
my God.
I had to Google that, which some of my friends are very amused that I had to look up what clocking
Yeah.
somebody's tea meant.
Listen, it was just for me, it was just org lingo that I saw people using orgs and I just used in confession. I was in the moment, okay? You know, I I was just so caught up in the moment. Brian was saying my name. I had fun.
Oh, yeah, it was perfect. James, it was perfect. It was so
Yeah.
funny. It was so good. I loved it was like fired up, but like, some people get fired up and they get like mean about it. Like you were being totally fun about it. Like I thought it was great, which then leads us to uh the first swap in Millennium Park history. I'm curious what your reaction was when we showed up to that and it was announced there's gonna be a swap and you're gonna be on a tribe with some of the favorites, and lo and behold, you get set up with two of the people that you had a very distinct impression of, Kim and Tony.
Yeah.
What was that like?
So that was crazy. I don't think I was shocked that a swap was happening. I'm not sure if this was in the episodes, but I remember at the camp I was like, it's likely that he's going to do a swap this season.
Mhm.
So we should search for this idol so one of us has it. I think that was maybe when Brian found the idol. I'm not sure. Or if we did a
Yeah,
second idol search.
I know that throughout the first morning with the fans tribe, like I kind of, unfortunately there was just no like confessional around this to like for me to include to like portray this part of your character, and I also was like, all right, I can't just be like James is obsessed with millennials. Like I was like, okay, like
Yeah,
there's like layers to this guy, but there were so
exactly.
many good moments of you like explaining to everybody,
Yeah,
here's what this show is, here's who all of the favorites are, and like everybody's like, and who is Dan? Who is Kim? Like who are these people? And you're the one that's like, Kim is really scary. Emma's funny, but like, you don't have to worry too much about like her leading the charge. John Ton is a crazy guy. Like it was I'll have to find the footage for you sometime because they're really good
I'm so glad it's
moments.
captured anyway.
It was such a good anyway,
Maybe not good strategy to say that. Oh, to like make my knowledge so clear, but whatever. I was caught in the moment. I want to provide some value. So
absolutely. So anyway, sorry. So yes, you did. I did see that you did anticipate that there would likely be a swap this season.
yeah, because you said it was your biggest season ever, and I took those words literally. I was expecting a lot. And you delivered. I'm not.
I appreciate
uh,
it.
I was like nervous, happy. There were so many emotions about the swap because we vote up Ryan. Who is the next one to go? That's not clear. Like I was thinking maybe like another Brian situation happens where people have another name, but like it's very easy that I'm next on the chopping block. So a swap opens up a new opportunities. Now you're like 10 times as valuable to your OG tribe, assuming like they need you as a number.
Right.
Um, and I was excited to meet the favorites. Even though I was intimidated to have them on the tribe, I was like, oh God, I hope I make a good impression.
Well, you guys do end up losing that challenge. Talk to me about your experience on that tribe. You know, it seemed from what I saw that maybe you weren't, I don't think it was not any sort of like we dislike James. Like that was not the
Yeah,
situation, but like it's something like strategically, like I don't know that you were necessarily meshing with like Kim, Tony, Dan, but Josh feels very good about you and is talking
yeah.
very highly of you like from the start of the day. So I guess there's kind of two questions there of like walk me through like the experience of that round and then if there's anything to say in particular about that relationship with Josh from your perspective before we'll get into the tribal, but before the tribal.
Yeah. So first, I want to talk about that challenge real quick. I know I did the shortest distance. I was expecting to do, I think, the fourth distance, but I think it was Caroline who just end up doing it, which left me the shortest. So I'm just trying to put that dispel the slander that I like chose that, okay?
That got,
That
I
just
think that also
happened.
that got like a good reaction at the
Yes, I know.
Whisper.
I was like, oh God. I mean, I was glad I was leaving an impression, okay? I'd rather leave an impression than no impression at all.
Exactly.
And then
Exactly.
also like in the stacking, I like didn't really know what to do to help since like
Sure.
other people seem to be taking charge. So, not my best challenge performance. So I'm excited to get into the next two challenges because
Yes.
so far I've been flopping.
We're coming up on
Uh,
like the Nike swoosh for you
yes,
of challenge
yes.
performance. So, all right. So yeah, you guys do lose the challenge. You end up back at camp. What was that like for you?
So I think like what a 3-3 swap, an even swap is one of the most awkward dynamics you can have because you want to be loyal to your original tribe. You want to meet the new tribe, but like if you plan to stay loyal, those conversations are always going to be superficial unless you think you could pull one over, then you have to just focus on that one person. But I didn't really get any cracks from them. So my strategy was to like go 3-3 rocks. I should have been like, obviously that's not gonna happen. Like, who's gonna go to rocks at final 12? So I probably should have been panicking at that point. Uh,
Did
but
you
they weren't
consider
trying to flip
flipping?
me. What?
Did you consider flipping, or did you feel like they were trying to get you to flip?
No, they were not trying to get me to flip at all. I, I think they, I think I just had like conversations like, who are you voting for? It's like, I don't know. It's like OG tribes. Like, I did not handle this swap well at all. I probably should have handled it better. But I'll get into that. I think for like strategy, we chose Kim as our person to vote out. And I think for me, like, first of all, there was an add layer for me in the game because like being like, all right, Kim has to go here, it was like tough to say because like as a viewer, I want to see Kim run the game. I want to see Kim like win a se I want to see Kim win. So it's like I don't want to see Kim go in episode 3, but I'm like I'm not a viewer. I want to be here. So and Kim wasn't trying to flip me, and I knew Kim was a threat, and she was the most likely. I was trying to pick a target that could unify the fans, like we all would have like a reason or common interest in voting this person out. So like Dan, I didn't think that would be a unifying name.
Sure.
Um, I think Tony I probably could have pushed, but for some reason I said Kim. I think maybe Josh was like more into Kim. I'm not sure, but Kim was the name we went with. Kim definitely wasn't trying to flip me, so I knew Kim wasn't trying to work with me. So I was like, all right, okay, I have to vote Kim. And I was, if a tie vote happened, I think I was really hoping that Dan would flip
Mm,
because I mean, it probably like sounds cruel, but I knew Dan went home early in season 2 or pre-jury. He didn't like go home
yeah.
early. He made it like decently far. But he didn't want that to happen again. There's added pressure when you return as a pre-juror. So I felt like he was most likely to flip, but I didn't think he would flip from like initial camp conversations, but like more so in the moment. So that
Mm.
was like the probably the layers of my strategy in that round.
That's a really interesting point about Dan that I had not considered. That if you're banking on rocks, like maybe you could hope that he would flip to avoid that. That's an interesting perspective. And then on the Josh piece of it, like what was that relationship like from your perspective? Because I know he speaks very highly of
Yeah.
the confessionals. Like were you feeling that at camp? What
Yeah,
were
I'm not
you
sure
then?
when like me and Josh bonded. It might even been like before the game started, like in that like 7 group conversation. Because I remember standing by Josh.
Yeah.
Um, but I'm not sure. I remember there was like a moment in like episode 1 or 2 where I was like, I feel really good with you. Let's work together. And thankfully we managed to swap together. It would have been brutal if I didn't have him there, clearly. Uh, but he was my number one. He was the person, probably like the only person that I felt like I had like an actual concrete bond with, strategy wise. Like everyone else, I had those OG bond relationships with.
Sure.
And we had the Brian vote together, but like I wasn't sure where we stood now.
Yeah.
But with Josh, I felt like I could actually go the end with him.
So what are you thinking when Josh stands up at tribal council
Oh my
and
God,
says,
yes.
James, who'd you vote for? What's going through your head at that? Because you don't know that he has the idol.
Yeah. I was like, where? Okay, so Dylan has cast Natalie Anderson for this season, clearly. Um, no, I'm not sure if the camera, well, clearly the camera wasn't facing this direction, but like Josh looked me dead in the eyes and he looked at me so intensely and I had no idea what this was about. I was like, uh, the name we all said, right? He's like, no, who did you vote for? It's like, Kim? I was like, what's this mean?
So he goes up, he plays the idol on you, and it gets revealed. I love the facial reactions. Like first, the facial reactions are so good, like throughout, like you're just straight cheesing with every vote that gets read
Yes,
for you.
yes.
And then we get to the fourth vote, and you have
Yeah,
this
I was like,
face, oh, like how did it feel knowing that Caroline had flipped on you?
yeah, so first, like, I wasn't shocked to like initially get votes, like them voting me made sense. Um, I was like, okay, we won the vote. Our three votes gonna take out are gonna take out Kim. Perfect. Now we have the majority. But Survivor is a simple game. There's always a curveball. And fourth vote, James, does not count. I was like, wait a minute. I turned, I'm like, wait, what? Caroline, what happened?
That's so good. Well, you do end up getting saved. Anything else from that round or that tribal council before we keep going?
Um, I don't know. That round was just crazy. Like, I don't, my Survivor journey at this point, it's like I've lived 100 Survivor years in this three episode situation. Like going to the season, I did not expect an idol played on me that sends Kim home. This is like fan fiction material. So I'm like, what's happening? But I'm like, I picked the best ally I could ever work
Oh, and I think that, the next episode kicks off with like another great James line. We're three for three of like, he stood up and I didn't know what was, I'm gonna get the word right, but it's like, I didn't know it was gonna happen. And then he plays an idol on me and Kim goes and I would have got, it's so funny. So like
with. Yeah.
how, I know that you found it really awkward before tribal because like no one's really talking, like nobody's really saying what's going on. There's a very funny deleted moment where Kim, I don't know if you remember this, Kim and Josh are talking and
Yeah.
he approached them to try to join the conversation and they go dead silent. And then Josh is like, hey James, do you mind if we and you're
Okay.
like, yeah,
I
sorry.
do remember that.
You
Yeah.
walk by the camera person and you like are like 2 inches from the camera and just go, it was so
Did
awkward.
I say that? Oh, that's such a good moment. I love that.
But how like is once you guys get back to camp, is there sort of like a okay, we can be real now. Like now we can actually talk about things.
Um, I mean, as real as you can in Survivor, because what we get is the fake apology tour from everyone who voted you. And like, I'm not trying to be shady, but that's just like how the game goes. I would be doing the same thing
Right.
if I vote someone and they stayed with an idol. But
Mhm.
like, it's like, I mean, you're not sorry. You wanted me to go home. It's kind of like a weird thing. I think, oh God, I feel like this is probably like where my major mistakes in the game come into play. Um, like strategy wise, I think one, I was too forgiving of Caroline, uh,
Mhm.
for this. I I don't think I handled the conversation wrong. Obviously, when this happens, you're like, I forgive you. Um, but like to to defend myself a bit. It made sense for her to flip, especially in a rock situation. Like, I would not want to go home in rocks either. I was basically given no choice to flip. Maybe I could have flipped if, like, especially if, like, Kim was pressuring me. I don't know if I could, like, not, like, I'd be like, okay, Kim, you got me. I will vote. I will vote with you. You've convinced me.
You got me.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, it's understandable. I wouldn't want to go home in rocks either. I I think I should have kept it in the back of my mind more. But and I should have been more open with conversations with Dan and Tony.
Mm.
But I was thinking, okay, it was a bit of a weird vote, a bit of a miscommunication, but now me, Josh, and Caroline have a majority. We got what we
Oh,
wanted in the end.
and
So, we're winning.
so
Don't need
so
to
from
think
your
too hard about it.
perspective, if you guys lost the next one, you would anticipate that you, Josh, and Caroline could regroup and pick off Dan or Tony next.
Yes, yes.
Oh
I think
wow.
that is what I would have possibly wanted. I think Josh probably would have pushed for Caroline, though, so I think it's like not that simple.
Sure,
Um,
sure.
I think it would be a bit of a mess. I think I would also be stressed even if Josh was like, all right, let's stay OG Tribe strong. I think I would also be like stressed that Caroline would flip. So it would have been like if it happened, who knows how it would have gone?
Yeah.
Because like you can't predict what like your brain is gonna do in those conversations or like what people will say to pitch to you. Um, but like if it was like up to me, my game at that point, I'd probably ideally want a Tony or Dan boot. I
Sure.
know Pagonging is boring, but like I I want to make it far, and this is what I see as my path forward.
Uh, and your tribe ends up winning the next challenge. Anything else from that round before we move on to the second swap?
Episode 4, I think I just want to focus on my ladder ball abilities.
You did a
I've
good.
been playing more ladder ball recently, and a few times I've gone like 5 in a row on the top rung. I wish that happened there. That would have been amazing. I was like, oh, what first 2 challenges? Face me in ladder ball, people.
That's right. You got on the board for your team. And of course, like there's the little like, of course, it's like the comedy of like first you score two, but then you do knock it down, and then it just goes down to one because it's just like this guy's just gonna have no luck. All like it's just not fair. It's just not fair.
Yeah, I know the Charlie Brown metaphor is used too much in Survivor, but I think it's justified to feel like it at some point, trying to kick the football.
You're such a good sport about it, though. It was so good. So you do end up you make it to the second swap. And talking about challenge performance, you almost so your team wins. It's down to
Yeah.
you and Sarah. Sarah, who holds the career record for individual wins. It's down to the two of you.
I know.
You came so close. Like, what was that like? Especially knowing that like the challenges were not going great for you the whole first day.
Yeah.
Not to I don't mean to say that in like a rude way, but like you
No, I've said it myself
yeah, you
here
said
today.
yourself like that was not what I was here for. I was not here to win the challenges. But like
Yeah.
you almost won that one. Like what was that like for you?
I was so happy. That was probably like the proudest challenge moment I was in that whole thing. I really wanted to like get that win, so it's always a bummer getting second. I will say, if we stayed on 3 balls, I think I would have won that.
You think
I
so?
think Sarah was starting to get near the edge. I think I would just, you know, I know people are here for the challenge play by play, but I just found like the perfect center for the 3 where they weren't like moving. It was like this is what the podcast should be about. Like just second by second analysis of this challenge. But it just felt good. I didn't know how it would do in like a bounce competition because a tennis racket is clearly different than whatever we were holding. I don't remember what it was.
Like
Was it like
it was just like a wooden disc. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It was very different, but I was like, thank God we are not going to tribal. I felt good with that group we had.
Yeah. What was the
Um,
dynamic like? I feel like we got like nothing of that in the episodes.
yeah.
I didn't even see much footage about it. Like where did you see that group?
Yeah, so first I was annoyed that you were doing a second swap, especially at file 10. It's like, what are we doing here? Especially since I was like pretty confident this was a 1 round swap.
Mhm.
Um, but overall it wasn't a bad one for me. I had Josh and Daltrey, 2 people I had no reason not to like. Obviously, I'm going to trust Josh, and Daltrey I don't think would flip. So, and then we had Dan and Sarah. Um, Dan, obviously not sure, but at least I have met him for a good bit now. And Sarah, I mean, she was nice. We didn't really like have much strategy talk because
Sure.
things just happened so quickly. But I felt safe if we lost. I think we actually lost. Might have tried to vote Sarah and then she idles, so not as safe
That's a good point.
as I thought it would be. But I was just relieved not to have to go that travel.
Yeah. I was amused by that group, and I wish that we had gotten a confessional about it, that you're the only member of that tribe who's under 30. Like I was like,
Oh,
that
I didn't put that together. Wow.
I just thought that was like kind of a unique dynamic for our
Yeah.
group in these kind of games, and we totally missed it until after the fact. And so that brings us to the end of day one. What are you thinking going into day two of the game?
So, oh God, it was a lot because first we had the OG fan majority. I think both of the swap tribes we had a majority there, so I assumed Tony or Emma was going.
Mhm.
I was like, oh God, the fans are not gonna like this season because all the favorites are going early. Sorry guys. And I was worried that there was going to be a non-men alliance going into merge. Just just looking at the numbers and also like looking at that tribe, I thought Tony was going to be the boot.
Hmm.
So I guess I'll get into it. But like once I saw Emma was gone, I was like, all right, no more worries. I'm not gonna think about it anymore.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's coming up next. So what was happening at the merge round from your perspective? So like Dan wins the immunity, you guys go back to camp. There's this friendship bracelet looming. There's,
Oh God, the
un
friendship bracelet.
there's unknowns around like could there be an idol hidden? Could somebody have the other idol? Like what were and we didn't get a ton of your perspective in the episode from it. So I'm curious from your point of view, what were you doing that round? Like what did you see unfolding?
Yeah, so I will say that challenge, it gave me a false sense of comfort going into the first merge round.
Oh yeah, you had a cool observation about this. Yeah.
Yes, because if you notice, I made top three without anyone picking me to go into that challenge, which made me think I am rocking this social game with this cast. I am clearly the best player this game has ever seen. Um, I also, because Emma going was actually like a huge thing for me, because Emma at that point was the only person on the cast who I have not been on a tribe with. So
Yeah.
heading into merge, I have had those like tribe bonds with people. I know a lot of them aren't that strong, but that's better than some who are meeting each other for the first time. So I thought that was going to be a major advantage for me heading into the merge round. And I was like, okay, the proof is here. People are not picking me in this challenge. Um, so false sense of comfort. Uh, that my plan, which I don't think I actually like did, I think I probably backed down from it. It was to suggest to Dan to give the friendship bracelet to an OG fan to
Mm-hmm.
prove like that it's not like this is such a like a bad thing because it's like a 6v3. It's like prove that it's not OG tribal lines. Like sacrifice one of your only two OG tribe members. But I was like, I do want to. My strategy like was to work with the OG fans for one tribal
Mm.
and then flip at Final Eight. So I think I wanted Tony gone that round. Yeah,
Mhm.
Tony was my ideal target that round. I'm not sure why it wasn't Sarah. I think there was some reason. I think it's probably because Tony's better at like famous for his immunity runs in season one.
Right.
So that was just an easy like gathering point for everyone. But the friendship bracelet through an added layer, I was really hoping that I could get Dan to not give it to me, but to give it to someone else other
Sure.
than Tony. Uh, I don't think I knew Sarah had the idol
Mhm.
at all, but I just thought Tony would be easy to get votes on.
Sure. Is
And
there
then
any when
obviously it
you
didn't work out.
when you look back at that round, are there any reflections or like any like I wish I had done XYZ.
Yes.
Like is there
Yes.
anything
Yes.
yeah, like what do you think you point to if you're like, I wish that I had caught this, like could have done this, and obviously hindsight's 2020, but like what
Yeah.
stands out to you?
No, hindsight is very 2020, and it's a hindsight for everyone because I texted with Josh and Dan this postseason where it was like, oh my God, we really should have just like, I think it was me, Josh, Dan, Tony, Sarah
Mhm.
form an alliance and run the merge. like we were all talking like that's probably our best bet this season to like for one of us to be the winners.
Mhm.
So that's what I wish happened. I think what I really had to do was build better bonds with Dan and Tony when I had the chance to,
Mm.
and maybe Sarah too in the second
Sure.
swap. I think like something that held me back was like obviously this is my first LRG. Like I was just like I'm happy to be here. So I'm not like in game sense like 24/7 only when like it's do or die time.
Sure.
So I was just vibing, enjoying the camp life a lot of the time when I should have been like, trying to form those deep bonds in the game.
Yeah. Awesome. So that does lead us to the end of your time in the game, but
Yeah.
you do become the first member of the
And
jury.
can I just speak on that? Because
Yep.
I think you might know what I'm going to say. But do you remember in the interview you did with me where I was like, I'm not sure where it was like, where do you envision yourself like placing? And I was like, I'm either going to be the first boot or make it really far. I think I was like the least likely place. I don't envision myself. Oh no, it was a question where you're asking if we could handle being the first jury
Oh, yeah, yeah,
because you
yes.
have to be there for like 12 hours sitting in the
Yeah.
woods waiting for things to happen. Um, I was like, that whatever, that's not gonna be me. I'm either getting first boot or making it far. The least likely place I'm gonna get is first juror. And I get first juror, so I should really just stop talking. Like or like that's what I'm learning. Like it's
That's
just
so
it
just
always is the opposite of what I say. But I
just
still speak so confidently.
every pre-game prediction you had just
It's the opposite, yes.
any fun we'll talk about final tribal in a second, but any fun anecdotes from being on the jury? Were there any fun behind the scenes stuff? Anything any of the tribals that were particularly fun to watch?
I think like jury is like the parts where like my memory is the haziest.
Sure.
So I don't like have like specifics. I just like remember like f having fun whispering to like Tony, like being like, what is Josh doing at this tribal council? Or like us cracking up when Josh is like, Melody, or at that one tribal council. Um, and on the jury, I do want to say I saw people slandering me when I got the what was it, the vanilla milkshake, because that's basic. And I knew that was basic, but I just want to say we're stuck in this park with only like a porta potty up on a hill. I'm not gonna eat like the super fudge deluxe milkshake, okay? I'm just having the plain milkshake to not upset my stomach. Like, I'm sorry. That's the choice I'd make every time, okay?
That's gonna be the clip that I use for like the social media of like, here's the hottest takes from everybody's interview. I was slandered for having
I
a
will defend that move with my dying breath.
my God. That's very funny. And I enjoyed when you and I got to sit together on the jury bench.
Oh yes,
Jury
I
but
wish that
Josh
got
blow up
there.
tribal council.
I wish that was in the episode. That was so funny when you just sat next to me. You're like, I cannot control this right now. We just have to let this fire burn a little more before we can reel it back in.
I
But
have
it was like, what a first tribal to watch as a juror.
I have to imagine too, especially that it's like, like I guess if I don't know, I think of like somebody like Emma who like you didn't really play with, like if somebody like that kind of like blew things up, you might be like, oh, what is happening? But it's the fact that like, your top ally,
Yes, yes.
like I have to imagine that added to the amusement that you had during that.
I think I was like very worried for Josh because I think at the time I thought he was one of the votes. I'm not
Mhm.
even sure if I knew he voted for me until I watched the episode.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
so I'm not sure about that, but I get it. I get it. Don't worry.
He didn't
Um,
he didn't tell you when he got there, like, James, I'm so sorry that I voted for you. He
no,
didn't tell
he
you?
was definitely focused on the current things of the game, not backtracking to the final nine. Um, but I was worried for him. I was like, I do not want to see my number one ally be going home back to back.
Yeah,
That would suck. So I was like, Josh, please hang in there. But I was like, thank you for at least providing entertainment on your way out.
I love
Oh,
that.
wait, I wanted to bring up one last thing. I forgot about this, but on my boot, can I just talk about like the the moment that it kind of makes me cringe. I get voted out and everyone clapped. I'm like, oh God, because no one clapped for anyone so far. So why is everyone celebrating? Like this is the best thing that happened.
I, I don't think that they were clapping like, yeah, we got him. He's
It
out
was
of
just so random. I get it. It was for jury management because I'm on the jury. But I was like, uh, okay. And then I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go now. Thank you.
you. That's so funny because that really colors like when you turn around and you're like, oh, thank you.
Yeah, I was so confused.
And then the next round, Tony looks at everyone's like, don't patronize me, like, don't clap. And then
That is honestly what I kind of felt. So I'm glad he verbalized it. Like,
that's so funny. Oh my God. All right. So uh, we get to final tribal council. It's down to Lizzie v. Sarah. What were you looking for going into final tribal, and what ultimately swayed you to vote for Lizzie?
yeah. So I do want to say for this final tribal council, I was very torn on who I want to vote for. I felt like they both played really good games. Um, I think what did it for me was I wanted to hear that Sarah saw Dan as a threat to win this game, and that is why she voted him out. Because I was like, we all expected that to go to a tie vote. And it didn't. But I was like, that's fine. Dan was a jury threat. I think Dan likely wins against Sarah and potentially Lizzie. So I think it was a smart move to vote out Dan. Um, I think for me, it was disappointing to hear that it wasn't as strategically focused as I wanted it to be,
Sure.
and that she didn't know about fire making, which like think look back, like I don't want to punish someone for not knowing this game because I love people playing this game without knowing it. But like in the moment, that is something that impacted my voting reasoning. And
Sure.
also, like I think there was obviously a bias in my vote that Lizzie was OG fan. I talked more with Lizzie. So those two factors are what swayed me the most.
Got it. Okay. Now, James, in the airing of the season, there emerged a group that I lovingly refer to as the James Army. Just so many people watching because of you, commenting because of you. I get
Yes.
the that a lot of these are people who you've played online games with. So I don't know if you have a message for the James Army or if you want to explain the James Nation,
Yeah.
whatever we're going to call them. What do you have to say about
All
this?
right. So first of all, I will deny all accusations of botting. No, there were no bots involved. I do not know why that video
Oh,
with me in the thumbnail got 1.5 K. I do not know. But I think that was my boot episode. I wouldn't want that episode to
It
be the
was.
one
It
with
was
the
your boot. It was your boot episode. Just suddenly the views like
yeah.
spiked on that episode when
I,
you
I think
thumbnail.
I think I wanted episode 5 to be the most viewed video. Like let's watch that video. Let's watch that challenge again. Um But uh, I sent this link to a lot of people, so definitely helped. A lot of friends in the Survivor org community, and I also have a Discord server for like sometimes I stream, so I pinged every episode that's coming out. I told everyone to if they're gonna leave a comment, make sure to be respectful, just to make sure no craziness happens since it's the internet.
Yes.
Thankfully, everyone was respectful, so I was glad for that. And I feel very grateful for the people that did comment. I want to thank Tan for he really enjoyed the season. He loved watching all the episodes. Thank my friend Eric for watching all the episodes. Mango, everyone else. They were just huge supporters, and I appreciate them watching from start to finish.
Oh, that's awesome. Uh, any other reaction from I think you mentioned that your parents got really into watching the season. What was the reaction from them?
Yes, so it was fun and awkward watching it with them. At some points I was like, God, I'm kind of dreading to watch this episode. Um, but it was a very fun experience. Um, they sometimes didn't like get what was happening, so I had to explain it to them. They really wanted me to vote out Caroline. I'll say that. They didn't hate her, but they wanted revenge. I will
Right.
say that. So I'm trying to explain my mindset and why I didn't like just target her immediately. Um, but
That's
it was very fun. They really enjoyed the season. They watched season one and two. They love your editing style, and sometimes they just randomly ask, "So when is season four happening?" And I have to do that explanation again. It's like, no, it's not happening. And it's like, are you sure? It's like, yes, I think I'm pretty sure.
Uh, do you have any when you like reflect on, the experience, like the viewing experience, everything, do you have any like personal take? I don't mean personal this doesn't have to be like deep, but like do you have any like
Yeah.
big takeaways about what your experience was?
Um, the experience was so much fun. Like I don't think it would be an understatement for me to say it was like a kind of like a dream come true to be doing it. I've always been such a massive fan of reality TV, like from playing with my Pokemon toys and putting them in their own Survivor seasons, or
I
like
love that.
trying to like host my own Survivor through Minecraft when I was 12 years old, with no planning. Um, so reality TV has always been a part of it, and I always envisioned myself like being there in person and actually being able to play. At times I doubted I would be able to do it. Social anxiety always gets to you, but
Sure.
I was so glad I got off the couch like Suri and went out there and played. Like I actually played and I made it very far. So I'm very proud of myself. Could I have played better? Absolutely. Could I have done better than the C plus that I gave myself in episode what a five, I think? Yes, but I am just proud of myself, and it was such a fun experience. I want to thank you for having me on. It was just so much fun. Thank you for not ending at season two.
Oh my gosh, James, of course. I'm so glad that you're a part of this. You mentioned I totally glazed past like what I consider like maybe the funniest line of the whole series. I know, like, John Ton's got a lot of funny moments, and I know
Yes,
he's
yes.
gonna watch all of these, so he'll see that we're talking about him. I I think the funniest line of all of them is like, like I gave myself a C plus for challenges, but if the merge is next, I could suck at every challenge and nobody
Yes.
cares. So I'm excited for that. Like it's the I'm excited. It's just like it's so good. It's so funny. Like
I'm very honest with myself.
I could suck at everything and nobody's gonna give me a hard time anymore. So I'm looking
Exactly.
forward.
But that didn't factor in the voting. I wish people thought that. I wouldn't have been a threat for immunity. Come on. Bring me to the end. Wouldn't hurt.
James, I have a question that was submitted by Caroline.
Ooh.
Caroline wants to know, how did this season impact your ranking of Millennium Park players? Now, I know Tony brings up, I forget if this
Oh.
made the episode or not, but that you had revealed to him that Kim you had ranked as the number one Millennium Park player. So I'm curious, how did this season impact your rankings? If
Oh
you
my
still
God,
have
that is
them.
such a hard question. Wow. Thank you for the question, Liku. Oh my God. Okay. I think for me, for ranking, something I try not to do is like because someone did so good in season one, like if they fail in season three, I don't think that should take away from their season one game because each season is separate. Like, and first of all, like if I would like bring him down ranks for getting idled out at final 12, like what am I doing here? Like that's not a fair ranking. Um, I think the only thing I could do is like add players. Like I
Hmm.
think Dan would move super high up. He played an amazing game and was killing it in those immunity challenges. Melody would go really high up. Melody, I think, I mean, I can't speak for all the jury, but from my perspective, I felt like going into Final Three, she was the favored to win the season.
Yeah.
Um, so Melody would go up there. I think Sarah making it to the end twice. Like I hate that Sarah didn't get a vote. Like Sarah deserved a vote so bad. And like if I knew Sarah didn't get a vote, I would have voted Sarah. Because Sarah, like especially watching the episode, like that one guy that took my role in
Jacob
the season. Yes.
K21.
Uh He
Shout
was
out
the
Jacob K.
Yes, he made me realize. I mean, I realized it while watching, but like just like even more so like how good of a game Sarah played. Um, so Sarah would definitely move up in the rankings. Lizzie obviously going high up in the rankings. I don't know. I'm just gonna say every name of the person on the cast at this point. Like, I can't just go boot order.
Yeah, really. Uh, all right, James, I think that covers everything I was hoping to go over tonight. I don't know if there's anything in your mind that you want our viewers to know.
Nothing at the top of my mind. Just thank you for watching. If you watch this entire interview, shout out to you. That is amazing commitment. Thank you.
James, anything you want to plug? I know you mentioned streaming. Do you want people to check you out on streaming?
Sure, I guess. You can follow Sebastian17 on Twitch. I sometimes stream occasionally. There's no like strict schedule. Um, Also, I guess I'll plug this. I'm like kind of starting like a podcast with someone called Reality World, where we're interviewing people in the community from all different aspects.
James, that's so cool. How is this the first time I'm hearing about this?
Sorry, I just get really awkward playing myself, so I don't like doing it. Um, uh, like from interviewing Survivor YouTubers to hosts of, different formats. Survivor from like orgs host. We just interviewed a Minecraft Survivor host. So hopefully that grows. And if you're curious, you could check it out. I'm hosting with my friend Kavanaugh. So check it out if you're curious.
Wait, James, you got to send me the link to this. I'll put it in the. Wait, no, let me do that the professional way. And if you want to check out either of those, check out the links in our description below.
Yep, just down there.
Yeah, no, but send that to me. That's so cool.
All right, I will. I will. We just started, so it's not that set up yet.
Awesome. Well, James, thank you so much for your time today, man. It was really awesome to get to walk through all this with you, and hope to catch you at the park again sometime soon.
Yes. Well, that's season 4. What? Is that a hint?
That's right, everybody. I was waiting for the James exit interview to announce.
We got the exclusives here.
Exclusive right here. Awesome, James. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Survivor Millennium Park 3 postseason interview. I am joined by a guy. If you've checked out a couple of other LRGs, you've probably seen this guy play in a few of them, making a big splash everywhere he goes. But 14 months ago, we were joined by Josh in Millennium Park in Boston, Massachusetts. He found advantages in granola bar boxes that weren't really advantages. He found idols and successfully idled people out of the game. He was in on votes that he didn't even know he was in on. And he started crazy live tribal councils. He really did pretty much everything you could hope to do in a game of Survivor. And I'm thrilled to dive into all of it. I have so many legitimate questions for him to try to figure out what was going on that weekend. So I'm really excited to sit down with the one and only Josh. Josh, how are you?
I'm great, Dylan. It's great to be here. I didn't do one thing though, and that's win the game. I needed to do that to check it off my resume.
That's all right. There's always Millennium Park 4 All-Stars, you know?
Oh yeah?
No.
You're doing another one,
We're not committing to that. We're not committing to that. Awesome, Josh. I'm so excited to sit down with you. Like I said, I very legitimately have questions for you. Some of these it's a little bit of like, oh, like I kind of know what your perspective was, but like let's just explain it. I have legitimate questions for you about, what was going on that weekend because I think that like over the course of it, I have such a clear vision of what you were thinking at certain parts, and some where I'm still not sure. Even having seen all of the footage, I'm like, what was not even like, oh, what was the strategy, but like, where was he at? What did this mean? Like, what was he going for here? So I'm really excited to dive into this with you. I guess I'd love to start with, before we get to the park that weekend, you talk about in one of your confessionals after a pretty notable tribal council this is in episode 4, you talk to your tribe about how much playing this game means to you. And I guess I'm curious, talk to me a little bit about your passion for these Survivor games. Like, why do you play them? What do they mean to you?
That's a great question, Dylan. Survivor means a lot to me because I grew up, as an introvert, and I grew up with not as much confidence as I have now. And, I was shy but I was always thoughtful. And like, I always, had all of these thoughts in my brain that I wanted to try these things and do these things, but I was too scared to do them, you know? And pushing myself out of my comfort zone to apply and play these games, which I've seen on TV and seen people just become like legends of the game and create spectacular plays and make great alliances and be really great strategically. It's something that I think I always excelled at because I was always thinking everything through in my brain, but I was never able to like put it into practice. So Survivor gives me the opportunity to be calculated, which I already am, but also like really make big moves and do things that I want to do and allows me to just like have this adrenaline rush, which I really love so much.
I love that. That's awesome, man. Well, it's that kind of thing that obviously gets you noticed when you're applying for these is like the very legitimate passion that you have for it. So, it's definitely what caught our attention. So let's talk about, you get to the park. Let's flash back 14 months ago, June 1st, 2024. You show up to the park. Your team had a little bit of time together before the favorite showed up to, get to know each other, very casual. I'm curious from that point, did anybody start to stand out to you? Any strong first impressions of any of the other players on your team?
Well, first, my first interaction with players was going up the wrong path. I went to the favorite camp and I saw all the past favorites around. I was like, oh, I know all these guys. They must be on prod. And I was like, am I in the right place? And they're like, no. And then I went back down and I came to the other side where there was like 7 players. And I was like, oh, okay, this is the right place. I guess those guys were prod. And I met everybody in the circle who was already there. I was one of the last ones to join. So I felt already at a disadvantage. But right away I kind of like gravitated toward Lizzie. They were really someone that was incredibly charming and like thoughtful and quiet. And, they were someone that I thought that would be a good alliance member for me because I'm a little bit extra. I'm a little bit paranoid and I need some stable ally for me to be able to move forward in the right direction and someone that can understand who I am.
Perfect. Perfect. I love that. Uh, so we get to we have your team all together. We get you guys up to the field. We'll spend a second on this because it's just such a great moment that I love to include in all of our compilations. Those 2 boxes that you lifted, was that heavy? Because you made that look pretty. I thought that was gonna be heavy for people. You made it look pretty easy.
Did you not hear my grunt? I made a really like loud grunt as I ran through the thing. I almost fell forward. If you notice, I almost fell forward. It was heavy. It
That's
was
right
heavy. I
there.
was gonna do it because I wanted to make up time and like prove that I can do some things in the challenge. But yeah, it was heavy.
Good. Well, that means I did a good job building the challenges this year.
How
That was
many
such
how many water bottles were in there?
that was 48 water bottles.
Okay. Total.
So that's a lot. That's a lot. Uh, we get through that first challenge, huge come from behind win for your team. You guys get to camp and like now the game is on and you have these confessionals talking about, I don't want to rock the boat too much. I don't want to stand out too much yet. Your team starts looking for idol. People are starting to have these one-on-one interactions. What are the relationships that you're starting to form at the start of the game? And like who are you starting to get close with?
Well, before that, actually, on the challenge field, we were given the boxes of food and snacks. And knowing a little, watching Survivor Millennium Park 1 and 2, being a fan of the show, I knew that there was clues and there was always clues everywhere. So my eyes are always out there looking for stuff because I want to have power in the game. I want to be able to make moves. I want to make big moves. I want to do things that are unexpected. Um, and so I was just like, oh, like what's in here? I wanted to do it like right away, but everyone was like doing other stuff and we couldn't do it. So I was like, oh, like what's in here? And then me and your mom, Daltrey,
Mm.
kind of looked in the bag and Lizzie, and then I saw something slip out and I took it and I thought everybody saw me. So I put it in my pants and then I like walked away. And that's when we start going back to camp. Uh,
Mm. So this is, yeah, that's right. Because this doesn't really, I have a lot of footage of this, but like, so this doesn't make it into the storyline of the show until your boot round. But you find a clue in the granola bar box. So
yeah.
when did you? Yeah, we'll get back to the relationships question. But like, when do you? I don't even have I don't have any footage of like when you opened it, when you realized that it was like a dud clue. Like, talk to me about that experience.
Yeah, so I slipped it out of the box. I thought people saw me. So in the back of my mind, I'm like, all right, well, I think I have to tell some people. But I don't want to tell them unless I know what it is first so that I can either lie to them or whatever. So I went to the bathroom pretty quickly. I opened it up. I'm like, oh, this sucks. This is nothing. I was so excited. But then I realized, okay, this is a really great opportunity for me to like forge allies. And so I decided I immediately wanted to tell two people that I thought I could trust. Both allies I thought that would be pretty calm and level-headed, and those were Daltrey and Lizzie. So
Mm.
instantly when I was walking back to camp and when we were doing that initial idol hunt and like getting to know each other, um, I like pulled them aside or I talked quietly in their ear and said, "Hey, I found a thing. I want to tell you what it is. I want to like open it and tell you what it is." And then I said the same thing to Daltrey as well, but like pretending that I hadn't opened it yet. I knew it was nothing, but like I wanted to say I have a thing so that they could, come closer to me so that there's a concrete piece of advantage or a concrete piece of material that makes them trust me more. Didn't end up working at all, but I thought it was a good move.
That's so funny because I do see clips of you telling a couple of people like I found this thing, I haven't opened it yet. Like I didn't even know that you'd already opened it. So like there's this I was telling you before we recorded this great moment I remember of Brian coming to say, I found the idol, and you say, well, I found something too. And Brian is so much more interested in learning about what you have. And now that you tell me that, in my memory, I feel like you dodged him a little, and he was like, well, what does it say? And you're like, we'll have to open it later. Now's not the time.
I don't even remember. I didn't even remember that I told him, but I must have told him because he told me he had the idol.
I think that must have been it. And it was such a funny little moment. I couldn't figure out like how to work in certain storylines like that. But so you've got this granola bar clue. You do end up Brian puts together it seems like it's Brian puts together this alliance of like you, Melody, Lizzie, and him. Like, how are you feeling about that crew? Does that feel like
Well, Brian, God bless his soul. I love Brian. Love you, Brian. He was putting together a bunch of alliances. There was a group of people that went to the bathroom up at the challenge field on that first challenge that I wasn't a part of. I think I stood back with Daltrey, or maybe Caroline. And then he was there making alliances at the bathroom. Like, we need to work together. This is what I hear. This is what I hear. So there was already things, coming together over there at the bathroom before we even got to camp. So when that happens, I was like, yeah, this is fine, Brian. Like, I feel like Brian will be a bigger threat than me because at the start of the game, I'm trying to keep my perception low, be under the radar, be cool, calm, and collected, and find my people, right? So Brian was being a little bit more aggressive, and I was like, fine. Like, if I'm involved in something with you, that sounds great. You have the idol, wonderful. But right away, like I didn't really want to work with Melody. I didn't connect with her from a personal level. Like I had trouble with Melody finding points that we aligned on. Like she was really into social media and like, I don't know, like Taylor Swift and things like this. And I'm like, I can't connect with you at all. I also felt like she had trouble keeping eye contact with me. And for me, that felt like number one, I couldn't read that so well. And number two, I just felt like she wasn't really interested in getting to know me or getting to know, how I play or how I want to work together. So I just didn't have a bond with Melody. And also she was not great at the challenge. And I was like, I would like to get rid of Melody the first vote.
oh,
So
really?
that's what was working in my mind. But yeah, so that was what was happening after the first vote. We were getting to know each other. Brian finds the idol. And yeah, Brian's like working his magic but we're safe. So we're still getting to know each other. There's no pressure on us.
Absolutely. At what point do you start to build that relationship with James? I mean, that becomes such a major and fun dynamic in a couple of episodes, but like we don't spend a ton of time with the two of you yet. Like when did you connect? Why did you connect?
Yeah. So James is a wonderful human being. He just comes off so genuine. He's such a sweet man. And it was just like it was right away that I knew that he was just like solid and he was someone that was connecting more with me than he was connecting with other people. And I could see that. And James really also like really, really, really reminded me of an earlier version of myself. And it was incredibly endearing to me. And like I thought that I could have a strategic relationship with James because I thought he would tell me the truth, and I thought I could read him. So yeah, James was incredibly important at first because the allies that I wanted there were Lizzie, Daltrey, and James, and Brian too, because I was totally fine with Brian until everyone started to tell me he's doing so much, you know.
Right. I think there's a good confessional. I sort of took this to use elsewhere. You have a good one where you talk about, I want to work with Brian, but he's going after James, and I can't have that. You see that in episode 3, and I just replaced Brian's name with Dan. Say Dan's a good guy, but he wants to go after James. So I love that little, the dynamic with you and James. I think is very sweet. The way that you guys like team up, like it's sort of like a good, like it's not a duo you might expect when you see the cast, but like I think you're so fun together. Um, so, Josh, I don't mean to yada yada the start of the game too much. Obviously, there is one episode that I am eager to jump into, which is episode 3. But before I get to that, I guess I'll open the floor if there's anything else from, that first round where you guys win, or the second round where, you lose and do charades, like anything you want to share before we get to the swap.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play charades. Well, you probably don't even know this, but I didn't play charades, and I wanted to like look for stuff at the logs and the stump. There's nothing there. Like I was looking all over. I was really keeping my eye out for idols and advantages. But on the Brian vote, I was like leaning towards Melody or a Caroline vote. That would have been the best case scenario for me, because I felt like the dynamics were the non-men were sticking together, and then like James was kind of out of the loop, and then the vote was like coming around on Brian. So instantly I talked to Brian because I know he told me about the idol, and he told many people about the idol at this point, but I did feel trust with him. And I told him like, hey, is the reason that you don't want to do a Melody thing? I saw float in Melody's name, and I was like, what do you think about Melody? So I was like, what do you think about Melody? Is the only reason that you aligned with her because she saw you find the idol? And he was like, no, I think we can work well together with her. And I was like, okay. I just gonna give up on that one. Like, I'm not gonna push a vote that I don't think I have the sway for. I also soft floated Caroline there too to Brian, and he was like, well, I don't know. And I didn't think I had any momentum there anyway for that angle. So, I was like, okay, well, I guess Brian's the vote. And so I went, as we were walking towards tribal, I did use my manipulation skills on Brian a little bit. I snowed him. I gave him some snow, some mist, and I was like, dude, like as long as we can do James first, but we got to do one of the non-men later, and I was like, dude, please, like, so I was giving him some charades and acting because I didn't want him to play the idol, and I think it worked a bit. And then Brian goes in that spot.
He has a funny version of this in his interview where he says that you came up to him right before tribal and you're like, this is going to be huge if we pull this off. And it didn't occur to him until after. He was like, why would voting James off have been huge? Like, why did I think that would have been a huge thing? Like, why? It seems so obvious. So his first time, he's like, no, you got me. He was such a good sport about all of it. So it was very funny to sort of hear that specific piece of it. But Josh, this does lead us to, I think, undeniably the best episode of Millennium Park ever. Maybe one of the best LRG episodes ever. I'm not the one saying it. Maybe other people are saying it. I don't know.
I was saying that Millennium Park 3 should win Comedy LRG of the Year. I'm telling you.
I think so. I think they should make that a category just for us.
Yeah.
So we get to the swap. We'll spend a couple minutes on this episode because you're all over this episode. There's so much to get into. Why were you willing to take on the role of captain in that swap? I think
because I wanted an advantage. That's why I thought every time somebody volunteers for something, they get an advantage. This is not an advantage. This is a disadvantage. I was like, okay, I'm ready. Now it's time. I have a little bit of maneuvering in my tribe. Like, here, I'll do it. I wanted an advantage. That's why, Dylan. You should have gave me an advantage there.
That is one of the ones I look back in retrospect. I'm like, well, the captains probably should have gotten an advantage. Like, I don't know. Like, they probably should have. Although your team lost, so I guess Jonton gets an advantage then. I don't know.
I guess. And
I
then
guess
Jonton is running the game if he has an advantage.
that's and we'd all be better off for it. Uh, you guys are now in this swap tribe. You have some lunch together. Your team does the challenge. You lose and go back to camp. What are
Wait. Let's go back. Rewind. Rewind to picking the tribes.
Yeah, sure. What do you have to say about picking the tribes?
Okay. So, I don't know if you know this, but rock, paper, scissors, I
Mhm.
definitely cheated.
Yeah,
You know
you have told me this and it cracked me up. You got to tell the viewers this. This is so funny.
So in New York, everyone does rock, paper, scissors, says shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, says shoot. It's a thing. Apparently in other places it's not. But this is a thing. And like I didn't like purposefully cheat when I was doing it, but I was like rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I hit the rock. Kind of like did like one of these.
Yeah, you like pause for a second.
I don't know if I like did that subconsciously or figured it out, but I think I fucking cheated.
Yeah, go back and watch it.
I think I cheated a
It's
little
very,
bit.
but it's so smooth. It's like it's just like a beat, and it's like, oh, I guess Josh wins. And
And then so I was shocked at the at being a captain. I didn't want to be a captain. And the swap, I thought it was a brilliant idea. 3-3 on each side makes so much sense.
Mhm.
But my first pick was Kim because I've seen Kim play this game. I've seen her play Outlast. And I'm intimidated by Kim. I think she's a great, great player. I wanted to get on her good side instantly. So I was like, my number one pick is Kim. Then as soon as I picked her, I was like, oh my God, I'm such an idiot. She has an extra vote. And like, because I thought the two captains from the first round got an extra vote.
Right.
And then I was like, oh, well, I'm a dummy. And I didn't figure out that she didn't have an extra vote until way later into
Like
the round.
a few minutes before tribal, like Caroline tells you, like, Kim doesn't have an extra vote, and you're like,
yeah.
Right. That was a fun. I like that moment. Uh, so tell me about some of those relationships that you're building with the favorites once you guys get back to camp. We've got Dan and Tony, who obviously become important to your game, through the remainder of your game, it seemed like, and you've got Kim as well, who you end up idling out this round. What were those dynamics like with the favorites that you were meeting?
Yeah, I thought that Dan was very, very smooth and cool and like good at the game, like just solid all around, like a solid all around player. You can tell that he's strategic. You can tell that he's social. You can tell that he knows what he's doing and giving the right information and making you trust him. And I think I was doing the same back and forth with Dan, but for those reasons with Dan, I didn't trust him as much as I trusted Tony, because for me, there is no hiding Tony's athleticism, like goodness at challenges, so that is like a very obvious thing, right? Dan doesn't have an obvious thing. His things are not as obvious. So sure. I trusted Dan less than I trusted Tony because I put myself in the same category as Tony. Like, hey, you're a big challenge threat. I'm probably going to be a big challenge threat.
Right.
So like we need each other. So there is mutual, I thought there was mutual need for a strategic partnership, while with Dan, I just didn't trust him as much as I did Tony.
Sure.
And then with Kim, she just wasn't really giving me anything when I tried to strategize with her, because I didn't think she really wanted to work with me, frankly. And then it seemed like with Caroline, on the other hand, Caroline probably hit the spot instantly. She was like, oh my God, Kim, I'm your biggest fan. Okay. In Kim's mind, like, all right, I guess I'll work with my biggest fan over this random guy. Right. So yeah. So like Caroline obviously gets Kim, and I am more close to the other two. But at the same time, James is like floating. I don't think he gets close to either so much. I think he was like very interested in sticking with tribal lines. I'm not sure. I would love to hear James's side of the story on that part. But yeah, I felt like in like a blobby, position where I'm like making my way through the cracks of everything.
Sure. So Josh, let's talk about the idol. Can we get into the idol of it all?
Sure.
I guess first, you know, you s- you say in the voting booth that you're afraid it's you. I guess let's start there. What made you think that it might be you that they're voting for?
Yeah, so this is where like one of my worst qualities as a Survivor player comes in, and it's that paranoia.
Mm,
Paranoia is an issue for me in games, and it's one of the hardest things that I have to calm in my own brain because my brain is thinking about all the angles all the time. So it's hard for me to filter what's real and what makes real sense versus what doesn't, right?
sure.
So Dan tells me pretty straight up that okay, I think we're gonna do James. I was like, fine, I'm down. Like my positioning at that swapped tribe was like I'm open to moving with the numbers, right?
Mm.
And I didn't think that our tribe would go to rocks. So I was like, yeah, I'm like willing to work with you. I need to make bonds. So I felt like I needed to flip on someone on my original tribe, you know?
Mm.
Um, but Dan pretty quickly after the strategy session, he's like, yeah, it's gonna be James. And I was like, I don't really want it to be James, but okay, I'll do it. I will do it. And then we're gonna get ready to line up to go to tribal council. And then Tony, big, long, and lanky, and I'm 6 feet, and he's like 6'5", right? And this is the first time in any game that I'm like looking up to someone like this. As when we're talking, I'm like he's like here, and I'm like looking up, and I feel it's like such an interesting feeling because I don't do that very often, but it's funny. Anyway, he comes and like leans over like he didn't even say hey. He's like, we're doing we're doing we're doing drink. And then backs out as we're walking towards tribal. And I was like, okay. And then I was like, okay, that's reaffirming. Because as soon as I find the idol, this is also not in the edit. As soon as I find the idol before our strategy session starts, I look into the camera and I say, I'm not using this now. This is going to be great for later in the game. And I say, haha, this is great, the best. I'm not going to use this now.
Remind me, did you find it right before tribal or was it earlier? I
It
didn't get
was
that from the footage.
it was before the strategy session. It was when people were like all the way, like at least James and Dan were like all the way down that way, and then somebody was at a confessional.
So did you
Like,
find it before James says to you they might have re-hit it? We should look for it.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I found it pretty quickly. Once we lost that challenge. Yeah, pretty quickly.
Oh my
That's
God.
why I was so certain that I wasn't going to use it. Um,
Mm.
so Tony tells me that we're walking a tribal, but I see like Kim and Caroline talking in the front of the line,
Mm.
and like Dan and Tony talking maybe in front of me, and I'm like, fans versus favorites, right? In every single fans versus favorites Survivor series, the favorites dominate the fans, right? Like they're on a different level than the fans almost always. So I'm like, if they were smart, they'd take me out. Like I'm more of a threat than James
Mhm.
in terms of like potentially winning challenges. Probably, James, I love you, but I think I can do some different things better than you. You're probably better at puzzles than me. But yeah, so I was like, maybe they're gonna do something crazy and like just turn the vote on me. I have an idol right now. Like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? At tribal council, I decide, okay, I'm gonna play this. I'm playing this. I don't know who I'm playing this for yet, but like I'm probably gonna play it for myself. And then as we get up to vote,
Yeah.
I I still don't necessarily know who I'm gonna play it with. I don't know who I'm gonna play it for until I play it, really. Um, but I vote for Kim, which is not really the most strategic move, right? It's actually a really bad strategic move
Why is
because
that?
if I put 2 votes on Kim and Kim has an idol, then I get idled out. Then I get re-voted
Oh,
out,
sure, sure.
right? If I vote Caroline, then and Kim plays an idol, then Caroline goes home, right? So
Sure.
I know at this point that James is going to vote Kim.
Mhm.
So it doesn't make sense for me to put 2 votes on Kim because for the potential that she might have an idol
Sure.
that she can counter idol me, right?
I see. Okay.
Um, but it also pisses off Caroline. But leaving Caroline out of the vote also will piss off Caroline. So it doesn't really matter, right? Um, so I get up to vote. I vote Kim, but the reason why I vote Kim and don't think about this extra scenario is because I'm paranoid now. I'm like in my brain paranoid and thinking that the vote might be me. So I vote Kim, and then I sit back down. You say, anybody gonna play an idol? I'm like, hold up, wait a second. I've got an idol. I'm gonna play it. I just need to know who I'm gonna play it for. Give me a second. And so I asked James who he votes for, and he like eventually says Kim. I asked Caroline who she votes for. She's a little, she's not saying. And I'm like reading Caroline because I didn't ask Dan or Tony because I don't know. I don't know why, but I thought they needed one of us to flip, right? So I had to read James or Caroline. I thought James was telling the truth. I thought Caroline was also like not voting me based on the way that she, responded. And this is also added on to like the real like checks and balances that are going in my brain. Like, okay, these two guys told me that it's going to be James. Do I really think that the vote switched? Do I really think it's on me? And honestly, I felt like I blacked out and just gave you the idol and said I'm playing this on on James because I was not sure at all that that was the right move. And I didn't know it was an idol because I didn't open it up. And that's another big regret because I needed the paperwork. I needed the paperwork and the bag to have some options in the future. And like I know that that's like a 101 in my brain. Like if you have an idol, take the stuff off so you can use for something else, like always. But I didn't do that because I was paranoid and I didn't plan to use it until the moment. So I didn't even look at what that could have been a steal vote, and I would have been like the biggest idiot ever. Like, Josh, this is a steal vote. This can't be used right now. Okay. Well, at least I would have a steal vote for the next round. Then I would be pretty good. But yeah. So yeah, I play it. I black out. I play it for James. And prior to this, I'm a Survivor fan, and I tell myself, it's so stupid to play an idol for someone else. It's probably the dumbest decision ever. I would never do that. This my first game, my first multi-day game. I play an idol for someone else. Crazy. Never would have expected to do that.
I loved, so first, thank you for walking me through that. So that's super fascinating. I was so fascinated by like trying to like piece together like how do we go from like I think it's me to like I'm playing it on James, and it's like it felt a little bit like now that I get it, now that I've heard you explain, I'm like, okay, I see like how we connected the dots. To me, it felt a little bit like you remember in school, like you do math problems and they make you show your work. It felt a little bit like, well, based on what Josh did, he shouldn't have gotten the right answer, but he got the exact right answer. He idles out Kim, which, I'd be curious if you have a take on this. I feel like that's when the favorites lost the game, actually, is when you'd idled out Kim. I feel like at that point, there was nothing that those five remaining favorites there was no coalition at that point. I don't know if if you happen to have an opinion on that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think Kim was a big linchpin for the favorites. Kim was going to whip votes, and people were going to want to work with her because she's a big threat and she's a big shield for people. Like Dan was saying that's why he wanted to work with her. Um, and Kim's just good at challenges. She's like a triple threat. And like shout out to Kim. I think you're great. If we ever need another game, please don't hold it against me. But yeah.
So let me ask you that. I'll ask you this. This is a little bit indulgent of me to ask, but I'm kind of curious. Was that like what was that like for you to see that big moment, like in the episode? Like, that was we did a watch party. That was like the end of the watch party is this big moment. So I'm just curious, was that like a particularly cool thing for you to get to see yourself? You love Survivor, and this is like we've got the music going, and he's in a flashback, and he's playing. Like I don't know, was that fun for you to get to like see it play out?
It was such an incredible experience, and like you indulged me, Dylan. You made like a initial like watch party for the first 3 episodes, and like with my big move at the end, like I came up to Boston to watch it. It was incredible. Like it was watching a lot of my dreams come true, but it was also watching a lot of my dreams come true in the moment because before this, I played my first LRG, which was a 1 day, and I played it safe. I was under the radar. I didn't make many moves, but I gained trust and I voted out on the majority, and I got taken out at merge, not doing anything and regretting doing a fake idol play that I could have done based on some other things in the game.
Sure.
And I really wanted to do it because I knew I was going home. But I was just like too hesitant. And before that, I played an org where I was also trying to keep a level head and not do too much, because in my first org ever, I did too much and I got voted out second off my tribe instantly in a blindside, and it like destroyed me. So this was the first game where I'm like, oh shit, I'm making a big move, and it worked. And now I'm a huge threat, and there's nothing I can do to bring that down. Like even like a prod member who I won't name, I don't know their name anyway. Sorry. They mentioned, oh, I saw your big move, like in front of other players as I was like walking around, and I was like, ooh.
Whoops.
But yeah, I know where my perception lies now, and I'm like, okay, I did a big move. I'm proud of myself. This is something I've never done before, something I've always wanted to do. And I was like, all right, now it's time to play like a big threat.
Big dog on campus.
Yeah, big dog.
I love that moment. All right. What was it like back at camp after that? And going through these next couple of rounds with this group, like what were the relationships like at that point? Do you feel like are you rebuilding trust with Caroline? Do you feel like, is it you apologize to Dan and Tony, they're apologizing to you? I don't know, like what were the relationships like going forward?
Yeah, so immediately after that vote, I was just incredibly emotional because like we were just talking about, some of my dreams are coming true. I was becoming like a really big player. I was doing things. I was like trusting my gut, which is like incredibly important um, for me and in the game of Survivor and for me personally. So that was like incredibly emotional for me. I cried at camp. Um, and yeah, so I was like, I wanted to be like, oh, this guy's not a threat. He's a crybaby. Like, yeah, it was incredibly emotional, but I also want to be like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, please. Oh, Caroline, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. You know,
Right.
Dan, I'm my bad. Tony, my bad.
Mhm.
I had to. I wasn't whatever. So I was being a little bit performative.
Mhm.
But I wasn't like I was sorry, dude. I was just doing damage control. That was just damage control.
Sure.
And then trying to rebuild relationships with Tony and Dan, because I was like, I still want to work with you guys. It's true. It's just that, in that situation, the 3-3 didn't work for me.
Mhm.
James is like someone that I think I can work with long term in the game.
Mhm.
And yeah, and like voting him out didn't make sense for me at all.
Right. I know you're good at what if scenarios with these games. If that tribe lost again, who do you think goes home at that one? It's you, James, Caroline, Dan, Tony. What do you think would have happened?
Uh, that's a good question. It would be like a saving my butt situation here, because like Dan, Tony, and Caroline potentially have a reason to be mad at me.
Mhm.
But I think Tony knows he needs me. I think Tony absolutely knows he needs me in that spot. So I don't think I'm that big of a threat to go here. He knows that I'm aligned with James. I would want to vote with James. I think Caroline might go in that spot, because I would be like, look, it's me and James here, and you and Dan, and then we can move forward together, right? And I would have like said to Tony and Dan, hey, look, I'm open to like getting like dropping off James to move forward if I need to, but like after this round,
Mhm.
and then we move together as a 3 into the merge or whatever. But that still wouldn't have come, right? Like we
Yeah,
probably would have won another challenge, then me and James would have been able to get to the merge together, and we'd have a strong 4. I think I would be pushing for a Caroline vote there.
sure. That makes sense. Makes sense. Uh, I want to start to get us to the merge. Anything else to share? So we have that round. We have obviously the second swap, but your team ends up winning. That's the group where
Yep.
you're with James, Daltrey, Sarah, Dan. Anything else to share from day one before we jump to the merge?
Not particularly. No, I felt like I came back together with Daltrey, who had an extra vote, and James and I on that swapped tribe. So we had the advantage there. And I trusted that Daltrey would work with us. So on the outs of that tribe would have been Dan and Sarah with an idol. So that would have been a scary situation if we would have gone to a tribal, but we didn't, and we won out. I really liked Sarah. I liked getting to know her. Sarah's great socially and strategically. And like, yeah, she was a pleasure to play with. And she was very open, and like I really enjoyed like getting to know her starting on that tribe.
Love that. So we get into day two. Where was your head at going into day two? What did you see as your path forward? I have no doubt that you got back to, the Airbnb you were staying at, and I'm sure your mind is racing until the next morning when you get back. Like, what are you thinking going into day two? And what do you see as that path forward for yourself?
Going into day two at the Airbnb, I was thinking like, damn, I wish I had my idol and James. Because I was like, oh God, I didn't have to play my idol. I wanted to keep it. I was okay at that swap when we were going into the vote, before the vote, when I thought it was James. I was okay losing James because I wanted to hold on to my idol. But when I started to get paranoid about myself, then knowing that I was going to play it, then that's kind of where I just kind of blacked out and made the right decision off of instinct.
Yeah.
And it might have not been the right decision because I end up getting 7th place. So, but I don't think that's why I got 7th place,
No, I would think. I think that so much else happens. I think that idle play. My assumption again, based on what I saw, I do think that was like the shot that meant, okay, a favorite is not going to win this anymore. It's not on the table. Now it's just a question of which fan is going to be the one. At least that was my read of the situation. Once you get to the merge and you're all down at camp, I'm curious, who were you connecting with at the merge? Who was starting to feel like your group? Or if not a whole group, like who are your sort of like your closest allies at that point?
You know what? I had a fallacy in strategy. I don't know what I was thinking about in the Airbnb, but like I significant like incorrect thoughts on a specific type of strategy.
Okay.
When I saved James, and then Airbnb, I was just thinking, what am I gonna do? I probably should distance myself from James. So I was like, all right, well, coming to merge, I'll distance myself from James. But that just doesn't make any sense. Like, we're already a voting block. I trusted James, but I also wanted to show that I would be willing to do other things with other people. And I didn't want anybody to put me, already a strong player or like a big player, with a known duo. So I felt like that's just too big. It's too much of a threat. And in reality, I don't think it is. I think me and James should have really strategized together and talked about scenarios, which I tried, I think, to avoid a little bit because I didn't want to see us as this like really strong pair. And that's a fallacy to start off my merge journey. If I did talk with James and we brainstorm a little bit here, I think we both would have seen that the best way forward was to work with Dan and Tony and then someone else.
Sure.
Whoever they wanted, whatever, to get a 5. Because at that point, what were the numbers? It was 10?
Yeah, 9 players left.
So it was 9. So a 5 would have been exactly what we needed.
Right.
We had 2 locked in here, 2 locked in there. That would have been a perfect, alliance, plus 1 more, right? And I was happy to be like, okay, just take a favorite. I don't care. Let's just make this 5, right?
Right. Well, it's kind of funny you say that because a lot of feedback I got from that merge episode was, well, why don't James and Josh just work with the favorites? And I think one, like this context you've given is very helpful about, your mind going into it of I need to lower my threat level. I'm gonna do that by breaking up this duo. But I think it's also that, the favorites were not a tight trio. Sarah does not, and you'll see when you get to if you watch Sarah's interview, she doesn't want to work with Dan and Tony. Like it's not even like a trio. So you guys would have had to peel off one of the, Liz, Caroline, Daltrey, Melody. You would have had to try to peel one of them.
And I don't think that was happening. I think the only scenario there was a Sarah pull in this way. But with Tony winning with Dan winning the merge immunity,
right,
and him giving it to Tony, or he could have given it to Sarah, whatever, to make that bond happen more.
Sure.
Um, then that would have allowed, I think that would have allowed Sarah to trust them and us enough to put a vote on someone who Sarah wasn't as close with on the other side.
Sure.
You know, like Sarah was making a strong bond with Lizzie. Sarah's making a strong bond with Daltrey, I think. I'm not sure. Or Carol, I'm not sure. But
I
I know
think
Lizzie for sure.
I think that Sarah, if I remember, I don't think Sarah met Caroline until day two. So maybe like Caroline could have been the option there for Sarah if if you're able to pitch that to her.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um, again, I don't want to rush through it too much, Josh. We're coming up on another big episode for you. Anything else from this James round? I guess I'd be curious,
Oh,
what, yeah, go ahead.
I do remember something about the James round. I thought I saw, I think Sarah mouthing Daltrey to Stan when she was talking to him. And the person that I was getting from everybody was Sarah. And the widely speculated opinion here by many people that I've talked to during this episode, this merge, was that Sarah has an idol. And I believed that because it was like seemed like well-known knowledge. And the idol hadn't been played. So I was like, all right, Sarah has an idol. I'm not gonna vote for the one person that has an idol. So who would the favorites target if Sarah is the one with the idol and gonna play it on herself? Because Tony and Dan are safe. All right, who's the biggest threat to mess up their game? Daltrey. Daltrey has an extra vote. That's 2 votes. You know, it makes total sense to go after Daltrey to take her out. She's got an extra vote, right? So I was like, and then I thought I saw her mouth Daltrey, and I was like, oh, it's gonna be Daltrey. Okay, perfect. I will not vote Daltrey, and I will vote James, right? So that people think that I'm less close to James, and I thought James would forgive me for this. I would tell him and I'd be like, look, it was look, it was just a move for us, and it was. But I ended up voting the right way accidentally and voting my man James out.
What was your reaction like when you started to see James, James, James? What was going through your head as you realized that was the real plan and that you accidentally voted right?
Well, yeah. I was like, the one thing that went through my head is like, no one's gonna believe I voted for James. No one. And I think is that the round that I say I'm a survivor savant and get the vote completely wrong? Well, vote correctly. Vote correctly. But
it's the way that you
not know anything about what's happening.
It's when you say specifically the line, no one's gonna, it's like there's like a beat of silence as you're like kicking a rock and you go, no one's gonna believe that I voted for James. That kills me every time. It is so funny. It's so good.
Yeah.
You get back to camp. I mean, this is such a big round. This is where we have the trivia challenge, which not your best work in the trivia challenge.
Well,
Did you throw it? Did you throw it?
Yeah. So I've watched Survivor Millennium Park 1 and 2 probably more than once to prepare for this. I knew that there would be a trivia challenge. Like I knew that. I knew it would be about Boston, right? And trivia, right? And then I was like, what would the Josh applying for Survivor do? Would he be practicing all the puzzles? Probably not. So I didn't do it. I wanted to be authentic and be like, like I'm not gonna practice for anything. I'm not gonna prepare for this. I'm just gonna like go in and see what my own skills will allow me to do in challenges. So yeah, I definitely threw that. After I cheated on the first answer, because Melody had her board like this and it said B chickadee or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, chickadee. I got that one right. And then I was just messing around. But honestly, the donut holes thing was legit. I had no other answer but donut holes.
That killed donut hole.
That's the only answer I had there.
It's so
yeah.
I remember
I know Benjamin Franklin isn't a president. Like I do know that.
Let the record show people Josh knows that Ben Franklin is not a president. Yeah. So I mean, during that round, like that, there's like a crazy scramble that round. I think there's this interesting moment where, Lizzie, Daltrey, Melody, Caroline, they're sort of comparing notes. And I think it's Lizzie and Daltrey that both say, Josh is telling me that I'm his number one ally. Did you know that people were sort of like comparing notes on that? And I guess I'm also curious, who was your real number one ally?
Um, let's rewind for a sec,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
just to finish up on the challenge.
Oh yeah.
Um, oh yeah, and then after I started throwing it, then I wanted to really throw it because I wanted people to think that I was dumb and like that I wasn't as smart or as good at challenges as Tony would be. So I tried to be like as silly as possible with my answers. I don't know if that did anything, but I was just trying not to look strong.
Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, Tony lost by 1 point, so I could see, nobody's told me that, but I could see there being an argument of like, well, like Tony almost won this one. Josh wasn't even close. So I could see that having been helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so we get to camp. This is where people are comparing notes on like Josh told me I was his number one. Well, Josh told me I was his number one. Like who was your real number one?
So this is a problem in games up to current Josh lore. Like in the most recent game that I played, I had 5 number ones, and I didn't win the game because of that. Like literally, that's the reason, because they all found out that they were my number ones on the jury. Yeah. So it's a problem for me. It's a problem that I'm so charming and everybody loves me. And it's like what happens when, a king has to wear his crown, But my true number one, I don't have a true number one here because I don't really trust anyone. I know Tony's a sneaky, sneaky dog. And but Tony's also like my most important shield, right? So like I do want to work with Tony in this spot and see if we can both save each other, right? I know our names are floating around. And if there's something that we can do to like get out of this situation, it would be incredibly awesome.
Yeah.
So at this point, James is gone. Tony is my number one ally. And like I want to work with Lizzie and Daltrey, but Daltrey is just so conservative with any information.
Oh, sure,
Like,
sure.
She's not giving me much, and it doesn't seem like she wants to work with me at all. And then Lizzie also similarly doesn't want to work with me. And I don't really have a working relationship with Caroline, with Melody at all. Like I just didn't trust what she was telling me ever.
Sure.
Sorry, Melody. We just didn't have a baseline of trust or connection, I think. Yeah. So yeah, there were not many options for me. Dan, like Dan was someone that I wanted to work with. I felt trust with Dan for sure, but like Dan was going to do what was best for Dan, always. And that makes sense because he's a good player, and he had way more maneuverability than I did. Sure. I thought it was in Dan's best interest to also want to keep me because I'm a bigger threat. I'm a bigger threat than him. But I think at that point, Dan was willing to let one of us go to save himself, and get ingratiated into a larger alliance.
Got it. I guess at what point did you realize that, like you said, like you'd love to work with Tony, but your names are floating out. At what point did you realize that it was not salvageable and that it was going to be you or Tony and that you needed to push it to him? At what point did you realize that?
I just felt it from all the conversations. I felt like, my name was out, Tony's name was out. I thought it was going to be a 50-50. It ended up, from what I understand, it didn't seem like it was going to be a 50-50 going into that vote. I thought it was going to be you can help me with the actual true information here, because like I was on the outs this whole game. Let's be real. Sure. I didn't get much information because the non-male players completely dominated, and hats off to them. That alliance was awesome. Yeah. So, I was hearing my name or Tony's name, and I was trying to check with Lizzie and Daltrey, and they were like, it's gonna be Tony. But from the edit, it looked like it was a toss-up. I don't know if it wasn't actually a toss-up. Can you tell me like if there were gonna be more votes on me? than just the one from Tony?
My understanding is the only person who switched was Caroline, was that she was going to vote for you,
Yeah.
but that during the tribal, I guess Tony said, I forget what she told me, that Tony said something that didn't add up during the tribal, and that swayed her to vote for him instead of you. My understanding is that in reality it was not close, and that it was everybody had decided that they wanted to vote Tony, but a couple of people would have preferred to vote you, but nobody's willing to say, well, let's do Josh instead. Everybody sort of said, well, we already decided it's going to be Tony, so it'll be Tony first. But so it was definitely edited to look closer than it was. I think the reality was it was going to be Tony.
Gotcha. Yeah. So yeah, walking into that tribal, I'm sitting next to Tony, and I'm like, dude, let's do something to shake this up. I want to save you. Just like follow my lead. Oh, right before that tribal, I see Melody
Yeah,
get the idol, and she sees me back. But I see her during a conversation with Dan, and I'm like, Dan, after this tribal, after I get through this tribal, I'll tell you some important information. My like one of yeah. So I thought I was trying to like, you know, have some knowledge for him. Like I've got some information. I like just saw something happen. Like just trust me. And then another fallacy of judgment going into this tribal. I'm like, okay, it's me or Tony. I don't know who they're gonna vote for. Probably gonna be me because I feel like I'm the bigger threat right now. So let me like increase my threat level. Let me be like, this is where I start to be like, let me be the most threatening person ever. And this, and kind of as I start going into the merge, I'm just like being more flippant with what I'm doing. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna be a little bit unliked, and like try, especially the round that I go, I was trying to be unliked, and I was trying to be like, well, maybe we can just all beat him in the end. Maybe he's the best goat to ever to bring to the end. But that didn't work. But anyway, coming into this tribal, sit next to Tony. I'm like, Tony, we got to do something. It's gonna be one of us. Like, let's make a move. So I go around to Lizzie and Daltrey, and I'm like, hey, I've got an idol. I've also got an extra vote from the beginning that I never showed you, but remember that thing that I said was nothing. It's an extra vote. So I'm gonna play my extra vote now. Like, let's move it on Melody. She's got an idol, which didn't make any sense. That was such a fallacy, right? Like, yeah, vote for the person that has the idol, like in front of them.
Meanwhile, one round ago, you're like, well, I wouldn't vote for a person with an idol, and now the plan is to get people. That's very funny.
That made no sense. I should have been like, let's vote Caroline or Sarah.
Yeah.
Or something. Especially after calling Sarah out, like, Sarah's the best, she's won the game twice, or she's gotten to final trouble. So there was no point in throwing her under the bus, except for me just like having her hate me more. So I don't know what I was doing there. I should like, what made sense, if I'm gonna throw out Sarah, then just go after Sarah.
Right.
But I did not do that. I didn't have my ducks in a row for like what I was gonna do here.
That might be an understatement.
Yeah. So I just like lied to Sarah and Daltrey. I'm like, I'm gonna be safe this round, so figure out something else. Like, let's do something. And then everybody starts to get up and like check information. Caroline comes to me and was like, who are you voting for? I'm like, I'm voting for Tony or something. And then Melody comes to me and she's like, I heard you're voting for me. I was like, I'm not, I'm voting for Caroline or something. And then like Tony's telling everybody that exactly what I'm doing. Dan, quickly and accurately, as soon as this happens, he's like, Josh is just trying to stir things up for no reason. He's just trying to get the vote off of him. And Dan, you're right. He's like, he doesn't have an idol. He's just like, yep. So I'm like, yeah, let's vote Melody. That's gonna be the right answer. And everybody just tells Melody that it's gonna be her, or that I'm trying to get a vote on her. And then we got up to vote. I think this live tribal does scare Caroline enough to switch her vote off of me. So potentially one vote that I would have had more was one vote less. So it did something for me.
And then Melody plays her idol.
And it does force Melody to play her idol. I only have one regret here, and that's not asking Melody to play her idol on me. That would have been hilarious.
After you threw
Melody, no, wait, please wait. Play it on me. Play it on me. It's gonna be me. It's gonna be me. That would have been amazing because that
The
would have made our
audacity.
rivalry grow even more. It would have been hilarious.
Oh my God, Josh.
No, it would have been the best thing ever, Dylan.
That's so funny.
It would have been so much fun.
Let me ask you this, just, we're coming up on the hour here. So we get through the live tribal. Next round is your boot episode. I guess I'm sort of curious because at that point, like as I'm putting it to them, like I feel like the writing's on the wall at this point. Like after that challenge, like it's Josh. Like there's not really much to even show because it's just so Josh. It,
Well, I have a lot to talk about this round because there's no strategy in the edit. There
That's
was
right.
strategy time, ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen. There was strategy time, and I almost won that challenge. I was like pretty close to winning the auction challenge. If I would have stole someone else's block, maybe I would have tied. But
Sure.
like, I knew that was a ride or die, a do or die moment. I knew that was a do or die moment for me, and I needed to win. So I was like, all in. I'm gonna win this. And I made enemies of Lizzie. Lizzie was like, as soon as he stole my block, I was like, I'm done with him. I am done with Josh. And I was like, oh, maybe I should have stole somebody else's block. But yeah, after that, I knew the writing was on the wall. I went back to camp. I started to strategize, kind of look for an idol, kind of play like I had an idol. And that was my play. I said, like, I'm going to just play my idol. Like, you guys should split the votes. I was like, so I take Lizzie to the side and we have a one-on-one chat. I'm like, Lizzie, if I have an idol and you guys all vote on me, then my one vote will send whoever I want home. And I was like, Lizzie, that does include you. I was just like threatening everybody. I was like, maybe nobody will like me enough to be like, maybe let's make a move here. But everyone was just sitting down together,
Yeah.
not giving me an opportunity to do anything or anybody else. They were like, it's Josh's time right now.
Yep. I remember that footage of them just sitting together and everyone's like, we know who it is.
Yeah. So yeah, getting to the tribal council, I was like, I knew like I didn't have much left here. Yeah, it was a pretty normal tribal council. I didn't do anything crazy. But I should have. Number one, I should have had my bag from my idol. If I had my bag from the idol, right? If I had my bag from the idol, I had an elephant that I brought as a luxury item.
Oh yeah.
Another thing I should have done was not show my elephant for my luxury item, right?
Can't show the elephant.
I could have put the elephant in the bag, then go up to the tree, get it from the tree, show people, oh, look, I got an elephant. This is a thing. It's my idol. Before the vote happens, then they do some type of scrambling. Then maybe at least one vote is off of me. Maybe it's multiple votes are off me. Maybe they just do something else because they're scared, right? Probably not. Probably not, right? It's a long shot. But at least it gives me a shot, right? And at least I do something that actually has an effect on the vote. But in this scenario, I knew that if I went up and did something crazy before the vote, I do regret not doing that before the vote.
Sure.
But if I did something, I'd have to have something to show of it. At least some bag, at least some glimpse of a bag putting in my pocket and something like that. And I didn't think that I had any possible trickery that would work at all in this situation. So I figured I'd go for the TV drama and do it after the vote. Yeah. So the vote happens.
Do you remember what you did in the voting booth this round?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So so I yell, I'm voting Melody. Yeah, I yell Melody. Yeah. So at the voting booth, I yell Melody, just because at this point we're rivals, we're butting heads, and it's fun. It's a fun little rivalry. Shout out to Melody, and then I vote Daltrey because I thought it was more fun, and I'm glad I did, and I didn't vote Lizzie because I think they deserved the perfect game. They played a phenomenal game. They were someone I really, really wanted to work with, and they were someone that I wanted to have a strategic partnership. It didn't work out that way, they had stronger relationships with the ladies. But you know, I still think Lizzie is a badass. So yeah. So we get back to the seat. I want to have some final moment. Just give somebody a little bit of like, you know,
You got me nervous. Did production put something somewhere and I don't know about it? You scared me with this.
I know your mouth dropped. Yeah, so I went up behind the tree. Caroline told me after the game, she was like, hold on, can I just go like after him too? Like honestly, Dylan, you would have loved if Caroline came after me and then we were like scrapping for the nothing that was there. It would have been hilarious.
That'd have been so good.
Honestly, if I would have been there more like looking,
Mhm.
you know, somebody would have came up there. That would have been great.
That's so funny.
But yeah, I show you nothing, and then
Mhm.
I get voted out.
Yeah. It's the end of Josh's run in Millennium Park.
Yeah.
Any fun memories from your time on the jury before we get into Final Tribal?
Not particularly, but there's one moment in the game that really rubbed me the wrong way, and that was from Daltrey. After I did the live tribal,
Mhm.
Daltrey comes up to me.
Oh my
She was like, that was not smart. That was not a smart thing to do. And I'm like, Daltrey, I am on the outs. I doing anything is not smart. Like I have no inroads at all in this game. Like I know what I'm doing. Like, it's not, I have no inroads. There's nothing else I can do here. I don't want to get voted out. I'm trying to make some chaos happen so that something else can happen. No one's gonna work with me next round either. Daltrey, like, there's nothing I can do here. I
I love that moment when she just like, that was not good strategy. And you
Yeah,
just
that was not good strategy, Josh.
she's like,
I was like,
you're just like,
yeah. In my mind, I'm like, what? Yeah, like the reason I'm doing this because I have no strategy.
That was again, I love obviously I love her. That's the only thing that you can get away with when like you don't know, like you don't know Survivor, you're not playing this 4D chess version.
That's what I'm saying. And also I know Daltrey doesn't know Survivor, and she's telling me, the Survivor super fan, the strategic mastermind in my own head, who actually I am now because of my new placement in a recent game. I don't know.
That's true. That's true. If you're up on the Joshy verse, you know.
Yeah, you got to be in the Joshyverse. Yeah, like I am very proud of myself because I think I have evolved as a strategist, evolved as a player, and I do think I'm really great at certain things in this game. But the Daltrey, the person that doesn't watch Survivor, telling me, Josh, that was not good strategy. All right, Daltrey, you know everything about Survivor, apparently. Jeez, Daltrey, love you, but like,
I cannot describe when I saw that for the first time. I fell out of my chair. I was like, I cannot believe she just said this to him. Just to his face. That was not good strategy. Um,
scolding from my mom.
let's get into Final Tribal a little bit. We don't need to spend too much time on this, but just, just curious, what were you looking for going into Final Tribal? Were you locked in for Lizzie? I was curious if their answer about voting out all of the men made you consider not voting for them, or were you kind of locked in? I don't know. What were you thinking going into it?
I was pretty locked into
Mhm.
Lizzie over Sarah. Um, with what all the other jury members were talking about, them being a numbers person and like running the numbers and making sure that we had the right placements of votes. It shows their strategic prowess, and also their social game was like incredible. So I knew that firsthand. With Sarah's social game was also great. But I didn't know, she played her idol. She's also gotten to the final tribal twice, which is very impressive, and I was considering all of these things, but my relationship with Lizzie was closer, and I thought they ran more of the strategy on that other side
Mhm.
that I wasn't a part of, more than Sarah. I think Sarah was brought into that, and I think Sarah had less agency there. And I think also Lizzie had a slightly stronger final tribal.
Sure.
So I was pretty locked in there. Yeah, I just wanted to say, looking at the episodes, it's fantastically put together. You do a fantastic job. But like there is something that I want to say that's really like incredible for me, and that's Melody. Melody is a strategic genius. Genius. I learned so much from Melody through the edit. I think she's an incredible player, and I want to give her her flowers. Like she ran Millennium Park 3 for a lot of the game and had many pathways to the end. And I'm really proud of her. I think she's a badass. And also like I implemented the Melody strategy of like losing with my original tribe and then winning with my swapped tribe and keeping those formed alliances on the swap tribe, and then when we get to merge, reigniting those relationships I have from my first tribe. It was a brilliant strategy. I used it, Melody, and it worked for me. I got all the way to the end of a game. So
That's amazing. Oh my
yeah,
God.
Melody, huge flowers to you. I think you're incredibly like a genius at Survivor. I think your personality, it makes you so, you know, like goofy and silly and friendly and like blah 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 blah, right? And I don't think people see you as the threat that you are. I think you're an incredible threat. Our rivalry was really fun. You destroyed me in that rivalry. And I just want to say that, yeah, I think you're great. And I'm sorry that we didn't get a chance to really connect at all. But I think you're brilliant at Survivor, and I have so much respect for that.
Oh, I love that. I hope Melody, if you're watching this far in the interview, if not, I'm definitely going to send this to you with a timestamp of at least watch this section of it. Uh, Josh, anything else from your Millennium Park experience? Any final reflections on the game or watching it back and having friends watch it? Anything else you want to share?
No, I also want to shout out Dan, who's been a really great friend over this past time, helping me to like decompress my thoughts, being okay with me texting him at 4 a.m. with random scenarios. Dan, I also think Dan's a great, well-rounded, all-round player. He reminds me of Ethan Zahn. I think
He'll love that.
Dan,
That's high praise for him.
yeah, I think Dan can get to the end, can win a game. I think Dan has more winner equity than I could ever have because I'm always going to stand on like doing things and making people mad and like being okay with that. And Dan will get to the end, making a few people mad, but like covering it up in his final tribal. Like I'm not the person that's going to do that, you know?
Sure.
I'm going to be like standing on my game. And not that Dan isn't standing on his game, but people will be more drawn to him and he's going to be a hero. I'm never going to be a hero. So it is what it is, but I think Dan is a winner. Yeah.
That's awesome. Josh, is there anything that you want people to check out? Anything you want to plug here? It's okay if not.
No, just rewatch Millennium Park 3.
Good
See
answer. Good
me,
answer.
play some big moves, do some things. If you want to check me out, look for me around town. You'll have to find all those secret pathways for my content, but good luck.
Awesome. Well, Josh, thank you so much. This was so fun to walk through this with you. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and we'll catch you on the next one. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Survivor Millennium Park 3 postseason interview. I am joined today by a guest where if it wasn't surreal enough having her at the park, it's doubly surreal having a Zoom call with my own mother in the year 2025. Daltrey came into the game and just took it by storm. We all saw that by halfway through day 2, she has emerged as a major player and threat to win this game, only to have her time in the game cut short in one of the biggest betrayals that Millennium Park, maybe any Survivor game, has ever seen. She was a total fan favorite, and everybody has one question on their minds. When is she going to be playing another one of these? And we're going to get to that later in this interview, but I'm so excited to be joined by the one, the only, my mom, Daltrey. Daltrey, how are you?
Good. This is kind of crazy. We haven't done Zoom calls like this since there was vaccines for COVID.
This is So funny that this is happening.
But I love it. I've been excited about every aspect of Survivor, so it's cool to be doing this aspect as well.
I love that. Well, let's jump right into it because I told you this I would only take up an hour of your time, and I've got so many questions for you. And that doesn't even count the week after. I think 3 days after the game, you and I had like a 2 hour phone call about all of it. Like now I've actually seen the footage, and I have like real questions for you. So,
Okay.
you talk a couple times about you've been waiting for so long to play this game. I can't imagine anybody watching this doesn't know this, but like before Millennium Park, there were Survivor Berkshires back in 2013, 20 to 2015. So like I've been doing this for a long time, and you've been, as any parent would, very supportive the entire time. What I don't know, like what made you want to be involved with this, and how did you know that now is the time to get involved in it?
Well, I think it's more that I knew that all the other times were not the times to get involved with it. I mean, you started it, yeah, when you were a kid, like 18, and
I
it
didn't have a
was,
car.
you didn't have a car. It was like my kid is organizing a game with other kids, and it was great. It was inventive, it was fun, as always, my tables got into it. I feel good about my tables have been in every iteration of your Survivor. I don't know what it's called when there's five of them, quintrilogy, but I always really enjoyed how you were in advance working out all the challenges, thinking of how you want to run it. And um, a good amount of that I felt you shared with me and were like sort of talking out loud with me. And it was really interesting and impressive just how much effort you put into all of the details. And then you kept doing it and it just got sharper and tighter and sort of more elaborated, and it was great. And I've always loved it. Once it's on TV, we're watching it. It's been great. But then when you said that this one was going to be the last one, I was like, okay, you're grown. I can ask. You've had other people who are not in their 20s doing it. Yeah.
I
So
love
it was time to ask. And what I remember specifically is I said that I would like to be in it. And you said, sure, you can apply.
Did I say that? That's so funny.
Totally
Well,
said that.
I think, if I remember correct, I think that it was more from the perspective of like a little bit of like, are you sure you wanted to, and not like no doubt on my part that I'd want you to do it. I had you, I don't think you know this, that like during the second and third Survivor Berkshire seasons, I always had you in mind of like if I need somebody, I could probably ask you and you'd be willing to do it if you were around that particular weekend. So no, I always had you in mind of like you'd be so fun for it, even back when it was like and then I think it'd be even funnier that it's like literally 11 children and then my mom is there
And a grown up.
and one real adult. So no, you were always. I don't think I have anything like in writing to prove that, but like in my mind, I always know. Like when I think back on like Berkshire's 2, I remember we were having trouble getting people, and like I can't imagine like who I would have said it to because I didn't have anybody like running it with me. But I remember in my mind, I was like, I bet mom would do it. Like if I told like, hey, like I need somebody, like would you give it a shot? So it was just a matter of time, and clearly we landed on
Wow.
the right
I,
time for it.
I love that. I never heard that before. That's really cool.
That's funny.
And your supposition was correct.
That's right. Uh, Walk me through your pregame expectations or preparations. Like where were you at going into the game before we arrived at the park that fateful June day?
Well, I think the aspect that I gave the most thought to overall was what I was going to wear.
That's good. Some people don't think about that. That's good.
Especially because you make us wear the same outfit on both days because of how you edit it. And I had to think of, what would be a top that I could both wash and have dry when I'm not with my washer and dryer in time. So, there was that. But I think I mean, I talked to you and other people about my hope that my tribe would win the first challenge, so I'd get to play again, and that when we lost the challenge, that I wouldn't be the first one voted out. And I was really, really thinking about that and really hoping that I wouldn't be voted out so early. and then just not get to play more because I've been really wanting to play it. And I think it wasn't until, the week before that I realized, oh, wait, if I don't get voted out, I'll have to vote people in my tribe out. And that is not that's a very unusual thing for me to be doing.
Was that something that made you nervous going into the experience?
Yeah, yeah. Because how do you decide? It's just, yeah, it definitely did. And then once I met everyone, I liked the people in my tribe. And so, yeah.
Is there anybody that's so you guys get to the park and you guys had probably I feel like it was like 30, 40 minutes for the fans group of just all of you together hanging out at the park before we started the game. Did anybody stand out to you in that like sort of initial meeting?
Um, People stood out. I mean, people were just making an impression on me in different ways in terms of obviously what is their connection to you, but I think more so like what are the early things they say about themselves, whether it's about where they went to school or they're looking forward to the Noah Kahan concert later this summer or um, what they're doing just outside of school, all different things. And people were just really energized and chatting it up with everyone. And it was nice. I really just enjoyed it. And it was also obviously fun when someone asked how I knew you. And I said, because of your mom. And they were just like, oh, yes. So and then they didn't tell anyone else. So when I said it at the opening, like
Mhm.
like truly the rest of the tribe didn't know. So
Right.
that was funny.
That's pretty cool. I I know this answer because we've talked about it, but I'm for the listener's sake. Did you ever consider not telling the rest of the tribe that we're related?
No. I know that when your younger sibling was on SMP2, they tried to do it without saying that you're siblings. And, I just felt people will recognize we have a similar laugh or we look related, you know, and I didn't I didn't see how there'd be any benefit to try to pretend otherwise. Plus, I'm proud of you. So how could I pretend like, oh yeah, Dylan, yeah, your hair is cool, whatever.
That'd be pretty funny if just like with no context, you were just telling the team, "I'm so proud of Dylan. He's doing a great job," and they're like, "That's nice, Daltrey. That's really sweet of you to say." Um,
But
all right,
he's already got parents.
that's right. That's right. When it was revealed that it was fans versus favorites, I know that you're one of the people that, had watched both of the previous seasons. Did anybody catch your eye when like that favorites tribe walked out? Any like strong like, "Oh, I remember them and I have an opinion about them."
I immediately saw Tony and I loved that he wore the same Sesame Street t-shirt because it just felt so unique the first time he was on it. So I was psyched he was there. I was psyched about John Ton because of course I had to wonder, did he bring punching gloves again, boxing gloves to hit trees? Um, Emma was really a favorite in this household during her season, so I was psyched to see that she was part of it. So there were different people that stood out, and then it seemed like there were a couple people who got voted out rather early and who I didn't remember a whole lot about. Oops.
So your tribe, we start the game, we kick it off. Your tribe picks you to be the leader in the opening challenge. Talk to me a little bit about that experience. Were you nervous about it? I know that they sort of rallied together to say, Daltrey, this is probably going to be a thing where like there's different skills to test. Like here's the skills we're get like I don't know, what was that like for you being the captain that first round?
Aside from being totally caught off guard by it, I was like, okay, I've been like in leadership roles in my life. So on the one hand, I was like, okay. And then on the other hand, I thought, I don't actually have a handle on how much responsibility this is and what
Mm,
it really means. And then you handed us the clipboard that had all the categories, and people always ask me it, but yes, you did have all the names of the people in the tribe up top. So if I forgot people's names, I would remember their names. So thank you. Um, but that part of going through and trying to remember like who said what about what they were good at really fast, and a lot of the descriptors are less than specific, as evidenced by dexterity and our choice of James.
He has a very funny story about that in his interview too, being chosen for dexterity. Uh, but so let me ask you about this because I always love that during the first challenge we got a couple of shots where the favorites are so far out ahead, and there's these great shots where you're looking over at them, and I don't know what the emotion is, but to me I always read it as like pensive. I was trying to portray it as a little bit of like, is Daltrey having second thoughts about her team and her choices? But like, what were you thinking during that challenge where like you guys were behind for a while there?
We were. I mean, I didn't think that we were going to like pull ahead and ultimately win, to be honest. Um, I just felt like I was keeping track though. Like
Mm.
where are they at? Where are we at? When are we getting a little bit forward? When Josh carried the two boxes at once, was great because John Ton looked dismayed. Um, I didn't know we could do that. And and I was kind of like, ha ha, we did it. So we made up a little bit of ground. I just felt like I was keeping an eye on them so that if we needed any coaching or helping with my tribe, I would know where things were at to do it.
Sure, sure. You guys end up winning. You lead your tribe to victory, as we say in the episode, and you win an extra vote. You seemed unimpressed to have won an extra vote.
Okay, full confession, I've never watched an entire season of the actual Survivor. And I think I only ever watched episodes when you were in high school.
Mhm.
So I wasn't fully aware of like what does this mean? Like how is this to my benefit? What am I supposed to do? To put the blank paper in my pocket? Okay. Um, it seemed like you were presenting it as if it was like a great thing. And I was like, I don't get how.
Well, it's so because I always find those moments when I'm putting these together where like we got a player who I always want more players that are like not the Survivor diehard fans. Like I love having those in my cast. Uh, it's one of those moments I look back of like Dylan, if you had just given her 2 seconds of exposition of like when you go to vote at tribal council, like if you play that, you can cast 2 votes against somebody. Like it's just I always crack up. I'm like, Dylan, just like, tell the person what it is. Like, but part of me is glad I didn't because the reaction to it was so fun. It was just, oh, great. It's so good. Um,
Yeah, this is why I don't win poker games.
so you guys go to camp and there's this lengthy idol search. You've got some funny commentary throughout about this is not as fun as it looks on YouTube. Uh, what are the relationships that are starting to form when you guys are first at camp and like during this idol search? What are your relationships that are forming?
My there wasn't anyone that I had any sort of negative impressions about. It seemed like everyone was open and friendly, and I liked everyone. I mean, I very quickly felt a connection with Melody. I just felt like, oh, I could trust her. She's cool. So I initially felt more of a connection with Melody, Caroline, and Lizzie, and it felt like the four of us were together, but I had also felt like I had a good connection with Josh. Like he
Mm.
very early, very, very early on pulled me aside, I think at the beginning, and was like, I want to work with you at camp. And he was like, we're good. And I said, actually, yeah, I just had a good feeling about him that he was trustworthy and sincere. And yeah, he turned out to be more clever than that.
We'll definitely get into Josh a little bit more because I think that your relationship was it was not like a major storyline through the season, but we'll get to a little bit later. Like
Okay.
there's some really interesting scenes between the two of you that make it into the episodes, don't make it into the episodes, and we'll get into Josh because I think that was such a is you got to think like if you were Josh is the winner of the season, like we definitely showcase more of that, and it's just like I found the two of you kind of to be a duo there. You guys go on to lose the charades challenge, although you crushed the charades challenge, which kind of cried me up. I was like, right, like this makes sense to me of everything that I know of my mom, that she would do really well in the charades challenge.
Thank you.
Um, during that round afterwards, there's so much happening at your camp. Brian floats out your name, but then it gets back to you immediately in what I call like the second tattletale scene, where for the second time, Caroline and Melody come to you and say, Brian did something and we need to tell mom about it. Like, how are you feeling about your position at this point, that like your name has been floated, but also people are warning you about it? I don't know. How did you feel about that round?
That was confusing because it felt to me at that point, Brian had been playing really hard. He actually started playing the game before we even got to the first challenge in this way that was, I didn't know what to make of it because I didn't think we'd started, and he's already trying to make alliances in a big way. Um,
This is
and
the
I was just
bathroom
like,
alliance.
this is the bathroom alliance. Yes, after we walked up the hill, three of us went to use the bathrooms, and on the way back, he said to I think Melody and me, "Now, how about the three of us are an alliance? We'll stick together. Da 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 da. We'll be tight." And I'm thinking, we haven't started the game yet. Like, are we supposed to even be thinking about this yet? It just seemed weird. So we were like, you know what? That's something to think about. Okay. Um, so it seemed, and then other people thought he was playing hard, so that seemed to be the way. But when they came and told me that my name had been floated, I was glad they told me, but I was also like, wait, what? Like, it doesn't feel good to have your name thrown out, but the way they were telling me, it seemed clear to me that that was not the way they were going to vote.
Mm.
So I appreciated them letting me know what was going on.
Did you feel confident after hearing that? Like, okay, I'm good with this group, or was it still a little bit? Well, if it's out there, I have reason to be nervous. How are you feeling?
Um, I don't think I don't think I had a good handle on how nervous I ought to be. Um, I I wasn't super nervous at that point. Like I thought we had a good shot that Brian was going to be voted out. But of course, you always think like, what's going on with the people who aren't coming up and telling me something, or even people could be telling me they're voting for Brian and they're not. So
Mhm.
I was a little apprehensive going into that first tribal council. I was a little like, gosh, I really don't want it to be me.
Mhm. Mhm. Anything else from those first two rounds before we start to talk about that first tribe swap?
No, I think the only thing that came up was, are like, oh, the other thing that Brian did was find the idol and not tell anyone.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And that was like offensive to me because we had made a group decision that we were going to tell each other when we found an idol. And I just felt sort of played like that he would just lie to our faces like that, which I guess
Mm.
is actually part of the game. But it just, in the moment, I was like, what happened to us being a team? Like,
Mhm.
you're right from the bat, not doing what we all agreed to. So
Sure,
that was the other thing that, you know, made
sure.
him the target.
Right. Which, speaking of people not telling you about their idols, you do swap onto a new tribe where you end up with Sarah, Emma, and Jonton from the favorites, but you're also what seems probably the best combination for you. Like you have Melody and Lizzie from the fans tribe. So like I guess big picture, like talk to me about like the feeling of the tribe swap, and then we'll get into a little bit about John Ton because I can't not spend a few minutes with anybody who got to play with John Ton about John Ton. So like talk to me about like the experience of going through the tribe swap and like your first impressions of that new group.
It was confusing to do that so early on. Um, I chose Emma because, she's a favorite and I love Emma. and I can admit she's your sister-in-law, so she's in the family.
You had met her before
I
this.
had met her before, but just like I just really enjoy her.
Yeah.
So that was cool. But I also was thinking like the way it seemed initially with Lizzie and Melody, like we were going to stay tight, and at some point we would still be working with the original tribe members. Um, so it was kind of like a wait and see situation.
Talk to me about John Ton.
Hello, John Ton, who like comes with boxing gloves and hits trees. He's got he's got a unique kind of energy, but he's just like he just seems I'll get away with this because of my age. He seems like a good kid. He's and I don't mean that in an immature way, but just like he's got a lot of bouncy energy.
Mhm.
He's very enthusiastic
Yeah.
about things that maybe would seem more just regular to people, but yeah, I like him.
Now, something the viewers don't know is that at the start of day two, so we're flashing forward a little bit just for a second because it does come back to John Ton. I said to everybody, "Hey guys, like if there's any confessionals that you like, if you thought about anything overnight that you wants to get on camera, like before we start day two, like I'd love to get that." And you, I think, are the only person that says, I have something I need to say to the camera. And I was like, "Oh, okay, great." And we pull you aside, and all you do is talk about how guilty you feel about voting out John Todd, which like was so sweet, but like we also couldn't use it because like just the way the episodes worked out, we kind of had to like yada yada after John Todd goes out. There was no time to reflect on it.
Yeah.
Why did that one sit with you so much? Why did that one feel so bad to you after the fact?
Can't believe you reminded me about that. It was a really hard time. We had chosen someone else. I don't remember who. We had chosen someone else.
Mhm.
And then I think it was Lizzie in concert with someone else who came back and said, no, it's going to be John Ton. And I really wanted to fight to keep John Ton. I didn't have I didn't have a strong enough thing that if I laid it out, they'd go, oh my God, of course we should keep John Ton and vote out the other person. And I thought, part of this is figuring out just when to go along with the group.
Mhm.
And I felt I'd have no shot at getting John Ton, but I didn't even try. And that's what bothered me. So I literally had trouble falling asleep that night because I kept playing it back in my mind, going, how could I have said something? When should I have said something? You know, I just felt I just felt bad, like I didn't fight for him more. So yeah, when I when I came in, I was just like, I just feel so bad about this.
I've told him that, and I don't know if I ever sent him the clip. I'll have to. It's very, he loves it. He always brings up like, oh, Daltrey felt bad about me. Um, Talk to me a little bit about the relationship with Sarah at this point in the game. And I'm kind of flashing forward through like kind of both swaps, really. It's like you get swapped with her. You talk immediately about like really good impression. She's also in sort of like mental health care like you are. And then you get swapped a second time, so you're still with her. You're with her more than you're with your original tribe by the end of the day.
Mhm.
You're talking about, she might have started out pink, but she's teal. So I guess like talk to me about the relationship with Sarah at this point in the game on day one.
At that point, I just had a really good feel about her. Plus, yes, she's a clinical social worker. She's a psychotherapist, and that's my field. Um, and she's a mom, and she was talking a little bit about that, but she's just nice. She's just interesting, and I just felt like Sarah and I hit it off, and yeah, I felt like she was more similar to our tribe, um, and fit in with, Lizzie and Melody and Caroline and me.
Sure, sure. Did you t I actually don't remember this. I don't think that this ever happened. On day one, Did you and Sarah ever have an explicit conversation about working together? Do you remember?
I don't I don't recall that we did. Um, I don't recall that we had an explicit conversation about it. I thought there was sort of an implied connection, but we didn't
Sure.
actually say, we're in it together.
Sure. I mean that we'll talk more about the two of you on day two. Like that's like I think that's one of the most like fascinating dynamics that has popped up in any of these seasons is the relationship between you and Sarah. And it starts on day one with like you have like such strong impressions like she's on our team, she's with us 100%, but as you just said, she has not confirmed that. And she's talking her confessions about like, I like Daltrey a lot. I want to work with Daltrey, but Daltrey's very competitive. Daltrey's here to win. I thought that was a really, I love that little soundbite. It's sort of like of you two like describing each other in these like not contrasting ways, but like you're not totally in sync about each other. Yeah, I think that it's really fascinating. Anything else
Side
from,
note, when I watched that episode with friends of mine at work, and there was that clip of her saying I'm very competitive, and I was like, I can't believe she said I'm competitive, and like they all look at me and they're like, really? So, I guess she's probably very good at what she does professionally.
it's very, I don't know that I would have ever used the word competitive to describe you. And I told Jason that, and they were like, "What are you talking about? Like, mom's very competitive." And I was like, or I don't know if they said it like with that much emphasis, but they're like, "Yeah, mom's competitive." Like, what do you mean? So that's funny to me. I don't know that I would have used like that would not be in the first 20 adjectives I used to describe you, I don't think. Until I kind of think now, having seen you play, I'm like, I guess she is kind of competitive. Not like a bad sport, but like, you know,
I would say it's not so much that I'm competitive, is I would prefer to win.
oh my God. Um, anything else from day one? I know we sort of yada yada a couple rounds, but like there's not your tribe wins a while. You go through that. We already talked about the John Ton vote. Anything else from day one before we move on?
I think just the one after it ended, we're all walking out together. We're very excited about having made it to the end of day one because we know what that means. We're on day two, and it's
Mhm.
like a big, big deal. And we get to the parking lot, and people are separating out, and um, Josh is going to walk to the
I've heard
Airbnb or
about this.
wherever he was
Yeah.
headed. And I was like, how about I give you a ride? And he's like, no, 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 it's okay. I'm like, no, really, I'm driving past close enough to where you're going. It's certainly in the same direction. And it really doesn't matter. Once you're in a car, the car goes. So whatever, I'll give you a ride. And he was real resistant. And finally he was like, okay, thanks. So he gets in the car and we're chatting away. And I asked him, do you want me to pick you up in the morning? Same thing, and bring you in. And he was like, no. I'm like, what is this about? He's like, people saw us leave together. If people see us drive back in together, they're going to think we're in an alliance and that we have a secret alliance going on. And I'm like, no, I'm like giving you a ride. Like I didn't think that made sense at all.
Hmm.
And it totally made sense to him to not look like we were in some secret alliance.
That's so fun. I did hear about that after the fact, and it just, again, that's part of like what's great. I think about having like there are people that play this game where like they play so many of these, and like they know these things to look out for, and then there's like kind of like normal people, decent members of society who come in and are just like, "Can I just give you a?" That's very funny.
Just give you a ride. It's been a long day. It's hot. We're sweaty. You're looking forward to your shower.
Exactly. Uh, where was your head at going into day two? Like, who are you thinking? Once we merge, I want to reconnect with these people. Is there anybody standing out to you as like these are the people that I want to try to get out? Like, where are you at going into day two?
The people I felt most connected with were actually from the original tribe in terms of Melody,
Hmm.
Lizzie, Caroline, and Josh to a certain extent.
Hmm.
Um, I actually didn't get how many tribe swaps there were going to be. That was a little spinny.
Hmm. Hmm. I'm
So.
sure I think it's very easy for us watching like week to week to kind of keep track of it. But in the moment, I'm sure it's totally disorienting to even think about like, oh, Dan, I've never met you before. Like, nice to meet you, you know?
Exactly. And it's like you, who I got along with so well, and it looks like we're doing great together, are now on the other team. Like, yeah, it is a
So
little disorienting.
talk to me about that merge round. So, the nine of you go back to camp. Dan has immunity. He has a friendship bracelet he's going to give out, likely to a close ally of his, like Tony or Sarah. It starts to leak that Sarah has the idol from her team. What was your thought process during that round? And maybe even before I get to that, let me put a pin in that. Reaction to hearing the rumor that Sarah has the idol.
I had had a conversation with her in which I felt she told me she didn't have the idol.
Mhm,
I think she feels she was more vague about it
mhm,
and didn't sort of outright lie. Gave me that impression on purpose that she didn't have it, but she didn't literally say, I don't have the idol. And for whatever reason, I remember feeling like it was a stronger, clearer statement that she didn't have the idol. So when I started hearing rumors that she had an idol, I'm like, I don't know. I asked her straight out, one on one. She told me she didn't have it, so I don't think she has it.
mhm.
So there was that piece. And then we had a plan that, you know, Lizzie should probably start a marionette company because actually behind the scenes they were making things happen a lot. And they had come up with uh is this the one where this is not one I might be conflating two ones.
This is the one where you all decide to vote out James.
So right. So what happened was we had thought we who were part of the original tribe had thought they're gunning for James and we don't want James to be out.
Mhm,
So we thought we'll vote out Sarah. And I was with, I think again, Lizzie and Melody, and Lizzie worked out the math real fast that if I used my extra vote on Sarah, that would save James. Later, they found out that it seemed quite likely Sarah had the idol.
mhm,
And didn't come back that I recall to tell me, oh, it's simply not going to work. Sarah has an idol. It's going to have to be James. There you go. So I went into it thinking, and I remember when I was walking to vote, I turned back and I looked at who was there together, and I'm trying to do the math quick of do I need to use my extra vote or do not need to use my extra vote? And then I thought, just trust Lizzie. They said to use the extra vote on Sarah, do it. And so I did it. And that really turned out poorly for my ongoing relationship with Sarah.
Well, so that's actually my next question is the fallout with Sarah. And again, this is like you know, it's kind of I think like the closest we have to like conflict on the show. Like again, like things get kept pretty light, but like this is like one of the few times where like two people, I don't know, to call it like a confrontation, I think gives it more weight than it has. But like I remember like watching the footage of the two of you for the first time and like I don't know if it's just because like this is my mom and this is like somebody I've done community theater with who I really admire, like at odds with each other. Like I felt very tense watching it. And I was like, I don't know how much of this to keep in the episode. Like now, like I watch, I'm like, okay, like that was not anything. But like at the time, I was like, so like I guess talk to me about the fallout with that. Like she didn't tell you about the idol. Uh, I interviewed her a couple of weeks ago, and I sort of danced around the word lied because I was like, well, I don't know if she lied, and she was like, I lied. She's like, yeah, like even if I think what she said to me, well, we'll see the interview when I rewatch it when it comes out. But I think that she said I never outright said I do not have it, but I lied by omission, and that's a lie. And I was like, okay, like fair, like you said it, not me. Like okay, uh, but I don't know. And you and I have talked about this a little bit, like this debate of who's in the right and who's in the wrong. It's like she lied to you about the idol. You cast two votes against her. I think that I think that you and I have a different opinion about this. So I'm kind of curious, like, where are you at now about like that question of like, I guess which is worse in the game of Survivor, to vote for somebody or to lie to somebody. What do you think?
Well, I I honestly saw my votes against her more like strategy in alignment with Lizzie. See, this is what I'm saying about them. They have more power than I think I was realizing at the time. To stay in an alliance with who I thought was the larger part of the group, the Lizzie, Melody, Caroline,
Mhm.
me, um, and saving James, because he's a good guy and he's been waiting to be in Survivor. I heard how he had watched the first two Millennium Parks and was like always commenting and always really psyched about it. So I didn't see it against Sarah so much as in favor of James
Mm,
and in keeping with um, the agreement that I'd made with people with whom I had an alliance.
sure.
But
So
then
how,
when she and I talked, and she's like, "You used both votes," and I thought, "What am I supposed to say? Like, is this the place where like you lie or you admit it or whatever?" And then I saw after watching the show, I saw how so many people in MP3 had conversations about, well, I voted for you, but this was the thinking and this is why, and maybe we can make
Mhm.
nice and get along. I just felt like trapped. And so I'm like, yeah, I did, but you already lied to me. And
Mhm.
she's like, I didn't lie to you. I'm like, you did. So we're both like, I don't really trust you,
Mhm. Mhm.
which was too bad.
What's
But I
your
also I thought she and Dan had like an ironclad alliance. And I didn't realize till actually watching it on TV that Dan was fully committed to her. And she was like, take it or leave it. If it helps me, sure. If not, okay.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um,
Has your perception of that point in the game shifted like a year later, having now watched it play out? Like now where do you come out on this idea of like, the dynamic with Sarah at that point? And obviously there's still more to come, but like at that has your view of that particular moment shifted at all?
yeah, I wish I had handled it differently. I wish that
Mm,
I had had a more straightforward conversation
mm,
about this was my thinking. And honestly, what I just laid out about just trying to save James. And I truly didn't believe she had an idol because of what she'd said, and just sort of laid out to her and see if we could come to an understanding.
sure, sure. I think the other really interesting relationship around this time is the dynamic with Josh. I saw you in what I saw as sort of the tether between the group that you're a part of, the Lizzie, Melody, Caroline coalition, and Josh. And like they all have their own dynamics with Josh. Uh, at this point, like Lizzie really wants him out. We see very soon that him and Melody are at odds. But it seemed like you were the one that could kind of talk to him about these things. I don't know. What was your perception of the relationship with Josh at this point? And this includes the round where he starts a lot of commotion at tribal council.
Didn't he? I liked him. I felt we had this early alliance that I felt we had maintained. And he, I mean, to be honest, he knows Survivor really well and he has strategy in mind all the time. And I thought, no, I didn't know that, and I also thought he was kind of screwing up with some of the like games he was playing with people. And that if he sort of just got on the straight and narrow for lack of a better term, that if he shifted a bit, he would have a stronger alliance with those of us who had initially wanted to have a strong alliance with him. Because initially several people did until, we chatted later and realized he's telling all these people, it's just you and me.
Right.
You're my number one. We're going to stay together. And then it's like, oh, yeah.
I think this is also around the time. I'm trying to remember. I know that Melody makes an explicit final two with Lizzie. Were you starting to think about who you might want to go to the end with, or was it more focused on like I'm just here to go as far as I can?
I was there to go as far as I can, but the farther I went, I did reach a point where I thought, okay, the final four will be Caroline, Melody, Lizzie, and me. And I have no way of winning this because I'm not going to win this, which is fine. It's really cool to go as far as I've gotten, and I felt really sure I'd make the final four because I thought the final six would include Sarah and Dan, and that first Dan would go and then Sarah would go.
Sure,
So,
sure.
so that's what I was thinking.
So
I was wrong. Spoiler alert.
well, I want to jump to that round, but I guess I've sort of yada yada, but between like the Tony vote where like Josh blows up the tribal council to then you guys then vote out Josh next, which just to highlight one of my favorite moments of the entire series is when you look at Josh and just say that was not good strategy. That makes me laugh every single time I see it. Uh, Anything from any of those rounds before we get into your final episode?
Just the tribal council where he sort of went off the rails and was like, hold the vote. I want to have all these conversations. First of all, I didn't even know that could happen. So I was like, at one point I remember looking at you like, Dylan,
I remember.
like step in because this isn't how, because I'd been at the other tribal councils and that didn't happen. So, but what he was doing just seemed outrageous and like as I said to him, it seemed like he was it wasn't going to end well.
Mhm.
You can't, it seemed like you can't just create chaos for chaos's sake. And what you're trying to now accomplish simply isn't going to happen. So why are you even trying to do this here?
Sure. I know your reactions to that, like just that whole sequence is so good, and then like your commentary of like what is happening is so good. It's so funny. Uh, but so that does bring us to the round where you do end up getting voted out, and we'll walk through a couple of phases of this. Like when you're at camp before that vote, like you're noticing suspicious behavior from Caroline. Like you piece together, like everybody figures out, like okay, like, between Dan and Sarah, there's three votes right now, and there's four of us. All it takes is one person to flip over for that to happen, and you do see Caroline talking to them, and in that moment, you say directly to Lizzie, "Something's going on." Like, talk to me about that feeling, and what were you thinking as far as were you feeling like you were personally in danger? What are you thinking at that point?
I had no idea why she was possibly doing that, you know, because it was so clear. Sarah had two, Dan had one, that's three. The four of us vote together, Dan's off. As Lizzie said later on, there were many, many people who wanted to have not a man win the show this time.
Hmm.
And so it just seemed so reasonable to me that Dan was going to go next. That, I mean, when we went back to camp, I was just like, this is the one time, honest to God, this was the one time where I'm like, I am not worried about this vote at all. Like, I am not worried. It is so Dan. And then it seemed like the next one would be Sarah because of the four of us. So when she was over there talking, I didn't know what that meant in terms of her potentially flipping or what she was doing, because
Hmm.
she certainly didn't need to be talking to them. Um, and Lizzie was absolutely clear with me, do not worry.
Hmm.
You don't have to worry. You're good. I was like, or we're good, like,
You
yeah.
do talk to Caroline before you guys go to tribal, and you say to her directly, "It made me nervous to see you talk to Dan and Sarah." I think in the episode we just see she kind of like laughs. It's like, "Oh no, don't worry." I don't even know if she says that much. Like, do you remember in the moment? Did she say something that made you feel like, okay, I don't have to worry, or was it still like, this is still weird?
I was a little less so, but I did still think it was weird
Mhm.
because I hadn't, unless I'm remembering wrong, I hadn't seen them pull her off like we want to talk with you, in which case she'd have no choice but to talk with them. So, yeah.
Sure. So we get to the tribal council. You described in the show like you were starting to get like you were getting puppy dog eyes from somebody, but it wasn't the somebody that we saw in the episode. Like, talk to me about that tribal council and you starting to realize what was about to happen.
Well, it wasn't like a subtle insight. At some point, Melody turns to me and just looks really sad and goes, I'm really sorry, Daltrey. And I was like, wait, what? And I mean, clearly that means I'm getting voted off.
Hmm.
And I also thought, wait, why is Melody saying this? Has she flipped and she voted me off? Because why else would she be sorry if she wasn't the one that did it?
Hmm.
So, and that felt honestly really blindsiding because I had no doubt about my alliance with Melody. Primary, secondary, very close second, Lizzie. So for Melody, Melody would be like the last person I would have thought would betray me like that. And so I didn't and get why she would say it, except for she must have done it.
Hmm.
And of course, I found out that that wasn't it. She'd heard how it was going down. Um, but I mean, my stomach just sank, absolutely sank. Like
Yeah.
I really thought I'd be in the top six.
Yeah. Yeah. So then we get to like the moment that like I still can't watch that moment without tearing up where you do get voted out. Like I don't know. I we've talked about this a little bit. Like that was very surreal for me. That was about like I was dreading that in the lead up to the game. Like if I thought about that, like I would get emotional just thinking about like you're gonna have to say, "Mom, the tribe has spoken," and she'll have been voted out. But I think I've told you this. I always assumed that like you would get voted out in like sort of like a hero's send off. Like there'd be some sort of like I don't know. In my mind, it was always like Daltrey, like we really like you, but for XYZ, very agreeable reasons, like it has to be you this time, and that you would have a moment to say like you know what everybody like. It's been really wonderful playing with you. Like, I don't know. I just had this whole image that it would actually be like a very nice affair. And then to find out, and I didn't even realize until after the game, like, what a big betrayal it was. I think that Caroline flipping to the other side is like the biggest betrayal in any three seasons, and the victim of it was my mom. Like I don't know what I guess walk me through like that moment. We've talked about like should we have hugged each other when you got voted out? I don't know. Like what was that like from your perspective?
I mean, that whole part was surreal because first, after what Melody said, I mean, my stomach sunk. I just felt like nauseated, like so blindsided, and so like I said, going into it, that was the one vote where I was like, it's Dan,
Right.
no worries. Um, and so it was as blindsided as I could have been.
Hmm.
And obviously, no explanation of anything at that point. So then you say that, and I walk up, and up until, when I thought about you in your role, I think of like, I've seen you act in so many plays. When you're in a role, you're in a role. And I don't think of you as like, you know, my son is pretending to be this and such character in a play. You are fully in the role. So I had always held you like when you're doing this, you're the Jeff Probst character, you're in a role. But then when it actually happened and I walk up, I was like, oh man, this is like you're also my kid.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
I stood there for a second feeling like if you make any motion towards giving me a hug, I absolutely will give you a hug. But if you don't, you're holding on to your role.
Hmm.
I will stay in my role as,
Yeah.
a player.
Yeah.
But
Don't go ahead.
yeah, that's it. And then, walking off and talking to the camera. Honestly, until I saw the footage, I had no memory of what I said to the camera.
Yeah. Well, you're one of those nice ones where, like, no matter what the feelings were, you had very nice things to say, which is always, not everybody has nice things to say when they get voted out. And then I usually go, I'm just gonna leave the nicest things in that they say. But you were very nice about. I don't know if I've told you this before that like when the like so people I don't know if people realize this like I'm the one who films the votes as they're being cast. I remember like the first couple start coming in for you, and I like turn to the people, but like the rest of the crew's like behind me, and I'm like, guys, is this what's happening? Like before enough have come in that it's confirmed it to you, and they're like, yeah, this is what's happening. And I remember like it like between votes getting teary, like as like the next person came, and, like I knew what was about to happen, and like I think I said to the crew that was like films you guys as you walk out, I was like, I need you to capture every second of her walking out of this forest because I knew I was like, this is gonna be like the emotional like peak of the season is like Daltrey goes. I was like, I don't even know what I don't even know like what the game looked like. I had no as far as I knew, like maybe you were the villain of the season. I don't know. I hadn't seen enough to know. I was pretty sure you weren't. But I knew that that was gonna be important. I think one for like me as a storyteller and like the person put together, but like also just important for me personally. Like this was such a cool thing that we got to share and like to get to have that like extra, like I play like the special music when you get voted out. And like I think your final words are like longer than anyone else's because I was like, it matters like what you said about this experience. So I always just really loved how that, despite the fact that I can't watch it without tearing up, I do love how that episode came out.
Yeah. I just want to say, I think thinking back, why I said what I said was because those were my deepest and longest lasting feelings about it all. And like this piece about betrayal was so minimal compared to the bigger thing. And yeah.
I love that.
And I also didn't want to throw Melody under the bus in case actually it didn't go down the way I first assumed, because then I'd be like, oh my God, that's going to be in the show and then Melody's going to see, and that's awful if she's actually been, you know.
Well, it was perfect that you said someone gave me because then I could like cut to a shot of Caroline and be like, "Oh, don't worry, guys, she figured out it was Kit." Like I don't know, like that was yes. For those who don't know, like it was all fake editing. Dolce thought it was Melody, and it was actually Caroline. What was the? I guess before I get to like the actual experience that continued the game, I'm curious. Next episode, we've got, Melody saying like F that, revenge for Daltrey, and like voting out Caroline and be like, this is for Daltrey, rest easy, Angel, you deserve so much better. Like, and the
I
devil
know.
works hard, but Melody works harder. Like how even Lizzie's like, frankly, I'm pissed. Like, I don't know, like how was that for you to like see? I don't think anybody else gets such a visceral reaction from their allies after they're voted out. What was that like for you watching it after the fact?
Well, obviously, I really, really appreciated it. Um, because it reinforced what I thought we had as far as connections and,
Mm.
you know, I mean, we had a Survivor alliance, obviously, but they're both very special. Melody, in particular, for any number of reasons, she's just a very dear person. She's very sincere. Um, I don't, she's a lovely person. And so it felt really nice, of course, to have that. And since I had like three different watch parties going on with different friends of mine, you know, they were like, yeah, and
Do you,
psyched about
do you
what
do you want to
Melody was saying.
explain, because our viewers don't know about this, what your process was for watching the season with friends?
We had the three different ways we did it.
Yes.
So at work, so I organized a watch party at work. So uh, every Tuesday at 5, we would go to one of the family rooms. It's like a little conference room, but with couches and comfy chairs and huge screen TV, and would watch an episode. And and I'd keep pausing it because they'd have questions, and I mean, honestly, most of these people don't watch Survivor. So, and then of course they kept asking questions. I'm like, just stick with it. Dylan explains that when they get to that, which you do. So we were watching every week, and they were having people they liked and people they didn't like, and a lot of kibitzing going on. Then at home, I had my not work friends coming over every other week. We would have a potluck dinner, and then we were watching 2 episodes, and then they had to wait 2 weeks for the next one. And then I had this other group of friends from work who weren't available when the other people were, and they decided to organize, oh, we'll all go over to this one psychiatrist's house, and she and her husband would put on a nice dinner, and they have painted one wall of their living room to be a screen. So it is the largest screen imaginable. It's like a drive-in theater. And we did the same thing where we watched 2 episodes every other week. So we were having it all over the place.
That's so wildly cool. I want to circle back though about Melody. You know, you talk about what a special person she is, how dear and sincere she is. Any feeling about how she treated me during this season?
Oh my God. It was like you had a little sister that you never had. She was just like so feisty. And I so know that you jive with that beautifully. But it just seemed like there's the little sister that you never had. She just was everything you said, she found a way to pick on you. It was
That was
adorable.
that specific piece of like my greatest rival is my mom's best ally. Like that's like just so funny. Like you couldn't have made that
She
up.
was not your rival. She
Who was
was
my
not
rival?
your
John Todd.
rival.
She
No.
has said she's my rival.
Has she?
She has. I think she said she's
Oh,
my. Or I think she said like she's my biggest op. I don't know. It's short for
okay.
opposition.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't know if you knew that one.
I didn't think you meant old person.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Uh,
But she is younger than you.
yes, she is. I feel like I'm 100 years old when I talk to Melody.
And she's definitely treating you like an older brother.
Yeah,
I thought.
hear that, Melody? We should be friends. We're friends. Uh, what? Let's
I
talk
can
about
invite
the.
her to Thanksgiving.
You could invite her to Thanksgiving, Melody. If you're watching this far into the interview, which I hope you are, because this is Daltrey singing your praises here. You should come to Thanksgiving this year. We'd love to have you.
Please do. Please,
Please do.
please do.
Um, Let me ask you this. I have hosted a lot of these. I've hosted a lot of final tribal councils. I've never had a player, a jury member, uh, uh, decide not to ask a question at a final tribal council. So I guess, you know, why no question or statement? Like why did you decide, I'm good. I've heard enough. I know what's going on. Like how did you know that at that point?
I couldn't think of a great question that needed to be asked. It was also, honestly, it was getting dark. You were exhausted and you needed us to complete the filming while the sun was still up at all. Um, and I didn't feel like, oh, I just need to speak for the sake of speaking. I don't actually have a great question, so I'm good.
All right. Did you know going into it that you'd be voting for Lizzie? Like, were you a locked vote for Lizzie? Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, like I was going to vote for Sarah, A, and B, Lizzie played a really good stealth game.
Mhm.
Like they always seemed, they didn't seem in the moment to be controlling it as much as I think they actually did on retrospect.
Yeah.
And they just played a solid game.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Uh, any, you know, we'll I have some viewer questions that we can get into now. This is not a viewer, but this is from Caroline. Caroline wrote in and said, "Do you know what mother means? And do you know that your mother are you familiar with mother as a slang term and not as an expletive, but just as
I
have you
could
ever heard like
Google it fast.
she's giving mother? Like, does that mean anything to you? I don't know if I'm using it.
I can take a wild guess, but why don't I let you say something?
According to Google, uh, mother isn't just about being a parent. It's a term of endearment and respect, often used to describe someone who is iconic, powerful, and confidently feminine. It can be applied to celebrities, but anyone exhibiting a strong, admirable quality. So, this is actually
Oh,
people have been calling you mother all season. It's been very funny to me to be getting these messages from strangers and not strangers, but people who watch or like other players, viewers, whatever, whoever it might be, say Daltrey's mother, and I'm like, yeah, she's my mother.
oh, that's so sweet. I love that. You know, honestly, when asked to define myself, like that's first and foremost in my self-definition.
Mhm.
So, um, and so I'm good with that for sure. And yeah, once I got a better handle on why Caroline did what she did,
Yeah.
then I mean, then it became joking that, we were never going to sing Sweet Caroline again, kind of thing. It was no longer serious.
Yeah, do you we kind of glazed over that, like we're so focused on like the Sarah relationship because that's I think that one gets captured a little bit more, but like the Caroline relationship, like that one, like we see from like the very start of the game, like you're the one that like she's the one that's like, how do you know Dylan? And you're like, I'm his mom, and like to like how it
She's
ends up
like, what?
and like how it ends up for you to like where like what was that like for you afterwards to like kind of like process that and then to eventually I know you two didn't even get to speak really until like we had our watch party the following March. Like what was that like for you to like kind of like understand why she did what she did?
Parenthetically, I confronted her a little bit when she was voted off and came back to where the tribal council
Yes.
is, and it was no longer a thing happening. Well, I mean, I thought for sure, given who was remaining, I would be in the final four. Dan's gone, Sarah's gone, like I said, I'd be in the final four. And I was also certain I wasn't going to win. So those I really felt that was the outcome. And so when after the game, and I talked with you about it, you said to me, no, Caroline voted for you because she thought that if it came down to, the four of you, it would be the three of you, or if it came down to just the two of you, it would be me. And I was like, that's very sweet, Dylan, but that's not true. Like I thought you were being like
Right.
a sweet son and just saying something nice about it. But I also was like, that is completely not how it would have gone down. So it makes no sense that she would have thought that because it certainly wasn't going to go down that way. Um, and then when I talked to her, and also of course when I saw the footage, I was like, oh, you weren't just like being nice. This was actually what was going on behind the scenes as far
Mhm.
as what her thinking was, and I totally didn't realize that. Um, so yeah, but I was really, really glad when she was the next person voted out. I just really felt at that point uh, that the others would have my back.
In my
And
memory,
I
there's
was
no
like, you know, it was like that Josh moment of being like, that wasn't a good move.
in my
Because she would
memory,
have been in the final four.
right, right. Although as Melody, Lizzie, and you have said, like you three are tighter, so like of course it could have said like, well, like what am I gonna do, like go to four to just get out at four, so like it makes sense that she did something, but
Yes.
yeah, I in my memory there's no footage of this to corroborate it, and I think I asked Caroline about this and she didn't remember. In my memory she gets to like the jury, and like once you find out what she did you say you shouldn't have done that. I don't know if you actually did, but like I have this very vivid memory of it, and then like laughter, and like you shouldn't have done that.
I did say something along those lines.
That's so
Just
funny.
because it really, honestly, it bothered me more than it should have. It's sort of embarrassing, but it did really bother me at the time. And also, there's also like this part of my brain that's like, this is a game.
Right.
Like, let's not pretend like the stakes were high for something here. So I also knew it was just like in the moment. I was also really shocked by by the time I got to that point in the game, like how much I really was wanting to be in the final four
Mhm.
and how bummed I was about being voted out when I did.
Well, it's like a really visceral experience. Is I think like it's hard to understand before you play, and I don't even I've never played. Like I don't even if I grasp it myself, but like you get so invested. Even like it's a silly game. It's in the woods, but like in the moment, it feels really real.
Yeah, the relationships are real. They feel very real. They don't feel like, we're playing doubles tennis and we were matched for some reason. But yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. So I did take it personally,
Yeah.
and I also had that part of my brain going, I mean, she's also one of the kids in the game. Like, let's be reasonable here.
Right.
So I did say something, but it was also with laughter because,
Yeah. Yeah.
she's actually a good person.
Yes.
Don't tell her I said that.
Yeah, she's uh I have a question from Peter, who's a friend of mine in this Survivor game community. Peter asks, when are you playing another Survivor game? There's a lot of games
Well,
out there. What do you think?
I could think of two scenarios in which I play another Survivor game. One, you run more games and do another one with favorites, and I would love to come back as a favorite. I would do that. Or, and I think I saw one of these and I mentioned it to you. Sometimes there are Survivor games out there in the world where they have like mother-son teams where they have
Yes.
like,
Yes.
you know, and I was like, I I would do that with you.
Well,
I would
that
absolutely do a Survivor game out in the wild.
that's
Not like really wild, like
right.
overnight, but yeah, I would do that with you.
Well, I recently, I think I told you this, I recently helped film somebody else's game, and there was a lot of people on production who had watched Millennium Park, and they're like, "Are we gonna get Daltrey next year? Do you think we can get Daltrey next year?" So I'm just saying, I know that you follow the live reality games casting Instagram account, who has also sent me many messages about how much they like you. So there's been a lot of, I tell you, if you,
I did love the shout outs there. I was like, this is hysterical. Like that I would get a shout out on this Instagram page. But no, yeah, I follow that page and I'm interested in all these different games that are going on.
and you just say to me, "Oh, did you see that there's one happening here?" And I'm like, "I guess, Mom." Like, I see they post a lot, and I love that. I love that you're plugged into it, and like I've told you this. If you decide that you want to play one of these, they will cast you. They will cast you. That is a certainty.
Okay.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
It will it just to do one, it would never be the same. I mean, it's so tied to you and my
Mm,
relationship with you. You know, before you do them, you always talk with me about all of the prep, and we sort of do like this whole pre-game thing, which was weird. We couldn't do it this time. Obviously, you wouldn't tell me anything. Even had Zach interview me, but he was delightful. I have to say, he was delightful. Um, uh, so yes, I did actually have to apply and be interviewed, but I don't know. It's like it's like what I do with you is Survivor,
yeah,
not
yeah.
like,
You don't just do it for the
yeah,
love of the game. Yeah,
right.
fair enough. Lizzie submitted a question. Lizzie actually said too, and the first question was, "Would you do a like a loved one season with Dylan?" But it sounds like that's a resounding yes, you would. Uh,
Is that what they're called, the loved one season?
it's the term is blood versus water.
Oh,
There's a Survivor season called Blood versus Water where it's like
yeah,
one
yeah,
season,
yeah.
yeah. So that's the premise. Would you do a Blood versus Water season with Dylan? And this sounds like a yes. Lizzie's other question: what surprised you the most about the experience?
That's a good question. I was, I think I was surprised by how embedded in the game I felt. Like it was, uh, I guess they're called live reality games because there's an aspect of it that becomes reality.
Mm,
And I felt really embedded in it, in a way I didn't expect to. And then I think as a result, like when I made it to the end of day one and I knew I'd be in day two, like we were all exuberant, which included me. I was like really exuberant. It's like it mattered at that point, and I was really psyched to uh to have done it. So I think that level,
mm,
um, in part because I really didn't think I'd make it far because when there's someone who's clearly older than the other people,
sure.
that person always gets voted off first, unless occasionally second. But so I wasn't really, and as you may know, Jason even was like, um, why are you getting a motel room? Because if you get voted off early, you can just go home. I was like, well, Dylan has my table, so I'm gonna have to stick around. I was like, do you have no faith in me at all? But I wasn't actually feeling strongly that I'd make it to the end of like the whole first day. So getting embedded in it, I think, and just
Well, take
I,
that, Jason. Our mom is the best Survivor player in this family. undeniably. Um,
And I
with
really like the people. I mean, like you really make some connections. We immediately started all like having a group text and being in touch, and it's cool.
Melody texts you back faster than she texts me. You and I
Well,
both wish her happy birthday. She got back to you immediately. She got back to me hours later.
yeah, as it should be.
As it should be. Daltrey, any final reflections on the experience of the game or watching it over the last several months? Anything else you want to say about the experience?
The experience has been so much larger than I ever would have anticipated. Um, Doing it and getting so into it was much more than I expected. And then these watch parties and such, I'm having so much fun connecting with other people over it and maintaining some connections with people who I played with and this live reality game Instagram. Like it's it's just been a wonderful experience. And, uh, I feel really good about having done it. Um, I feel really good about having done it.
That's awesome. Anything that you want to give a shout out to? Anything you want people to check out?
Having nothing to do with Survivor, the other completely different thing I've been passionately involved in has been the Berkshire Community Diaper Project, which actually there's an entire national diaper bank network because diapers are expensive. They're not covered by Wicker Snap, and people need them. They're mandatory to have for babies. So, whatever community you're in, look and see if there's a diaper bank. And if there is, and you are in a position to contribute, please contribute because you're really helping out families by doing that.
That's awesome. Check out the link in the description below for opportunities to donate to the Diaper Project. So, Daltrey, thank you so much for joining me. This was so fun to, once again, we've done this many times over the last 14 months, but to formally dive into this with you. And always a pleasure to see you over a Zoom call.
Absolutely. And I've definitely connected with you in yet a different way because of doing this, which, you know,
Absolutely.
what is more delightful than that to a mother?
This was legitimately very cool to like have this different have this new element to our our relationship, our dynamic, like that. Yeah, that for like 2 days it was like player and host, and that like there's this like larger element to it of mother. It's like, I don't know, I thought that it was such a cool experience. And like, I don't know, this is like a, sometimes I think about like the people on this season that like a lot of them was like, oh, this was like my game, and like I got edited a certain way, like what, like good or bad or indifferent. But to me this is like, well, actually this is also like for me like a little time capsule of like a weekend I spent with my mom. Like like this is like a very cool thing that's going to exist for a long time for us to have.
So maybe second half of answer to Lizzie's question. It was hmm, it was so cool to spend an entire weekend both with watching you in action with this because we often hear about like where our kids work and what it's like, but we don't get to see them. And a lot of the skill set that you have that works at work is part of what you do here. And so to actually watch you doing it was very, very cool. But to also spend 2 full days having everyone tell me how wonderful you are. Like there were people on the crew who I knew because in earlier iterations they had been on the show,
Mhm.
and I'd go up to them and be like, Eric, you love to play this game. Why are you spending 2 days filming it? And he was like, Dylan's doing this. I just want to, be a part of it because he's great to work with and it's always fun to be a part of it from any angle. And like all these people are telling me how dedicated they are to you and they're showing up because of their connection to you and the sort of community I think you've grown from doing this, but you're at the center. And I mean, what's better than to spend 2 entire days hearing people be very sincere about how much they love you and enjoy you? I was just like that. I was in tears. That was just wonderful.
I'm glad it wasn't just me that was in tears that week.
No.
Oh, I love that. It was very. I always loved when you shared that with me, a while ago. It's always nice to hear. But all right, I think that does it for tonight. Thank you everybody for tuning in to another Survivor Millennium Park 3 postseason interview, and we'll catch you on the next one.
Excellent.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Survivor Millennium Park 3 postseason interview. I say another interview, but really, this is the last one. Unless you watched them out of order of what I posted them, which I mean, come on, guys, we put this in order for a reason. But I am joined today by none other than the sole survivor of Survivor Millennium Park 3. They started out, actually, before the season, they started out on the camera crew for season 2. We're going to get into a little bit of that. And then they ended up on the fans tribe, where they won an incredible come from behind win in the first challenge. And to say that the rest of the weekend went perfectly is maybe an overstatement, but the rest of the weekend went really well for them with swaps and alliances and another puzzle win at like a key moment at the end of the game. And then ultimately, not only a unanimous win, no votes cast against them the entire season. I'm so excited to sit down with Survivor Millennium Park 3 fan versus favorites, sole survivor, Lizzie. Lizzie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. I'm excited to sit down with you and talk about all things Survivor Millennium Park. You really get to the bottom of
Yes.
why are you so amazing, and like how like have you always been this perfect and wonderful? And we're gonna get into childhood. No, I'm just kidding. So,
Great.
uh, Lizzie, I'd love to start out like I mentioned, you were on the crew for season 2, and then every time I saw you after that, you said to me, Dylan, you gotta do another one. I gotta play. I gotta play. Uh, but I believe you've said that you weren't like a Survivor fan before any of this. So I guess I'm curious, how did being on the crew either prepare you for this or just get you excited to do it? I don't know, how did that translate to you then showing up to the park in June of 2024 and dominating the season?
I mean, I don't live under a rock, so I knew about Survivor before I had any interaction with Millennium Park. And like filming the season going into it, filming season 2, I mean, I hadn't really watched. There was one season, and it's such a random season, that I had watched some of at some point while it was airing, but had never actually watched it. And then I filmed season 2, and it was so fun, and I was like, I gotta get on this. So I have seen not every season, but most of the named seasons, and then a lot of the newer seasons as well. So yeah, but really I had the most fun filming, and I was like, I have to do this. So I did corner Dylan every time I saw him, and was like, please let me do this. Please do another season. And you weren't going to.
That's true.
And I'm not saying it was just me that made you do season 3, but
it was a factor. I am easily manipulated, and people being a little bit I told Caroline that her coming up to me at a bar and be like, "Are you the guy from Millennium Park?" Like that played a big role in season 3 happening. Yeah, shout out to Caroline. Did Drew and Julia, so for our viewers who might not know that you're part of the friend group with Drew and Julia, who had an amazing run on season 2, Drew went on to win. Did they give you any advice? Was there any pressure that both of them made the final 4, so you have to do well too?
I felt so much pressure because I was like, not only did they both make jury, Drew won and Julia was voted out right before the end. I was like, I have big shoes to fill.
Did they give you any advice?
They definitely did. I think they were mostly just be yourself and don't stress too much, and just make sure that you are being your friendly self. And I was like, okay.
That is excellent advice, and I do feel like in retrospect, really specifically worked out for you.
Yeah, yeah. And I think if they gave me any other advice, I would have overthought it. So like that, it was actually perfect for me.
I love that. So we get to the park. It's June 1st, 2024. Beautiful day at Millennium Park. You get together with the rest of the fans group. You guys don't know that it's fans versus favorites. All you know is you're together with this one teal tribe. Who is standing out from you immediately, just from those first impressions meeting the rest of them?
I'm trying to think of, I was one of the first people there. And I saw Eric immediately from season 2, and I was like, are you kidding? Is he playing again? And then he was like, I'm crew. But Melody stood out to me, woman in the wolf shirt, obviously. Josh stood out to me because I was like, who's this Aussie looking character? Your mom stood out to me, obviously, and I didn't want to say anything right off the bat, but I knew it was your mom instantly.
You just recognized her?
Like a little bit from social media, but mostly because you look identical.
She had to reveal it. She couldn't hide it, you know?
But then I also was trying to like a little bit play down that I like was friends with you. Mm-hmm. So when she was like, oh my gosh, and actually like I'm Dylan's mom, I was like, wow!
That's so funny. Well, speaking of Daltrey, she puts you in a pretty key position in that first challenge. You know, how much pressure do you feel about doing the puzzle when you find out, all right, it's a survivor challenge, so it all comes down to the puzzle? And like as it's playing out, what are you thinking? See, you know, the other team is so far ahead, but you know, I'm narrating and I'm like, guys, like it's starting to get neck and neck. This is getting pretty close. And then you pull out the big, I don't know, just talk me through the feelings throughout that whole sequence for you.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't do a good job when we were like all discussing like what our little strengths are. I feel like I didn't have like good answers. So then when Daltrey was picking something for me, I feel like she kind of just like threw me where I don't even know what her thoughts were. But when you were reading it out and you were like, puzzle, Lizzie, I was like, that is the worst possible thing you could have, like, that's the worst thing I could be put on. I was like, I'm gonna be at the end and it always comes down to the puzzle person. And like, if I mess up, it's gonna be on me. Like, I knew it was gonna be make or break. And then as the challenge started going, it very much was like, oh, so like, we're not even gonna get to the puzzle. Like, I won't even have a chance to be evaluated. And then I kind of just like locked in.
Oh yeah.
That's like the only way I can describe it. Yeah.
Is that something that you experience like in your day-to-day life where you're good at like, I have something in front of me, I'm zoning in, I'm getting this done? Or was that like I don't know, like what was that like for you?
Yeah, it's the ADHD brain. It's the like I'm doing this now and I have blinders on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like don't even remember it that much, I guess. I just kind of like, I was like, all right, border, fill it in. And then, yeah.
No,
I feel like that's not an exciting answer, but.
No. I mean, it was such, I don't know if I've told you this, like, I can't watch that scene without like just bursting out in a smile. Like, I really like, and think about how much time I spent editing this. I've seen that clip over 100 times. I really can't help but smile when like, you know, you jump up and like your team is screaming and like Josh is 15 feet in the air and they all grab you and you're like shaking a little bit. I don't know, like do you remember any of that from like the actual like event, or like is it all just like such a like whoa kind of experience?
I do remember it, and because I was so far separated from everyone else like down at the end, and I was like, oh my god, I finished it. Like at first when I was getting to the end, because you were talking through it and being like, Lizzie's catching up, like Lizzie's pulling ahead, I was like, oh my god, am I about to do this? And then when it happened, I was like, okay, what, do I run now? Do I see them? So it was kind of just like a, yeah, all right, yay. But yeah, I guess I like didn't even really know what to do with myself. I was like, what do I do now? But it was like really nice having them be like so excited.
It was so sweet. I love, And like all of us on production, that whole challenge, are like, oh no, like don't tell us one of the new players is gonna be out first. Like that sucks. That's no fair for them. And then you come out of nowhere and like made up. It cannot be like explained like how far ahead, like how much the time gap was, and you just crushed it. So like that was, if that was like the high point of the weekend for you, that would be like an amazing thing to like hang your cap on. But it actually gets better. So you win the first challenge. Uh, Talk to me a little bit about, some of those relationships forming. You guys go to camp. There's an idol search. It gets revealed to you that Brian has found the idol. This group forms of you, Josh, Brian, Melody. I don't know, like what are some of the relationships that stand out to you when you think about that first chunk of the game?
Yeah. Um, Definitely Josh and Melody from I think the get it, even because like I had kind of like keyed in on them like when we were all first meeting each other too. And Josh like very early on pulled me and was like, "Hi, like I have a really good feeling about you." I was wearing my New York, New Jersey like women's soccer Gotham Go Bats my Gotham hat, and so he was like, "Oh, I'm from New York," and so like we were like, nice. And so I think like instantly I was like, okay, this is a little friend, this is good. And he does this thing where he like gets so close to you and is like looking like right in your eyes, and I was like, okay, yeah. So like that I was like, yeah, Josh, we're locked in. And then with Melody, like it's so hard to like not instantly love Melody. So I felt like obviously you guys like bantered, like she's so funny, so like it was like easy to like chat and get along with her. And I did know that I wanted to do, like from the very beginning I was like, I want to work with non-men, which Josh kind of threw a wrench in that for a moment because he locked in.
I will say, having been in person with Josh and like done activities with him, he's very like easy to like kind of like yeah, Josh, like I'll go along with your like yeah, there's something about him that is easy to work with in that way.
Yeah. But yeah, I instant good vibes from Melody, and then I think like at the beginning, the like me, Melody, Caroline, Daltrey, I was like, I feel good about this. And then Josh, I don't think I had really even had a conversation with Brian, but like Josh had a conversation with me and had a conversation with Brian and was like, we need to get together. And so then when I finally had a conversation with Brian, he was like, so we're working together. I guess.
Let me ask you, did you go into it thinking I want to work with the rest of the non-men in the game? Or was it a little bit more of like, you saw the numbers, you see there's only 3 men on the tribe, like that's a minority. Is it a little bit more circumstantial, or did you go into this like, I'm on a mission. A man is not winning this season if I have anything to say with it. What was the thought there?
Well, I had said even before, I had said to Drew and Julia, I was like, Drew, I love you, but like, I'm not like, there's no way a man is going to win this. Like, I'm like, Dylan already said after season 2 he was done. Now season 3, like we have to make sure that a man doesn't win.
And I'm sure Drew was offended by that. Very sensitive.
But yeah, so that was kind of like in the back of my mind, but I think I genuinely was like really worried that I wouldn't make it far. So I was like, I will work with anyone. Like, yeah, like you're making good eye contact with me. Like you are like, we're having good conversation. Like, heck yeah. So thought about it before, kind of dropped off.
I don't want to yada yada too much at the start, but I kind of want to jump to the swap. Anything before that? Anything else from like, you guys do the charades challenge, you do you vote out Brian. Anything to share from those rounds before we keep going?
I don't think so.
Okay. So at the swap, this is where you link up with your eventual co-finalist, Sarah. And you actually picked Sarah. The reason I kind of want to drill into this in a way that I've kind of skipped with some of the other interviews is like you pick Sarah at the swap. You are at least familiar with Sarah. I don't know if you spoke much when you were filming season 2 while she was playing, but she is a wildly loyal ally to your friend Drew. So I guess I'm wondering like how early are you like was that intentional of like okay, Sarah is a person like now that I know she's here, I've got to get to her. Was it a little bit more of like, oh, it's her or Dan, like, and I know Sarah, like I don't know, what was the what drew you to working with Sarah at that point?
Well, actually, it's interesting because for season 2, Sarah and Dan were on different tribes, and the tribe that I was filming was Dan's
Oh
tribe.
yeah, right,
So
right.
I feel like I spent more time with Dan and probably like got to know him a little more than Sarah.
Yeah.
But I was like, Drew loves Sarah, and Drew always talks about how awesome Sarah is. I'm not gonna not pick Sarah. So it was, Dan, I love you, but it was easy.
That's right. And looking at that tribe, I do have to kind of wonder if that was like the best tribe ever from your perspective, where it's like you, Melody, Daltrey, and you hit it off immediately with Sarah and Emma. Even John Tonby, there's like a former classmate of yours. Like there's something to pull from there. Like, I don't know,
Yeah.
did it immediately sink in for you like, oh, this is a really good situation for me?
I actually don't know how long it took to sink in, because at first I was like, oh, it's returners versus newbies.
Mhm.
And then I was like, but it's not that simple. Yeah, I think so much of season 3 was luck.
Mhm.
I don't know. Especially that tribe. Yeah, it literally worked out like absolutely perfectly. So
Can you tell me a little bit about your relationship with Emma? I got so many comments after like it's like a it's like a 2 episode arc. It's like the Johnton boot and then the Emma boot, but like I got so many comments from people like we need more Emma and Lizzie. They're so fun. You two just totally popped. I don't know, like could you tell me a little bit about that relationship with Emma, even though it was short-lived in the game?
Yeah, I don't think I had ever met Emma before. But I like knew her from her season and knew that like she was snarky and funny, and I immediately was like, I'm gonna get along with her. And she was immediately snarky and funny. And so like we did hit it off. Also it's always the Stonehill connection. Like did she just graduate? Yeah. So but she was at Stonehill at the time. And Stonehill grad. So I was like, hey, buddy. Yeah.
But there was another Stonehill grad on your tribe.
There was another Stonehill grad on my
and
tribe.
it was looking like the vote was going to, when your tribe lost the challenge, it was going to be Emma, and you put in the work to flip it to John, which is I always look back at that. I feel like people missed in the edit that was like kind of a pivotal moment where like everybody else is like, I don't want to rock the boat, I don't want to rock the boat, and you said, I'll stick my neck out here. Like I don't want to get rid of Emma. Like let's get rid of John, and also starts to set up, that you're going to get all of the men voted out. I don't know. I guess any thoughts on he always asked me to ask people about him. So I've got to ask, like thoughts about being on the tribe with John, going after John. I mean, like the scene where he looks at you and is like, I haven't heard you, you haven't heard me. And you're like, I haven't heard you. And he's like, great. Like that to me is like, guys, like watch out for Lizzie. They're really good. I don't know. Just tell me from your perspective, I guess.
Yeah. Obviously John and I went to school together. We were like ran in similar circles, or like at least we all know each other through like theater. But I didn't like super know him very well, but what a character. I watching it back, I didn't think at any point that Emma was going home. Like it was crazy to watch that episode because I was like, oh, they wanted to send Emma home then. Like I didn't even know that. I was just like, yeah, so we're sending John home. Where I was like, yeah, everyone's with me. There's no discussion. So yeah, I was like, oh, did I do something? But yeah, I'm mad that Emma wasn't in the game for longer. Sorry, Tony, and sorry, John, but like,
that does lead us to the second swap. You end up reunited with Caroline, and now Tony's on your team. You've still got Melody, you've still got Emma. Do you remember what you were thinking when Caroline revealed to you and Melody that she had flipped on Josh and James at the Kim boot? And did you have any? I know that Melody had a lot of reservations of like, okay, we've got to keep an eye out for Caroline. Did you have similar feelings, or was it a little bit more like, oh, like that's fine, like we're not working with them anyway? Like, what were you thinking then?
I think I did feel more. I don't know. It's complicated. I definitely didn't feel as strongly as Melody did because Melody felt strongly.
It's hard to feel as strongly as Melody does about anything.
Yeah. I felt good about Caroline from our original tribe. So I was like, okay, awesome. I understood because how she explained it to us was Kim was like, I want to get the women to work together. Like I want to get the men out. And kind of in my head, I was like, I want something similar. Like I just voted Jonton out, even though I like know him, and like, okay, so it's a game and it makes sense. And it was my favorite thing, and it definitely gave me pause, but I was more willing to be like, okay, and maybe that's also like kind of a good sign because it means like I have someone who's an ally who's like thinking really strategically. It's kind of like at this point where I hadn't clocked yet how strategic Melody is. Because when we would chat, it was just like we were shooting the shit. And we were like, obviously we were working together. So like, we didn't have to like super strategize until later in the game. So I was like, okay, Caroline's like locked in. She's really thinking about stuff. And so I was like, oh, like maybe that's actually a good thing.
Love it.
Yeah.
Lizzie, I'm sure it's hard to look back on this and think of too much of like, oh, what if I done this? What if I done this? Because it does work out excellently for you. But let me just ask you, is there anything that you've thought about afterwards of like, at the end of the day when you guys vote out Emma, any second thoughts about anything else you could have done? Do you wish that you'd push harder to get Tony out to keep Emma? Like any thoughts around that, or did it kind of work out okay that you got to stay loyal to somebody who you cared about in the game being Emma, and you didn't like ruffle feathers with your allies? I don't know. Were there any second thoughts about that at the time?
At the time, I think I wish that I pushed a little harder, but I really like Melody and Caroline both really wanted to keep Tony, Caroline especially. And so I was like, I can't push it too hard because like these are my people and they outnumber me in wanting to do this. Also, we were so stupid and we were like, let's split the vote. But like that wouldn't have made sense if they had the idol, and I don't know. But I literally, and as we're sitting there like about to go vote, we're like, wait, that's not gonna work. We were like, all right, just do whatever. But I'm looking back, I wouldn't change it.
Yeah,
obviously.
Obviously. Anything else from that first day that you remember before we start to get? I know we kind of like rushed through it, but like so much of the good stuff I think for you in particular is on day 2. Anything else you remember from day 1 standing out?
Just Tony's birthday celebration.
Oh yeah,
that was so cute, and I didn't know it was his birthday until the end of the day. But like getting to sing him happy birthday was so nice.
That was sweet. So going into day 2, Lizzie, where's your head at going into day 2? Everyone I've spoken to like didn't sleep, stressed out, like you have this whole night like thinking about this. You get to the part day 2. Where's your head at? Like, how are you feeling? who is standing out to you as like, I got to get back together with them? I don't know. Like, what do you think of going into day two?
I think I was so calm going into day two. I knew that we had the advantage already with Mira. And also I had formed like that relationship with Sarah. Like I don't know. I went home and I was like, dang, I think I set myself up pretty well for day two.
So literally like that morning, like you're realizing like, oh, like I'm in a pretty good spot here looking at like who's actually left. Like you could feel that in the moment that you were in a good spot.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that. Future players take note. If you're feeling good going into day two, you're probably in a good spot. Um, what talk to me a little bit about the alliance of you, Daltrey, Melody, Caroline. I think that group is so fascinating. I think that okay, you might just like, okay, there's just the four non-men from like the starting tribe. But there's like a hierarchy there, I think. And there's like inner circles. I don't know, like could you tell me a little bit about that alliance from maybe from your perspective and even I I'll tell you like other players have described to me very specifically in these interviews how they saw your role in it and what a pivotal role you played. So I guess I'm curious from your
Oh
perspective,
gosh.
what was your
Wait,
role in that for?
I'm so intrigued. That's crazy. Okay. I really saw it as like a very equal four. I
Mhm.
did think at some points that Melody and Caroline were like a bit of a two.
Mm.
Um, so I was like, oh, like maybe they're together. And then Melody was also very close with Daltrey, so I was like, maybe the two of them. I was just glad to be along for the ride. I was like, yeah, we're working together. Yup. I don't know. Yeah, it to me it seemed very like group
Mhm.
think, but a lot of the time it was Melody as the driving force. Like
Mm.
I think she was our leader.
It's interesting to hear you say that because I think that Melody spoke a lot during the season about like I'm not trying to be out in front, like I'm not trying to be the leader, like and, the way people talk about you in these interviews is they really hone in on that scene where the four of you come together and you've deduced that all of the favorites are going to be safe no matter what a fan is going home, they're all going to be safe, and you're the one that pieces together like where the numbers need to go and like we'll do Dolce's extra vote, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. So like did you see your like what did you think of that moment for yourself in the game where you become like the numbers person of it and that you're the one kind of dictating, guys, like we're gonna send one of the boys home, don't worry
Yeah.
about it.
I I think sorry. It's a peacock emailing. I remember that moment and I was like so focused on being able to pull something out of nothing, and being like, no, we can like still work with this, and like literally like that the scene in Hangover, like Zach Galifianakis, where he's like the numbers are floating, like that's what I felt like. But then afterwards I was like, did I put a target on my back because people are like, oh, they're doing math and they're like figuring things out. But yeah, it like more so in the moment it was like preservation. I was like, we can still do something with this and we're going to. But I want to circle back to when you said that Melody like the whole time like wanted to fly under the radar,
Yeah,
because I
yeah.
do think she did such a good job at that. And looking back, I'm like, obviously Melody was leading us the whole time, but it never felt like that.
Mhm. I thought that was very fascinating in the edit because that's, the crew gets together throughout the day and they're like, oh, who are your favorites to win? Who are your favorites to win? And it was always you, Sarah, and Daltrey. I think since like the start of the season, like you three were the favorites among the crew to win, just based on what they were seeing. And it was so fascinating to see like over the course of it. But like Melody starts to pick up steam with them throughout and they go, like even the crew is like, oh, now we're seeing what she's doing.
Yes,
Like now we're
yes, yeah.
piecing it together.
Yeah, she kept it very down low, which was such a smart move for her. Like, yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about the relationship with Josh. Because at this point in the season, this is something I'm going to tell you. I'm going to pull the curtain back a little bit on the audience. What we don't see in the show is that you have a final two deal with Josh that comes up on day one that I cut out of the show because I was like, well, that doesn't matter. Like Josh goes out seventh, Lizzie goes on to like what? Like that's not the dynamic. And there's three episodes, Lizzie. Almost every confessional that you have gets cut because it's about
Because
this
they're
final
all about Josh.
and they're so funny. They're so but like I'm saying like a bozo like well I've already finished episode like I can't like work this storyline back in that they've had a final two this whole time.
Yeah.
But it's like so like to the audience that was like, we lost Lizzie for a little bit there. That's on me. It's because they said a lot of funny stuff about Josh. But like, what was that relationship with like over the course of the morning? Because like he ends up voting for James, and like everybody's confused about whether he voted for James. And then we get, that's even before we get to this tribal where everything blows up, and you're already pushing like it's gonna be Tony, but I'd rather that it was Josh. I don't know, like talk to me about that relationship.
Yeah. I mean, like, as I said, we like locked in on day one, and he's so good about when it's just the two of you being like, hey, and like, you're my person. And like, and so I felt instantly like, yeah, he means it. And honestly, to this day, I still don't know where, like, I'm so intrigued to watch his interview because I'm like, I don't even know like who his actual number one was.
He didn't have
but
one. Spoiler alerts for his interview. He told me he didn't have one.
yeah. But I was like, okay, like I'm getting good vibes. And he made a point of like between every challenge, between every tribal council, like continued to check in with me. Like even when we would see each other, when we were split into different tribes for both of the swaps, like when we would like walk in or whatever, he would like catch my eye and like wink or like literally do something. So the entire time I was like, and he's still my guy. And then when Caroline had come back and told us about all of the shenanigans that happened, I was like, that seems pretty crazy that Josh did that. I was like,
my
okay.
Josh.
My Josh. I was like, that's pretty wacky. And then day two, I still kind of went into day two being like, yeah, Josh and I have a final two. Like I need to check in with him because we haven't spoken at all since we were on that initial tribe together. But like we made that deal, so like is it still happening? But I had gone into day two being like, I will do final two with Josh. And I don't even know. It like maybe it was because it was then like the two tribes connecting and like it was apparent that he was like playing like all sides of the field, and I was like, all right. And then like I was starting to get closer to Melody, and I was like, all right. And I'm like so sad that you cut out all of my confessionals about Josh because I was just like going in. I was like, and I trusted this guy. And like you're gonna have to make like a super cut or something.
We'll release the unedited confessionals eventually.
Maybe not unedited.
Maybe not all, yeah, not all of it. Not all, but so the stuff with you and Josh, yeah, it was all very funny, all good natured. But yeah, it was just that it was always about that final two that I was like, well, actually, the edit is about Lizzie and Sarah, so I can't make it about Lizzie and Josh. So that was just like bad editing on my part. But yes, you were so funny about it. What was there a part of you? Because I mean, you say in the episode like, I wish it was Josh. I wish it wasn't Tony that we're about to vote out.
Yeah.
How much did you consider, or did you consider putting your foot down, kind of like how Melody does to Caroline later, and say, like, guys, like I'm not playing Josh's game. Like it's got to be him. Like, did you consider doing that, or were you willing to say, next time we'll get him next time?
I think as much as I wanted to put my foot down, I also like wasn't thinking about that at all. I was like, everyone also wants to get Josh out at this point. Like, we're in agreement that he's going to be next. And I trusted that. And so I was like, okay, I want it to be Josh now, but like, whatever, it can be Tony and then Josh. So I think I like felt comfortable with that in the moment, just because I like trusted the people I was working with. But yeah, there's like I think it's when we were voting Tony out and I like hold up Tony's thing and I'm like, Josh, your time is coming soon. And then when I finally did vote for him, I did like mic drop with the pen.
This
Sorry,
is I'm gonna release the unedited confessional voting confessionals. Yeah, we'll post those. Those are so good. Let me ask you about another relationship in the game, which is Dan. You know, it's not a major relationship in the game, but you do have a few conversations with him throughout that are they come across like a little bit more rhetorical. Like this is a little bit less of like, here's what you and I are going to pull off together. And it's a little bit more of him talking about like, you know, as a big Survivor fan, here's my perspective on the end game. And I I guess I say this with all due respect, and I hope that if Dan's watching this part, he knows that I truly mean that. I guess I'm curious, like, how much of it was you humoring him? It's like, oh, like, sure, Dan, whatever you say, versus like, you know, like Dan, okay, I'm not going to work with him, but he does have good points about how the game works and like what I should be doing to win. I don't know, like, what was your dynamic with Dan during the second day?
Yeah. I think that it very much was a mutual, like, we know that we're not working with each other, and maybe, like, in some instance, it might work out that we could look out for each other, but, like, we are on two separate sides and we are playing our own game. He definitely was more willing to play ball with me than I was with him, I think. And I did humor him a little bit. But yeah, it was interesting, like, to hear him talk about how he saw the game playing out. Especially, I think there was a moment where he was talking about Melody, and he was like, she's playing this game so well and so strategically. And we're going to get into, like, later in the game, but when it came down to the final three, before we did the challenge, I was like, truly, if I have to make that decision, like, I don't know what I'm going to do, because my whole heart wants to choose Melody, but I know 100% I would have lost against her.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, and that's what I was thinking of the whole time, is what Dan had said to me about how strategic.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that, like, really stuck in my head.
Yeah. But so
got to me, Dan.
I definitely want to unpack that a little bit more at the final three, but I guess back to, you know, this point where it was like final 8, final 7. I guess the other two players I'm kind of eager to ask you about, one would be Sarah. Because like I said, I'm really crafting this narrative because, you know, for people who don't know, I don't watch all the footage beforehand. I know the outcome and I start editing. I'm like, Sarah takes Lizzie to the end, and like they're clearly very close, and they like hit it off at the swaps. Like, this season's the story of Lizzie and Sarah. But from what I saw, you two did not talk much at the start of day 2. So I'm curious, was that a relationship that you were giving a lot of like weight and thought to, or is it maybe a little bit more circumstantial? Like, well, I'm with this whole group, I'm not going to branch off with Sarah quite yet. I don't know. What was the Sarah relationship maybe for like that first half of day 2?
Well, I think it goes back to day 1 when we were like on the same tribe, because she was like, oh, I'm glad you pulled me. Like, I wanted to work with you. And we kind of had that little moment of like, oh my gosh, yeah. And like, Drew. And like, so we already made that little connection. But then beginning of day 2, I was like, again, same with Dan, like, we are on opposite sides. Like, maybe like there's some way in which we could watch each other's back. But like, for, I think a lot of almost all of day 2 up until like the very end, I was like, we are on separate sides. Like we are not working together. Even though if it came down to like, do we do Dan or Sarah, I would have pushed very hard for us to get Dan out versus Sarah. And not just because Sarah's a woman and Dan is a man, but like also just because I think I like sensed that it kind of was like I'll watch out for you, you watch out for me. Like we're doing our separate things, but like that's in the background. But yeah, it wasn't until the very end that Sarah was like, hey, and I was like, oh my gosh, okay.
I think now that we're talking about, I think I remember, and this ended up getting cut. I think that you were a little rattled when she played her idol after she had not said anything too bad. Do you remember that? Was that true?
Yeah. I was. I had no idea, and I was like, oh geez, because I thought we had like a little something there, and then I was like, oh my god, I knew we were on opposite sides, but I was like, we are on opposite sides of this game. So that threw me.
Last person I want to ask you about before we sort of like keep going chronologically, Melody. This is around the point where you two make your final 2 deal, and she does the little dance when you say that you'll go to the end with her. At that point with the 7, 8 people left, was that a genuine, you're trying to lock in with Melody for real to go to the end together? Or is that just a little bit of like, well, I feel like there's other things happening, so I need to make some offer for a final 2? I don't know, just tell me about Melody.
No, that the second that Josh started, the second it wasn't Josh, it was Melody. And I think I have this moment. I think it's in the season where I'm like, I can't believe I thought it was Josh this whole time. Like, obviously, it's always been Melody, who is who's my number one. I was like that's so obvious to me now. And it was her. Like, I would have stuck with her like through anything. I didn't have other irons in the fire. I was like, that's my girl. Yeah.
I love it.
Love you.
So next up is the Daltrey boot. I know we've sort of jumped around. Anything else from like the James, Tony, or Josh boots worth mentioning?
I don't think so. Oh, just that when I wrote Tony's name, because he was wearing a Sesame Street shirt famously, my little thing was I did the Sesame Street thing. Real fans will know.
Real fans will know.
Real Sesame Street fans will know.
The Sesame Street heads out there will understand the reference.
Yeah.
So next up is the infamous Daltrey boot. And there's a lot happening this round. This is... I'll ask you about this. Sarah didn't remember this when I asked her about it, so I'm curious if you remember it, that Sarah had a conversation with you before the Daltrey vote about how Caroline has told her this plan to vote out Daltrey. And I think that, you were kind of skeptical about it. I think that your answer to her was, well, she's probably just saying that in front of Dan. Like, that's probably not really her plan. Do you remember that? Do you remember how were you feeling before the Daltrey vote? I think in the episode, like, you appear very confident, like, no, nothing's going to happen. But like, how were you feeling going into that one? Did something seem off?
No, I don't even remember. Like, I do remember it in some way, but it's not even like that clear to me because I don't think I gave that conversation much weight at all.
Wow.
I very much was like, no, Caroline's working with us, obviously. There's no way she's voting out Daltrey of all people. Like, I don't think I even entertained that for a second. Which obviously, like, that's what happened. And I think at some point Melody clocked it, but I was like, there's no way. Which,
so,
what?
So at Tribal, because if I remember correctly, you look. I feel like like the eyebrows are a little bit down at Tribal. Like, were you also like blindsided in that moment when it actually was Daltrey to go home?
Oh my God, yeah. I was flabbergasted. Yeah, crazy.
And then we get that great confessional from you after. Frankly, I'm like pissed. Which is such a good line. I don't know, like what was the feeling after that? Like what was the path forward? Is there, I think Carolina said like she would have liked to go back with you and Melody. Melody ends up that, clearly Melody wants it to be that Caroline's out next. What did you see as the path forward at the final five?
Yeah. Again, I think Melody felt more strong about it than I did. But at that point, it also in my mind, I was like, I can't, like, kind of like the game being played with Caroline has come to a close. So
At the final,
Caroline.
at the final five, is this when you're starting to feel, because a lot gets said about like it's two pairs, it's Melody and Lizzie versus Sarah and Dan. Are you feeling at any point that like Sarah does not feel close to Dan? Sarah sees herself as locked in with you and is willing to lock with Melody. Are you feeling that as a trio forming, or does it like is your perception also that this is two pairs at this point?
It's interesting. I think for the most part, I saw it as two pairs because obviously I knew that Melody and I were locked in with each other. I genuinely did think that Sarah and Dan were locked in. And I think it surprised me a little when it got to the point that Sarah was like, okay, so like we're getting Dan out. And I was like, oh my God, it was that easy. So that was genuinely surprising to me because I thought it was going to be a battle of 2 versus 2. But at the same time, by that point, I think Sarah and I had like a little clocked back in. And so I knew that even though it was 2 versus 2, I knew that Sarah wouldn't be targeting me. And I knew that Dan felt like Melody was a big threat. So I knew that their objective would be to get Melody out. And at that point, like, I think I thought I think I thought Sarah was still closer with Dan than she was with me, but I was like, at least I have got Sarah's ear, like Sarah's trust a little bit. I had it more than I thought.
Well, that brings us to the finale with the final four of you, uh, which obviously starts out in a big way for you, where you crush the puzzle again at the final four. Uh, this is literally the question I wrote. Are you just amazing at puzzles? Is that something you knew about yourself, is that you're good at puzzles?
I wouldn't have said that going in, but coming out of it, I was like, damn, do I have to start doing puzzles? And I love a puzzle. I do love a puzzle. I just have to start doing them more, I guess.
I guess so. It always made me giggle in the finale when I'm trying to do like a Jeff Probsty thing and be like, "You good at puzzles?" I think you just say like, "I get," like with legitimate confusion. I guess like this is also news to you. Um, I mean like, so you're at the final four. There's a little bit of dealing of like, okay, is it gonna be Dan? Is there gonna be like is it gonna be like a tie break situation? But it seems like you really are the decider. Like Liz, everybody's willing to just go along with what you say, and that it's going to be Dan. So I guess my question for you here is, how good did it feel to vote out all of the men?
It felt awesome because no, it felt awesome. Because on one level, I was like, a woman or a non-binary person is about to win this game. And then at the same time, I was like, and who was very vocal about wanting to do this the whole time? Oh, it was me. And on top of that, I was like, I kind of think that if either of them win, they're going to bring me. So I'm kind of like, I don't know exactly when it clicked, but like when we were about to vote Dan out, I was like, I'm going to final tribal. Like,
Wow.
I'm almost positive. So I was like,
I love hearing sort of like a theme that I'm hearing throughout this is like these moments of realization for you of like, oh, like this is going really well. And not that it's not like stressful and like anxiety inducing throughout, but like that you have these moments of clarity where it's like you rise above it and you go like, oh, this is going well. I'm in a good spot here. That's really cool that you were able to feel that in the moment.
yeah. And I do think that's why, like, I don't know, like with the Josh versus Tony thing, like I didn't put my foot down because I was like, either way, they want to get Josh out. I'm still in a good spot. Like, I didn't need to push. And I was like, it's good. It's good.
Was there any part of you, so if you're going into Final Three, and that's like such a classic, like old school Survivor thing to have that moment of like, oh my God, I like both of these people will take me. Did you consider throwing the final challenge? Like, did that come into your head? Or were you like, no, like I gotta try my best, like we'll see. But was there a part of you that I don't know is like, I mean, you were just saying before that like you don't want to go to the end with Melody, but how can it be you that votes out Melody? I don't know, like what were you thinking going into that?
Now that you say that, I'm like, why didn't it cross my mind to throw it?
Because you're a good
I
sport.
genuinely was trying so hard. No, it didn't cross my mind to throw it because I was like, I think I mostly was just like, I am almost positive that both of them are going to bring me, but like at the end of the day, like I don't know, there've been curveballs in the game. Like I don't know for sure. Like I have to try and guarantee my own safety and also like add another little thing to my resume if possible. So yeah, it more so the thoughts in my head were like truly when if it comes down to it, like what am I going to do, and not like what if I don't have to make that decision.
Do you think that if you'd won that challenge, you would have voted out Melody?
No.
Yeah, I love that. I love
Yeah.
that. Can you tell me a little bit about? And I don't know if there's much to say because it's such a split second moment, but like I love and I'm so grateful that we captured the moment when Sarah goes up to vote and like you and Melody just like like rest your heads on each other, like hold hands. It's like it's that to me feels like the moment where like it's kind of like you guys got to hit timeout and just be like, hey, like I'm Lizzie the person, I'm Melody the person, like I'm not the player anymore. Like, hey, in real life, like you were my number one. Yeah, you were my number one too. Like I don't know, did that? I get very moved thinking and seeing that moment. Like how would like what was that like for you to have that moment with her?
I mean, like it felt so real,
Mhm.
and I there were very few times during the game where I was able to just like pause for a second and be like, okay, let me look at the big picture. Let me just like take a second. And like that's one of the moments where I was just like, I played a game with like a final two who is so awesome, and like we stuck it out with each other till the end, and like I could not be more grateful to Melody. And I keep telling her I might have won the season, but she is the star of the season. Like it was just like, oh my God, yeah, like going back, like it was always Melody.
I love that. Should
Yeah.
should I tell you now that Melody she didn't submit a question, but she did write in and say, I do not have a question, but Lizzie, you are so hot and cool. I love you.
Thank you.
Just so you know, I've been saving that one. Just so you know, that was Melody's shout out to you. Going back to the game. So Sarah votes out Melody. I say, Sarah, Lizzie, congratulations. You're going to final tribal council. What are you thinking going into, we go back to camp. There's that sweet scene where Sarah is kind of coaching you a little bit. And I don't know how much of that, like, I don't know if some of that was maybe similar to like the Dan of it all of like, how much did you need that sort of encouragement of like, here's how this is going to go. But like, Sarah is hyping you up a little bit one-on-one of like, here's what to expect. Like, you got to own it. You got to fight for this. What were you thinking going into final tribal? And how did you like your odds of winning? Like, how did you feel that what did you think your chance was?
Yeah. I think that going into it, I didn't know that I was going to win. Like I wasn't like I have this on lock.
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely thought that the original favorites would vote for Sarah, and some of the fans would also vote for Sarah. I think that I was like worried that people wouldn't like that I wanted to get all of the men out. Like they would
I
see
wanted to
that
ask you.
less.
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry, because you do own that a little bit unprompted, even of like I forget what it is that I think it's like Josh's question, and as I'm watching, I'm like, well, they don't have to admit that they wanted to vote all the men, but you do. You just I wanted to vote all the men out, and I did. I don't know, like were you worried? Was there a moment when you said it of like maybe I shouldn't have said that? Are they gonna like that or not?
I thinking about it like before going into tribal council, I was like that if I'm gonna lose votes to Sarah, that is gonna be one of the main reasons why I'm gonna lose votes. Like particularly I was thinking about Josh and I was thinking about James. And I kind of was like, well, no, I did make it known and I have to own it. And at that point I was like, I just have to like I have to own my whole game and like I have to be confident in it because that is the only way that people are going to take me seriously and see that I played a good game is if I'm confident in what I did and the player I was. And so
let me ask you this, and I'm not trying to like draw out, but like I kind of I before we get to like the moment where like it's all over and we have a winner. Anything else from that final tribal council that you remember?
Dan and Tony were the two that asked whack questions. And by whack, I mean awesome. Like, and Tony's, I think, was the like say something about everyone. Yes. And that really caught me off guard. And I was like, my brain was going a million miles an hour and I was like super overthinking it. And I was just like, oh my God, like, am I not saying enough? Am I saying too much? Do they think I'm like pandering in a way? Like, I don't know. So I was like, yoicks. And then Dan's, I was like, you're crazy.
That one's brutal. That's such a brutal question.
Yeah, that was actually crazy.
I mean, it's a good question, but yeah.
No, it was awesome. It was awesome. But like having to like be the person answering it, I was like, what the?
Right.
But, yeah.
Was it on your, I'm trying to remember, was it on your radar going into it that you had not received a vote the entire time? I feel like you do mention it at one point. I think you mentioned it in confessional, but you don't bring it up at Final Tribal. I'm trying, do you happen to remember? I guess I should know this because I've seen the footage.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't think it actually makes sense that I would have said it in a confessional, but not a tribal council, because it wasn't something that I was thinking was part of my game. But it might have, I mean, famously, like a lot of my friends were on crew. So like the people filming me, it's like I'm talking to my buddy. And I think it might have been Drew that was filming me and was like, hey, like no one's voted for you yet. Like, and I was like, like I didn't clock that at all. So like that wasn't even really on my radar. And then I was like, oh, wait, you're right.
So not only did you go an entire game, going to many, many tribal councils, you only had immunity at one tribal council at the final four. You had no votes cast against you. And then one by one, all 7 jury members go up and they vote for you to be their sole survivor. Lizzie, like what was that moment like when I'm reading the votes? You find out that you won the game. It was by vote count a perfect game. No votes cast against you. Every jury vote to win. You know, your college friends are all like off camera. It's like, hey guys, go give them a hug, go give them a hug, and they all come running and like hugging and kissing you. Like I don't know, like what was that moment like for you?
I don't even know it. Like I wasn't expecting it, and I think like you read the first vote for me, and I was like, okay, like I knew I would get a vote. Melody, great. You read
It's a gimme.
And you read the second vote for me, and I was like, cool. And then you read the third vote for me, and I was like, oh my God, like, and now it's all going to be Sarah, 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 Sarah. Like, that's how he's setting it up. Like, I've lost. And then
That would have been cruel.
It wasn't until you read, like, I don't know how many jury people there were, like how many votes it would take.
It would have been the fourth vote was the vote to win. Yeah.
But I didn't even like it until you were like winner. I was like, what? Like, I still, obviously this happened and this is real life and we're talking about it right now. But I like sometimes, like, I can't even believe that happened. Like, I can't believe I did that. Like, what? I don't know. It's still like, it didn't feel real in the moment. It still like kind of doesn't feel real now. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, Lizzie, because you've said to me a couple of times over the last year, like, this was a really special experience for you. And I'm sure that it was like not just like, oh, and I won, and like, aren't I great? I'm like, because that's not who you are as a person. So I guess I'm curious, like, what made that weekend so special for you, and like the whole experience, like why does that stand out to you as like a really special event in your life? If you don't mind me asking on a recorded YouTube interview.
Yeah. I think I'm really hard on myself and I don't give myself a lot of grace. And I like genuinely going in was worried that I would like, I kept saying like my goal is to not be the first boot. And then I was like, if I make it to jury, like that'll be like I won. I don't know. I like didn't have a lot of faith in myself. And I think like as the weekend went further, I started to like trust myself more. And it also made me feel like I was good at things. Like I was like, okay, dang, I'm good at puzzles and I'm like good at making friends. It made me like actually sit and have to like see in real time and evaluate that like I'm capable of doing things. It was like really, really impactful for me. Yeah.
I love that. I'm excited for if you choose to watch any of these interviews. I think I mentioned to you, but like everybody I've spoken with has sung your praises in these interviews, and I think it's been really nice that. I mean, I love it for you that like not only the weekend, everybody's like, I love Lizzie, Lizzie's music. Like that 15 months later, people are like, I love Lizzie. They're amazing. I'm so proud that they're the winner of my season. Like the way that this cast all gravitated to you. Like I hope that that's a takeaway for you. Like you said that you're good at making friends. That like there was such an impossible to describe quality of like just the charisma that you exuded that weekend. And I mean that you always exude every time I see you. I'm like, oh, I love Lizzie. They're so great. But like that to see like all these strangers come together who have never met you before and just gravitate towards you was super cool for me to get to watch. I'm sure, fun for your friends and family who watch, but I hope that, I hope that that's something that, you feel from that experience.
Oh yeah. Like this, not to be like it changed my life, but like kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it like I can't even put into words like how much that this meant to me. So
do you have time for a couple of viewer questions?
Please give me the viewer questions. As Julia would say, America.
That's the thing we were missing this season was nobody acknowledged America, although maybe for the best. Will the props guy wants to ask, what was your proudest moment And when did you feel like you had it? I think we've covered a little bit of like the moments where you're like, I'm in a good position. But like,
Mhm.
I guess we'll take that in like opposite order. When did it start to sink of like, oh, I might be the winner of this thing? Or was it really like you couldn't even fathom that until the fourth jury vote gets read?
Um, Definitely up until the end, I didn't like know, but I think that there was a moment when we voted Dan out that I was like, I think it's a real possibility that like I have some sort of a shot at this. So like maybe then, my proudest moment.
Again, of a weekend of like greatest hits for you, of like puzzle wins and then winning. Like, can you name like a single proudest moment?
I think probably it was that first challenge. Like I did not think that I like even before the challenge started, I was like, this is going to be really bad for me. And then, like, yeah, I think that's my proudest moment. Yeah, it felt really good.
Uh, Daltrey asks, "Oh, this is I'll preface this is kind of like a heavy question. I don't know if this ties back to what I already asked you
Okay.
about, like why this was special. But Daltrey asks, has anything shifted in how you view yourself since your perfect game win?
Ooh, yeah. Oh my gosh, Daltrey, good question. Um,
If it's too
yeah.
personal, by the way, we don't have to answer that if that feels personal.
No, let's get personal. Um, I mean, obviously, my pronouns are different.
That is true. That is true.
I think just like my sense of self. I say like the summer because Millennium Park was filmed in June, and then that summer was like really the summer of me fully accepting my non-binariness and being like, all right, it's no longer she, they, it's they, them. And Survivor, I think, like really helped kick that off. I think it gave me a lot of confidence in myself that I've carried through the past year. I think I'm like a lot more confident of a person now. And I mean, I owe that to a lot of things, including therapy. But like truly the experience of Millennium Park, like I think helped kind of like kickstart that. Because yeah, it's just like I never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined it playing out the way it did. And then I was like, and you did so good. Like, why didn't you have even an ounce of faith that you could do that? So, yeah, I think I'm a little bit more confident.
Just a little bit.
Not much.
We'll take a little bit.
We'll take a little bit.
I love that. That's really. I know that like I know like it didn't make it the final cut that like when like you come out to your tribe on day one, because I mean at that point I knew that you were using they them pronouns. I was like, well, I don't know if I should include this where you say I'm using she they pronouns, because I was like I was really trying to like in the edit as much as possible like highlight like just I couldn't do it every time, but I really wanted to as best as possible. If people say like the girls, like maybe we can replace that with like the players' names if possible. I guess I'm curious, just because you bring it up, is there anything, I don't know, like any reflections on like the experience of playing this, like as the only non-binary player in the cast?
Yeah. It kind of felt like an interesting place that I was in because I was like, well, I'm not one of the girls, but I think I am kind of being considered one of the girls, which in this instance I'm gonna be okay with. But kind of like being able to like play those lines. I definitely like wasn't one of the boys, but like and then I don't know, like watching it back and like on day one, I did give my original tribe. Like we went around and I think it was Daltrey who was like, oh, and can we include pronouns in like introducing ourselves. Which I was a gender studies major. I should have been the one to do. Also, as like a trans person, I should have been the one to do that. But like, I was Daltrey. But I did say like she, they, and Daltrey followed up and was like, "Well, is there one you prefer?" And I truly, like, in that moment, I was like, I should have said they, but I was like, no, it's whatever. But watching it back and like seeing people use like they them pronouns for me, even though it didn't happen like 100% of the time, it was just like affirming to know that people were seeing me in that way. Yeah, it was really cool.
That's cool. I hope you don't mind me asking, because that is something I was kind of curious about, like during the, like, just like what was it like to like watch it a year later, to like, you know, to be using different pronouns, and like the, you know, sometimes we can get it right, sometimes it's like there's no other soundbite to use that this is going to make sense. So I guess I had been like legitimately curious how you felt about that. Be anything else to say about the experience of the game, of watching it, of sharing it with friends and family? Anything else you want to say about the whole thing?
If you have a friend who is filming a Survivor game, you should join the crew, or you should play in it, because it will end up being like one of the coolest things you'll ever do.
I love it.
Yeah.
Wait, there's one thing I forgot to tell you, that I was gonna reveal something to you about the edit. That was this was a secret Easter egg that I gave just for you, that I've never told you about before. Do you remember when you were filming Millennium Park 2 and you sent me a video of, it was yourself filming a bee, and you say, "Hang on, I'm getting B-roll." Do you remember this?
I do remember it.
So I decided that the clue I would give that you're the winner is I would associate you with footage of bees. So in the theme song, when it says one survivor, it's a shot of some bees. And starting in episode 4, when you get Jonton voted out, all of the clips where you're heavily featured, it's bees going back and forth. I've never told anybody that.
Crazy. How did I not?
I mean, it's the kind of thing, like, nobody would ever pick that up.
Bee tattoo.
It goes, there's so many layers.
What?
I've never told anyone that, because that's the level of, that's like the stupid level of thought I put into it. That's like, well, that's not a clue. No one's gonna get that. But
you're Taylor Swift. You're Taylor Swift.
I just wanted to let you know, because that I slip up. One episode features bees unrelated to you, but I was like, I need something here, and I've used all my other B-roll. But I just want you to know, viewers, go back and watch. It was obvious Lizzie was gonna win. The clues were there, people.
I'm gonna rewatch now.
Lizzie, is there anything, because this is podcast-esque, is there anything you want to plug? Is there anything that people should check out? Any?
Oh my gosh.
It's okay if not. Some people plug charities. Melody plugged her own Instagram. Like, whatever. If there's anything you want to plug.
I'll plug Melody's Instagram. I'll plug my Instagram. I am private, but like you can request.
You give it a shot, people.
I'll plug Providence, Rhode Island. Come visit me. Come visit the best city on earth. Come visit Queer Paradise.
I think that there should, you know, I visited Providence for the first time in, I don't know if ever, but at least in a long time earlier this summer. Gorgeous. I'm going to come down. We're going to get lunch together. Yeah. I think that there should be a billboard up with you. Like, I'm picturing like the moment. I wish that I wish the clip was like slightly higher res, but it's when you win the immunity necklace and you go. What I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do.
That to me is like, that's the photo of the season. I think it should be like, "Welcome to Providence, home of Lizzie."
I mean, I wouldn't say no.
All right. Well, you won Millennium Park unanimously. Maybe you'll win the mayoral election unanimously.
Brett Smiley, I'm coming for your gig.
Watch out. You better watch your bag, buddy. Lizzie, thank you so much. This was so much fun to get to chat with you about it.
I know. I love you.
I love you. Thank you so much for doing this, my friend.
Thank you for letting this be my life. So,
And thank you, everybody, for watching our Survivor Millennium Park 3 interviews. I was about to say, we'll catch you on the next one, but this is the last one. So thanks for watching all of them. And if you skipped any of them, go back and watch the others. They're also very good. So thank you so much, everybody.